As the light fades and the night descends, the shadowy facets of the world reveal their fangs. The darkness silently devours the remnants of brightness. The moment the mysterious character Y appears. Akin to the first ray of dawn piercing the pitch-black sky, it brings forth a glimmer of light. Chapter 1. The tumultuous life of Qin Ge in the inky blackness of the night, beneath the obsidian trees. Cough, cough. It is indeed a night shrouded in darkness, within a dim alley where a murky garbage bin quietly resides. Crash! Suddenly, a clattering sound emanates from the depths of the dark garbage bin. On this moonless night, such an eerie noise in this desolate alley would startle any rational individual. What's that noise? A bright beam of light illuminated the entrance to the alley, revealing a security guard dressed in uniform approaching the scene. Under the flashlight's glare, the unusual black garbage bin caught the guard's attention, starkly contrasting with the typical color of refuse containers in the country. When did our garbage bins acquire such a hue? The guard scratched his head, puzzled as he scrutinized the bin. Bang. The lid of the garbage bin suddenly flew off, startling the security guard. He tightened his grip on the flashlight, gripping his baton tightly, nervously observing the unfolding scene. In that moment, vivid images from horror films he had watched late at night flashed through his mind. Could a female ghost spring forth from the bin? No, female ghosts tend to be quite particular. In horror films, garbage bins are typically found in luxurious villas or quaint attics. Some even belong to affluent female spirits residing in traditional courtyard houses. Indeed, it seems that humans pale in comparison to ghosts. A filthy place like this would hardly attract a female specter. Then, could it be a ghostly cat? That seemed plausible in such a filthy environment. Perhaps a cat had been slain by its owner and returned to exact vengeance. Perhaps, just perhaps, smack. While the security guard was lost in thought, a grimy hand grasped the edge of the garbage bin. Then, the guard stood in shock, staring at the figure that emerged from the bin. A man, clad in a white shirt smeared with unidentifiable substances, his face covered in a viscous black goo, and sporting a watermelon rind atop his head. At least it was evident that he was human, that a very filthy human, indeed. Not a ghost. For some inexplicable reason, the guard felt a twinge of disappointment deep within. The guard continued to gaze at the man who had emerged from the garbage bin. Qin Ge was equally transfixed by the guard. Dazed, Qin Ge stared blankly at the flashlight's beam illuminating his face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here to do? At that moment, the philosophical questions flooded Qin Ge's mind, lingering with no sign of retreat. Let's piece this together. 3 days ago, Qin Ge, was engaged in a brawl. No, a fight. As the most notorious scion of Yanjing, hailing from a military family, Qin Ge considered fighting as commonplace as drinking tea. However, one cannot walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. 3 days prior, as the heir of the Qin family, Qin Ge got into a scuffle with the third son of the Li family over a minor disagreement. How could Li Ming, from a prestigious family, ever match the training that Qin Ge, raised in a military lineage, had received? That night, having indulged in a bit too much alcohol, Qin Ge ended up sending Li Ming to the hospital, having hospitalized the third son of one of the top families in the country. Thus, Qin Ge found himself in dire straits. His father subjected him to a rather creative form of punishment. As a consequence for sending Li Ming to the hospital, Qin Ge was exiled by Qin Di to a 10th-tier city in the country, or perhaps it would be more fitting to call it a severely impoverished county. Upon his arrival, the notorious young lord, Qin Ge, attracted the ire of local thugs. Although he fought valiantly, carving a path through them, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness midway. And then, how on earth did I end up in a garbage bin? All right, clarity has been achieved. Qin Ge was in a state of zen.at that moment. Ding dong. Detecting that the host's soul fluctuations meet the conditions for spatial traversal. Initiating binding. Binding? What the hell? Qin Ge sprang up from the garbage bin, alarmed, and began scanning his surroundings. The security guard was equally startled by Qin Ge's sudden movement. What are you doing? The guard asked, bewildered. Nothing. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively. The guard appraised Qin Ge's appearance. Is this how one defines nothing? Sensing the guard's skepticism, Qin Ge felt the weight of the gaze but had no time to address it. Binding progress. 95%. Binding progress. 96%. Finally, Qin Ge realized the voice resonated within his mind. Soul fluctuations meet the criteria for spatial traversal. As an avid reader of classical literature, Qin Ge was no stranger to the concept of systems. His initial shock was replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Binding complete. Greetings, host. Welcome to the infinite template system. Tell me about your functions. Qin Ge managed to suppress his excitement and spoke softly. The guard's expression shifted. He now regarded Qin Ge as if he were a lunatic, perhaps even someone suffering from dissociative identity disorder. The host only needs to think of what they wish to express, and their mind-verbal articulation is unnecessary, the system explained. Qin Ge glanced at the guard, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The infinite template system can guide the host across dimensions to parallel universes and endow the host with templates for enhancement. What are templates? This system can template every living being, forming a unique template. The host can acquire the abilities of the template character by loading it. For example, a virtual screen materialized before Qin Ge, displaying a character template. Name: Qin D. Title: Qin Invincible. Gender: male. Age: 45. Bloodline: human. Special ability: none. Skills: Command LV.5, Combat LV.5, Firearms LV.5. All skills maxed at LV.5. Overall combat power: 85. Human max value: 100 at evaluation. In a scientifically grounded universe devoid of extraordinary powers, achieving a combat power of 85 is considered invincible when facing your father. Just shout. Incredible. Status: not available for loading. Qin Ge stared at the template, momentarily speechless. Is that evaluation for real? And what on earth is with the dazzling array of LV.5 skills? Qin D is the strongest human in the host's world, achieving a combat power of 85 in a low-level scientific dimension without extraordinary powers is indeed worthy of the title. Invincible. Do I have a template? The system hesitated. I would advise the host against viewing it. The contrast may be quite stark. Show me. Qin Ge gritted his teeth. As you wish. Name: Qin Ge. Title: the most notorious scion of Huagua. Gender: male. Age: 18. Bloodline: human. Special ability: none. Skills: leisure and entertainment LV.5, firearms LV.3, hand-to-hand combat LV.3. Maximum skill level LV.5. Comprehensive combat power: 67th. The average healthy adult male is rated at 60. The maximum for humans is 100 at evaluation. Quite commendable at the very least. Your physique is in good health. Comment: your skills are quite impressive. Status: unable to load. Leisure and entertainment LV.5? Excuse me? And what on earth is that extravagant young master from Huagua? Damn it. Ahem, as you can see, this is the template. You need only meet the system's requirements to acquire it, the system said, skillfully diverting the topic. How do I obtain the template? Qin Ge asked, suppressing the urge to curse. Once you traverse dimensions and arrive in a parallel universe, the system will issue tasks. Upon completion, you'll be able to choose one template from the 3 major options. What are the 3 major templates? The templates are divided into character templates, limited time templates, and ability templates. The character template allows the host to permanently acquire all abilities of a character after loading, though the abilities must be honed by the host. There is a limit to the number of character templates that can be loaded. The limited time template enables the host to gain all or some abilities of a character for a specified duration, with full effect, but is a one-time use. The ability template grants the host a character's specific ability, permanently ensuring 100 effectiveness. However, the limit for loading ability templates is 3. Qin Ge nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that each of the 3 major templates had its unique advantages. The character template holds the greatest potential. The limited time template can serve as a trump card, and the ability template offers the best cost-effectiveness. In short term, each has its utility and its drawbacks. Does the host have any further inquiries? Not at the moment. Qin Ge scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for further questions. Is the host ready for the first time-space traversal? What? Now? Qin Ge replied, bewildered. Yes, now. How can you speak English so fluently? This system is proficient in all languages of this world. Impressive. If I traverse through time and space and die there, what happens here? Qin Ge suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. The host's true self will traverse, so death there equates to true death. Well, it seems that gaining strength comes with risks. One must be cautious when traversing. Where will I be traversing to? Actually, in today's society, most adult men are in a sub-healthy state and cannot be considered truly healthy. Chapter 2 features a female character. She should pose no threat, right? Before Qin Ge stood a virtual screen that suddenly displayed 3 covers. I wonder, can the security guard see this? Qin Ge, realizing belatedly, glanced at the security guard and inquired of the system. No, aside from the host. No one else can perceive the system. That is reassuring. Qin Ge nodded. Will I be detected while traversing dimensions? Haven't you just confirmed that there are no issues for the time being? When the host traverses dimensions, time in the main world will freeze, and thus, no one will notice. Oh my, that's quite splendid. Qin Ge exclaimed in surprise. The system decided to ignore this foolishness. Noticing the system's indifference, Qin Ge shifted her gaze to the 3 covers. Captain Marvel, and Captain America. Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at these 3 captains. It's one thing to use the faces of Americans as covers, but what on earth is with those tight-fitting suits? What is this road movie vibe from Captain Marvel? And this woman, her face is rather large. yet she appears quite formidable. And then there's Captain America, holding the shield emblazoned with the American flag. America? Hasn't it always been the United States? When did the Americans change their name? Qin Ge scratched her head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Have you selected which dimension to visit? Host, the system inquired. You only provided me with 3 covers. How am I supposed to choose? Is there no description? None. Detailed information will be released by the system after the host successfully traverses the dimension. So, it's a matter of luck then? That is one way to interpret it. Qin Ge's mouth twitched. After all, she was a seasoned, unlucky individual. Do all 3 dimensions possess extraordinary powers? Qin Ge asked. No comment. Which one is dangerous? Qin Ge persisted. Given the host's current combat power, all present dangers exist. While that may be true, it still sounds rather disheartening. Which dimension do you think I should choose? A countdown of 10 seconds begins. After this period, the system will randomly select a dimension for spatial traversal. 10. The system seemed to have reached its limit and spoke up. Wait, let me think this through. It's my first time. 9. For goodness sake, don't rush me. I need to deliberate. How can one make such a significant decision hastily? 7. Come on, system. Give me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Is that too much to ask? 4. Goodness, 1 minute. Just 1 minute, please. 2. Damn. Qin Ge turned pale, hastily tapping on the cover of Captain Marvel. The system suddenly noticed Qin Ge's choice and fell silent, gazing at her selection in disbelief. What's wrong? The atmosphere feels a bit tense. Qin Ge cautiously inquired. Can you tell me why you chose Captain Marvel? Of course. I made a thorough consideration. Qin Ge replied prudently. Just look at this Captain Marvel. The cover depicts her on a highway, and she is dressed in red, resembling a comedic character. If a comedic character possesses extraordinary powers, they would undoubtedly be formidable. Often, the true powerhouses appear jovial and foolish on the surface, while in reality, they possess immense strength. Therefore, let us dismiss this notion. And then, there is Captain America. While I am uncertain why this individual wields a shield crafted from the old American flag, the backdrop clearly indicates a battle. Given my own capabilities, I would struggle to survive on a battlefield devoid of extraordinary powers, let alone thrive in one where such powers are prevalent. Moreover, observe this individual. Even their muscles cannot be concealed beneath their attire. It is evident from the protagonist's presence that the antagonist must also be exceptionally formidable. Thus, I shall dismiss this option as well. Finally, we arrive at Captain Marvel. Though her face may be somewhat broad, her beauty is undeniably striking. Although her hair is tousled by some unseen force, within the context of her extraordinary abilities, this is inconsequential. The cover features solely her figure, devoid of any companions, indicating her status as the unequivocal protagonist. In a narrative where a woman takes center stage, the antagonist, no matter how powerful, cannot overshadow her. Therefore, among the 3 films, she poses the least danger, leading me to choose Captain Marvel. After articulating this, Qin Ge fell silent, yet his expressive eyes conveyed a plea for admiration. Host, your analysis is commendable. The system finally interjected after a prolonged silence. Indeed, I believe I possess the potential to become a military commander, Qin Ge declared with pride. Ahem, the spatial portal is about to open. Please prepare yourself, host, the system stated, eager to conclude the conversation with this simpleton. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge promptly straightened his posture. Buzz, an invisible wave radiated outward, rendering everything in its wake, save for Qin Ge, utterly motionless. Qin Ge curiously observed the stillness surrounding him, as even the air seemed to be frozen in place. Suddenly, a black portal materialized before him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ge stepped inside. He felt as though the world before him abruptly transformed, and in an instant, he found himself in what appeared to be a military encampment, surrounded by individuals who remained stagnant in time. Dimension name, Marvel Cinematic Universe, Captain Marvel. Dimension description, in 1995, as Earth became embroiled in a galactic war between 2 alien races, Carol Danvers emerged as the universe's most powerful hero, saving the planet. Dimension Task 2. Protect Earth in the impending interstellar war and repel the Ronin fleet. Task Reward. Random character template. Task Failure. Permanent confinement within this dimension. Dimension Task 3. Optional collaborate with Captain Marvel to assist the Skrulls in finding their home. Task Reward. Random ability template. Task Failure. No penalties. Upon completion of Tasks 1 and 2, one may depart from this dimension. Task 3 is optional. This dimension also harbors numerous hidden tasks for the host to discover. Wishing the host a successful mission and prosperous fortune. After meticulously reviewing the information provided by the system, Qin Ge silently sniffled. Alien races, galactic wars, interstellar conflict. The universe's most powerful hero, Qin Ge, remains speechless, yet his resolve solidified with a singular thought. I shall never again look down upon women in this lifetime. Chapter 3. It appears that the protagonist is indeed here. Qin Ge languidly slumped in a trash bin, devoid of any desire for life. Just 3 days prior, I was the most distinguished individual in Huagua. No, the most prominent youth of my generation. 3 days ago, I was the dashing scion of the Qin family. 3 days ago, I was a person who could obtain anything I desired, doing as I pleased, living life to the fullest. 3 days ago, I was an expert in indulgence, reveling in every pleasure that life had to offer. So, why on earth did I choose Captain Marvel? The current timeline is 1985. There remain 10 years until the narrative truly begins. The host must navigate the plot on their own. The voice of the system resonated suddenly. Lying on the ground, feigning death, Qin Ge stared blankly. What on earth? Plot? Is this a movie? Qin Ge sprang up, bewildered, and inquired. Indeed, is this an infinite flow of narrative? But why have I never encountered any film titled Captain Marvel? Captain Marvel is a creation from a parallel universe within the cosmos where the host resides, the system clarified. So, those characters are all fictional then? Not quite. The grand universe has operated for countless millennia, harboring an abundance of similar blossoms. The realm in which the host exists is indeed a tangible plane, and all its inhabitants possess flesh and blood akin to the host. Understood, Qin Ge nodded. However, with the plot commencing in 10 years, does that imply I must remain here for at least a decade? The host may interpret it in such a manner. Damn it. Host, please remain calm. The system replied with tranquility. Understood. Qin Ge replied weakly, devoid of the exhilaration he felt upon acquiring the system. He was but a pampered youth. While it was exhilarating to watch in theory, experiencing it firsthand was truly discomforting, especially when considering Captain Marvel, the most formidable hero in the universe. The very thought was terrifying. Could I possibly watch the film? Qin Ge took a deep breath and asked. No, the host must explore the plot independently. Very well, Qin Ge responded with disappointment. The host's current identity is a member of the United States Air Force's Reserve Unit, and his present location is a training base. The time freeze will be lifted in 5 seconds. The host is advised to prepare. 5, 4. Qin Ge inhaled deeply. Rising from the ground and noting his attire, a white shirt, military trousers, and leather boots, adjusting his state of mind. 3, 2. The time freeze is lifted. Buzz. An invisible wave trembled as the suspended time resumed its flow. Qin Ge surveyed his surroundings, familiarizing himself with what should be his military abode. The commotion outside captivated Qin Ge's attention. He stepped out of the tent. Before him hung several ropes suspended in the air. He recognized them as apparatuses commonly used in the military to test soldiers' bravery and strength. He had partaken in such exercises before and could navigate them with ease. Given his physique, come down, Carol. Your strength is inadequate. You will perish. You will die, woman. Depart from the reserve unit at once. Below, a cluster of American soldiers watched as a woman clung to a rope suspended several meters above the ground. Qin Ge observed the woman with keen interest, recognizing that she had reached her limit. Despite Qin Ge's combat power being a mere 67, which only exceeds that of an average adult male by 7 points, this seemingly insignificant margin is sufficient to elevate him as a paragon among this group of American soldiers. Once the threshold is surpassed, each additional point in combat power represents a considerable enhancement. The typical American soldier averages around 63 or 64, which places them significantly below Qin Ge. Trained rigorously by Qin Ge from a young age, even in the absence of formal skills, Qin Ge far surpasses the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. The woman inhaled deeply, the air around her becoming still before she suddenly leapt. Her hands grasped the lower rope with precision, but her exhausted strength left her unable to maintain her grip, leading her to plummet downward. Thud! She landed heavily among the weeds, emitting a pained groan. A man approached her, his face adorned with a derisive smile. After speaking, he disregarded her furious glare and was about to continue when he noticed Qin Ge nearby. The man's gaze was swiftly caught by others, who followed his line of sight. The struggling woman, upon noticing, also looked up. Qin Ge? The man squinted, taking in Qin Ge's uncommonly youthful visage. Qin Ge regarded the man with an impassive expression, seemingly uninterested in his words. The system coldly instructed, please act independently, host. Curse you. What use are you? Qin Ge thought. Should I just walk away? No, you're my guide. At a loss for words, he chose silence, as did the man, leading to an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the scene. We're leaving. The man glared at Qin Ge before turning to lead his companions away. Qin Ge observed the entire exchange with confusion. What has transpired? Why did this seemingly formidable individual leave so abruptly, with no words to express his bewilderment? Qin Ge turned his attention to the only woman remaining behind. He approached her and extended his right hand. The woman looked at Qin Ge in surprise, yet placed her hand in his palm as he helped her up. Thank you. Just a trivial matter, Qin Ge replied with a smile, which only deepened her astonishment. What's wrong? Noticing her incredulity, Qin Ge inquired. He found her visage somewhat familiar, but chose not to dwell on it. Do you know me? As the strongest recruit of the first preparatory camp, of course I know you, she responded. This revelation alleviated much of Qin Ge's confusion. The strongest recruit of the first preparatory camp. Indeed? Thank you. But as a female soldier, what brings you here? Qin Ge queried. The woman looked at him quizzically. I am also a recruit of the first preparatory camp. This is the training base, so naturally, I am here. It seemed he had asked a rather foolish question. Cough. What is your name? Qin Ge smoothly redirected the conversation. My name is Carol Danvers. What? Chapter 4. There's always someone looking to cause trouble. What? Qin Ge exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Carol regarded the newcomer with curiosity, pondering why he appeared somewhat unhinged. Qin Ge remained oblivious to the fact that he was nearly linked to insanity in Carol's mind. He was still in a state of shock. Carol Danvers? Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers? Although the system had not permitted Qin Ge to view the movie, it had provided a synopsis. The inadequate system clearly delineated the protagonist of the tale. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. The universe's mightiest hero is this individual before me, who cannot even grasp a rope and appears to be someone I could easily defeat 5 times over. What does that make me? The strongest hero across all realms? Qin Ge's doubtful gaze fell upon Carol's face, and indeed, upon closer inspection, she resembled the striking beauty on the cover, with her hair seemingly defying the wind. Carol felt a bit uneasy under Qin Ge's unwavering stare. Although her personality was typically boisterous, being scrutinized so directly was a novel experience for her. Hello, I am Qin Ge. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Ge shook his head and extended his right hand towards Carol. I am too, she stammered. The sunlight cascaded upon their clasped hands, seemingly heralding the commencement of their intersecting paths. Under the blazing sun, soldiers clad in white shirts were fervently engaged in their training. Qin Ge, alongside his fellow soldiers, sprinted beneath the sun, shedding sweat. This was a military camp, a place for physical conditioning, honing combat skills, and safeguarding the homeland. Here, there was sweat, tears, joy, laughter, anger, and sorrow. This was a sanctuary for soldiers and a bastion of national security. Soldiers devoted their youth, emotions, and bonds to their country and its people, etching the essence of life with their sweat and loyalty. Combat skills were a fundamental course for every soldier. They must learn to utilize martial arts to vanquish foes in any circumstance. Carol, anxiously observing Qin Ge, assumed a stance reflecting military combat techniques. Carol, cast aside your fears and alleviate your tension. Regard me as your adversary and attack without hesitation. Qin Ge softly urged. Taking a deep breath, Carol charged towards Qin Ge. Throwing a punch, Qin Ge deftly deflected her strike and swiftly grasped her shoulder, executing a throw. With a thud, Carol's back hit the grass, leaving her dazed. Do not attack blindly. Strike only when the moment is right. You may begin with tentative strikes, Qin Ge advised as he crouched down to meet Carol's gaze. Carol nodded thoughtfully, and Qin Ge smiled while pulling her back to her feet. Once more, taking a deep breath, Carol charged again. As night descended, a contingent of soldiers, laden with heavy gear, traversed the river in a military swim, with Qin Ge leading the charge, swiftly navigating the currents. The soldiers followed closely behind him, while Carol, positioned at the rear, gritted her teeth to keep pace with the group. Leading the way was the 1st Preparatory Battalion, of which Qin Ge was a member. As the strongest preparatory battalion of this Air Force base, they were entitled to take the forefront. You have been in the Preparatory Battalion for over half a year now. I trust the essence of a novice has been sufficiently refined by this point. Rosen cast a glance ahead, his gaze fixed on Qin Ge, and spoke. However, soldiers who have not undergone the trials of blood and fire are unworthy of being called true elites. You are all selected from across the nation, yet here, without the crucible of battle, you remain mere novices, utterly ineffectual. Rosen's words stirred a palpable discontent among the recruits, as he stated. They were indeed the finest young talents from various regions. Yet, in his disdainful view, they were rendered worthless. What are you but Air Force personnel? Do you fancy yourselves akin to the Flying Tigers? Though their hearts bristled with indignation, none dared voice their grievances. The trials of the past 6 months had taught them well. In the military hierarchy, rank could crush the spirit. Moreover, Rosen far surpassed him in rank. Rosen extended his hand, and an aide stepped forward, presenting him with a dossier. According to reliable intelligence, a group of terrorists was holed up in Siri Town, Florida, 7 individuals, fully armed. I require you to eliminate them, Rosen stated calmly. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, pondering the unusual nature of this Air Force preparatory camp. Such missions were typically assigned to special forces. Clearly, this was not the case here. Nevertheless, with over 30 personnel present, tackling 7 terrorists seemed manageable. Though these soldiers had yet to taste combat, their numbers provided a significant advantage. Qin Ge, step forward, Rosen suddenly commanded. Qin Ge took a step ahead, leaving the ranks. You will be in charge of this operation. Of the 36 individuals, you may only take 10, meaning a total of 12 participants in this mission. Success will be recorded in your graduation evaluation, but should you fail? Rosen's smile held a sinister edge. Understood, sir. Qin Ge replied loudly. Choose wisely. Qin Ge saluted Rosen, then turned to the remaining 35 individuals. Those wishing to join me, step forward. With a resounding clap, all 35 advanced. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Rosen's eyes. Excellent. No cowards. Daniel, Ross, and Raoul. Qin Ge swiftly selected capable members. Will White? And Qin Ge's gaze fell upon the figure on the far right, Carol. A spark of joy danced in Carol's eyes. If she could successfully complete this mission, her graduation evaluation might be significantly enhanced. This was a rare opportunity. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a black man named Sal. Speak, Rosen said, intrigued by this troublemaker. I object. Object to what? The first 10 are all outstanding individuals, and I accept that. But why should that woman be allowed to participate in this operation? What can a woman do better than anyone else? I refuse to accept it. Carol's expression darkened. Her fists clenched tightly. Here we go again. Denied simply because she was a woman. Why should that be the case? Qin Ge's gaze turned icy. His dark eyes fixed on Sal. Do you look down upon women? Indeed, I do. Do not shield her, Qin. I may not be able to defeat you, but you have no grounds to defend her. Sal declared, his head held high. I harbor no intentions of defending Carol. Qin Ge replied, his voice frigid. What then? Do you intend to do? I merely wish for you and Carol to compete. I believe she will demonstrate to you why I've chosen her. Qin Ge stated with an impassive expression. Is she truly capable of proving herself to me? Sal scoffed, as if he had just heard an outrageous jest. His disdainful gaze fixated on Carol. Carol trembled with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Since we are both aviators, let's compare our piloting skills. What say you? Qin Ge suddenly smiled, a mysterious glint in his eyes as he regarded Sal. Very well, let's compete. Sal instinctively sensed something amiss but said nothing, acquiescing to the challenge. Qin Ge's smile broadened, and he turned to give Carol a knowing glance. 3 days later, in Siri Town, Florence State. Boss, the targets are currently dining at that restaurant across the street. A message appeared on the communicator. Understood. Await further instructions, Qin Ge replied, editing the message before setting the communicator down. When shall we act? Carol, dressed casually like Qin Ge, inquired. There's no rush. Let us first have something to eat. Qin Ge said, helping himself to the food on the table. You actually have the presence of mind to eat, Carol remarked, incredulous. One must be nourished to have the strength to execute a mission. Here, Qin Ge speared a piece of steak with his fork and held it towards Carol's mouth. Carol shot him an exasperated glance before opening her mouth to bite into the steak. By the way, you truly excelled at incapacitating Sal 3 days ago, Qin Ge commented while chewing. It wasn't as exaggerated as you make it sound, Carol replied with a hint of resignation, though a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. In that flying competition 3 days prior, she had thoroughly dominated Sal, besting him in every aspect, be it simulated combat, aircraft control, or emergency landings. This left the recruits in the preparatory camp enlightened. How could a woman who made it into the first preparatory camp be anything but formidable? Well, you taught me how to fly, so in a manner, you are partially my instructor. Assisting you is only fitting. Qin Ge waved the fork dismissively. Regardless, I still thank you, Carol replied earnestly. Qin Ge shrugged and returned his focus to the roasted meat before him. With her chin resting on her hand, Carol gazed out the window at the building across the street. The target was right there, yet they were unable to act. Half an hour later, Qin Ge wiped his mouth with satisfaction. The food at this restaurant was truly delightful. He resolved to return next time he was in Siri Town. Have you finally had your fill? Carol leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, watching Qin Ge. Indeed, it is time to take action, Qin Ge said with a grin. At his words, Carol and the others behind them perked up, all ears to hear Qin Ge's next instructions. I have assessed the situation. This group of terrorists is rather easy to handle, Qin Ge remarked, sipping his coffee. Every 3 days, they send individuals to procure food, typically consisting of 2 to 3 persons. They are terrorists, specifically those sought after by the government, and under normal circumstances, they would not linger in one location for long. However, they have remained here for over half a month, indicating that circumstances prevent their departure. These 7 individuals are brothers, bound by deep affection. The last confrontation with the police occurred prior to their arrival in Shili Town. Thus, I surmise that someone has sustained severe injuries, compelling them to stay put. Our next course of action is to wait for the procurers to emerge, eliminate them first, and then deal with the remaining individuals. Upon the conclusion of Qin Ge's statement, the others regarded Qin Kong with newfound respect. Is this the chasm between them and the new king? How impressive! Carol gazed at Qin Ge with admiration. You two can achieve this in the future, Qin Ge replied with a smile. Although he lacked formal education, being raised in a military family, he had absorbed some influence from his grandfather and father, and after months of rigorous training, his military acumen had reached a commendable level. Me? I cannot compare. Carol shook her head. I am far too reckless. At best, I am a soldier charging into battle. Commanding a fight is not my forte. Carol was acutely aware of her temperament. Giving her command could easily lead to disaster. It was better for her to remain a soldier, charging into the fray. Qin Ge chuckled at her words, intending to speak further when his peripheral vision caught movement from the opposite building. Everyone stood alert. Qin Ge immediately whispered, and all, including Carol, straightened their posture at his command. They resumed their conversation and continued eating, yet every eye discreetly focused on the 3 individuals emerging from that building. 3 individuals. Aside from the one presumed gravely injured. By neutralizing these 3 first, they could minimize casualties before addressing the remaining 4. Qin Ge's mind raced with calculations. Sniper team, prepare and await my orders. Be ready to eliminate the targets at any moment. Sniper team 2, maintain vigilance on the target stronghold. Report any movements immediately. Assault teams 1 and 2, proceed to your designated standby points. Qin Ge communicated swiftly through the radio. Sniper team acknowledges. Sniper team 2 acknowledges. Assault team 1 acknowledges. Assault team 2 acknowledges. Within the restaurant, 6 trainees disguised in plain clothes promptly rose to settle their accounts. Qin Ge had organized the trainees into 2 sniper teams, 2 assault teams, and 1 free team. Each sniper team comprised 2 members, while each assault team consisted of 3, leaving him and Carol in the free team. Carol's flying skills were unparalleled here, yet her practical experience was lacking, ranking her among the least capable in combat. In contrast, Qin Ge was undoubtedly among the most proficient. Keeping Carol with him ensured a relatively safer approach. Chapter 6. A perfect conclusion. What shall we do? Carol inquired, her gaze following the departing assault team members. The 4 members of the sniper team had remained at their positions, and now, with the assault team gone, only the 2 of them were left. Follow me. Qin Ge wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and spoke. Carol hastily donned her duckbill cap and followed suit. Why are we dressed like this? She inquired, glancing at her outfit with dismay as they stood before the clothing store. At that moment, Carol's attire resembled that of a rebellious young girl. Distressed denim jeans, a white undershirt, a black leather jacket, and a shirt tied around her waist. With a touch of graffiti on her face, she would embody the persona of a delinquent. There was nothing military about her appearance. Qin Ge was not much better off, clad in motorcycle gear, his face perpetually adorned with a mischievous grin, exuding the air of a wayward youth. This was a carefully crafted look by Qin Ge, while Carol, with her carefree disposition, could effortlessly play the role of a rebellious girl. As for Qin Ge, portraying a scion of the elite came as second nature to him. What impression do you think we give off? Qin Ge asked, observing the disdainful glances from passers-by directed at their outfits, and chuckled at Carol. Delinquent. Annoying. Carol responded immediately. Then do we resemble soldiers? Qin Ge inquired with a grin. Not at all. Carol, no fool, quickly grasped the implication. Given their current attire, it was unlikely anyone would associate them with military personnel. The image of soldiers is typically one of meticulousness and seriousness. Who would envision soldiers dressed in such a manner? You must learn to disguise your identity during a mission. This minimizes the enemy's vigilance, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. Carol nodded thoughtfully, about to speak when a strong arm enveloped her waist. Where are you, Sha? Qin Ge placed a finger on Carol's lips, glancing at 3 individuals passing by. Following his gaze, Carol's eyes widened in surprise. They are here to procure supplies, Qin Ge whispered. Once the 3 terrorists had moved on, Qin Ge, release Carol. Let us follow them. Carol nodded, and the pair carefully trailed the 3 terrorists. Before long, the group entered a supermarket. Boss, I've spotted them. An observer from the sniper team reported into the radio, having locked onto the largest supermarket in Shili Town. Keep a close watch at the supermarket entrance. Do not let them escape. Qin Ge spoke into the radio. This is utterly inconvenient. I miss the convenience of modern earpieces. Assault team, report status. Assault team, in position. Assault team, 2, in position. Everyone, attach silencers. We must not alert other terrorists. Wait for my command to act. Qin Ge continued. Understood, came the chorus of responses. You should also attach a silencer to your weapon, just in case, Qin Ge advised as he pulled Carol into a small alley. Okay, Carol nodded, retrieving her concealed handgun and affixing the silencer. Qin Ge remained still, having already prepared his weapon. Once ready, the two entered the supermarket. Qin Ge quickly assessed the situation. The store was crowded, and should chaos erupt, the casualties could be significant. They needed to neutralize the 3 individuals swiftly to minimize potential losses. Carol nudged Qin Ge and whispered, they are on the 2nd floor. Qin Ge glanced upwards, swiftly identifying the positions of the 3 terrorists. The assault team. He retrieved his walkie-talkie, observing the trio on the 2nd floor, selecting ingredients. Action. Bang, bang, bang. As Qin Ge's words resonated, the 3 members of the assault team stationed on the 2nd floor simultaneously pulled their triggers. The countless hours of training in the preparatory camp had honed their accuracy to perfection, and without any mishap, the 3 terrorists were struck in the forehead, succumbing instantly to death. They've killed someone. The onlookers nearby, witnessing the demise of the 3, erupted in panic, screaming in terror. The crowd descended into chaos, each person scrambling towards the supermarket entrance. Qin Ge exchanged a knowing glance with Carol, who immediately understood and sprinted to the entrance, blocking everyone's path. I am a soldier of the military, and we are executing a counterterrorism operation. The enemy has been neutralized. Please, Carol raised her identification high, her voice ringing out above the clamor. The frenzied crowd gradually calmed, not solely due to Carol's words, but rather the intimidating presence of the firearm she wielded. The 6 members of the assault team quickly arrived at the supermarket entrance, each armed with semi-automatic rifles, their intimidation far surpassing that of Carol's pistol. Boss, what's our next move? One of the recruits inquired of Qin Ge. The assault team will handle the aftermath. Team 2, follow me. We cannot allow these individuals to leave before the police arrive, Qin Ge instructed, casting a glance at the crowd. Understood, Qin Ge nodded, pulling Carol along as they hurried with Team 2 towards the location of the terrorists. It soon became evident that Qin Ge's assumptions were largely correct, albeit with a slight miscalculation regarding the number of casualties. Rather than 1 critical injury, there were 2. Only 2 terrorists remained capable of movement, and given their unexpected assault, they posed no match for these elite recruits. Within moments, they too were eliminated. This mission, under Qin Ge's strategic command, concluded flawlessly with 5 terrorists neutralized and 2 captured, all while ensuring 0 casualties among the team. In light of such exemplary execution, Chief Instructor Rosen expressed rare and profound praise for the 12 participants involved in the mission, promising to elevate their graduation evaluations and advocate for rewards on their behalf. Consequently, all participants saw an automatic increase in their graduation scores. As the commander of this operation, Qin Ge not only accomplished the mission, but also achieved 0 civilian casualties and 0 team injuries, resulting in a 2-level enhancement of his graduation rating. If all goes as expected, he would graduate as a lieutenant. Initially, recruits from this preparatory camp would merely graduate as non-commissioned officers. But with Qin Ge's outstanding performance and the additional merit from this mission, his ascension to the rank of lieutenant post-graduation was entirely foreseeable. Chapter 7. A lifetime of impossible journeys in the blink of an eye. A year had elapsed. During this time, Qin Ge had led numerous successful missions, each executed with remarkable precision. The title of newcomer in the United States Air Force has been firmly established. After spending a year and a half in this world, Qin Ge has undergone significant transformation, not only in terms of strength but also in character. Previously, Qin Ge was merely a reckless scion, lacking in academic pursuits. However, after undergoing military training and experiencing a series of harrowing missions, he has changed profoundly. Name: Qin Ge. Title: New King of the United States Air Force Preparatory Camp. Gender: male. Age: 18 years. Age has been frozen in other dimensions. Lineage: human. Special ability: none. Skills: indulgence LV5, firearms LV4, combat LV4, leadership LV3, driving LV3, maximum skill level LV5, overall combat power 70, normal healthy adult male. 60. Maximum human value, 100 evaluation. You have begun to earn the title of powerful, yet in this realm, you remain a novice. Status, not loadable. Qin Ge is currently formidable. Indeed, a combat power of 70 positions him as an elite within any military. In the pre-supernatural era, each increment in combat power signifies a substantial enhancement in strength. Elevating combat power is a formidable challenge. Qin Ge's rapid progress is largely attributed to his youth. Absent the attainment of the supernatural, combat power tends to decline with age, particularly between the ages of 35 and 40. Qin Ge's father, Qin Ge, retains a terrifying combat power of 85 at the age of 45, indicating that at his peak, Qin Ge's power could even reach 90 or beyond. In a world devoid of the supernatural, what does a combat power of 90 signify? Without resorting to firearms, even dozens of elite soldiers would not suffice to contend with him. Qin Ge's combat power of 70 is commendable. Regrettably, the realm he inhabits is one characterized by the extraordinary. The term extraordinary does not solely refer to superpowers. A technological realm developed, to a certain extent, can also be deemed extraordinary. This definition remains somewhat nebulous, and Qin Ge is not entirely certain. But he trusts the system's guidance. As the end of the month approaches, the preparatory camp's training has gradually eased, with graduation drawing near. Although a test awaits at graduation, the more crucial aspect lies in daily training and performance during missions. Thus, the graduation results are not of paramount importance, leading to a slight relaxation in training. Yet, this relaxation is merely relative. The training volume remains substantial, though the time off at the end of the month has shifted from a single day to 2 days. Within New York City, Qin Ge's preparatory camp is affiliated with a New York Air Force base, not far from the city, only about half a day's travel. During this break, Qin Ge has been spirited away by Carol to explore New York. Previously, Carol would accompany her close friend Maria Lumbo, but with Maria's impending motherhood, she could not join the outing, prompting Carol to turn her attention to another friend, Qin Ge. Disneyland. The roller coaster is undoubtedly Carol's favorite amusement ride. For an experienced pilot, such so-called thrilling games are mere trifles, easily manageable. Although Qin Ge harbors no fear, he finds little joy in these activities. However, he cannot refuse Carol's enthusiastic invitation and reluctantly accompanies her on ride after ride. The drop tower, the circular coaster, the tubular coaster, and the U-shaped coaster. To the point where he feels nauseous. Here, as your favorite vanilla ice cream. Carol cheerfully hands him an ice cream cone. Thank you, Qin Ge replies, dazed and resting his chin on his hand. It's been a while since we've been here. The feeling is still familiar, Carol says, licking her ice cream with satisfaction. Qin Ge rolls his eyes helplessly. As long as you're happy. Where shall we go next? Carol inquires eagerly. I'm not sure. Qin Ge shrugs. How about the haunted house? Absolutely not. Qin Ge vehemently shakes his head. The haunted house? No way. It's out of the question. I could never bring myself to go into one. He still vividly remembers the time his unscrupulous friends dragged him to a world-renowned haunted house themed around a hospital in a foreign country. They entered with enthusiasm, but were carried out in a horizontal position, having fainted from fright. Every single one of them, including Qin Ge. No, we cannot go to the haunted house, he asserts firmly. Carol blinks, surprised by a strong reaction. What's the big deal? A glimmer of mischief sparkles in her eyes, sensing there's a story to uncover behind Qin Ge's apprehension. By the way, hand me the camera, Carol requests. Qin Ge removes the camera hanging around his neck and hands it to her. The cameras of this era are largely automated, which brings great relief to Qin Ge, who is a novice in photography. These photos are quite lovely, Carol remarks as she looks through the pictures Qin Ge has taken. It's still you who looks beautiful. Anyone else wouldn't capture the same essence, Qin Ge comments, gazing at the ice cream absent-mindedly. How should I eat this? Should I lick it or bite into it? Carol pauses, glancing at Qin Ge, who is deep in thought about how to eat the ice cream, before returning her focus to the camera. Perhaps I'll just bite into it, Qin Ge muses, picking his nose before opening his mouth wide to target the small ice cream. With a satisfying crunch, he devours half of the ice cream, an exhilarating chill spreading through his mouth as the coolness bursts forth from his features. Delicious, refreshing, amazing. His eyes light up, and he exclaims, "Let's take a picture." Carol leans in closer. Come on, let us take a photo together. Qin Ge closes his mouth, puzzled by her request. What for? We've known each other for so long, yet we don't have a photo together. That's just not right. Come on, strike a pose. What are we even taking a picture for? Hey, don't pull me. Don't pull me. I take photographs. Is that not permissible? Qin Ge sat with her arms crossed on the chair, while Carol rested her arm on Qin Kong's shoulder, their fingers forming a peace sign, capturing their radiant smiles within the frame. Snap! The scene froze at that moment. Chapter 8. In the name of soldiers, as night fell, the sun disappeared. Yet the amusement park remained open, refusing to close its doors. This park operates for 16 hours, only shutting down at midnight. In a metropolis like New York, one could still catch glimpses of stars. The two lay on the grass of the amusement park, gazing at the celestial bodies above, when Carol, filled with wonder, spoke. With her left hand cradling her head and her right hand reaching out towards the stars as if attempting to catch a few to play with, she expressed her awe. Qin Ge, lying beside Carol with her hands behind her head, remained silent, quietly observing the stars. Qin, where do you plan to go after graduation? Carol, mimicking Qin Ge's posture, asked while staring at the night sky. Well, I suppose I will continue my service in the military. Qin Ge pondered before responding. In this realm, remaining in the military maximizes her chances of survival. In a world where extraordinary powers can obliterate planets, it is wiser to tread cautiously. What about you? I guess I will also stay in the military, Carol replied uncertainly. Since we are both staying in the military, let us continue as partners after graduation. Qin Ge suddenly sat up and declared, looking intently at Carol. Partners? Carol was taken aback, gazing at Qin Kong in surprise. Yes. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to be my partner? Qin Ge asked with a cheerful smile. Are we really partners? Carol asked, still in a daze. Of course. You have always been my partner. Upon meeting Qin Ge's gaze, Carol broke into a smile. All right, after graduation, we shall remain partners. Training camp, training ground. Qin Ge kneeled on the ground, her sniper rifle poised, breathing steadily as she frequently glanced through the scope. She was the only individual sniper among this cohort of Air Force recruits. Do not be misled by the notion that there are few. Qin Ge's presence has delighted the high-ranking officials of the American Air Force for quite some time. A solo sniper, as the name implies, operates independently. In modern warfare, with the continuous advancements in sniper rifles, both power and precision have escalated, yet the complexity of data and influencing factors has also constrained the emergence of snipers. Do not be fooled by those dramatized portrayals. In reality, if one were to simply wield a sniper rifle and aim from a corner, the shot would likely veer off course entirely. A sniper must consider factors such as wind speed and atmosphere pressure before firing, necessitating a dedicated partner to record and calculate these elements. Why do snipers require high educational qualifications? Because the calculations involved are intricate, and those with insufficient education would merely be a liability on the field. Qin Ge, being a solo sniper, is particularly formidable, as she must not only master the sniper rifle, but also compute a vast array of data, all within a fleeting time frame. After all, the dynamics of battle shift rapidly, and one's adversaries will not remain stationary, waiting for the shot. Thus, when Qin Ge, this rookie sensation, demonstrated her talent as a solo sniper, the level of attention and regard for her surged once again. Initially, Qin Ge's graduation evaluation was already extraordinarily high, and now, with the added enhancement of being a solo sniper, it is beyond question. As for how this underachiever, Qin Ge, possesses such formidable computational abilities, it all traces back to a particular day. System Dad, do we have a store? You know, one where points can be exchanged for items? Something like 9 Profound Arts, Supreme Forgetting Emotion Record, or perhaps something related to ancestral bloodlines, like the bloodline of the ancestral witch or the ancestral dragon. Qin Ge rubbed his hands together, asking with a mischievous glint in his eyes. No. Then, is there a lottery wheel or something similar? For instance, if I complete a task, do I get a chance to draw a prize, perhaps an enhancement opportunity, or a time-space travel token? No. What do you do then? I assist the host in data analysis, the system replied candidly. Does data analysis include data computation? Qin Ge's eyes suddenly lit up, hastily inquiring. It does. The system suddenly felt an ominous premonition. If I become a sniper, can you assist me with calculations? Yes. Perfect. Thus, the current scene unfolded. System, commence calculations. Qin Ge peered through the sniper scope at a moving target 300 meters away and communicated with the system in his mind. Calculating. Constructing data simulation library. Modeling complete. Please lower the sniper rifle and align the crosshair. Under the precise calculations of the system's vast data, Qin Ge was relieved of the burden of computation. He merely needed to aim at the position indicated by the system and pull the trigger. With the system's command, Qin Ge abruptly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The moving target at 300 meters fell in response, a direct hit to the forehead. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from behind him. Qin Ge turned in confusion to see Carol, dressed in training camp attire, arms crossed, gazing at him with a smile. Carol? Qin Ge exclaimed, surprised at her unexpected presence. What brings you here? After the training, I heard about the sharpshooter practicing on the long-distance moving target. I had no pressing matters, so I thought I would come and take a look, Carol replied with a grin. She handed Qin Ge a bottle of mineral water. Thank you. Feeling parched, Qin Ge expressed his gratitude and immediately tilted the bottle back to drink. Refreshing. After downing nearly half the bottle, he wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Content. The satisfaction derived from a bottle of water? Carol remarked, somewhat speechless. This is called finding joy in contentment. Qin Ge chuckled. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Well, the gist is about charging into battle to defend one's homeland. That's not entirely incorrect, Qin Ge mused, stroking his chin as memories of Qin Ge's teachings surfaced in his mind. Let me pose a question. In a mall, a fire trapped 500 people. 200 escaped. And then a firefighter entered. How many people died in total? Carol was taken aback. The question seemed quite simple. What was Qin Ge getting at? 300? She responded, somewhat uncertain. Qin Ge shook his head. One? How could that be? Carol suddenly paused, realizing the implication. The individual firefighter accounted for one casualty. While she may have a brash demeanor, she was far from foolish. She possessed a keen intellect. As the firefighter contemplated her personal sacrifice, she was instantly reminded of many things. Chapter 9. The approaching farewell. Qin Ge gently patted Carol's shoulder. A soldier is akin to a railing. One can choose not to lean upon it, yet it remains indispensable. What is a soldier? A soldier is the hand that a mother yearns to grasp at the door. A soldier is the phone call that a wife is reluctant to end. A soldier is the stranger, distant and intimidating in the eyes of a son. A soldier embodies the worries and pride of family. Behind a soldier lies peace, while before them is war. Once they grasp their steel weapon, they must relinquish their affectionate ties, and donning the military uniform requires the abandonment of comfort and ease. To serve one's country is a commitment made without regret. Qin Ge hailed from a military family. Though he was somewhat of a dandy, the blood of a soldier coursed through his veins. He understood the sacrifices of soldiers better than anyone else. It was only later, upon encountering numerous reports about soldiers and receiving his mother's guidance, that he truly comprehended. His father, Qin Ge, may not have been an exemplary father, yet he was undoubtedly a commendable soldier, a soldier worthy of respect. However, this did not justify his decision to cast himself into this impoverished county. He was not so noble. He respected soldiers, no doubt. But the thought of abandoning the beautiful life in Yanjing to endure hardship in a small county was unbearable. He was merely a commoner, a dandy, lacking such lofty ideals. Indeed, life treats one as if to say, if you cannot resist, then enjoy it. As Qin Ge was lost in thought, Carol gradually grasped the meaning behind his words, and her gaze towards him transformed. Qin, you are truly remarkable. What? Qin Ge was taken aback by Carol's starry-eyed admiration, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is this truly Qin's understanding of soldiers? He is indeed exceptional. Cough, cough, this is merely a phrase I borrowed from others, Qin Ge replied, his confidence faltering slightly. He was thick-skinned, but not to the extent of claiming others' words as his own without a change in expression. Indeed, the very fact that you can articulate such sentiments, even if borrowed, reflects your inner thoughts, Carol remarked, shaking her head. Impossible. Qin Ge chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Who am I? The most notorious dandy in the history of the People's Republic of China. Miss Carol, you must have me mistaken. Enough of that. I shall take my leave now, Qin Ge said, turning away from Carol as he headed outside. I'm off to have a meal. At the training camp, in the instructor's conference room, Chief Instructor Rosen sat at the head of the table, surrounded by various instructors from the training camp. With the current Air Force cadets nearing graduation, the instructors have begun to busy themselves. There aren't too many good candidates this time. It's regrettable that there are only 2 girls among them, remarked an instructor from the second training camp helplessly. There's nothing we can do. The system is set in place. It's a pity, as both Carol Danvers and Maria Lambeau possess commendable abilities, another instructor expressed with a hint of regret. However, it's fortunate we have Qin Ge. This lad has overshadowed the entire cohort. He is truly a talent. Indeed, has there ever been such a formidable cadet in the previous 2 batches? Except for a slight deficiency in driving skills compared to other abilities, the rest of his performance is nothing short of flawless. However, this is only in comparison to himself. Qin Ge's driving skills are commendable, with few, aside from Carol, able to rival him. Upon graduation, he should be able to directly enter the Air Force Special Operations Team. Your assertion may indeed hold merit. Could it be that we are about to produce our own flying tigers? With a firm tap on the table, Rosen commanded silence in the previously boisterous conference room. He surveyed the room with satisfaction. An old friend from the Flying Tigers has already contacted me, specifically requesting Qin Ge. Upon graduation, Qin Ge will directly join the Flying Tigers. This statement caused an uproar. Rosen, a former member of the Flying Tigers, has maintained close ties with this elite unit since his departure, a fact well known among all. The fact that the Flying Tigers not only sought him out, but also contacted Chief Instructor Rosen directly indicates the significance they place on Qin Ge. Qin Ge's outstanding performance has surpassed even some of the newly inducted members of the Flying Tigers. Moreover, his proficiency as a solo sharpshooter is an extraordinary asset, remarked one instructor. Indeed, the advantages of a solo sniper are immense. Snipers are already a rare breed, and one who operates independently is even more exceptional. Qin Ge's capacity to engage moving targets over a distance exceeding 1,000 meters is a rarity, even within the ranks of the Flying Tigers. It is hardly surprising that they are eager to recruit him. Who would have thought our ranks would also be contributing to the Flying Tigers? Laughter filled the room. The instructors were in high spirits. The Flying Tigers recruit members nationwide, and adding even 2 each year is considered a success. Typically, talents are funneled from various military districts, followed by internal selection and training within the Flying Tigers to ultimately choose new members. However, someone like Qin Ge, for whom the Flying Tigers have directly requested his presence, bypasses the training selection process altogether. Upon graduation, he will be a full-fledged member of the Flying Tigers. Joining them guarantees an immediate commission as a second lieutenant. Furthermore, Qin Ge has accomplished numerous tasks during his training camp, and his military achievements have already brought him close to the rank of lieutenant. Upon joining the Flying Tigers, his rank is likely to rise even further. The rank of second lieutenant, or even first lieutenant, is not out of the question. As for the rank of captain, it is a distant aspiration. Captains are often those who have completed significant missions and served many years to reach such a level. The ascent of influential military officers is quite challenging. While non-influential ranks may be easier to achieve, what value do they hold? A powerless major possesses less authority than a mere captain. What good is that? Chapter 10. The year of graduation, we part ways next week. This cohort of trainees will graduate. How swiftly time passes. An instructor remarked, the wistfulness evident on his face. Indeed, another cohort has come and gone. This marks the 4th group I have seen off, replied another instructor. You have only seen off 4. I have sent off 7. I have seen off 5. 6. Rosen did not intervene as these instructors expressed their emotions. This is quite natural. Each year, this sentiment arises around this time. Soldiers are, after all, human, and they possess their own feelings. After spending over a year together with these trainees, how could they not form emotional bonds? Especially in a military camp, a place steeped in camaraderie. I recall that Qin Ge and Carol seem to share a close bond, don't they? Remarked an instructor, his expression revealing a mix of curiosity and skepticism. If the students were to witness such a scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. It seems improbable. These two are likely just good friends, devoid of any romantic inclinations. In the military, unlike in school, relationships need to be reported to superiors. Yet they do not obstruct one's personal affairs. Once reported, one can pursue a relationship openly, but failure to disclose and subsequent discovery could lead to disciplinary action. Thus, those who engage in romantic relationships typically ensure proper communication. It is indeed a pity, though. If these two were to be together, it would be quite lovely. Enough of this, gentlemen. You are talking like a bunch of gossiping women, interrupted Rosen, slapping the table to steer the conversation back on track regarding graduation matters. As night descended, following a day of rigorous training, the soldiers dispersed, some to revelry, others to restful slumber. Compared to the military camps in Huagua, the entertainment life of soldiers at this Air Force base is considerably more vibrant. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Qin Ge bent his right leg, resting his right arm upon it, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars above. In this Air Force base, on a clear night devoid of clouds, the stars shone vividly, their brilliance captivating and their twinkling gentle. I knew you would be here. Carol approached from behind and settled beside Qin Ge, mimicking his posture as they both admired the celestial display. You know I have a fondness for this, Qin Ge replied with a smile. Carol, upon hearing this, returned a warm smile of her own. What troubles you? Qin Ge inquired, observing Carol with concern. In the military, Carol's only friends were Qin Ge and Maria Lumbo, the latter stationed in the 2nd Preparatory Battalion, only able to meet during monthly breaks. Hence, when Carol bore burdens, she sought solace in Qin Ge's company. Indeed, Carol nodded, her gaze drifting wistfully toward the stars. In 3 days, we shall graduate. Qin Ge, taken aback by this realization, acknowledged, yes, in just 3 days, our cohort will graduate. The U.S. Air Force does not permit female pilots, thus ensuring that Carol and Qin Ge would inevitably part ways. Over the past year and a half, Qin Ge had maintained his position as the top recruit in the Air Force, and given his performance in the preparatory camp, joining the elite Tiger Force was virtually assured. Conversely, Carol would not even qualify for the most basic pilot role, not due to a lack of ability, but because of stringent requirements. Have you decided your next steps? Carol bit her lip, inquiring. I will directly join the Tiger Force as a full member, Qin Ge stated confidently. Indeed, Carol's eyes dimmed momentarily, reflecting the weight of his words. So, you truly are joining the Tiger Force? And you, with your achievements? Even if you cannot become a formally assigned pilot, you surely wouldn't resort to being a mechanic, would you? Qin Ge suckled lightly. Maria, and I will be participating in a highly confidential project. I am unaware of the details, but the information has been relayed to us, Carol replied, her demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. Then you must strive for success, Qin Ge encouraged. Indeed, Carol affirmed, as the atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. A tranquil atmosphere quietly enveloped the surroundings, leaving both individuals at a loss for words, compelled to maintain a serene silence as they lay upon the grass, immersed in quietude. Qin Ge turned his head to glance at Carol, and suddenly, a cascade of memories concerning their time together flooded his mind. He inquired whether she preferred vanilla or strawberry ice cream. He asked if she favored listening to music or singing. He questioned her preference for watching films or reading books. She confided in him that she enjoyed the taste of plain ice cream. She revealed her fondness for both listening to and singing songs. She expressed her love for both watching movies and reading literature, as they strolled along the paths of the camp, reminiscent of carefree children. And when they collapsed onto the grass after a grueling training session, sharing laughter, the sunlight illuminated her radiant visage. At that moment, Qin Ge suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, someone had quietly found a place within his heart. This was not about love. Rather, it was the presence of a significant individual, one whose memory was indelibly etched in his mind, a person he cherished deeply, one he did not wish to part from. Will we still be like this after graduation? Carol, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Yes, Qin Ge replied, gazing upward at the sky, where countless twinkling stars adorned the dark expanse. In the distance, a shooting star seemed to traverse the heavens. Let's make a promise, Qin Ge suggested suddenly. A promise? Carol paused, looking at him with curiosity. Yes, a promise, he affirmed, extending his right hand with his pinky finger bent outward. What kind of promise? Carol inquired, glancing at his outstretched pinky. To stay in touch after graduation. If we ever meet again, we shall be partners, Qin Ge declared with a smile. After graduation, Qin Ge was set to join the Flying Tigers, while Carol was to participate in a highly classified project, their life paths having diverged. According to the natural course of life, their paths would likely not cross again. But, perhaps, partners? Carol looked at Qin Ge's finger, a smile spreading across her face. Then let us make that promise. Her fair pinky gently intertwined with Qin Ge's, their thumbs resting against each other. Beneath the resplendent night sky, Qin Ge and Carol made their vow, under the witness of the stars. This promise would endure alongside their growth. Would it be fulfilled? Would it be missed? No one could say. The future, with its uncertainty, was filled with allure. And it was precisely this unknown, this infinite potential, that led them to pledge beneath the starry sky. The promise made beneath the celestial expanse must be realized. Chapter 11. 3 years of change at the Tianma Project base. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Carol, clad in a dark green flight suit. As she stepped out with her bag in hand, 3 years had passed since graduation, and the once naive girl had transformed into a formidable female warrior. The gentle aura she once embodied had given way to a strikingly confident presence that now characterized Carol. Soldiers do not require fragility. Carol does not need softness. In the distance, a fellow soldier, Maria, approached upon seeing Carol. You're late, Carol, Maria greeted with a smile. After having a bite at home. It grew a bit late. Carol shyly chuckled and explained. It's all right, Dr. Lawson hasn't arrived yet. That's a relief. You, the king of tardiness, make me hesitate to let Monica accompany you. This is hardly a commendable habit, Maria said, shaking her head in exasperation. Haha, rest assured. I shall not be late at crucial moments. Carol waved her hand dismissively. You Haven tea changed a bit, Maria replied with a laugh and a shake of her head. So, have you been in touch with Qin lately? Graduation doesn't mean farewell forever, after all. Qin Ge and Carol have maintained their correspondence. Qin has been on a mission. It's been impossible to reach him lately, Carol remarked. The Flying Tigers are on daily missions, Maria said with a smile. Carol nodded in agreement. After graduation, Qin Ge was promoted to the rank of captain and officially joined the Flying Tigers. 3 years post-graduation, Qin Ge transitioned from a reserve member to a squad leader within the Flying Tigers, attaining the rank of major. He has developed into the most successful graduate of this cohort, becoming a commissioned officer at such a young age. It is quite unfathomable what Qin Ge has accomplished during these 3 years in the Flying Tigers. It's been 3 years since we last met. Who knows when we shall reunite? Carol expressed her disappointment. Despite their ongoing communication, Qin Ge's busy schedule has prevented any gatherings. There will be opportunities, Maria reassured her, patting Carol on the shoulder. I still remember that promise, my partner. In a war-torn country in Africa, a cluster of buildings was bordered by a grove of trees. If a master of disguise were to arrive, they would instantly discover the 5 individuals concealed within. The mission was to rescue the trapped South Korean biologist, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. This operation was directly requested by the South Korean government, garnering considerable attention. Success was imperative. Failure was not an option. Qin Ge, his face painted in camouflage and dressed in tactical attire, whispered to the 4 individuals surrounding him while crouched in a pit. We have only 10 minutes. It takes at least 12 minutes to reach here from the terrorist headquarters. We must extract the target within 10 minutes. Remember, this is a rescue mission. As soon as we secure the individual, we depart. No lingering. Do you understand? Understood. The 4 responded in hushed tones. Now, synchronize your watches. The 5 simultaneously glanced at their wristwatches. It is 27 minutes and 53 seconds past 10. Proceed according to the original plan. Cheetah, Eagle, you 2 must ensure Dr. Zhao Hailuan's safety. Understood. Await my command. With that, Qin Ge hoisted a box and swiftly departed. Before long, he issued the command, commence action. Upon hearing Qin Ge's directive, the 4 sprang into action. The building complex was not extensive. The target hostage was confined within the central structure. There were only 2 access routes, 1 main road and 1 narrow path. The narrow path, being quite constricted, was under clear observation from a high vantage point, leaving virtually no blind spots, overseen by Sniper Qin Ge himself. The remaining 4 split into 2 teams. 2 were tasked with rescuing Dr. Zhao Hailuan, while the other 2 provided fire cover. The action plan is not overly complicated. In fact, one might even assert that it is rather straightforward. Yet it is the most suitable strategy for the current situation. Perched at a vantage point, Qin Ge lay on the ground, peering through the scope at the temporarily deserted pathway. He was acutely aware that once the first gunshot rang out, this path would soon be bustling with individuals. Boss, we are ready to proceed. The deep voice of his teammate, Gray Leopard, resonated through the earpiece. Equipped with silencers, their gunfire was barely audible, imperceptible to those outside, yet discernible within. A silencer merely diminishes the sound of gunfire. It does not render it completely silent. Upon hearing those words, Qin Ge positioned his finger on the trigger. When the first terrorist appeared within the crosshairs, aided by the system, Qin Ge resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! The terrorist fell, struck in the forehead. Subsequently, the fates of the following terrorists mirrored that of the first. They too met their demise the moment they stepped onto the path. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the team efficiently rescued Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Under the cover of Qin Ge and 2 others, they swiftly dashed into the woods. Captain, we have successfully extracted the doctor. Now we must head to the airport. This is it, Qin Ge casually remarked, hastily stowing the sniper rifle in its case before making a rapid exit. 20 minutes later, a military aircraft took off from the American base in the country. Thank you, Qin. Dr. Zhao Hailuan expressed her gratitude to the 5 of them. It is my duty, Qin Ge replied with a smile, observing the astonishment in Zhao Hailuan's eyes. Though she was already entitled to the title of doctor, one would expect her to be in her 30s or 40s. It was surprising to see that this young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, was indeed one of South Korea's foremost biologists. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. After exchanging a few more words with Zhao Hailuan, Qin Ge fell silent. Noticing his reticence, Zhao Hailuan too refrained from further conversation. System, display my data, Qin Ge silently commanded. Virtual data materialized before his eyes. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Shadow Tiger. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Age frozen in alternate dimensions. Bloodline, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, leisure LV5. Firearms LV5, combat LV5, driving LV4, leadership LV3, max level LV5. Overall combat power, 76, normal healthy adult male 60, human max 100 evaluation. Quite impressive. In your world, you would be regarded as one of the top contenders. Unfortunately, here, you remain a mere insignificant presence. Status, not loadable. Disregarding the disparaging evaluation, Qin Ge felt a sense of satisfaction with the progress reflected in his data over the past 2 years. At the very least, both his firearms and combat skills had reached their maximum level. This implied that, at least in terms of firearms and combat, he could surpass the old man Qin Ge. Chapter 12. The Super Soldier Program. With this realization, Qin Ge felt invigorated. Having endured relentless torment from his father throughout his upbringing, he had long yearned to seize control of his own destiny. Yet, alas, his father was too formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for his son to prevail. Now, it seemed there was an opportunity. Host, you're overthinking it. Confronted with Qin Ge's delusions, the system delivered a merciless blow. Achieving maximum skill level merely signifies that your abilities are on par within the same tier. In a firearms duel, the host might contend with Qin Ge. Yet in unarmed combat, Qin Ge would undoubtedly demonstrate the stark reality of dominance. Qin Ge felt a surge of frustration. This wretched system had a knack for provoking his ire. He only possessed a mere 9-point advantage in combat power. So why did it seem as though he lacked any capacity to retaliate? The host indeed retained some ability to fight back, but victory is utterly unattainable. Within 100 combat power, every 10 points serve as a critical threshold. For instance, an individual with 10 combat power could effortlessly dominate someone with 79 combat power. Do not be misled by the seemingly small difference. This distinction carries the weight of 1,000 pounds. Are you saying I need at least 10 points to stand a chance against the old man? Qin Ge inquired. That is indeed the case. However, if the host seeks special opportunities, do not entertain hopes of surpassing 10 points. Why? Qin Ge interjected, unexpectedly blurting out a phrase in English. Having spent so much time in America, Qin Ge appeared to have undergone some form of human experimentation, enabling him to transcend the limitations of the modern human condition, thus reaching a level nearing the pinnacle of human capability. Hey, who do you think you're looking down upon? Nevertheless, the host has this system at his disposal. Do not mention nearing the limits of human potential. In the future, shattering planets will be within reach. After all, our aspirations stretch towards the stars and the vast oceans. Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at the system, which had suddenly adopted a bizarre tone. What had happened to it? Had the core been compromised? This abrupt shift in tone was utterly nonsensical. A flurry of perplexed expressions appeared above Qin Ge's head. The system seemed to recognize this oddity and fell silent. Although Carol had never disclosed her place of employment or the specifics of her plans, Qin Ge was still aware of them. The Pegasus Project, a collaborative endeavor between NASA and the military, along with the Goliath Project and the Escape Plan, formed 3 major initiatives. They were researching something called the Lightspeed Engine, which was rumored to have the potential to end warfare. Qin Ge scoffed at this notion, asserting that only the hearts of people could truly end wars. Military might could only suppress temporarily, never permanently abolishing conflict. However, despite Qin Ge's considerable influence, he lacked the authority to terminate the Pegasus Project. The American military was generally divided into 2 primary factions: the Elders, led by 2 venerable generals, and the Youth, spearheaded by the president. The Elder faction suppressed newcomers, promoting their own kin to strengthen their clout, while the Youth faction, selected by the president, supported capable young individuals vigorously. Overall, the power dynamics between the 2 factions remained relatively balanced, with the Elders holding a slight edge within the military, though not by a significant margin. Qin Ge was a distinguished member of the Youth faction and a primary target of the Elder suppression. Had it not been for the relentless obstruction from the aging faction, his impeccable mission completion rate in the Flying Tigers over the past 3 years would have surely propelled him to the rank of colonel by now. Alas, the Elders persistently used his youth as a pretext to stifle his advancement in rank. Nonetheless, even in the face of such adversity, Qin Ge continued to overshadow his peers, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. In the realm of the American military, one cannot find another active duty colonel in their 20s. Moreover, Qin Ge holds the rank of colonel. Colonel Qin, the president is awaiting your arrival in the Washington Military District, remarked the presidential assistant with a smile as Qin Ge hurriedly disembarked from the plane. Indeed, Qin Ge nodded, genuinely surprised that the president himself had come to summon him at the military district. Upon entering the room, the president stood with his back towards the door, gazing into the distance. Colonel Qin Ge of the Flying Tiger Special Forces, reporting for duty, Your Excellency, Qin Ge stated, standing tall and saluting respectfully. Please have a seat. The president turned with a warm smile directed at Qin Ge. Yes, Qin Ge nodded, taking a seat across from the president. I have 2 matters to discuss with you today, the president said, tapping on 2 documents laid out on the table. Qin Ge glanced at the documents, his expression inquiring as he looked back at the president. First, take a look at this document. The president handed him the top paper. As Qin Ge opened it and perused its contents, astonishment spread across his face, gradually transforming into shock as he continued reading. Are you planning to revive the super soldier program? Qin Ge managed to suppress his astonishment as he addressed the president. Indeed, the example of Captain America illustrates how one can alter the tide of battle with sheer strength. Modern warfare is an elite endeavor. If every American soldier were a super soldier like Captain America, we would be invincible, the president replied with a smile. Hearing the president's words, Qin Ge did not blindly share in the excitement. System, will this plan succeed? Unknown. Weren't you the one who claimed this was merely a movie? Isn't that just fiction? Qin Ge began to doubt whether Carol achieved her superhero status through this so-called super soldier program. Classified. Very well, Qin Ge conceded, lowering his gaze to the document. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Qin, you are my trusted confidant. Your military achievements in rescuing Dr. Zhao Hailuan from Korea are sufficient to warrant a promotion to colonel. Even if there are those who would obstruct your ascent, they cannot suppress a young man who has contributed so significantly to the United States of America. Qin Ge remained unfazed. Rank held little significance for him. After all, he planned to leave soon. What difference would it make to become the president of the United States? The president was not surprised by Qin Ge's lack of reaction. It was well known that Qin Ge did not care for rank, a fact that made him all the more valuable to the president. A capable individual with little ambition is indeed a reassuring asset. This plan has already been entrusted to General Ross by the Senate. I intend to transfer you from the Flying Tigers to serve under General Ross, the president announced. Ross. Qin Ge recalled information about this General Ross. Major General Ross was one of the few young generals dedicated to developing enhancement drugs that could strengthen soldiers. It would not be surprising for him to take on this project. Chapter 13. The news of Carol's death. Wait a moment. The first experimental subject of the Super Soldier Program, Steve Rogers, a hero of World War II and a symbol of hope for the American people, is revered as Captain America. Suddenly, Qin Ge is struck by an ominous premonition. System, could this Captain America be the same one from the 3 dimensions I encountered before? Indeed, the system confirms. Goodness. Qin Ge nearly exclaimed in disbelief, but fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. Had he uttered such a phrase in front of the president, the scene would have been too surreal to contemplate. Why would Captain America appear in the dimension of Captain Marvel? Qin Ge hastily inquired. As I mentioned on the first day of your arrival, this is a tangible world. It has never been an isolated universe. Here, superheroes have never been limited to just Captain Marvel, the system elucidated. Are you implying that aside from Captain Marvel and Captain America, there could be other superheroes in this world? Qin Ge's clarification. That is a fair interpretation. Initially, I believed my first dimension to be a nightmare of epic proportions, but it seems I underestimated the situation. This is truly terrifying. Can I refuse? Qin Ge raised his gaze to the president. The president looked at Qin Ge in astonishment, never having anticipated such a refusal. Of course you may refuse, but could you share your reasons? He inquired, unperturbed and genuinely curious about Qin Ge's hesitation. Surely, he couldn't reveal that he simply wished to avoid dealing with these extraordinary powers. Through the system's tasks, he could attain such powers without engaging with the unknown, a notion he found rather reckless. Qin Ge valued his life too much for such folly. I've been with the Flying Tigers for 3 years now. I'm quite fond of it here, he pondered before articulating his thoughts. Very well, if that is your decision. We shall leave it at that. Thank you for your understanding. It's no trouble at all, the president replied with a smile, demonstrating his amicable nature towards his comrades. This brings us to the second matter, the president said as he handed a second document to Qin Ge. Upon receiving it, Qin Ge opened it and began to peruse its contents. This is the information you requested regarding Carol Danvers. Qin Ge was taken aback, staring at the president in disbelief. He had thought he was communicating solely with the intelligence department. How is it that the president himself provided this information? Carol is a participant in the Pegasus project, and only those at the supervisory level in the intelligence department are authorized to handle such matters. When you requested Carol Danvers' information, a supervisor escalated it to me. The president explained. Qin Ge's lips twitched slightly. He indeed considered the implications at the time. I apologize for the inconvenience. It's no matter. I only hope that upon reading the information, you do not feel too disheartened. Qin Ge froze, an uneasy feeling creeping into his heart as he quickly lowered his gaze. In 1999, Dr. Lawson and test pilot Carol Danvers had absconded with an aircraft from the Pegasus base, ultimately leading to a crash. Dr. Lawson perished, and Carol Danvers was declared missing for 3 days, presumed dead. Carol is dead? Qin Ge's expression clouded with bewilderment. How could that carefree girl have met such an end? Impossible. He shook his head vehemently. Carol was a child of the dimension and could not have simply perished. Perhaps this was the moment that would catalyze her transformation into the universe's mightiest superhero? Upon contemplating this, the recently arisen sorrow swiftly dissipated. The system had unequivocally stated that Carol was indeed Captain Marvel, the most formidable superhero in the universe. At present, there were no signs indicating Carol's ascension to superhero status. Thus, her demise was implausible. Disappearance does not equate to death. I understand now, Qin Ge calmly articulated. The president regarded Qin Ge, whose demeanor was surprisingly composed. He was aware of the relationship between Qin Ge and Carol. It seemed that Qin Ge was not as distressed as one might expect. The fact that Carol was missing did not imply she was dead. I firmly believe she is currently enduring in some corner of the world, Qin Ge softly affirmed. Oh, why do you say that? The president inquired, as a smile graced Qin Ge's face. Because she is my partner. In 1990, under American leadership, the coalition forces embarked on a large-scale military operation against Iraq, known as the Gulf War, aimed at restoring Kuwait's sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and legitimate government. This marked the first significant armed conflict following the conclusion of the Cold War. Among the primary military operations was Operation Desert Storm, for which Qin Ge served as the commanding officer. Under his leadership, the coalition forces achieved a decisive victory at a minimal cost, inflicting severe damage upon the Iraqi military. On February 27, 1991, the United States declared the conclusion of the war to liberate Kuwait, initiating a ceasefire at midnight on the same day. Iraq ultimately accepted the ceasefire agreement in April. The Gulf War represented the first major regional conflict in which the U.S. military engaged since the Vietnam War. During this war, the U.S. forces showcased a substantial array of advanced technology in actual combat, demonstrating overwhelming air superiority and electromagnetic dominance. Through the Gulf War, the United States significantly strengthened its military and political cooperation with nations in the Persian Gulf region, bolstering its military presence there. Given Qin Ge's exceptional performance in the three major battles of this war, the president duly recognized this commendable individual. At the tender age of 25, Qin Ge became the youngest and most influential major general in American history, an unprecedented elevation. The president, facing immense pressure, boldly disregarded opposition and firmly appointed Qin Ge to the position of major general. Thus, the youngest and most remarkable major general in American history was born. Although the elder statesmen vehemently opposed this promotion, they could not deny Qin Ge's outstanding contributions. Operation Desert Storm was arguably the most pivotal operation under Qin Ge's command. The coalition forces utterly vanquished the Iraqi military within a mere 43 days, successfully liberating Kuwait. Had it not been for the triumph of this operation, the duration of the war would have been significantly prolonged, leading to considerable human and material losses. Qin Ge was indeed a figure of monumental achievement. The elder statesmen, despite their desire to suppress Qin Ge, found no grounds for criticism regarding his accomplishments. It was impossible to find fault. This individual had proven to be extraordinarily formidable. Since joining the Flying Tigers upon graduation, his mission completion rate had consistently remained at 100%, having participated in numerous conflicts, each time contributing exceptionally. Such a talent had reached a level of maturity that made it impractical for the elder statesmen to continue their attempts at suppression. Chapter 14, Monica, 1995. New York Military District, Qin Ge's office. As the youngest major general in the United States, the illustrious Qin Ge's appointment as the commander of the New York Military District faced little opposition. This remarkable individual is not one of those generals who merely ascend through connections or superficial achievements. In less than a decade, Qin Ge ascended to the rank of major general, his reputation forged through valor and bloodshed. His success came at the cost of countless sacrifices. Moreover, he is a trusted confidant of the president, wielding the formidable Flying Tigers and commanding an entire National Guard. Who would dare to voice dissent against such a powerful figure? It is no exaggeration to assert that Qin Ge is one of the most significant personalities in the American military today, akin to a protagonist with formidable backing in certain urban narratives. Unfortunately, this is an extraordinary world. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Shadow Tiger. Gender, male. Age, 18. Age frozen in other realms. Lineage, human special abilities, none. Skills, leisure activities LV5, firearms LV5, combat LV5, command LV5, driving LV4, skills maxed at LV5, overall combat power, 78, normal healthy adult male, 60, maximum for humans, 100 evaluation, Your achievements are remarkable, yet your strength remains inadequate. Accomplishments do not alter the fact that you are still a weakling. Status: unable to load. Upon reading the final evaluation, Qin Ge's lips twitched in exasperation. Over 6 years, his combat power had only improved by a meager 2 points, failing even to reach 10, though he had acquired several maxed-out skills. Despite his high-ranking position, which, although not fraught with the political intrigue of the government, has significantly transformed this once dissolute young man, his fundamental nature remains unchanged. Knock, knock, knock. A young black girl entered the room, and upon seeing her, a smile broke across Qin Ge's otherwise expressionless face. Uncle Qin. The little girl dashed around the desk and into Qin Ge's embrace. My dear, what brings you here? Where's your mother? Qin Ge affectionately pinched the girl's cheek, eliciting a delightful giggle from her. Mom is here for a flight certificate recheck, and it's taking a bit long, so I came to find you, Uncle Qin, she replied cheerfully. I see. Qin Ge nodded in understanding. The girl's name is Monica Lumbo, daughter of Maria Lumbo, a close friend of Carol's, and she's 13 years old. After Carol's disappearance, Maria sought out Qin Ge, and their prior acquaintance has fostered familiarity between them. In 1993, after extensive planning, Qin Ge successfully passed legislation allowing female pilots to enter the cockpit, earning him the respect of numerous women in aviation. This initiative enabled American women to soar in the skies, with Maria being one of its beneficiaries. However, unlike their male counterparts, female pilots must return to the Air Force Base annually for re-evaluations to maintain their flight certificates. Although it is somewhat cumbersome, the satisfaction derived from this progress is evident. Regrettably, Carol is no longer here to witness it. Come, Uncle will take you for ice cream, Qin Ge said, rising to embrace Monica. Is that all right? The twinkle in Monica's large eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, Qin Ge replied with a smile, setting her down and taking her tiny hand as they stepped outside. General. Qin Ge's secretary stood up promptly upon seeing him emerge. If Lieutenant Maria arrives, please inform her that I have taken Monica to the city. She can reach me via phone if anything arises, he instructed. Understood, the secretary nodded eagerly. All right, let us go, my dear, he said. The general had not forgotten her. Despite being a young and influential brigadier general, there had been no whispers of a romantic interest, a notion that seemed unattainable to many. Regrettably, he exhibited little inclination in that regard, as if his heart harbored someone significant. Who could that be? Qin Ge's closest companion, Carol, had recently resurfaced in public discourse. The secretary shook her head, deciding it best not to ponder the general's affairs too deeply, lest she find herself in a precarious position. In New York's Manhattan district, Qin Ge, clad in casual attire, strolled through the bustling streets with Monica. Occasionally, they paused in front of shops to purchase various items. Monica did not reside in New York. Her family enjoyed a comfortable life, yet in the context of the city, it paled in comparison. Having visited New York only a few times, her experiences were primarily during Maria's assessments at the military district, often accompanied by Qin Ge or someone he sent. Uncle Qin. Monica, who was savoring her ice cream, suddenly called out. What is it, my dear? He responded. Uncle Qin, everyone says Aunt Carol has passed away. Is that true? She asked, her small head resting against his shoulder as she clung to his back. The task of restoring Carol's memory was paramount. If she were truly gone, who would he aid in recollection? He, my mother and I think the same. Someone like Aunt Carol could never leave us. Monica's face radiated admiration. In contrast to Qin Ge's remarkable achievements, Monica held a greater fondness for Carol. She had meticulously compiled an album filled with photographs of Carol and documented every story Carol had shared with her. During a visit to her home, Qin Ge had been taken aback by the intricacy of the album, rivaling the devotion of a fan to their idol. This little girl's admiration for Carol mirrored that of a fan for a star. Although Qin Ge stood as the most accomplished individual in Monica's life, her affections lay with Carol, leaving him somewhat speechless. He cherished the little girl, viewing her as a daughter, yet lamented that she did not idolize him, the reason for which remained a mystery. Chapter 15. The Arrival of S.H.I.L.D. Monica's presence was but a brief interlude. Soon, Maria found Qin Ge and escorted Monica away. S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge glanced down at the credentials in his hand before raising his gaze to the man before him. Greetings, the youngest general of the United States. A visitor smiled gently and extended his right hand towards Qin Ge, not one to exhibit arrogance. Qin Ge reciprocated with a light handshake. I wonder what Director Alexander seeks from me, for I recall no affiliation with S.H.I.L.D. Qin Ge remarked while seated, regarding the man before him. Pierce Alexander, the current director of S.H.I.L.D., an organization Qin Ge had heard of, formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, established during the Second World War, though the exact date eluded him. SHIELD evolved from Strategic Scientific Reserve, commonly referred to as SSR, an entity formed with United Nations funding, aimed at safeguarding the world from extraterrestrial threats and addressing supernatural occurrences. Its ranks comprised exceptional individuals across various fields, yet, at its core, it remained a formidable espionage organization. Consequently, Qin Ge was disinclined to engage with SHIELD, for he perceived spy organizations as inherently dubious. Uncertain of the number of directors SHIELD had, he had only just learned of Pierce Alexander. He was aware of the former director, Peggy Carter, a highly capable woman and the former love of Captain America, Steve Rogers. In an instant, Qin Ge mentally cataloged the information he possessed regarding SHIELD, a skill essential for any special operative. "Have you ever heard of the Super Soldier Program, Your Excellency?" Pierce inquired, forgoing pleasantries and delving straight into the matter. Qin Ge lifted his gaze to meet Pierce's. "I am aware. Captain America, over 50 years ago, was a product of that very program," he replied with a hint of detachment. "Indeed, we at SHIELD are in the process of reviving this project," Pierce affirmed with a nod. "However, to my knowledge, the president also sought my assistance in preparing for this initiative, which I declined. Just today, he approached me regarding this matter." "I understand. Nations around the world are preparing to reignite this project," Pierce responded, unperturbed. "However, the originator of the Super Soldier Program, Dr. Abraham Erskine, was one of ours at SHIELD. Intrigued, Qin Ge pressed, "Elaborate further." During the Second World War, Dr. Abraham Erskine developed the Super Soldier Serum, which created the world's first superhero and embodied the spirit of America, Captain America. "I trust that even if you have not encountered him, you have heard tales of Captain America's prowess," Pierce smiled. Qin Ge, feigning indifference, internally rolled his eyes. "Captain America perished in the North Atlantic 50 years ago. Where would I have seen him?" Yet, he mused inwardly. "System, is there a template for Captain America?" "Affirmative." The system promptly responded. Qin Ge's interest peaked. "Show me." Instantly, a secondary virtual display materialized before him. Name, Steve Rogers. Title, Captain America. Gender, male. Age, 72. Frozen. Lineage, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, leadership level 5, shield mastery level 5, firearms level 5, hand-to-hand combat level 5, driving level 5, all skills at maximum level 5, overall combat power, 100, normal healthy adult male, 60, maximum human, 100 evaluation. Without further ado, the strongest human. Status, unloadable. System, what on earth does shield mastery level 5 mean? Qin Ge gazed at the 5 bold characters on the virtual screen, bewildered as he inquired. "What about that cosmic level Carol from the future?" He asked again. "Anyone. This skill seems rather impressive." Setting aside the dazzling nature of Qin Ge's 24K titanium alloy eyes and the extraordinary evaluation, can someone explain what frozen signifies? If memory serves, Captain America seemed to have collided with an iceberg. Has this fellow survived being frozen? Goodness. Even though Qin Ge had considerably improved his composure since becoming a general, he was still astonished by this shocking speculation. However, he maintained a facade of contemplation in the eyes of Pierce. "How much information does SHIELD possess regarding the Super Soldier Program?" Qin Ge raised his gaze towards Pierce, his heart racing with excitement. He was well aware of Captain America's story, unlike the version presented to the public. As a brigadier general of the United States, he was privy to a wealth of insider information. Before receiving the Super Soldier Serum, Steve Rogers was a rather short, frail individual, a mere shadow of a soldier. Qin Ge seriously doubted whether this weakling could ever compete with the likes of the Lee family's third son. Yet, after receiving the serum, he ascended to the status of the strongest human, as per the system's evaluation. Essentially, this implies that any human would struggle to surpass Captain America, especially with that shield mastery level 5 skill, which seemed almost game-breaking. Qin Ge mused that if he were to undergo enhancement, he surely wouldn't be inferior to Captain America. Clearing his throat, he pondered if 2 Captain Americas, both wielding shields, were to engage in combat, what would that entail? Would 2 evenly matched foes clash in the heavens? Just as Qin Ge let his imagination run wild, Pierce's voice broke through his reverie. "We cannot disclose specific details unless you decide to join the program," Pierce remarked. "If I were to join, what would you require of me?" Qin Ge did not immediately acquiesce, but posed a question instead. I would need your assistance in conducting experiments, as well as your help with some research. Pierce replied vaguely, yet Qin Ge understood the implication. Qin Ge regarded Pierce, his fingers lightly tapping erratically on the table. Chapter 16. Tony Stark, the experimental subject, is indeed real. SHILD is comprised of elites, and the loss of any member is a substantial blow. However, the optimal experimental subject for the super soldier serum must possess robust physicality. They're not like Dr. Abraham Erskine, capable of transforming a frail individual into a muscular powerhouse. The stronger the experimental subject, the higher the success rate, does it not? This raises a pertinent question. Where can one find a plethora of such suitable experimental subjects? The answer is rather evident: the military. Qin Ge is the chief of the New York military district and a confidant of the president, with the headquarters of SHILD located in New York, thus rendering his priority exceedingly high. However, after contemplating for a while, Qin Ge spoke up. This is not feasible. Why? Pierce's expression shifted, and he sat up straight, gazing at Qin Ge in confusion. This was clearly a mutually beneficial choice. Why would he refuse? Director Pierce. Qin Ge reclined in his chair, his calm gaze fixed upon Pierce. I am responsible for providing the experimental subjects, yet I must also bear the responsibility for those soldiers who become subjects. If you disclose the details of the plan to me, I might reconsider. The experimental subjects are the most critical component of such a plan. Without suitable subjects, what is the point of conducting experiments? Moreover, why was Pierce the one to approach him? The president's initial stance was not particularly forceful, suggesting a lack of robust support for the initiative. Qin Ge surmised that this so-called super soldier program likely harbored significant flaws, perhaps leaving behind scant information from the late Dr. Abraham Erskine. If the complete data on the super soldier serum or a substantial portion of it were available, the president would have enforced its implementation. In that scenario, it would not have been Pierce notifying him, but rather an official document. Thus, Qin Ge was reluctant to involve himself in this enticing plan. Unthinkable, Pierce firmly rejected. Goodness, the information I possess is limited. If Qin Ge were to see it, my chances of securing his support would dwindle even further. Then I must apologize, Qin Ge replied, fixing his gaze on Pierce. Pierce's demeanor darkened, and he rose from his seat. In that case, I shall take my leave. Safe travels. No need for farewells. Qin Ge smiled, gesturing for him to exit. Pierce cast a lingering glance at Qin Ge before turning to depart. Watching Pierce vanish beyond the door, Qin Ge's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. System, did that fellow harbor any ill intentions toward me? Based on the analysis, there is a 97.64 probability that Pierce Alexander intended to act against the host. The system reported candidly. Though Qin Ge's system may not possess the extraordinary capabilities of others, it can function as a super-intelligent AI, providing assistance through analysis and big data evaluations. Intriguing, Qin Ge mused, a smile gracing his lips. What audacity fuels this mere director of SHILD to challenge me, a general wielding military authority? Meanwhile, after leaving the military district building, Pierce entered his vehicle. This cannot continue, he muttered, shaking his head. This individual possesses formidable strength. You are no match for him. Just a mere Chinese. The white man scoffed. Ramlo, temper your arrogance, Pierce admonished, frowning. Qin Ge is no ordinary individual. His influence within the military is substantial, and he must not be trifled with. Indeed, Ramlo replied hastily, sensing his superior's discontent. As the prominent figure of the younger faction, Qin Ge's network of power is intricate and widespread. Alongside the president's confidants and the formidable flying tigers, such an individual commands a presence in the military that reverberates throughout the ranks. To act impulsively would undoubtedly incite a tumultuous upheaval within the entire American military establishment, a scenario he is keen to avoid. Thus, he redirected his path towards General Ross's residence. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce affirmed, indeed. The following day, at the military armament laboratory, Qin Ge, with his well-defined muscles and robust physique clad in military garb, emanated an air of steely resolve. Ah, my esteemed general, it is a privilege to have you here in person. Are you hungry? A man with a neatly groomed mustache was devouring a hamburger, and, upon noticing Qin Ge's approach, gestured towards him. Qin Ge merely glanced at him, remaining silent. It appears you are not in need of sustenance. However, if you were, it would be of no avail. This is a cheeseburger, my utmost favorite, and I shan't be sharing it with you, the man declared, taking another bite. The corners of Qin Ge's mouth twitched slightly. Curse your cheeseburger. Who cares for it? What is Stark's new weapon? Qin Ge, suppressing his exasperation, turned to address the military personnel responsible for the department. Report, General. Everything is prepared and ready for testing. The individual responded with a salute, speaking clearly. Very well, Qin Ge nodded. Let's commence. All departments, prepare. With a hum, the new anti-aircraft artillery turned into position, and the laboratory's ceiling automatically opened to reveal the azure sky above. Fire! Boom! 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 The artillery unleashed a simultaneous barrage, and the staggering power caused Qin Ge's eyelids to flutter. Indeed, this world is rife with advanced technology. It is merely the 20th century. Yet such formidable firepower exists in anti-aircraft artillery. In Qin Ge's realm, the apex of anti-aircraft weaponry is found within the American Federation, whose artillery pales in comparison to what he witnessed. What do you think, General? Tony Stark grinned, addressing Qin Ge, the man before him. The chairman of Stark Industries, the world's largest arms dealer and a dominant force in the munitions sector, was a super genius and a notorious playboy. His titles were many, yet it is undeniable that he is a rare prodigy of the century. We are satisfied with Stark's weaponry. Qin Ge managed a slight smile. Although he held a disdain for Tony, viewing him as arrogant and self-centered, he begrudgingly acknowledged that his weapons were unparalleled globally. To equip his troops with the finest arsenal, Qin Ge swallowed his pride. There was no choice but to bow to reality. Chapter 17. The alien warrior from the skies. That price is rather steep. Tony remarked with a cheerful grin. Cost is not a concern. Qin Ge replied calmly. Money? The state will reimburse it regardless, he thought, spending American funds without a hint of remorse. Excellent. Tony nodded with satisfaction. Doing business with you is a pleasure, General, unlike others who haggle endlessly over prices. Qin Ge offered a faint smile, choosing not to engage in such trivialities. He was a soldier, not a merchant. Meanwhile, a certain individual next door, while holding the rank of general, conducted himself more like a businessman than many actual merchants. Qin Ge found himself pressed for time. You may discuss the specifics with him, he instructed, pointing at an individual. Let's depart. Tony observed Qin Ge's retreating figure with a light chuckle, remarking to himself about the intriguing nature of the man. Casually discarding the wrapper of his cheeseburger onto the ground, he ignited the ire of the nearby cleaning staff. Unbeknownst to him, a week had elapsed. Qin Ge spent his days within the military compound, remaining in one place. His orders mandated constant vigilance over global affairs. Although perplexing, everyone complied with unwavering discipline. Qin Ge's stature within the military was indisputable. As for the rationale behind these actions, within Qin Ge's office, he pondered, system, the year 1995 is nearly at its end. Why has Carol not yet made her appearance? Did you not assert that the narrative commences in 1995? Though it appeared that he lay on the sofa, in slumber, he was, in fact, engaged in dialogue with the system. To be precise, since entering 1995, the host had inquired about this matter 670 times, averaging over 3 queries daily. The system responded in a calm tone, yet the underlying exasperation was palpable. Could you not simply provide the answer directly to avoid this incessant back and forth? Qin Ge muttered. Please, host, strive for self-reliance and refrain from perpetually depending on others. A knock resounded. Come in, Qin Ge said nonchalantly from his reclined position. His secretary entered the room. General, here is the compiled information on today's anomalies, she announced with a melodious voice. Place it on the desk, Qin Ge replied absent-mindedly. After stretching languidly, he stood and approached his desk, casually opening the document. Such compilations arrived every morning and evening. Initially, he perused them meticulously, but his interest waned over time. The content was often trivial, reports of a politician's affair, a gang conflict resulting in numerous casualties, or some prodigy unveiling a groundbreaking discovery with far-reaching implications. What utter nonsense is this? Qin Ge mused as he flipped through the pages, scanning them hastily. Suddenly, his gaze halted on a particular headline. A woman descends from the sky, suspected alien. Intrigued, he focused on the report. Although the system had previously indicated that Captain Marvel's world was rife with extraordinary powers, he had yet to witness any manifestations of such abilities. Now, with an alien mentioned in the report, his interest was piqued. He meticulously read the details. During the early hours of that morning, a woman clad in bizarre attire had descended from the sky, landing in a local video store. Upon her emergence, she proclaimed herself an alien warrior from the Kree Empire. Qin Ge's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Carol had been missing for an extended period, and despite exerting every possible effort to locate her, he had consistently come up empty-handed. 2 extraterrestrial races have descended upon Earth. This woman claims to be a warrior of the Kree Empire, representing the Kree people. But what the other party? Seated at his desk, He swiftly seized the telephone and promptly dialed his secretary. Notify the intelligence department to compile all information pertaining to the incident numbered CT 4396. I require the complete dossier. Understood. Qin Ge hung up the phone, gazing at the image depicting a violently breached rooftop. He possessed the authority to initiate intelligence gathering, a power he had painstakingly secured from the president, having relinquished many privileges to obtain it, with the exception of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Intelligence Division, which was not obligated to report to him. Organizations such as the FBI and CIA were compelled to comply with his commands. Qin Ge's orders were executed with remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, a comprehensive report on the matter was delivered to his desk. He perused the pages rapidly. After 30 minutes, he set the document down. The shape-shifting scrolls, the Kree dedicated to upholding cosmic security and peace, and the Kree warrior First Danvers. Could this be mere coincidence? Carol Danvers had vanished 6 years prior, alongside the Lightspeed engine developed by Dr. Lawson. According to the report, this first possessed the ability to unleash photon energy blasts from her hands. She asserted that this power was unique to her. Could it be inferred that Carol absorbed the energy of the missing Lightspeed engine, leading to her amnesia, and was ultimately taken by the Kree? Thus, is this first indeed Carol? The notion of maintaining cosmic peace and security seemed rather villainous. Qin Ge muttered. Chapter 18. A brush with fate. Never mind, I shall pay a visit. Qin Ge cast aside the document and picked up the phone on his desk. Prepare a vehicle. I need to visit the former Pegasus project base. Understood. At the Pegasus base, Qin Ge sat in the car, arms crossed and expressionless, gazing ahead as he awaited arrival. Silence enveloped the vehicle, with no conversation among the occupants. A convoy of armored vehicles surrounded Qin Ge's car for protection. These were members of the Flying Tigers, special forces who accompanied him on every outing. This was one of the perks of being the commander of the Flying Tigers. The team was not merely a small group. It comprised multiple squads, each consisting of 5 to 10 members, thus comprising a substantial force. Despite being under the aegis of a certain organization, these special forces were formidable. Even someone as renowned as Captain America would find it challenging to contend with an entire unit of such elite soldiers. General, we have arrived at the Pegasus base. The aide respectfully informed Qin Ge. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ge exited the vehicle. The commander of the Pegasus base and the staff stood in formation at the entrance, ready to welcome him. This is a major general. There are only a handful of generals in the United States, and even fewer wield actual power. Finding someone as young as Qin Ge, who commands an entire military district, is indeed a rarity. Although the head of the Pegasus base does not fall under Qin Ge's jurisdiction, he is merely a colonel. As the saying goes, a higher rank can overshadow lesser ones. Qin Ge surpasses him by 2 ranks. The United States has the rank of brigadier general. In the military, rank seems to represent a chasm between the heavens and the earth. Your Excellency, the Pegasus base welcomes you, the colonel announced as he stepped forward. Have any outsiders arrived today? Qin Ge inquired, his style always direct and efficient, cutting straight to the point. Please hold on a moment, the colonel replied, turning to address others behind him. Report. Today, 2 individuals claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived at the base. A man stepped forward, speaking loudly. Where are they? Qin Ge asked, his gaze fixed on him. They're confined in the isolation room. You know, the failure of the Pegasus project is inextricably linked to S.H.I.E.L.D., the man responded. Qin Ge nodded. Take me there. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the isolation room, Carol and S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Nick Fury sat silently, staring ahead. Suddenly, Fury stood up, walked to the desk, opened a drawer, retrieved some tape, and began his audacious endeavor. The first step was to place the tape over his identification badge where it had been touched, capturing his fingerprint. The second step involved applying the tape with the fingerprint to the door's biometric scanner and pressing down firmly. Beep, beep, beep. Click. The door swung open effortlessly. After you. Fury gestured gallantly, and Carol smiled as she got up to exit, with Fury closely following and shutting the door behind them. 3 minutes later, Qin Ge and the colonel stood in silence, gazing into the empty isolation room, looking up at the colonel without uttering a word. The colonel's cold sweat began to pour down. I clearly can find them here. How could they have vanished? The man stammered, bewildered. Where did they go? Black Tiger. Qin Ge shook his head and called out. A towering figure, a muscular Caucasian man clad in attire that barely concealed his explosive physique, stepped forward. General, take control of the base's communication devices and surveillance systems. Ensure those 2 are apprehended in the shortest time possible. Yes. The man, codenamed Black Tiger, saluted, and turned to leave with his team. "Take me to the archives," Qin Ge commanded. "Yes, sir." In the archives, Carol and Fury leaned against the shelves, poring over documents related to the Pegasus project from 6 years prior. "Is this a Kree?" Carol exclaimed, astonished at the strange symbols on the paper Fury handed her. "Dr. Lawson is not from Earth. She is a Kree." A series of fragmented images surged in her mind, chaotic and unrelated, as memories began to emerge. Suddenly, one memory crystallized beneath a starlit sky. Beneath a canopy of stars, 2 figures made a pact. Carol clearly saw that the woman was herself. Yet the man with whom she made the pact remained obscured. "Fury? Fury? You've been unusually silent and unresponsive. It's quite strange." Fury gazed at Carol with a look of confusion. "I'll step out for a moment." "All right," Carol nodded, and Fury turned to leave. Once he was gone, Carol resumed her examination of the documents. At that moment, a photograph captured her attention. It depicted an airport scene, featuring a black woman engaged in conversation with 2 white pilots. While positioned beside the aircraft, a figure stood on the ladder, none other than Carol herself. A flicker of uncertain light danced in Carol's eyes as she pondered the implications. General, this is a location where the records of Carol Danvers and Dr. Lawson are stored." The voice grew closer, yet Carol's thoughts were ensnared by the name Carol Danvers. "Carol Danvers?" she whispered, as though the name possessed an enchanting power, holding profound significance for her. Leaning slightly to one side, she discreetly glanced at the crowd and immediately spotted the unmistakable figure of Qin Ge. Her pupils dilated as a torrent of memories surged forth from the depths of her mind. However, these memories flowed like rushing waters, swift to appear and equally swift to vanish. All Carol could perceive was the photograph before her, and then the memories dissipated. In the image, a man sat in a chair with her hands resting on his shoulders, forming a peace sign. Above them, a caption appeared, seemingly penned by her own hand, "Carol and Qin Ge." The radiant smile on her face was one Carol had never witnessed before. With a complex expression, she turned her gaze back to the man. "Who are you?" Chapter 19. Confrontation? Qin Ge's demeanor shifted as he paused in his perusal of documents, looking up toward the side. All was pitch black, devoid of any discernible form. In the darkness, Carol leaned against a shelf, arms wrapped around her legs, her gaze somewhat lost as she stared ahead. "Who are you really? Why do you seem so familiar?" Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the communicator on the colonel's person emitted a sound. "Your Excellency, I must take my leave." "Understood." Qin Ge casually nodded, returning to his documents. As he scrutinized the cryptic symbols on the page, a frown creased his brow. Why would Dr. Lawson draw these strange symbols? He pondered, perplexed. Hulk King, a robust man, unremarkable in appearance, yet exuding an aura of iron will, stepped forward upon hearing Qin Ge's voice. "What are your thoughts upon seeing this?" Qin Ge inquired as he handed the page of cryptic symbols to the Hulk King. The Hulk King is a code name. After taking command of the Flying Tigers, each year we hold a grand tournament to elect the strongest among us, bestowing upon him the title of Hulk King. This current Hulk King is the first of his name, having been elected 3 consecutive times since the inaugural event. Name, Weird Sad Title, Tiger King Gender, Male Age, 29 Lineage, Human Special Abilities, None Skills, Gunfighting LV5, Firearms LV5, Hand-to-Hand Combat LV5, Leadership LV4, Computing LV4, Driving LV3, Skills Max Level LV5, Overall Combat Power, 82, Normal Healthy Adult Male, 60, Maximum Human Value, 100 Evaluation. This individual is exceedingly formidable. Obliterating the host's canine head is a trivial task. Status, not loadable. This is the template of Tiger King Weir, and the evaluation remains as it always has. However, the combat prowess of the Tiger King ranks among the top 3 in the entirety of the American military. The neighboring SEAL team, led by Qin Ge, has conducted inspections several times. Their strongest member barely reaches 78, still significantly trailing behind the Tiger King. Yet, how did that old man, Qin Ge, manage to achieve a score of 85? Tiger King received the page handed to him by Qin Ge and scrutinized it meticulously. If the author is not a madman, this should be some form of code or cipher, the Tiger King remarked. Do you think it could be a language? An extraterrestrial language? Qin Ge suddenly posited, who was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. I'm afraid, General, I do not believe in the existence of extraterrestrials. However, the possibility of it being an undiscovered language cannot be entirely dismissed, Weir replied. Indeed, Qin Ge chose not to elaborate further until the Kree and Skrull presented themselves. No one would truly believe in the existence of aliens. General, personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. Qin Ge observed him, his gaze flickering. At the Tianma base, vehicles emblazoned with the S, H, I, EL, D logo entered sequentially. Agents emerged from the vehicles, led by a bespectacled high-ranking official from S. HIELD. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot enter. A soldier blocked their path. We are S. HIELD. Soldier. Who is your commanding officer? He will allow us entry. No need to worry. The silver-haired elder reassured the soldier with a pat on the shoulder. The soldier eyed the elder with astonishment. S. HIELD. Although unfamiliar, the tone suggested considerable authority. Stay away from my soldiers, S. HLD. A voice resonated from afar, and all turned their attention. General. The soldier saluted promptly. Yes. Qin Ge nodded and approached the silver-haired elder. This is a critical research facility for the government and military. You must vacate this area immediately. General, I trust you're aware of the powers we possess at S. HILD. The elder replied with a smile. I am not aware. I kindly ask you to leave, Qin Ge stated, his expression unwavering. The elder's countenance darkened. I do not wish to engage in hostilities. Now, at once, depart this place. Members of the Flying Tigers behind Qin Ge fixed their gazes on the S. HIELD agents, their eyes betraying a lethal intent. Do you dare to lay hands on S. HIELD? The elder said, his face grim. Qin Ge furrowed his brow. Do you not recognize me? The elder froze, silently cursing his oversight. Interesting, Qin Ge chuckled softly. Ignorance breeds courage. Qin Ge stepped forward, halting only a fist's distance from the elderly man with white hair, locking eyes with him. He was not jesting. This was a highly sensitive area controlled by the United States military. Without the explicit consent of the American government and military, no one could act here. Not even the S. HIELD, established by the United Nations. The white-haired elder scrutinized Qin Ge's gaze, remaining silent. He was at a loss regarding Qin Ge's true identity. As a mere imposter, he possessed only the memories of the shapeshifter Zhou Tian from within the week. Qin Ge had not appeared in his recollections. How could he possibly know? However, the fact that even the director of S. HLD addressed him by name suggested that he was no ordinary individual. Misunderstanding. Fury suddenly rushed in, addressing the general. This is a misunderstanding. The two men turned their attention to him, and Fury felt immense pressure as both prominent figures, especially one who had reorganized much of the military, focused their gaze upon him. It was I who summoned S. HILD. The extraterrestrial warrior, Furs, is currently in the archives, Fury quickly explained. In the archives? Qin Ge recalled that it had not been an illusion. Indeed, Fury nodded. I found an excuse to slip out. She remains in the archives. You see, Qin Ge. You may leave now. We will take over. What? Fury was momentarily taken aback. This matter involves extraterrestrials and falls under S. HIELD's jurisdiction. The white-haired elder interjected, stepping forward. I said, you may depart. Qin Ge's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the elder with a frigid stare. You. The elder glared fiercely at Qin Ge. What? Do you wish to fight? Qin Ge's expression turned playful as the members of the Flying Tigers and soldiers from Pegasus Base swiftly raised their firearms, aiming at the S. The S. HIELD. Personnel hastily pointed their weapons back at Qin Ge and the Pegasus Base members. The atmosphere was charged with tension, both sides poised for confrontation. Chapter 20. Skrull Talos Fury tugged at the Elder S sleeve. We cannot engage. If Qin Ge were to perish here, the entire S. HIELD would face the wrath of an enraged American president. Who does not know that Qin Ge is a favored figure in front of the president? At this point, S. HIELD lacks the significance it would later attain. To many, it is merely a liability, having dealt with few supernatural phenomena or extraterrestrial incidents. Should they kill this general today, the American government would surely exploit the situation, leading to upheaval within S. HIELD, even if it were to survive. Every department must demonstrate its value. Currently, S. HIELD has yet to show its worth. We're leaving. The elder cast a final, deep glance at Qin Ge before turning away. The S. HIELD agents promptly began to withdraw. System, check this person's template. Qin Ge suddenly commanded in his mind. Name, Talos title, Skrull leader gender, male age, 72 lineage, Scroll's special ability. Shape-shifting, details, skills. Driving LV4, command LV4. Combat LV4, max skill level LV5. Overall combat power. 72, normal healthy adult male. 60, human max. 100 evaluation. Despite possessing extraordinary power, Skrulls are not renowned for their combat capabilities. Status. Not available for loading. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled. A Skrull? Let us examine the details of this shape-shifting ability. This power is quite impressive. With such an ability, one could undoubtedly become a superlative ace spy. He glanced at Talos, who was boarding a vehicle. Stop. Talos halted abruptly, looking up at Qin Ge. Come here, Qin Ge instructed, pointing at Talos. Though perplexed, Talos approached. Could it be that Qin Ge had changed his mind and decided to let them in? Will prepare to act. Use blank rounds, Qin Ge whispered. Though Tiger King was somewhat puzzled by Qin Ge's sudden intention to strike, particularly with blank rounds, he nonetheless executed the order with precision, signaling his readiness for combat and to switch to blanks. Talos, the leader of the Skrulls, greetings. Qin Ge stepped forward, smiling. Talos, astonished, gazed at Qin Ge with disbelief, suppressing the shock within. Who is Talos? A Skrull? An extraterrestrial race? Although his expression remained stoic, a hint of curiosity emerged, a performance that Qin Ge rated highly. Another person might have been easily deceived. Mr. Talos, I truly do not wish to engage in combat with you. Qin Ge sighed, shaking his head. He found himself at a loss, yet allowing Talos to depart unimpeded would likely render any future encounter nearly impossible. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Qin Ge unleashed a punch, catching Talos off guard, striking him squarely on the forehead. How powerful is Qin Ge's punch? It sent Talos sprawling to the ground. Protect. Before the agent could finish his warning, a shot rang out, striking him between the eyes. Though a blank round, the force of the impact rendered him unconscious instantly. The suddenness of the event, coupled with the initial assault by the Flying Tigers, left most of DS personnel incapacitated in mere moments. Blank rounds? Fury, hiding behind a vehicle, gazed in astonishment at the unconscious agent. In the blink of an eye, as the agents began to react, only 4 of DS agents remained standing. Dozens of weapons were aimed at the quartet. Even though the adversaries wielded blanks, their own were live ammunition, making them hesitant to fire. Meanwhile, the clash between Talos and Qin Ge intensified. Boom! Talos' fist struck Qin Ge's abdomen, followed by a fierce kick that sent Qin Ge tumbling to the ground. Talos' right fist came crashing down again, once more impacting Qin Ge's midsection. A member of the Flying Tigers rushed forward to assist, but was intercepted by Will, reminding him to stay back. After all, their general was no mere figurehead. Boom! Suddenly struck, Qin Ge seized Taros' descending right hand, exerting immense force to wrench it apart. With a sudden kick, he unleashed a ferocious power that sent Taros hurtling through the air. Rising from the ground, Qin Ge approached Taros and grasped his shoulders, lifting him before delivering a heavy knee strike to Taros' abdomen. The impact resounded with a thud, eliciting a pained cry from Taros. Releasing his grip, Qin Ge watched as Taros crumpled to the ground, clutching his midsection and wailing in agony. Bind him and mark him. Will, you shall oversee him personally. Regardless of the form he assumes, as long as the mark is present, it will be him, Qin Ge commanded. Understood, responded the Tiger King, single-handedly lifting Taros and securing him with handcuffs. What is your name? Qin Ge inquired, disregarding Taros and turning to Nick Fury, who stood with 3 others. Nick Fury, General. Fury replied, I'm aware of your confusion. Ask around. Skrulls only retain the memories of those they have transformed into for the past 7 days. Qin Ge gestured towards Taros. No need, General. Fury shook his head. Though I am uncertain how you discerned his identity as a Skrull in this situation, you need not deceive us. I trust your words. Quite intriguing, Qin Ge remarked, surveying Fury with interest. You possess far more resolve than Pierce. Compared to my mentor, I still have much to learn. Fury chuckled lightly, prompting Qin Ge to refrain from further comments. Take everyone away, but leave Taros, he instructed. Yes. Qin Ge settled into a chair opposite Taros, with cups of coffee placed before them. Now, enlighten me about the intentions of your Skrull kind and the Kree. Qin Ge leaned back, speaking calmly. Our aims are aligned. The Lightspeed engine of the Project Pegasus, Taros replied without reservation. The Lightspeed engine has been destroyed. Not so, Taros countered, shaking his head. That engine was merely a vessel. The true Lightspeed engine has been concealed by Lawson. We need to locate it to escape the galaxy. Escape the galaxy? Qin Ge's eyes glimmered. Elaborate. We Skrulls were once a peaceful race residing in the galaxy, living quietly and harmoniously. However, the Kree Empire, the dominant force in the galaxy, has relentlessly pursued expansion. Through Taros' account, Qin Ge gleaned a clearer understanding of the situation. The Kree Empire stood as one of the two paramount powers in the galaxy, the other being the Nova Corps. While the Kree pursued aggressive expansion, the Nova Corps was dedicated to maintaining peace within the galaxy, marking a fundamental distinction between the two factions. Initially, the Skrulls thrived on their own planet, but tranquility was short-lived as the flames of Kree aggression engulfed their homeland. Their world was ravaged by war, leaving their people scattered across the galaxy. Upon gleaning information from the memories of Kree warrior Furis regarding the Lightspeed engine on planet BSB-53, Earth, they hastened to this location. Subsequently, they encountered Qin Ge, leading to their capture. Qin Ge nodded slightly, refraining from expressing any opinions. I am quite curious about how you discern my identity. Even the most advanced genetic monitoring systems struggle to detect our Skrull transformations. Talos inquired with intrigue. What are your thoughts on this Kree warrior, Furs? Qin Ge asked. This individual is rather peculiar. Talos furrowed his brow. She is Kree, yet she has lived on Earth, appearing here since childhood. This is indeed strange. The Kree Empire typically trains warriors from a young age. I have never heard of a case like Furs, who spent her early years on another planet. Moreover, I saw you in her memories, Talos remarked, lifting his gaze to Qin Ge. Are you certain? Qin Ge scrutinized Talos. I am quite certain, Talos affirmed. Qin Ge nodded and gestured. We'll step forward, handing Qin Ge a photograph. See if Furs is in here. Qin Ge presented their graduation group photo to Talos, who began to search through it. It's her. Talos pointed to an individual, addressing Qin Ge. Upon a glance, a faint smile graced Qin Ge's lips. The person Talos indicated was none other than Carol. Carol and Fury sat across from each other at the table, while Maria and her daughter Monica occupied the opposite side. Are you saying you lost your memory and had your hands transformed into massive cannons? Maria gazed at Carol in disbelief. Carol nodded, raising her hand towards the sky. Energy rapidly converged, and her right hand illuminated, unleashing a scorching energy cannon that shot straight into the clouds. Maria and Monica were left dumbfounded. For ordinary individuals who had never witnessed supernatural phenomena, this was an utterly mind-bending spectacle. I want to know about my past. Carol implored Maria with earnestness. Your past? Maria regarded Carol with complexity. We were all trainees at the New York Air Force training camp, and you were among the most outstanding of our cohort. Although you were not remarkable at first, your excellence gradually came to light over time. Maria slowly recounted their experiences at the training camp, while Carol and Fury listened intently. Later, after we graduated, we joined the Pegasus program, and then you vanished. When you reappeared, you claimed to be from another planet, with your hands transformed into massive cannons. Maria's expression was one of agitation, yet understandably so. The best friend she had lost for so many years had returned, devoid of all memories. Claiming to be an extraterrestrial warrior, who could bear such a revelation? I am Carol Danvers, Carol whispered softly. Your name is not merely Furs. You are our training camp's ace pilot, Carol Danvers, Maria stated emphatically. Suddenly, an image flashed in Carol's mind. Who is Qin Ge? Maria paused for a moment before laughing. You remember Qin Ge? Fury, who had remained silent, glanced at Carol in surprise, not expecting her to recognize that prominent figure. I have a vague impression. Carol nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Ge was also a distinguished trainee in our camp, and indeed the most outstanding among his peers. After graduation, he joined the Flying Tigers, an elite special forces unit, where he rose to the rank of Major General and currently serves as the commander of the New York Military District, as well as the captain of the Flying Tigers. He is a prominent figure in the military, a fact that the gentleman from S.H.I.L.D. beside you should be well aware of. Carol turned to look at Fury upon hearing this, and he gave a wry smile. So, you were captured during your prolonged absence? She exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Fury nodded. My superior is a Skrull, allegedly their leader, who was apprehended by General Qin. Talos? Carol gasped in disbelief. Yes, that is him. I'm not entirely sure, but it appears that General Qin was right. How could that be possible? Carol still struggled to comprehend how a question that had left the Kree Empire, a galactic superpower, at a standstill for so many years could be resolved on such an underdeveloped planet. Why did he release you? She inquired, shifting her focus. How would I know? Fury rolled his eyes, slightly irritated. General Qin has never played by the rules. Who knows what he is thinking? I suppose we could ask him directly, Maria suddenly suggested, just as the vibrations of helicopter rotors disturbed the air, resonating within the room. Everyone looked up as 4 helicopters descended one after another onto the yard in front of Maria's house. Armed members of the Flying Tigers disembarked from the helicopters, and Talos emerged under the watchful eyes of several soldiers. It's Talos. Carol recognized the Skrull leader who had deceived her. The front helicopter's door swung open, revealing a tall man clad in dark green American military attire, wearing sunglasses. The members of the Flying Tigers quickly followed, clearly rallying behind him. Carol recognized this man, Qin Ge. Chapter 22. Memory Restoration. With a click, Qin Ge entered the room, followed closely by Will and Talos, while the others dispersed to secure various locations around Maria's home. Long time no see, Maria, Qin Ge said with a smile, removing his sunglasses and placing them in his pocket. It's been a while, Qin Ge, Maria replied, returning his smile. Uncle Qin. Monica ran over eagerly. Little darling. Qin Ge lifted Monica into his arms, affectionately ruffling her nose. Have you missed me? I have. Monica beamed. Such a good girl, he praised, stroking her head before setting her down. As he turned to face Carol, who stood quietly nearby, a complex expression crossed Qin Ge's face. Although he had always known Carol was alive, her sudden reappearance stirred emotions within him. Do you remember? Qin Ge softly inquired as he approached Carol. I'm sorry, Carol shook her head. I still can't recall all my memories, but I can sense that you are very important to me. Upon the utterance of those words, the expressions of will and fury, positioned behind Qin Ge, became tinged with ambiguity, particularly Will, who had heard whispers of Qin Ge's disinterest in women since their time in the Flying Tigers and speculated that he harbored feelings for someone special. Yet, the identity of this person remained a mystery. Initially, Will assumed it to be mere gossip, but the current situation suggested otherwise. There are indeed no smoke without fire. Qin Ge smiled slightly, assuring, It's all right. I will help you remember. He raised his hand, intending to pat Carol as he had done in the past, but halted midway, turning instead to Fury. You have performed admirably, he remarked with a grin. Huh? What have I done? Fury replied, bewildered by Qin Ge's praise. Qin Ge merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. While at Fury Go, according to the system, this world possesses its own main storyline. In the current context, Carol undoubtedly emerges as the female protagonist. Thus, in a realm devoid of Qin Ge, who stands as the male lead. Through data analysis, Fury appeared to be the most likely candidate. Therefore, Qin Ge decided to observe how Fury would assist Carol. Upon receiving news that Fury and Carol had arrived at Maria's residence, coupled with the confirmation from the chief scientist under Talos regarding Carol's location, Qin Ge surmised that this was indeed the place where Carol would regain her memories. All key figures were present, and thus, Qin Ge made his way there. Talos, he called out. Yes, Talos responded, having remained silent until then. Follow me. The group trailed behind Talos to the computer at Maria's home, where he inserted a USB drive into the main unit. They all gazed intently at the screen, which displayed a dialog box indicating that it was loading. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Talos glanced at Carol, who in turn looked at Qin Ge, who silently regarded Maria. Ahem, it seems to be lagging, Maria said, clearing her throat awkwardly. Half a minute passed. Ding. The message was brief, yet laden with meaning. Is this a coordinate? Qin Ge inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. It appears to be an interstellar coordinate, but my chief scientist cannot decipher it, Talos explained. Will's lips twitched, and Fury and Maria beside him were equally perplexed. This must pertain to high physics, Maria remarked, addressing Will. It cannot be wrong. He mentioned a chief scientist, Will replied. I am quite curious how they have yet to be exterminated despite their ongoing conflict with the Kree Empire. This exchange sparked an epiphany in Talos, who perceived that what seemed like a complex interstellar coordinate was, in fact, rather simple. Carol remained silent, immersed in a torrent of memories surging from the depths of her consciousness. Vivid images unfolded before her eyes. Hello, I'm Qin Ge. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am too. Bang. Carol fell backward onto the grass, dazed by the impact. Do not attack blindly. Wait for the opportune moment to strike. You may attempt a probing attack first, Qin Ge advised, crouching down to face Carol. She nodded thoughtfully, and he grinned as he pulled her up. Let's try again. Carol took a deep breath and charged forward once more. Qin, come take a photo, she said, leaning in closer to Qin. Qin Ge, momentarily distracted by the menacing visage of the ice cream before him, turned to Carol with a puzzled expression. What for? We've known each other for so long and have yet to take a picture together. It's outrageous. Come on, strike a pose. What are we taking a picture for? Hey, don't pull me. I'll take it, is that all right? After a brief silence, Carol suddenly spoke. Will we still be like this after graduation? Of course, Qin Ge replied, gazing up at the dark sky adorned with twinkling stars. In the distance, a shooting star seemed to streak across the heavens. Let us make a promise. Qin Ge suddenly turned to her and said, A promise? Carol paused, looking at him in confusion. Yes, a promise. Qin Ge extended his right hand, his pinky bent and outstretched. What promise? Carol glanced at Qin Ge's extended pinky and inquired. To stay in touch after graduation. If we meet again, we shall be partners. Qin Ge said with a smile. Partners? A smile appeared on Carol's face as she looked at Qin Ge's finger. Then, let's make a promise. Their fair pinkies gently entwined, with their thumbs resting against each other. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Carol. Partners, she murmured absent-mindedly. The image of Qin Ge became increasingly vivid in her mind, and the once vague memories began to clarify. Ding! Qin Ge froze, looking at Carol. Has she regained her memories? Would you like to extract the limited time template? The system's voice echoed again. Extract, he thought silently. Extracting limited time template. Extraction complete. Please check. Qin Ge gazed at the virtual screen before him, where a robust figure clad in a brown shirt emblazoned with the character appeared. This hair resembles a hedgehog. Chapter 23. Limited time template and the Devourer Beast name. Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Title. None gender. Male age. 28 bloodline. Scion special ability. Enhanced Super Scion. LV3. Skills. King Kai Fist LV5. Spirit Bomb LV5. Combat LV5. Dragon Fist LV5. Instant Transmission LV5. Max Level LV5. Overall Combat Power. 50,000. Normal State. 100,000. Super Scion 3 Mode. Evaluation. It is not merely a power of 100,000, but rather a limit set at 100,000. Status. Ready for loading. Loading time limit. 1 day. Usage count. 1 time. Qin Ge blinked, staring at the 5 zeros following the overall combat power of 1. System. Please explain what this 100,000 combat power is all about, Qin Ge inquired. The universe is vast and intricate, with countless parallel universes, each with its own unique paths of strength. Thus, the cosmic will, which governs all universes, categorizes them into 7 tiers, while the infinite template system elaborates on the first 5 tiers through combat power metrics. A combat power below 100 is considered a mortal being, not classified within any tier. From 100 to 1,000 combat power constitutes the first tier. From 1,000 to 5,000 is the second tier. From 5,000 to 10,000 is the third tier. The battle power ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 is classified as the fifth tier. The sixth and seventh tiers represent beings of such overwhelming strength that their power cannot be quantified numerically. What is the magnitude of a being at 100,000 battle power at the fifth tier? Qin Ge. It's akin to annihilating a planet. Merely child's play. Child's play? What on earth? Qin Ge was at a loss for words, unable to find anything aside from ellipses to articulate his current feelings. What is this so-called norm? He pointed towards the term norm in the parentheses following the comprehensive battle power. It refers to the literal meaning, replied the system, as the corners of Qin Ge's mouth twitched slightly. Please elaborate. The battle power of Sun Wukong, without utilizing his Super Scion transformation, is what we refer to as his norm. If he were to engage his Super Scion transformation, could he then reach the fabled 6th or 7th tier? Dream on. The system's tone dripped with condescension. The existence of the 7th tier is far beyond your comprehension. Even this system would tread lightly in their presence. While the 6th tier may not be as formidable as the 7th, it remains beyond your imagination. Even with his transformation, Sun Wukong cannot attain the 6th tier. Why is that? Isn't the pinnacle of the 5th tier 100,000 battle power? Surely surpassing that would lead to the 6th tier? Qin Ge questioned, bewildered. The existence of the 6th tier transcends the boundaries of the universe and life itself. The system hesitated mid-sentence. Why'd you stop? Continue. Qin Ge urged, frustrated by the abrupt interruption. Why would I engage in conversation with someone of your negligible power level? Damn it, Qin Ge muttered, realizing the truth in the system's words. A novice with barely any battle power dared to ponder the 6th and 7th tiers. What folly. Yet, Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the Sun Wukong template at his disposal, he could certainly ensure his own safety in this universe, couldn't he? Not merely self-preservation. You could obliterate this universe without issue, the system scoffed. Is it truly that impressive? He asked, incredulous. The system merely responded with a cold laugh. Curse you. Qin Ge grumbled under his breath. At that moment, he felt an unusual sensation at his pant leg. He retracted the virtual screen and glanced down. A ginger cat was nestled by his feet, pawing at his trousers. Maria, when did your family acquire a ginger cat? Qin Ge. Curiosity pique. It's one that Aunt Carol brought. Monica replied, scooping it up. Quite adorable, she said, playfully teasing the little orange cat. In a moment of inspiration, he prompted the system to scan it. Name, Gugu title, none gender, male age, 47 years bloodline, devouring beast special ability, devour heaven and earth, details, skills, charm LV5. Transformation LV5, max level LV5, comprehensive battle power, 5, maximum 10,000, evaluation. The devouring beast, one of the most formidable creatures in the Marvel Universe, possesses the ability to devour all. Status, not loadable. What? Qin Ge gaped, staring at the ginger cat, Gugu, who blinked back at him. Devouring beast? The most terrifying creature in the universe? Good heavens. Qin Ge was startled to the point of almost tossing the orange cat, Gugu, from his hands. System, are you certain you haven't made an error? Qin Ge exclaimed, his heart racing. This system does not make mistakes, the system replied with a hint of arrogance. Trembling, he cautiously clicked on the details of the entity known as the Devourer of Worlds. Devourer of Worlds, a species of the devouring beast, possessing the ability to contain a vast realm within, theoretically capable of consuming any object. The digestibility of the consumed target depends on its energy. Qin Ge instinctively swallowed hard, gently placing Gugu on the ground and stealthily distancing himself from it. Do you recognize it? Came Carol's voice. Ido, Qin Ge nodded. Carol silently observed Qin Ge, this long-lost dear friend, who was indeed remarkable. His knowledge of the devouring beast and ability to distinguish scrolls piqued Carol's curiosity about the changes Qin Ge had undergone over the years. Taros, standing nearby, also looked at Qin Ge in surprise, sharing the same thought as Carol. This earthling was unlike others. Have you remembered? Maria stepped forward, uncertain. Yes, it has all come back. Carol replied with a faint smile. Qin Ge watched this scene with amusement. Despite being frightened by the devouring beast, he was nonetheless pleased to see Carol regain her memories. Speaking of which, shouldn't we discuss the matter of the Lightspeed engine? Fury approached, still cradling Gugu. Qin Ge instinctively took 2 steps back, mirroring Taros' reaction. Both were wary of the small creature, knowing they were no match for it. Being swallowed would mean certain doom. Carol glanced at Gugu and held it close. Chapter 24. A reunion after 6 years. This scene made Qin Ge's eyelids twitch. System, check Carol's profile. Name, Carol Danvers title, Captain Marvel gender, female age, 26 lineage, human special ability, light energy absorption, details, skills, driving LV5, combat LV5, leadership LV3, max level LV5, overall combat power, 15,786, currently sealed, evaluation, impressive, truly remarkable, extraordinarily formidable. Qin Ge, do not look further. You cannot reach this level. Status, unloadable. Having grown accustomed to the system's consistently absurd evaluations, Qin Ge quickly steadied his emotions, which had been sent into turmoil by the system, and scrutinized Carol's profile data. 15,786, 57,116, even the decimal was higher than Qin Ge's paltry 70. According to the system's classifications, this combat power indicated a formidable 4th-tier powerhouse. Goodness gracious! 6 years ago, Carol's combat power had barely reached 70. Is it fair to declare her the mightiest superhero in the universe now? He clicked on the details of the special ability, Light Energy Absorption. Light Energy Absorption, bestowed by the power of the Cosmic Cube. This ability allows Carol to absorb any form of energy present in the universe and convert it into light energy, storing it within her own being. Indeed, as long as Carol remains alive, she shall inevitably become invincible within the Marvel Universe. Is she the favored daughter of the cosmos? Qin Ge felt as though his worldview was on the brink of being utterly shattered today. Wait a moment. System, that sealed state. The voice in Qin Ge's mind trembled. Surely not, regarding my sister. As the host envisioned, Carol's current abilities are in a sealed state, allowing her to unleash only a fraction of her true strength. The system's mocking voice echoed. Silence ensued. I wish for tranquility. Do not disclose to me the power she wields upon unsealing. Qin Ge inhaled deeply. Very well. I shall not reveal that Carol's strength upon unsealing is 47,777. I shall not. System, I beseech you. Qin Ge exclaimed. What is troubling you? Carol noticed Qin Ge's expression dark as the depths of a cauldron and, curious about this abrupt transformation, inquired. It's nothing. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively, feeling quite powerless against this system. All of this is a deception. Where's the promised serious system? Why must mine be such a malevolent entity? We are preparing to venture into outer space to locate the place where Lawson concealed the light-speed engine, Carol said, cradling a ginger cat. How shall we proceed? My chief scientist can convert your aircraft into a spacecraft, Talos interjected. Qin Ge regarded Talos with skepticism, recalling the earlier high-stakes physics debacle. Ahem, that was merely an accident. Talos awkwardly coughed. Very well, I shall accompany you, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. Qin Ge, this operation is exceedingly perilous. It would be wise for you to refrain from joining, Maria urgently advised upon hearing Qin Ge's intention to go. Qin Ge's status is of such significance that he cannot afford to take reckless risks. Indeed, General, outer space is fraught with danger. It would be prudent for you to stay behind, Will echoed. While they are undoubtedly elite, outer space is no trifling matter, and they lack experience in combat beyond the atmosphere. Enough said. Maria, you have Monica. You cannot take risks, for the spacecraft requires a pilot. Carol is the primary combat force. It cannot be her. I do not trust anyone else. Thus it must be I, Qin Ge stated earnestly. Do not jest. Mission 2 entails collaborating with Carol to safeguard Earth and repel the accuser Ronin's fleet. If you do not participate, how shall the mission be accomplished? Moreover, holding the Sun Wukong template, Qin Ge asserted that he fears no peril. Although the system may be unreliable, it has yet to deceive him. Since the system proclaimed that within this universe, the Super Scion 3 template of Sun Wukong is invincible, what could he possibly dread? Very well, Carol nodded at Qin Ge, granting him no opportunity for Maria to interject. Observing Carol's gaze, Qin Ge offered a faint smile. As night descended, Qin Ge sat upon the grass, gazing skyward. However, the heavens were unkind. Tonight the clouds obscured the stars. Nevertheless, the moon shone brightly, casting its silvery light upon the earth. There are no stars tonight, Carol remarked as she approached and settled beside Qin Ge. The heavens show little favor. Qin Ge chuckled lightly, turning to Carol. How have the years treated you? Carol inquired. What else could there be? Having participated in numerous wars and significant missions, I have amassed considerable military achievements, striving to ascend the ranks. Such a young brigadier general has never been seen throughout the annals of American history, Carol remarked with a smile. It's nothing much, Qin Ge chuckled. What about you? How have the years been among the stars? Not particularly well, Carol shrugged. I was deceived by Roger and brought to Hala, the capital of the Kree Empire, where I was trained as a warrior for their cause, frequently undertaking missions. The Skrulls are deemed a malevolent race, threatening the peace of the universe, deserving of eradication. I have dispatched numerous Skrulls myself. Qin Ge listened attentively as Carol recounted her experiences over the years. She had endured much. First, amnesia led her to Hala for reprogramming, and then she fought alongside Kree warriors in unjust wars of aggression, all while remaining in the dark about the truth. When I finally learned the truth, I felt immense regret and disbelief over my actions, Carol said with a bitter smile. It's all right. It was not your intention. Qin Ge gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. I know, and Taros did not lie. That is why I wish to atone for my transgressions, Carol spoke softly. Are you planning to assist them in finding a faster-than-light engine? Indeed, Carol nodded. I aim to help them escape the galaxy. The Kree Empire is formidable, but once they leave the galaxy, the Skrulls will be powerless against them. I wish to find a new homeland for the Skrulls beyond the Milky Way. Qin Ge regarded Carol, noting a newfound aura about her that he had never witnessed before. Yet, he recognized the essence, responsibility, and accountability. Perhaps this is the essence of a hero's awakening? So, are you ready to have your partner assist you? Qin Ge smiled and extended his right hand to Carol. Her face lit up with a smile as she grasped his hand. Of course. Partner. Chapter 25. Kree Empire Patrol Ship. Although the chief scientist under Taros was unfamiliar with Earth's advanced physics, his technological prowess was undeniably impressive. After a night of modifications, the fighter jet that Qin Ge had sent was successfully transformed into a spacecraft. This evoked a sense of awe in Qin Ge, who marveled at the advanced technology. Safe travels, Maria called out to Carol as she stood beneath the ship, bidding farewell to the last passenger boarding. The others had already settled inside. Aunt Carol, we'll be waiting for you at home, Monica exclaimed, clutching the jacket Carol had given her. Carol affectionately ruffled Monica's hair. Understood, she replied, standing tall and locking eyes with Maria. I'm off. Safe travels. Nodding, Carol turned and boarded the spacecraft. Prepare for departure, Qin Ge noted as he caught a glimpse of Carol stepping aboard, rapidly adjusting the instruments. Advanced technology truly lives up to its name. To accommodate Qin Ge, the chief scientist of the Skrulls had painstakingly modified the control panel to resemble that of an aircraft, with only subtle differences. Yet Qin Ge was able to master it quickly. One cannot deny that advanced technology is indeed remarkable. Buzz. The thrusters began their preheating, while Maria gently pushed Monica away. Upward they ascended. As Qin Ge spoke, the spacecraft gradually lifted off. Carol waved to Maria and Monica through the transparent window as the ship vanished into the horizon. In outer space, a resounding boom echoed as the spacecraft flickered, its flight thrusters extinguishing and switching to those suited for navigation through the cosmos. The surrounding vista transformed. The once white clouds, after breaching the atmosphere, gave way to an expanse of starry seas. Is this the universe? Fury, cradling the orange cat Gugu, gazed in awe at the breathtaking sight before him. Qin Ge too was astonished by the spectacle around him. The vast starry ocean had long captivated human curiosity, drawing generations of explorers. Now, Qin Ge finally had the opportunity to behold the grandeur of this limitless celestial expanse. Welcome to the universe, Carol exclaimed with a smile, her eyes twinkling as she regarded Qin Ge. I was once beneath you in the skies, and now you have preceded me into the cosmos. Qin Ge turned to respond. It's merely luck. This is no mere luck, Carol, she replied with a chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, in another part of outer space, a large spacecraft hovered in the cosmic void. They still had not made contact with Voss. A blue-skinned man, wielding twin swords, approached a man who appeared similar to an ordinary earthling. Four individuals clad in green Kree warrior uniforms stood together, evidently warriors of the Kree Empire. This planet poses no threat to Voss's existence. The likelihood of life here is negligible, the man murmured softly. That cannot be entirely accurate. This zone belongs to the Nine Realms, another blue-skinned man remarked. Rog, are you referring to Asgard? Rog's expression altered. Suddenly, a striking blue-skinned woman, the only female among them, spoke up. Detection of an Imperial patrol ship. An Imperial patrol ship? Rog furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why such a vessel would be present here. Minerva. Investigate how Marvel arrived at planet C-53, Rog commanded, seemingly recalling something important. Minerva swiftly manipulated the device on her wrist. Marvel is piloting an Imperial patrol ship, Rog straightened, his eyes gleaming with fervor. It appeared Voss had boarded the Imperial patrol ship. The absence of prior detection indicated it had activated its cloaking mode. Now that it was detected, Voss must have deactivated the ship's cloaking mode, Minerva explained. Ignoring her, Rog's arm trembled as a phantasmal figure materialized, a man clad in a black hooded robe, gripping a long-handled hammer. Ronin, bring your troops here, Rog commanded coldly. I shall fight for the Kree Empire. The spacecraft gradually halted in a seemingly empty expanse of space. The coordinates are correct. Why is there nothing here? Fury inquired, puzzled. There is something. It's merely concealed, Carol whispered, tapping rapidly on the device on her wrist. Cloaking mode deactivated, an electronic synthesized female voice announced. A dazzling radiance suddenly captured the attention of the crowd. In the previously vacant expanse of the cosmos, an immense starship of indiscernible length and breadth materialized abruptly, its sci-fi aesthetic accentuated by the flickering silver-blue luminescence. The imposing artillery and spacecraft were starkly visible, along with an elongated landing pad. An overwhelming presence enveloped the onlookers. As the inspection vessel of the Kree Empire, a testament to the ingenuity of the Kree people, unabashedly unveiled its extraordinary grandeur. This was the inspection vessel of the Kree Empire. Carol remained remarkably composed, having encountered the Kree Empire's inspection vessel countless times before. Qin Ge and Fry gazed in awe at this astonishing starship, rendered speechless by the formidable technological marvel before them. The vessel was colossal. After disembarking the shuttle, it felt as though they had traversed an eternity before arriving at what appeared to be a pathway leading to the central control hall. Suddenly, Qin Ge halted, squinting at an object on the ground. A baseball? Did the Kree Empire also possess baseball? What could such an object possibly be doing aboard a vessel of this magnitude? A sense of confusion arose, yet Qin Ge discreetly continued to follow the group. After several turns, they arrived at a vast and spacious hall. The entrance adorned with inscriptions in Kree script. Although Qin Ge could not decipher the symbols, he could surmise their meaning. Central Control Hall. Folks, we may not be alone here. Fry, ever the astute agent, quickly sensed something amiss. Qin Ge too discerned the peculiarities within the hall. A steaming cup of water, an array of entertainment devices, and the earlier baseball. His hands instinctively reached for the handgun at his side, while his mind connected with the system, ready to activate the Sun Wukong template should any formidable adversaries or unforeseen circumstances arise. At that moment, Talaros, typically reticent, stepped to the center of the hall. his voice resonating with an eerie yet penetrating quality. Chapter 26, Cosmic Cube. What was he doing? Qin Ge pondered, observing Talaros as he emitted a haunting wail, the sound lingering unpleasantly in the air, creating an unsettling atmosphere that made even the timid Qin Ge nearly resort to the Sun Wukong template. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from behind, imperceptible yet distinct. Qin Ge instinctively reacted, drawing his handgun and aiming it toward the source of the sound. A female Skrull emerged from the shadows, cradling a child, followed by others. One by one, green-skinned Skrulls materialized from the darkness. Talaros swiftly approached the initial female Skrull with the child. Qin Ge lowered his weapon. The Skrulls, displaced throughout the cosmos, were likely just a fraction of their kind. He turned to Carol and remarked, perhaps. Carol shook her head solemnly, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a blue glow. Turning, she noticed a complex and intricate device housing a cubic object. Following Carol's gaze, Qin Ge also observed the peculiar item. The two approached, and Carol reached out to retrieve the blue energy entity. A gentle blue light emanates, resembling a grand light bulb. What is this? Qin Ge inquired with curiosity. In Lawson's notes, this object is referred to as the Cosmic Cube, the energy source for constructing lightspeed engines, Carol remarked while examining the Cosmic Cube. Cosmic Cube? Qin Ge paused momentarily, recalling that Carol's template information had mentioned this object. System, check the template for the Cosmic Cube. Buzz. Ability template name. Space Gem alias. Cosmic Cube special ability. Spatial teleportation description. One of the most magnificent and precious treasures of the Marvel Universe. The Infinity Stones possess the extraordinary power to manipulate space. Moreover, it is itself a colossal energy source, capable of providing astonishing energy. Status, cannot be loaded. Space Gem, Cosmic Cube, Infinity Stones? Qin Ge felt somewhat bewildered. Were the Infinity Stones? However, based on the description, it appeared rather formidable. Having long frequented the online realm, Qin Ge understood the immense power of spatial abilities. Throughout various narratives, any capability related to time and space is invariably a remarkable superpower. This so-called Space Gem is straightforward, directly controlling space. Can I take it with me? Qin Ge gazed at the Cosmic Cube, his eyes sparkling, addressing the system. Yes, any item can be taken away from this realm if the host stores it in the system space. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge eagerly rubbed his hands together, preparing to approach Carol for the Cosmic Cube. Friendly reminder, the system interrupted Qin Ge's daydreaming. As the most significant treasure of the Marvel Universe, if the host removes the Cosmic Cube from the Marvel Universe, it will not only cause substantial upheaval, but may also attract the attention of the Cosmic Will. Qin Ge's movements halted. What does this upheaval entail? The system could ascertain the general trajectory of the Marvel Universe. However, if the host were to take the Space Gem, it would disrupt the cosmic order, resulting in unpredictable consequences. Should the host descend into the Marvel Universe again to complete a mission, they would not receive any rewards. Considering this, Qin Ge blinked. That seems rather disadvantageous. Although he was uncertain how many more times he would descend here, the Infinity Template system was his greatest reliance. If he could not obtain rewards, it would be a grave loss. Moreover, once the Cosmic Will became aware of the host, any future descents into the Marvel Universe would lead to the host's annihilation by the Cosmic Will, which typically possess strength above the 5th tier. Is this truly a trump card? The notion of a formidable being above the 5th tier, easily obliterating an unranked novice, seemed overwhelmingly simple. This is hardly a treasure. It is clearly a hot potato. Stepping back discreetly, he surrendered. Carol shot a puzzled glance at Qin Ge, confused by his sudden retreat. I need to use the restroom. With that remark, Qin Ge hurriedly fled. Scared and wanting to use the restroom, Carol rolled her eyes in exasperation. After searching for some time, Qin Ge finally located the restroom, and after a comfortable moment of relief, he leisurely made his way towards the central control hall. Boom! A resounding explosion suddenly érupted. The previously carefree Qin Ge suddenly shifted into a state of alertness, swiftly retreating to the side and cautiously surveying his surroundings for any unusual movements. Gripping 2 handguns firmly, he began to advance towards the central control hall with utmost care. Furs, how could you betray the Empire? A male voice resonated. I am Carol Danvers, not Furs. Moreover, I am a Terran, and there is no concept of betrayal against the Kree Empire. Carol's voice followed suit. Are the Kree searching for them? A wave of anxiety washed over Qin Ge as he cautiously peered inside. The Skrulls and the Kree were held at gunpoint, rendered incapable of fighting back, while Carol stood her ground against a figure who appeared to be a leader. There are too many of them, Qin Ge thought to himself, realizing that he could not handle the situation alone. It seems you are resolute in your betrayal of the Empire, Rog addressed Carol. I'm a Terran, Carol proclaimed defiantly, raising her head high as a radiant glow enveloped her hands. Are you prepared to fight me? Rog retorted, unleashing a green shockwave that shimmered ominously. Do the Kree have such an affinity for green? Qin Ge murmured under his breath, observing the unfolding scene. Seeing this, Carol raised her hand to unleash a beam of energy. Rog dodged skillfully, closing the distance in an instant, and swung his shockwave-laden left hand down violently towards Carol. Bang! Carol lifted her right hand to absorb the blow, her left hand igniting with brilliance. Yet, just as the energy beam was about to discharge, it abruptly dissipated. What? Carol gasped in disbelief. Bang! Rog's fist collided with her head, sending her crashing to the ground. The heavy blow rendered Carol unconscious. Qin Ge keenly noticed a flickering black mark on her neck. Could this be the reason? Chapter 27. The unsealed Carol concealed in the shadows. Qin Ge observed as Kree soldiers escorted the Skrulls and the Furies away, while a group of elite Kree warriors accompanied Rog as they took Carol in another direction. Assessing the probability of success, Qin Ge cautiously trailed behind the Kree soldiers escorting the Skrulls and Furies. Meanwhile, Carol knelt on the ground, black liquid tendrils coiling around her form. Although light years away in outer space, her consciousness transcended to the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire. Once again, we meet Furs. Carol's most respected figure materialized as the supreme intelligence, unmistakably resembling Dr. Lawson. I am Carol Danvers, she declared, fists clenched, directing a cold gaze towards the supreme intelligence. It seems you have fully regained your memories, the supreme intelligence remarked nonchalantly, seated at a long table with a smile. How do you find this attire? A leather jacket. I quite like it. The supreme intelligence tugged at the black leather jacket, grinning at Carol. Carol's eyes narrowed, icy fury surging within her as she beheld the visage of the being who mirrored the one she revered the most. Let me leave this place, Carol demanded. Let you leave? That is out of the question. I must recondition your mind, the supreme intelligence replied, a smile betraying a chilling ease about the notion of brainwashing. Oomph. Carol scoffed, her form a blur as she launched a punch towards the supreme intelligence. The supreme intelligence casually deflected her strike. Carol cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground, her hands clutching her neck as she lamented in pain. Intense agony surged from the luminous black mark on her neck, radiating throughout her body. Your power is a gift we bestowed upon you, yet you wish to wield that very power against me? The supreme intelligence, hands tucked into its pockets, loomed over Carol, speaking condescendingly. My strength was never granted by you. Carol glared at the supreme intelligence, her pain barely contained. You are nothing but a failure, Carol. Without us, you shall forever remain a worthless being. With a wave of its hand, a silver, gelatinous substance enveloped Carol. Reflect upon your memories. Who instilled in you the confidence to become strong? The silver substance consumed her. Carol seemed to plunge into an endless abyss, surrounded by flickering images of her memories, her body descending continuously as scenes flashed before her. It was never you who granted me the confidence of a warrior. Her gaze unwavering. Carol grasped the black mark on her neck and yanked fiercely. Boom! An astonishing force radiated from Carol, leaving Rog and the others in stunned disbelief as she shone with brilliant light, the black liquid on her body being violently expelled, her strength surging forth unceasingly. Even the circuits of the entire patrol ship short-circuited under the influence of this terrifying power. Qin Ge cautiously approached the area where the Skrulls and Fury were imprisoned, opting not to use firearms. The noise would draw unwanted attention. Hidden from the view of two Kree warriors, the captives could still see him. Could he take down these two Kree warriors? Talos questioned with uncertainty. Although Qin Ge had easily overpowered him, these two were armed. I'm not sure, replied Fury, equally uncertain. Only two of them. Qin Ge observed the scant guarding force, a slight smile gracing his lips. He planted his left foot on the ground, his leg muscles powering him explosively forward, propelling him several meters in an instant. His waist, shoulders, and elbows all engaged simultaneously as he struck with a punch, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being cut. Bang! The Kree warrior had no inkling of what had transpired. He felt a violent pain in his head and lost control of his body, crashing heavily to the ground. The second Kree warrior sensed something amiss, just turning around when a powerful kick came crashing down. Bang! The heel struck this Kree warrior's temple with tremendous force. The power of a human's leg surpasses that of the arms, and with Qin Ge's exceptional physical prowess, the blow to the temple proved fatal. All unfolded in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, the Kree warriors guarding the captives lay incapacitated on the ground, lifeless. I feel he held back when he struck you, Fury remarked to Talos, turning his head. Talos observed the two Kree warriors on the ground, devoid of life, his lips twitching in agitation. How do we open this? As Qin Ge approached the laser cage, he inquired of the individuals inside. Once you obtain that controller, simply press it here. Tereos' wife indicated towards the lifeless body of a Kree warrior. Oh, Qin Ge responded as he crouched down, preparing to retrieve the controller. Suddenly, with a crackle, the circuitry sparked, and the laser cage before them vanished. What is happening? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Stop dawdling, let us move, Qin Ge urged, waving his hand. It must be Carol's doing. Understood. Bang! The patrol ship jolted violently, followed by a series of intense tremors. It quivered as if something immense was causing the disturbance. Thud! The group pressed against the transparent window, witnessing Rog and others being thrown from the patrol ship, alongside Carol, who floated in the cosmos, bathed in radiant light. System, has Carol been unsealed? The system replied, let us cut the chatter and proceed directly to the template. Name, Carol Danvers. Title, Captain Marvel. Gender, female. Age, 26. Lineage, human. Special ability, photonic energy manipulation. Details, skills, piloting LV5, combat LV5. Leadership LV3, max level LV5, overall combat power, for 777 evaluation. Celebrate. A momentous day indeed. A novice like Qin Ge has witnessed the birth of a formidable fourth-tier powerhouse. Status, unable to load. The assessment remained as flamboyant as ever. A fourth-tier elite. Qin Ge gazed out at Carol, suspended in the vastness of space, his eyes shimmering with aspiration. I wonder when I will attain such strength. Do not rush with this system by your side. Even a pig can eventually become a fourth-tier powerhouse, or even stronger, the system consoled. Is this the hallmark of a system? Even its comfort carries a unique flair. Chapter 28. Arrivals and Departures. Buzz. Ships emerge from the wormhole in rapid succession. 1, 2, 3. In mere moments, an entire fleet burst forth from the spatial wormhole, arriving in the outer reaches of Earth. Leading the charge was a colossal vessel resembling an axe, approximately twice the size of the Kree Empire's patrol ship. Reinforcements from the Kree Empire? Qin Ge furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is the Accuser, Ronan. Tereos replied gravely. The Accuser, Ronan? Qin Ge questioned, glancing at Tereos with curiosity. He is the leader of the Supreme Accuser Corps within the Kree Empire, second only to the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire. This ship, the Dark Star, is equipped with weaponry capable of effortlessly annihilating a planet. It is also the sole vessel of the Kree Empire whose technological prowess surpasses that of the Nova Corps. Tereos disclosed. Hearing this, Qin Ge cast a concerned glance toward Carol. Can she withstand this? He silently pondered, system, will Carol be all right? Today, this system shall elucidate the 5 tiers to you, so you refrain from asking such foolish questions in the future, the system retorted. Ignoring the system's habitual jibes, Qin Ge remained wholly focused on absorbing the information. The various tiers possess extraordinary powers, with the highest destructive capability of the first tier roughly equivalent to that of human missiles, exerting neither a minimal nor an excessive influence. The second tier's peak destructive power parallels that of city-level weaponry, akin to human nuclear arms. However, while nuclear weapons yield a one-time explosion, the second tier orchestrates a gradual devastation. The third tier possesses a formidable destructive capability that can obliterate nations. The fourth tier is characterized by planet-destroying prowess. A being of the fourth tier, unleashing its full might, can annihilate an entire planet. The fifth tier, representing world annihilation, can be interpreted as a slaughter of the cosmos. The aforementioned 5 tiers do not merely signify the capacity to obliterate a city or a nation instantaneously. Rather, given time, they can achieve such destruction, with no one able to thwart their power. It is not through mere strikes that cities or nations fall, although such beings also belong to their respective tiers. The system conveyed much information at a rapid pace, and after listening, only half a minute had elapsed for Qin Ge. Carol currently belongs to the 4th tier, nearing the 5th, and thus should be impervious to planet-destroying weapons. As Qin Ge contemplated, Carol made her move, transforming into a stream of radiant light. She surged towards Ronan's fleet, swift as lightning, effortlessly breaching the hull of a ship. Carol, as a flowing luminescence, rampaged through the vessels, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Under the astonished gazes of Qin Ge and the others, the fleet of accusers, which had arrived swiftly, met an even swifter demise, leaving only the solitary Dark Star ship behind. Director, the script is incorrect. Shouldn't we engage first before determining the victor? Why? In a mere encounter, have I been eliminated? Where's my health bar? Carol cast her gaze upon the renowned flagship of the accuser fleet, the Dark Star, which boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Even planet-destroying weapons could not breach its defenses, and Carol lacked the capacity to destroy it. However, with her presence, the Dark Star could not lay waste to anything. Radiant energy flickered in her hands as she struck down with her fists. Boom! Centered around Carol, a luminous wave surged outward, vanishing into the cosmos in an instant. In Asgard, within the celestial palace, an elderly figure clad in resplendent golden armor feigned slumber. Notably, the elder wore a golden eye patch over his right eye, suggesting he was blind in that eye. As the radiant energy radiated past, the elder's singular eye abruptly opened, and the vast sea of stars seemed to pulse within that gaze, the infinite universe flowing within its depths. A formidable being born of Midgard? Truly unexpected, he murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes once more. On Earth, in Nepal, Kathmandu, at the Kamartaj Library, a woman clad in yellow monk robes stood quietly before a bookshelf, engrossed in her reading. Though she stood in silence, she exuded an air of wisdom that seemed to envelop her. As the radiant energy flashed by, the woman paused in her reading, lifting her gaze towards the sky. Has Captain Marvel already emerged? It seems that the era of Earth is not far off. With that, the female monk shook her head and lowered her gaze to continue her studies. Earth outer space. System, what is Carol doing? Qin Ge inquired curiously, observing Carol's peculiar actions. She is announcing to the universe that Earth is under her protection. Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. Announcing to the universe? Inside the Dark Star, the ship activated and swiftly vanished into the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere, arriving swiftly, departing even faster. Ding. Dimension Task 2. Protect Earth in the impending interstellar war and repel the Ronin fleet. Task Reward. Random character template. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Ge rejoiced. Task 2 was complete. Extracting character template. Character template extraction complete. An image appeared before Qin Ge. Once she discerned the figure, she was instantly stunned. Isn't that the American captain? The individual depicted in this template was unmistakably from the 3 covers of the Captain America dimension that Qin Ge had chosen earlier. Character template name, Steve Rogers. Title, Captain America. Gender, male. Age, 25 years, automatically adjusted to peak state, bloodline. Human special ability, none. Skills, leadership LV5, shield LV5, firearms LV5. Hand-to-hand combat LV5, driving LV5, skills maxed at LV5, overall combat power 100, normal healthy adult male 60, human maximum 100. Evaluation, no need for further words, the strongest human. Status, ready for loading, permanent loading. Would you like to load the Captain America template? Not loading for now. Qin Ge shifted her focus from the virtual screen of the system to the approaching Fury. Chapter 29. Sudden change, where have you been? Qin Ge asked Fury, who had just emerged, barely visible. I went to find Gugu, Fury replied, raising the orange cat in his hands. Truly a cat slave. What about the Tesseract? Talos inquired, noticing Fury's empty hands. Fury's gaze dropped to the orange cat, Gugu, in his arms. Talos and Qin Ge followed his gaze. Has it been swallowed by it? Although phrased as a question, Qin Ge spoke with certainty. Fury awkwardly nodded. He had spotted the Tesseract while searching for the orange cat Gugu, and just as he reached for it, Gugu's mouth suddenly expanded to a size larger than half his body and consumed the Tesseract. What could he do? He was just as baffled. Qin Ge shook her head helplessly. The Tesseract had been devoured by the Devourer, truly an unprecedented occurrence. Meanwhile, after watching the Dark Star depart, Carol slowly flew towards the patrol ship. Suddenly, a beam of laser shot from the distance, moving with such speed that no one had time to react. Immediately thereafter, a visible wave of crimson explosion enveloped Carol. The abrupt change tightened Qin Ge's heart as she fixated on the area shrouded by the explosion. In the distance, a massive, jet-black vessel slowly emerged from the wormhole. The vessel loomed before them, its size dwarfing that of the patrol ships of the Kree Empire by several magnitudes. What is that? Qin Ge gazed at the ship, his brow furrowed in concern. The colossal craft glided forward, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was far larger than both the patrol ships and the previous Dark Star. With a thunderous sound, the massive doors of the ship swung open, revealing 4 figures before Qin Ge's eyes. System, analyze their profiles. Buzz. Name, Ebony Throat. Title, Black Tongue Strategist. Gender, male. Age, 367 years. Lineage, Dark Tongue. Alien special ability, Mental power, details, skills, command LV5. Dark magic LV5, max level LV5. Overall combat power, 39, 528 evaluation. The foremost of the Black Obsidian 4 under Thanos, possessing formidable strength as a 4th-tier dark mage. However, his frail physique renders him vulnerable to being defeated by those of higher tiers. Status, not loadable. Name, Deathblade, general title, Deathblade Black Crow gender. Male age, 283 years lineage. Black Crow alien special ability. Dark regeneration, details, skills, combat LV5. Command LV4, max level LV5. Overall combat power, 15, 248 evaluation. The second in command of the Black Obsidian 4 under Thanos. Powerful yet physically fragile and susceptible to defeat by higher tier opponents. Status, not loadable. Name, Dark Neighbors star title, none gender. Female age, 233 years lineage. Dark Crow alien special ability, none skills. Throwing LV5, combat LV5. Command LV3, max level LV5. Overall combat power, 11, 824 evaluation. A member of the Black Obsidian 4 under Thanos. Strong in battle, yet physically weak and prone to being slain by higher tier foes. Status, not loadable. Name, Obsidian star title, none gender. Male age, 193 years lineage. Dark Giant alien special ability, none skills. Piloting LV5, combat LV5, max level LV5, overall combat power, 10, 003 evaluation. A 4th-tier entity with an abundance this year. Obsidian Star is the last of the Black Obsidian 4, possessing decent combat power, yet lacking in mental acuity. Resembling a child with cognitive impairments. Status, not loadable. System, what do you mean by being able to fight beyond one's tier? Qin Ge inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. The Marvel Universe is a peculiar realm, wherein the rules are not overtly defined. Some individuals, despite possessing destructive capabilities of a certain tier, may fall short in defense and physical resilience. For instance, the 4 Black Obsidian members before you may be classified as 4th tier in terms of destructive power. Yet in a genuine confrontation, a true 4th tier powerhouse could easily overpower them. Moreover, due to their significant specialization, even a host of inferior capability could potentially vanquish the Black Obsidian 4 if the timing is right. Is that so? Qin Ge squinted, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, from the explosion's aftermath, Carol emerged, bathed in a gentle yet radiant light, seemingly unscathed. Who are you? Carol inquired, frowning as she regarded the appearing Black Obsidian 4. The figure, resembling the rugged bark of an ancient tree, advanced, none other than the black-tongued strategist, Yuudo, the leader of the Black Obsidian 4. With a flourish of his hands, the void of space transformed, revealing a pitch-black ground beneath. Yuudo remained silent in response to Carol's inquiry. The Black Obsidian 4 parted to reveal a towering golden figure, capturing the attention of all present. Taro's gaze fixated on this imposing silhouette descending from the spacecraft, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "It is he, Thanos." Qin Ge's eyes were locked onto the giant clad in golden armor, flecks of purple skin visible beneath the gleaming exterior, his indifferent and serene gaze commanding the attention of all. He stood there as if the very cosmos centered upon him. Thanos, the leader of the Black Obsidian 4. System. Name, Thanos. Title, the Mad Titan. Gender, male. Age, 439 years. Lineage, Titan of Saturn. Special abilities, none. Skills, combat LV5, leadership LV5, skills maxed at LV5. Comprehensive combat power, 51730. Evaluation, congratulations, host, you have encountered the mightiest being of the Marvel Universe ahead of time. This is a genuine 5th-tier powerhouse. Status, cannot be loaded. 5th tier. Qin Ge's pupils constricted as he gazed at the towering figure. According to the system, a 5th-tier powerhouse possessed the capability to annihilate worlds and obliterate star systems. Carol, you are quite impressive, Thanos remarked, his calm eyes resting upon her. Who are you? Carol furrowed her brow, demanding an answer. I am Thanos. Would you be interested in joining my ranks? Thanos extended an unexpected invitation to Carol. Sorry, I'm not interested, she replied resolutely. Though the individual before her appeared formidable, Carol remained steadfast in her convictions. She would not align with any faction determined to protect Earth, uphold the safety of the universe, and end all wars. That is truly unfortunate, Thanos replied, shaking his head, though his expression betrayed no hint of regret. Since you refuse to submit to me and wish to shield the Earth, I shall have no choice but to send you to your demise. With a gesture from Yuudo, a a shadowy figure swiftly descended from the spacecraft. Thanos raised his hand to catch it, a double-edged great sword, its sharp blade glinting ominously. Chapter 30. The golden flame that ignites the universe. Carol braced herself, her focus unwavering as she regarded Thanos wielding the double-edged blade. Thanos, gripping the weapon, advanced across the void crafted by Yawudo's dark magic. Whoosh! Carol was the first to strike, her energy surging as she unleashed a burst of power towards Thanos, her figure darting forward with lightning speed. Unfazed, Thanos raised his double-edged sword, striking with fierce resolve. Boom! Carol's pupils dilated as an overwhelming force surged from her abdomen, sending her body hurtling backward. Thanos, with a firm stance, charged towards the retreating Carol. In an instant, he was before her, the double-edged sword poised to cleave downwards with ferocity. Carol reacted swiftly, raising her hands in defense. With a resounding clash, two immense forces collided, unleashing a tempest of energy that radiated outward from their fierce engagement. Carol delivered a powerful kick to Thanos' abdomen, and in the instant her foot connected, her fist followed with unyielding force. A tremendous shockwave erupted once more. The once single-handed wielder of dark magic, Ebony Maw, had somehow transitioned to using both hands. "This woman is formidable," the General of the Fallen Blade remarked, observing Carol as she clashed with Thanos. "No wonder she dares to proclaim Earth's protection across the cosmos. Yet, it seems this may not suffice," Dark Knight Proxima scoffed. "Indeed, it is a rarity for Father to encounter an opponent who allows him to relax after traversing the universe for so many years." The General of the Fallen Blade chuckled darkly, his voice echoing with an ominous chill. They had never worried about the outcome of this battle. Regardless of the scenario, it would ultimately be Thanos emerging victorious. Such confidence stemmed from overwhelming power. With a resounding thud, Carol seized the back of Thanos' double-edged blade, yet he remained unyielding. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed a kick directly at Thanos' head. The impact felt as though it struck granite, failing to budge Thanos' form. He grasped Carol's right leg with one hand and, with a sudden force, slammed her to the ground. The earth shook as Carol crashed heavily onto the surface. And Thanos pressed forward. With a sickening crunch, blood trickled from the corner of Carol's mouth as she cried out in agony. Her body was ravaged by chaotic forces. Thanos lifted his leg once more, his foot poised to crush Carol's star-like physique. Grasping the weakened Carol, he hoisted her up, positioning the blade against her neck. "You shall become the first target in the realization of my ideals. You should consider yourself fortunate," Thanos stated calmly. Though Carol had lost the strength to speak, her gaze remained resolute, cold, and defiant, as if to convey her disbelief in his ambitions. "Farewell," Thanos whispered, raising the blade slightly before bringing it down with brutal intent. Yet, the anticipated spray of blood did not occur. Carol opened her eyes in confusion to find a single hand gripping the blade. Was it not Thanos' double-edged knife? "Qin Ge!" Carol gasped, astonished at the arrival of the figure before her. The crowd aboard the patrol ship erupted in astonishment. "Is that Qin Ge?" Tarlos exclaimed, bewildered by the sight of someone who had caught Thanos' blow barehanded. If he wasn't mistaken, this was indeed Qin Ge. Wasn't he from Earth? How could he traverse the cosmos? And furthermore, how had he transformed into a super soldier? Qin Ge grasped Thanos' double-edged blade with one hand, casting a cold glare at him, feeling the surging energy within and drawing from the rich combat experience bestowed upon him by Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing Carol's descent into despair, Qin Ge resolutely activated the Sun Wukong template, a power he could utilize only once. Though this template represented his ultimate trump card, if it meant rescuing Carol, he would gladly employ it again. "Today, let the golden light illuminate this universe." "Who are you?" Thanos inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on this unexpected intruder, a visceral instinct warning him of the formidable nature of this individual, the one who will end your life. With a sudden motion, Qin Ge yanked with his right hand and delivered a powerful kick to Thanos' abdomen, sending him sprawling. He then embraced Carol, his right index finger pressed firmly against her forehead. Instantaneous movement. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing aboard the patrol ship. "Take care of her," he instructed the others before disappearing once more. The group quickly gathered around to assess Carol's injuries. Buzz. Qin Ge reappeared in the depths of space, his cold gaze fixed upon Thanos. Thanos, wielding his double-edged sword, regarded Qin Ge with mounting trepidation. Boom! A golden mist erupted violently, a torrent of power surging forth from Qin Ge's being. It was as if a dam had burst, unleashing a deluge of incredible energy. The golden gas enveloped him like a flame, and even an ordinary observer could sense the overwhelming strength radiating from him. Qin Ge's once ebony hair now shimmered with a brilliant gold, the explosive energy rampaging forth uncontrollably. Super Saiyan, the first state, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within. He focused his gaze on Thanos. Sharing the same fifth-tier combat power, Qin Ge was confident that Thanos could not match him. Thanos gripped his double-edged sword, his expression more serious than ever. From this man, he sensed the ominous presence of death. Are there still two lurking in the shadows? Just as Qin Ge was about to strike, he detected two hidden presences nearby. With a jolt of his right arm, an extreme force erupted, tearing apart the very fabric of space in the distance. An ancient figure emerged. A magnificent silhouette revealed itself. It was Odin, the All-Father. Thanos was taken aback. The king of Asgard was present. Had he been observing all along? Odin's brow furrowed, his gaze locked onto Qin Ge. The aura emanating from this man was unlike anything he had ever encountered. How could such a powerful being exist within the realms of the Nine Worlds? Will you come out willingly, or shall I drag you from Earth? Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with intensity as he directed his cold gaze towards Earth. Whoosh! A crimson halo suddenly manifested in the cosmic expanse, followed by a figure emerging into view. Chapter 31. 1 against 3, the Supreme Sorcerer. Thanos' astonishment deepened as he recognized the newcomer. The Supreme Sorcerer, a being who traversed the multiverse, now present on Earth. What extraordinary secrets lay within this seemingly insignificant planet, harboring so many powerful entities? May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Earth? The Ancient One asked solemnly, regarding Qin Ge with seriousness. Qin Ge lifted his gaze, and the Ancient One's template materialized before him. Name, Ge title, Supreme Mage, gender, female age, 430 years, life nearing its end, bloodline, human special ability, none skills, mental secret arts LV5, combat LV5, domination LV5, all skills maxed at LV5, overall combat power, 70, 264 evaluation. The Supreme Mage guarding the spiritual dimension of Earth. Her power is among the most formidable in the universe. Yet, her frail physique remains the Supreme Mage's fatal weakness. Status, not loadable. A powerful being who is easily slain by those of higher rank. Qin Ge silently pondered the absurdity of this Marvel universe, where many formidable beings exist, yet they are easily vanquished. His gaze shifted to Odin beside him. Name, Odin title, King of the Gods gender, male age 5. 224 years, life nearing its end, bloodline, Asgardian special ability, none skills, combat LV5, domination LV5, all skills maxed at LV5, overall combat power, 75. 430, weakened state, evaluation. As the most powerful entity in the Marvel Universe, even in his old age, Odin remains at the pinnacle of this realm. He is a true fifth-tier powerhouse, unmatched in strength. Status, not loadable. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled. A true fifth tier? This meant that Odin's power was genuinely fifth tier. Unlike Gu and others. System, what is Odin's peak combat power? Qin Ge curiously inquired, as his life drew to a close. This age being possessed a combat power surpassing even Gu. What does peak state be? 99999. Qin Ge's heart raced. 99,999. Such formidable strength. Looking at the seemingly unassuming elder Odin, Qin Ge's expression grew serious. This powerful being had suddenly visited the Nine Realms. One could only wonder about his intentions. Odin, with a singular eye, regarded Qin Ge and posed a question identical to Gu's. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to protect this planet. Qin Ge trembled. A terrifying aura once again surged forth as golden gas flickered with arcs of electricity. This was not the natural thunderous power. Rather, it was an explosive arc generated by the intense expansion of energy within Qin Ge. Under the astonished gazes of Odin, Gu, and Thanos, Qin Ge's aura soared wildly. Golden arcs of electricity danced around him, and an unmatched momentum surged forth. Boom! The violent wave of energy erupted from Qin Ge, radiating outward with ferocity. The intense pressure caused the three to change countenance. Gu swiftly unleashed her hands, and a colossal magic array materialized before her, bracing against the turbulent wave. Odin summoned a golden spear, and beneath him, a magnificent white steed emerged from the void. A soft white glow enveloped the horse and rider, shielding them from the onslaught of energy. Thanos brandished his dual blades. As the energy wave struck him, the tremendous force sent him staggering back several paces before he could regain his footing. The four Black Order members had no chance to react, being directly toppled by the ferocious wave, crashing into the interior of their ship. They were instantly rendered unconscious, and Corvus Glaive was severely injured while casting a spell. "Let South leave this place," Carol, having regained some strength, urged urgently. At this moment, the patrol ship trembled precariously under the explosive force unleashed by Qin Ge. If it lingered any longer, it would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the rampant energy. Catching a glimpse of the patrol ship's retreat, a subtle smile graced Qin Ge's lips. His aura, which had begun to stabilize, surged once more with immense power. Golden energy erupted forth in a magnificent display, unrestrained and overwhelming. Boom! This time, all three were unceremoniously overwhelmed, sent sprawling by the renewed force. Bathed in golden energy, Qin Ge's hair, transformed into a brilliant golden hue by his Super Saiyan mode, began to grow rapidly. As his hair continued to lengthen, the chilling aura emanating from him soared uncontrollably. Was there no limit to this individual strength? Odin, riding on the Pegasus Sleipnir, gazed at Qin Ge with undisguised astonishment. At this moment, Qin Ge's aura had even surpassed Odin's peak strength. Back then, Odin was undoubtedly the mightiest in the universe, yet now, his aura continued to rise. Finally, the golden energy enveloped Qin Ge, with his long hair shimmering with golden lightning down to his heels. Super Saiyan State 3. Battle Power 100,000. After a long wait, Qin Ge raised his gaze, his brows also tinged with gold. The three remained silent. Qin Ge's intentions were unmistakable. He was ready to confront all three. Buzz! Odin was the first to strike, his Pegasus Sleipnir galloping forward, covering hundreds of meters in an instant to appear before Qin Ge. The eternal spear Gungnir in his hand locked onto Qin Ge, thrusting forward with ferocity. In that very moment, Thanos also made his move, brandishing his double-edged sword as he charged, leaping high to deliver a powerful downward slash. Ancient conjured forth a tremor, his surging magical energy manifesting as golden chains that suddenly ensnared Qin Ge, restricting his movements, while the other two's attacks closed in. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Ge's mouth. Boom! His body trembled, and golden energy surged forth, instantly shattering the golden chains. Facing the onslaught from Odin and Thanos, Qin Ge clenched his right fist and struck with tremendous force. Boom! His fist crashed into the void, causing the space to collapse. And a dark black hole emerged where his punch landed. Terrifying waves of energy radiated from his fist, causing both Odin and Thanos to halt in their tracks, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming force. "You are too weak," Qin Ge grinned, rotating his right fist, the power intensifying once more. Bang! Odin and Thanos were violently propelled backward, and even the Pegasus Sleipnir, which was not a target of the attack, was toppled. Qin Ge's figure flickered, moving in astonishing speed. Though he appeared to remain in place, he had already materialized before Ancient. The Qin Ge standing still was still clearly visible, but undeniably, it was merely an afterimage. Confronting Ancient, Qin Ge unleashed a powerful punch. In combat, the first rule is to eliminate the mage, despite Ancient's considerable mental prowess. Even though his strength paled in comparison to Qin Ge's, he managed to react just in time. With rapid hand seals, green light flickered before his chest. Chapter 32, Kamehameha. Qin Ge furrowed his brow, his fist inexplicably lodged in front of Ge, unable to advance. Whoosh! A stream of radiant light surged forth. A glimmer of cold brilliance flashing as the eternal spear, Gungnir, pierced Qin Ge's back in an instant. Clang! The sound of metal colliding caused Odin's expression to shift dramatically. How could this be? Even with Odin's vast experience traversing the cosmos, he could not suppress his astonishment. The eternal spear, Gungnir, his supreme artifact, had struck Qin Ge's body without even breaching his defenses? How could this be? I warned you, you are far too weak. Qin Ge's left leg suddenly pivoted. Boom! His whip-like kick landed heavily upon Odin's frame. Whoosh! Odin's body, akin to a cannonball, was propelled backward. Thunderous! Odin was sent hurtling away until he crashed heavily onto the surface of Venus, finally coming to a halt. The majestic Sleipnir let out a mournful cry as it rushed to his side. At some point, Thanos had stealthily approached from behind Qin Ge, his double-edged blade ruthlessly aiming for Qin Ge's neck, the sharp edge slicing through the air, targeting his carotid artery. Clang! With a single hand, Qin Ge deflected the double-edged blade, grinning as his right hand morphed into a chopping motion, striking down upon the weapon. Crack! Thanos' double-edged blade was violently snapped in half by Qin Ge's bare hands. What? Thanos stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the broken weapon, time appearing to stand still. Boom! A surge of overwhelming force struck Thanos' abdomen during his moment of shock, sending his towering 3-meter frame crashing backward, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. What is this? He curiously examined the peculiar instrument, emitting a green glow that rested against Ge's chest. System, analyze this object. You need not speak. I shall investigate myself. Ability template name. Time Gem alias. I have Agamotto special ability. Mastery of time description. One of the 6 infinity gems that governs the dominion of time. Safeguarded by supreme sorcerers through the ages, possessing immense power. But beware, those who tamper with time shall inevitably be consumed by it. Qin Ge nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Mastery of time? Another extraordinary treasure. The cosmic cube before was capable of controlling space, and now a time gem emerges? If he could possess this, would he not be invincible? Mastering both time and space, who could he fear? Altering the course of history and impacting the cosmic order. What could be the consequence? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Qin Ge's gaze ignited with fervor. His aura began to waver, as if he were ready to act at any moment. A friendly reminder, the infinity gems belong to a higher echelon of items. If the host can maintain their current state, contemplating the mastery of the infinity gems may be feasible. However, at present, it will be prudent for the host to reconsider. Attempting to wield the infinity gems with such a frail and inexperienced body could lead to disastrous consequences. The system's calm voice echoed in his mind. Qin Ge's expression stiffened. Damn, I almost forgot about that. Immersed in the formidable power granted by the temporary template of Sun Wukong, he began to base his thoughts on his current state. Never mind, perhaps it would be wise to proceed with caution. Buzz. In the fleeting moment when Qin Ge was lost in thought, a dazzling beam of light flashed by, and before he could react, his life was already claimed. With a sharp gasp, Qin Ge stared in horror at the spear, Gungnir. Piercing through the defenses of his left chest, an inexplicable force wreaking havoc within him. Should the force intensify, this spear could obliterate him in an instant. Following the shock came an overwhelming fury. Boom! The full might surpassing the pinnacle of the 5th tier erupted without reservation. The ancient being nearby exerted all his power to activate the Eye of Agamotto, but it was futile. He was still hurled away by the force unleashed by Qin Ge. A tempestuous aura rampaged through the void of outer space. A radiant golden light shining brilliantly, resembling a golden sun, suspended high above, dazzling the earth. From beneath the inspection vessel of the Kree Empire, the onlookers gazed skyward at the striking golden sun, particularly Carol, who could distinctly sense the astonishing energy emanating from it. Who exactly are you, Qin Ge? She murmured unconsciously while staring at the sky. In the vastness of outer space, after a considerable duration, Qin Ge's released aura finally stabilized completely. He reached out and withdrew Gungnir, the spear quivering violently, as if resisting him. With an impassive expression, Qin Ge placed his left hand upon the spear. No! With both hands exerting force, a crack echoed. Odin, stunned, watched as Gungnir was forcibly snapped in two by Qin Ge. This supreme artifact, forged from the remnants of a dying star and accompanied him through millennia of battles, was shattered before his very eyes. Qin Ge cast a cold glance at Odin, who had arrived on his steed, Sleipnir. Do not be anxious. You shall soon join him. Nonchalantly, he discarded the severed Gungnir and, in an instant, appeared before Odin, his fist launched forward. The speed was akin to teleportation. Buzz. A green light flickered as Qin Ge's fist halted mere millimeters from Odin's head. The pressure from the punch sent a tingle across Odin's scalp. Should it have connected, it would have surely resulted in his demise or complete incapacitation. The green radiance expanded, enveloping Qin Ge entirely, binding him in place. With a swift motion of his right hand, a golden portal suddenly illuminated behind Qin Ge. Thanos emerged from it, delivering a powerful blow to Qin Ge's face. Bang! Qin Ge stood unyielding, his gaze laced with mockery directed at Thanos. This expression ignited Thanos' fury. His fists, capable of annihilating mountains, rained down on Qin Ge like a torrential downpour. Each strike resonated with a bone-chilling thud, yet none could inflict harm upon Qin Ge. Not even a trace of pain. I warned you, you are far too weak. Qin Ge's voice suddenly echoed. The countenance of the ancient being shifted dramatically. In a state of time freeze, speech was impossible, unless... Boom! The green halo surrounding Qin Ge shattered, and in a flash, he appeared 100 meters away. Utilizing the technique of levitation, he suddenly assumed a horse stance, his hands seemingly cradling an orb, shifting to the left. The heart-pounding waves of energy surged madly towards Qin Ge's hands. An unceasing stream of blue and white energy coalescing into a formidable energy sphere. Chapter 33, Dark Overlord. This is not good, Odin exclaimed, as the terrifying power emanating from the energy sphere far exceeded anything he had ever witnessed. If unleashed, it would undoubtedly cause cataclysmic devastation. The three exchanged glances, swiftly rising to their feet. They had no choice but to combine their strength to withstand this assault. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Ge revealed a mocking smile. With a resonant hum, he forcefully thrust his hands forward, and the blue and white energy beam, infused with a heart-stirring intensity, erupted forth. This was the most powerful technique derived from the Sun Wukong template, the Kamehameha wave, unreservedly showcasing its might against the formidable beings of another world. The Kamehameha wave, having gathered the vast chi within Qin Ge, rapidly approached the three of them in mere moments. Boom! The three peak powerhouses of the Marvel Universe finally collided violently with the Kamehameha wave. They had initially believed that even if they could not win, they would at least be able to put up a fight. However, upon making contact with the Kamehameha wave, they realized how gravely mistaken they were. This technique, infused with an immense amount of chi and refined by Qin Ge, had reached an astonishingly terrifying level. If it struck a planet, it would shatter it in less than a second. Ge, utilizing the Eye of Agamotto, invoked the power of the Time Stone. Yet the overwhelming force made it difficult for him to maintain his own stability. Odin and Thanos fared little better, relying solely on their physical prowess. Their situation was even more dire than Ge's. Time was against them, and defeat was inevitable. As Qin Ge's gaze flickered, preparing to amplify his strength to obliterate the three, the system's voice resonated in his mind. This system strongly advises the host against inflicting severe harm or killing these three individuals. Why? Amidst the battle, Qin Ge still had the capacity to converse with the system. Odin, the king of the gods, was an immensely significant figure in the Marvel Universe. Thanos, the cosmic overlord, equally wielded the power to influence the course of the universe. Ge, the supreme mage safeguarding Earth's spiritual dimension, also bore the responsibility of protecting the Time Stone, making him a pivotal mentor in their lives. The repercussions of seriously injuring or killing any of them will be no less significant than the removal of the Infinity Stones. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ge pondered whether this caution was excessive. Host, please note that this system is merely considering issues from your perspective. If your own strength were on par with that of Sun Wukong, and you were to eliminate these individuals, the system would not intervene in your massacre of the universe. Well, in the end, it seems I am simply too weak, isn't that right? Must I constantly tread carefully in all my actions? Qin Ge felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He could not harm this person or that one. What was he here for? To be a punching bag while on vacation? The grand scheme is unchangeable, yet the minor details may be adjusted. With a huff, Qin Ge was about to continue his retort when he suddenly sensed an exceedingly subtle yet profoundly malevolent aura. Is there someone else? His gaze sharpened as the Kamehameha wave abruptly vanished. The sudden loss of resistance caused Odin and the others to tremble. Time itself seemed unprepared to respond. As the three individuals steadied themselves, they noticed Qin Ge standing motionless, his demeanor enigmatic. What is he doing? Thanos inquired, perplexed. It seems he is searching for something, Odin replied uncertainly. In that moment, their eyes met, and they subtly distanced themselves from one another. Guiyan cast a glance at the two. His own curiosity piqued as he turned to Qin Ge. Victory was seemingly within reach. Why had he suddenly halted? What was he seeking and whom? Qin Ge's formidable senses surged throughout every corner of his surroundings, hunting for an intensely malevolent aura. This essence was purely wicked, devoid of any other influence, embodying an extreme form of malevolence. He had encountered this presence within the memories of Sun Wukong. Majin Bu, I found you. Qin Ge's eyes gleamed as he unleashed a powerful punch. The empty void erupted, revealing a burst of purple-black light. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu's expression shifted. Dormammu, you were actually able to detect me. A cold, indifferent voice resounded, followed by waves of purple ripples, as an immense figure obscured the sky before Qin Ge. Two violet suns suddenly rose before him, connected by layers of bizarre purple-black stripes. A wild aura enveloped him, and an overwhelming presence surged forth. At that moment, Qin Ge could distinctly sense the pervasive, concentrated darkness filling the space around him. The malevolent essence surged, seemingly rejoicing in the arrival of its master. With narrowed eyes, Qin Ge regarded the uninvited guest. This being was formidable. System. Name, Dormammu. Title, Lord of Darkness gender, none age, eternal lineage, Dark Void special ability, Dark Assimilation skills, Mastery of Darkness LV5, Lord of Darkness LV5, Dark Descent LV5, Max Level LV5, Overall Combat Power, 95, 378 Evaluation. Abandoning all, he is fully merged into the Dark Dimension, acquiring immense power and abilities that transcend time and space. However, he cannot remain long outside the Dark Dimension, nor can he exert any strength beyond its confines. Status: not loadable. Upon reviewing the template regarding Dormammu, Qin Ge felt a surge of trepidation. Another formidable fifth-tier powerhouse. Although Dormammu was trapped within the Dark Dimension and unable to leave in his true form, there was no denying his extraordinary might. However, Qin Ge regarded the imposing figure of Dormammu with a hint of skepticism. Was this being merely a facade of power? Dormammu, how did you manage to escape the Dark Dimension? Ge could not contain his curiosity. My power exceeds your imagination, you pitiful thief of my strength, Dormammu replied coldly, his sun-like eyes glancing at Ge. Ge's expression darkened. If Dormammu could escape the Dark Dimension, then they were truly in peril. I could sense that utterly vile aura of yours from afar, Qin Ge remarked with disdain. Were you lying in wait, hoping to reap the benefits as we four engaged in mutual destruction? Indeed, Dormammu replied with a sense of calm. You four are my formidable adversaries. If you were to mutually destroy each other, I would naturally reap the benefits as a bystander. Alas, your strength is far beyond my expectations. A fisherman, you say? Qin Ge scoffed. What gives you the right? Just because you appear intimidating but possess no real combat prowess? At these words, everyone was taken aback. A mere facade? Ge was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Chapter 34. The Dragon's Fist That Pierces the Darkness. Indeed, if Dormammu could truly leave the Dark Dimension, Earth would have long been overrun. Ge came to this realization as well. Dormammu has been eyeing Earth for quite some time. Had he the ability to escape the Dark Dimension, this planet would have already suffered greatly, instead of developing safely to this day. With this thought, Ge felt a weight lift from his heart. How did you discover this? Dormammu looked at Qin Ge in astonishment. Even Odin had not sensed a thing. How could Qin Ge have seen through it? Do you wish to know? Dormammu's colossal head nodded, feigning the demeanor of an earnest student. I shall not disclose that. Qin Ge could distinctly feel the dark powers swirling around him at the moment he spoke, yet they caused no tangible harm. It appears the system was indeed truthful. Dormammu cannot escape the Dark Dimension and cannot wield any power outside of it. The system does not deceive me. Since you have seen through my intentions, I shall take my leave. Be my guest. Qin Ge had no desire to engage him. After all, the true Dormammu was not present. Dormammu's indifferent gaze fell upon Ge. Supreme Sorcerer, protect your planet well. Otherwise, Ge had regained his composure. His wise gaze fixed steadily on Dormammu. I shall not allow Earth to fall into your hands. Huh? Dormammu scoffed, his form beginning to dissipate. Wait. Dormammu halted, a look of confusion crossing his features as he turned to Qin Ge. Qin Ge regarded Dormammu, his brow furrowing. Do you intend to invade Earth? A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Dormammu. For many years he had sought to conquer Earth, and it was the Supreme Sorcerer's duty to guard the planet from being consumed by him. Ge interjected timely. Qin Ge's expression abruptly chilled. With your strength, you need not concern yourself with safeguarding a mere planet. Phew. Qin Ge's fist collided with Dormammu's avatar's eye, the ferocious force instantly shattering this projection. The dark manifestation vanished in an instant. Earth shall not be touched by anyone, Qin Ge coldly declared as he watched Dormammu's dissipating form. Where is the Dark Dimension? Qin Ge turned to Ge and inquired. Dormammu melds into the Dark Dimension, making him exceedingly difficult to kill. Moreover, within his realm, his power would be greatly amplified. Ge hesitated to respond. Qin Ge is immensely powerful, a force unlike any Ge had ever encountered. Yet, Dormammu is equally formidable, and having integrated into a dimension, he is hard to eradicate. Tell me its location. Qin Ge stated calmly. Very well. Seeing Qin Ge's determination, Ge refrained from further persuasion. With his right hand, he gestured in the air, and a fiery crimson light swiftly traced a circle, creating a portal of flames. Within the portal, a realm of deep purple and black unfolded before Qin Ge's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he vanished into the dimension of darkness in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his left hand, his magical energy surged, conjuring a vast and imposing vista, an unmistakable scene from the Dark Dimension. Qin Ge glanced towards a particular direction. Sensing a familiar gaze, it belonged to Ge. Paying it no heed, Qin Ge employed his aerial arts to navigate through the Dark Dimension. Contrary to his expectations of a lifeless grayness, the dark dimension was not merely black. Its predominant hues were a rich purple-black. Here, vibrant colors danced in harmony, albeit predominantly in darker tones, creating a striking contrast to his prior assumptions. Odd celestial bodies were scattered throughout this shadowy realm, making it feel as though he had entered an entirely different universe. Qin Ge's keen perception allowed him to distinctly sense the vast and overwhelming dark energy that enveloped him. As boundless as the ocean, "Come forth, Dormammu," he declared calmly, pausing in an area with fewer stars. Qin Ge was certain that the moment he stepped into the dark dimension, Dormammu had become aware of his presence. Suddenly, the dark energy before him rippled, and amidst a familiar spectacle, the colossal figure of Dormammu materialized, casting a shadow that eclipsed all. This encounter was unlike any previous, although the visage appeared similar. Qin Ge now faced the genuine Dormammu, an entity of unparalleled power, standing at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. "You dare to come alone?" Dormammu's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the space with deafening intensity. "You do not inspire fear in me," Qin Ge replied, unwavering as he met Dormammu's sun-like gaze. "You shall pay the price for your arrogance," Dormammu stated coldly, yet he refrained from striking. "You should not covet Earth," Qin Ge said, his eyes, bathed in golden energy, regarded Dormammu with indifference. "Earth is my home, and I will not allow anyone to tarnish it." As he spoke, the energy within him surged violently. Dormammu studied Qin Ge intently. In the dark dimension, no action could escape its awareness. Thus, he could keenly perceive the terrifying surge of energy within Qin Ge at this moment. "You are formidable, but you cannot kill me." Dormammu's sun-like eyes narrowed as he spoke. "Then let us see." Qin Ge's right hand trembled slightly as a torrent of violent power surged into it, almost overwhelming him. Dormammu ceased his words, and the surrounding dark energy began to flow incessantly towards him. Even distant forces of darkness converged in a frenzy. However, this corrosive dark energy, upon encountering Qin Ge, radiating golden brilliance, instinctively veered away, avoiding him at all costs. The dark energy swirled, engulfing everything in an obscuring shroud. The once vibrant hues of the dark dimension transformed into an inky blackness, devoid of any light. Except for the resplendent gold surrounding Qin Ge, his trembling right hand suddenly steadied, and with a forceful grip, a roar akin to a dragon's emerged from his palm. The sound was grand and resonant, echoing powerfully, swiftly reaching every corner of the dark dimension. Qin Ge slowly raised his right arm. His fist, tightly clenched, embodied both his conviction and strength, was resolutely thrust forward. A roar erupted, the sound of a dragon's cry resonating throughout the realm. A golden energy dragon surged forth from his right fist, hurtling directly toward Dormammu. In the depths of darkness, it shone like the first light of dawn, piercing through the shadows. Chapter 35. The curtain falls with a thunderous roar. The golden dragon swiftly approached Dormammu. The alarms within Dormammu's heart blared frantically. This strike could spell his doom. Desperately, he summoned the dark power surrounding him, attempting to fend off the onslaught of Qin Ge's dragon fist. As the golden dragon neared Dormammu, its head suddenly twisted, encircling him, its massive form ensnaring Dormammu in an instant. With a mighty roar, the golden dragon let out a piercing cry to the heavens, then plunged downward with tremendous force. Upon the moment its head made contact with Dormammu, the world fell utterly silent. After unleashing this punch, Qin Ge glanced upward, his figure flickering before vanishing into the dark dimension. In the vastness of outer space, Qin Ge materialized behind the 3 ancient ones. The scene before them still displayed the image of Dormammu engulfed in a golden sea, utterly consumed, his fate unknown. The 3 powerful beings silently regarded Qin Ge, who appeared to eclipse their strength effortlessly. Casting a brief glance at the trio, Qin Ge placed his fingers on his forehead. With a hum, he vanished from sight. "Thanos, I hope you do not misjudge your own worth," the Ancient One said, regaining his composure as he turned to Thanos. With that, he stepped into a portal and departed from the scene. Odin, too, cast a glance at Thanos before mounting his steed, Sleipnir, and leaving Thanos alone amidst the chaotic winds. "Damn it, Earth," Qin Ge remarked with a grin, retracting the golden aura that enveloped him, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. His hair returned to its natural state. "It is resolved. No one shall invade Earth again," Qin Ge declared with a smile. "Did you kill them?" Carol asked curiously. "No," Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. "I merely issued them a warning." He chose not to mention Dormammu, as Dormammu was an enemy of the spiritual realm. belonging to the sorcerer lineage, and Carol and the others could offer no assistance even if they were aware. In the dark dimension, Dormammu silently merged into the shadows, an incessant influx of dark energy surging into him to mend his wounds. The horrific scars stretched from Dormammu's head down to the base of his body, with the golden energy ravaging him like maggots on decaying flesh. Qin Ge's dragon punch did not annihilate Dormammu. He had long since fused with the dark dimension. To eliminate him, two methods were required. First, to obliterate Dormammu's will, thereby causing him to vanish entirely, leaving only an empty shell. However, even before merging with the dark dimension, Dormammu was a formidable sorcerer, and after his fusion, his mental strength reached a terrifying level. Who possessed the mental fortitude to surpass him and erase his existence? Second, to utterly annihilate the dark dimension itself. Dormammu and the dark dimension were symbiotic. As long as the dark dimension existed, Dormammu's demise was inevitable. However, the challenge of obliterating the dark dimension is no less formidable than that of annihilating an entire universe. While Super Saiyan Goku possesses remarkable strength, he has yet to attain the power necessary to extinguish an entire cosmos. Nevertheless, Qin Ge's dragon fist has inflicted unimaginable damage upon Dormammu. Sensing the dire state of his own body, Dormammu lets out a faint sigh, pondering how long it might take for him to recuperate. It has been a week since the battle in outer space, and the Skrulls have resided on Earth for approximately that duration. Carol has resolved to lead the Skrulls on a quest through the cosmos in search of a new home, as their continued stay on Earth is untenable. Naturally, Qin Ge wishes to accompany them. A being capable of shattering planets is a valuable ally for the Skrulls. However, prior to their departure, a significant event transpired within S.H.L.D. Director Alexander Pierce stepped down from his position, ascending to the council as its chairman, while his protege, Nick Fury, was promoted to the directorship of S.H.I.L.D. Faced with the whimsical Fury, who had lost an eye to a voracious creature, Qin Ge welcomed this change. He preferred engaging with Fury over the cunning Pierce. Surely, Fury would not emulate Pierce's tactics? The Skrulls required a life-bearing planet, and among the 100,000 celestial bodies, perhaps one could be found. Yet, life-bearing planets are scarce, and many are already claimed, leading to a prolonged search without success. During their 6-month odyssey through the cosmos, Qin Ge found little cause for boredom. He spent his days bantering with Carol, sparring with Talos, and playing games with a gaggle of Skrull children, surprisingly finding joy in the mundane. For the kind, Qin Ge exclaimed, slamming his cards onto the ground. I win again. The anguished cries of two blonde bombshells, clad in strikingly scant attire, echoed through the room as they placed their cards on the floor. Carol, standing behind Qin Ge with her arms crossed, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Before boarding the spaceship, Qin Ge had brought along a plethora of fashion magazines, leaving Carol puzzled as to his intentions until now. The two blonde beauties were, of course, not Earthlings but Skrulls in disguise. In Qin Ge's words, a monotonous life requires a dash of spice. While Carol, with her impressive physique, was quite striking, a fresh burst of energy was deemed necessary. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Naturally, both individuals were female Skrulls, even in his most reckless moments. Qin Ge would not resort to having two male Skrulls impersonate women. Yet, the difference seemed negligible. All right, you two shall transform into these two, Qin Ge declared, pulling a fashion magazine from seemingly nowhere and pointing at two voluptuous models featured within. The Skrulls exchanged glances but complied obediently. As they played cards, the victor could issue a demand. Discover a life-bearing planet. Suddenly, Talos' voice blared through the speakers. In an instant, the Skrulls, who had been lounging on the floor of the entertainment hall, sprang to their feet. Qin Ge, momentarily distracted from the alluring women, also rose and headed toward the central control room, gazing at the unclaimed planet devoid of advanced intelligent life in the distance. A heartfelt smile graced the faces of all present. Chapter 36, The Return and Conclusion. Observing the surrounding stillness of time and space, along with the security guard's expression seemingly frozen in time, Qin Ge felt as though he had transcended into another world. In the main realm, not even a second had elapsed, yet he had spent several years within the realm of Captain Marvel. Vivid scenes of interactions with Carol and others replayed in his mind, their memories etched clearly within him. Over the years, authentic recollections flashed through Qin Ge's consciousness like a series of slides. It seemed he recalled something. He glanced at the storage space of the system. What met his eyes was a heap of armaments, an abundance of weapons capable of equipping an entire battalion. Qin Ge noticed the photographs lying quietly on the corner table and let out a sigh of relief. Ding. Dimension Task 3. Optional: collaborate with Captain Marvel to find a home for the scrolls. Task reward: random ability template. Ability template extraction in progress. Ability template extraction complete. Template name: Satellite Portal Alias. None special abilities. None description. Lock onto a planet. Launch an invisible satellite, allowing the host to appear anywhere on that planet through the satellite portal. Origin: Armored Warrior. What a splendid acquisition. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled. This was akin to Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement. With it, he could roam freely. The system detected that the host possessed an unused character template. Would you like to utilize it? Oh right, there's also the Captain America template. Qin Ge smacked his forehead, almost forgetting it if not for the system's reminder. Utilizing the Captain America character template. Character template reading. Captain America template loading. Loading complete. Qin Ge stared blankly at the virtual screen, displaying the phrase loading complete. That's it? Why did I feel nothing at all? Boom. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into Qin Ge's mind. Taken by surprise. He cried out in pain, clutching his head and collapsing into a trash bin. His previously clean clothes were once again stained with refuse. He lay there like a corpse. Seconds passed. 1, 2, until the excruciating pain in his mind finally subsided, as he sifted through the newfound combat experiences and information in his brain. The corners of Qin Ge's mouth twitched slightly, so the template's effects had a delay. Rising from the trash bin, Qin Ge looked down at his once immaculate white shirt. Great, now it was dirty again. However, due to the stasis of time, even the air had ceased to flow, and he surprisingly did not detect the distinctive odor emanating from the trash bin. System, why do I not sense any change in my body? Qin Ge asked, perplexed. While he had acquired Captain America's combat experience, he felt no alteration in his physical abilities. The template is merely a template and does not directly alter the host state. Although the host may not perceive any changes, your body has indeed undergone transformation. The system elucidated. View my templates. Name: Qin Ge. Title: None. Gender: male. Age: 18. Bloodline: human. Special ability: shield 50/50. Details: skills: leisure and enjoyment LV5, firearms LV5, hand-to-hand combat LV5, leadership LV5, driving LV4, maximum skill level LV5, overall combat power 80, maximum 100. Evaluation: surprised? You have broken through 10, yet you remain rather insignificant. Status: not loadable. Loading template. Captain America template. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why was the system always so acerbic in its evaluations? What did a maximum of 100 mean? Ignoring this nonsensical assessment, Qin Ge inquired. The original host could theoretically reach the pinnacle human value of 100, but in reality, could only achieve a maximum of 90 due to numerous uncontrollable factors. However, now that he had loaded the Captain America template, the host could reach 100 through training. The system explained. So, as long as I persist in training, I can attain 100? Yes. Moreover, due to the loaded template, the host combat power will experience a rapid growth period during training. Even without training, the combat power will gradually increase over time, albeit at a slow pace. I see. Qin Ge nodded in understanding. He then checked the details of the shield 50/50. Shield 50/50. When you wield the vibranium shield, you can engage in battle for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the consequences are yours to bear. What on earth is this bizarre ability? And what is this vibranium shield? By the way, when can I dodge bullets? He suddenly asked. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly bewildered by Qin Ge's erratic thoughts. Host, let me tell you a story. The system's tone grew serious. What story? Once, there was a person who wished to soar to the heavens, and then he died. You can't even walk and you wish to run? The system's mocking voice echoed. Scientific research shows that children learn to run first, Qin Ge murmured. Ahem, in any case, host, do not aim too high. Even intermediate-level powerhouses may not be able to dodge bullets. Even the slowest handgun bullets are not easily evaded. Qin Ge pouted. When he had used the Sun Wukong template, not a single bullet could touch him, even if the entire world shot at him with submachine guns. Sun Wukong is a being of the 5th tier. Can you compare? Damn it, I forgot this guy can read my thoughts. Rather than contemplating how to dodge bullets, it would be wiser to think about how to withstand them, thus saving energy from dodging around, the system advised. Indeed, with Sun Wukong's physique, even a nuclear bomb exploding his face might not draw blood. Qin Ge mused. Host, can we refrain from constantly using Sun Wukong as an example? One must possess self-awareness. You haven't even entered the intermediate stage, yet you're dreaming of 5th-tier powerhouses? Qin Ge paused. That seems to be a valid point. However, I have no other templates for comparison. Should I use Captain America? I believe using Captain America as a unit of measurement is far superior to comparing oneself to the transcendent figure of Sun Wukong. The system remarked thoughtfully. A unit of measurement based on Captain America? Qin Ge pondered, envisioning his future self. System, assess my combat power. Certainly, host. Currently, your combat prowess is equivalent to defeating 50 Captain Americas. Qin Ge shuddered involuntarily. Goodness, the imagery is too fantastic to believe. Chapter 37. That security guard, does the host have any further inquiries? The system inquired. Let me think, Qin Ge mused, tugging at his non-existent beard for a considerable time. It seems I have none. Oh, very well. Time, wait. Qin Ge raised his right index finger and exclaimed. Please communicate in Huaxia language. Your English is so abysmal that even a single word invokes a palpable sense of embarrassment for this system, the system retorted. After years of serving as a general, he remained unable to alter his disposition. Ah, it is said that a leopard cannot change its spots. The English of this system is incomprehensible, host. You are a warrior of 5 stages. Do you dare to challenge the system as the Supreme King? How naive. Qin Ge was bewildered, listening to the heavily accented English. Why did the dialogue switch to such a foreign tone? He, who had achieved a perfect score of 150, had never scored higher than 50 in English. Should one inquire about his well-being, he could manage a response of "I am fine." Yet now, after such a lengthy discourse, he was met with derision. The system scoffed and kindly displayed a translation on the virtual screen. System, Yam Gan Linyan. Who is Linyan? I do not know. I am unfamiliar. This system is about to enter hibernation. Farewell. Don't go. Why? When will the next time travel occur? Oh, I nearly forgot. I was too busy ridiculing the host. How can you deliver your mockery with such nonchalance? The cooldown period for time travel is 1 month. After that, the host may choose to travel immediately or delay. The system explained. One can delay it? It's not mandatory? Qin Ge expressed his astonishment. This system is not some grand luminary. It is entirely up to you whether to travel. Becoming stronger is your own affair. Why is this system so lackadaisical? Moreover, forcing travel would only incite the host's dissatisfaction. But you have already provoked my profound displeasure. Qin Ge replied irritantly. Then you shall simply endure. I am gone, Linyan. Begone. 3 seconds of time stood still before resuming. Do not seek this system when there is nothing amiss, and certainly do not seek it when there is something wrong. Farewell, that incorrigible rascal. Buzz. The stilled scene before Qin Ge suddenly shifted, the motionless objects resuming their activity under an unseen force. Witnessing this, Qin Ge was reminded of the system's evaluation regarding the 6th tier. Transcending the boundaries of the universe and life, what tier does that system belong to? What kind of existence creates such a system? The 6th tier? The 7th tier? Indeed, the origins of every system flow are questions worthy of contemplation. While Qin Ge pondered these thoughts, a local dialect filled with regional flavor reached his ears. This was Long County, a poverty-stricken area in Hui Province, where the standard Mandarin was not commonly spoken. Rather, the local dialect prevailed. However, Long County's dialect was not difficult to comprehend, though mastering it would require time. It's nothing. Qin Ge shook his head and surveyed his surroundings. Although his time in Long County had been brief, he had already memorized the general layout of the county. Nevertheless, he remained unaware of his current location. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a trash bin. At that moment, an unexpected aroma wafted into his nostrils. Good heavens! Qin Ge felt a tumultuous wave surging within his stomach. What on earth was that smell? As time resumed its flow, the fragrance that had been suspended in the air began to liberate itself. With a swift motion, Qin Ge tore off his shirt, now stained with an indeterminate liquid, revealing a physique as robust as steel. Under the illumination of the flashlight's white beam, the security guard clearly witnessed the spectacle of Qin Ge's disrobing. The guard silently gazed at Qin Ge's abdominal muscles and his remarkably defined chest, then glanced down at his own modestly protruding belly, subtly retreating 2 steps. Confirming with a glance that this was an individual he could not contend with, the guard heard Qin Ge exclaim, "Sir, I must take my leave." Struggling to suppress his nausea, Qin Ge addressed the security guard. "Oh, very well," the guard replied, not probing further. It was evident that this individual did not wish to linger. Nodding in agreement, Qin Ge swiftly bypassed the guard and departed. His eyes flickered slightly, and his brow furrowed. There was something familiar about this aura. Had this young man served in the military? The guard muttered in confusion. But wait, he looks only 17. How could he have possibly served? Meanwhile, upon reaching the main road, Qin Ge confirmed his location. His long legs propelled him forward at full speed toward his uncle's residence. With a soft click, he gently opened the window of the second-floor room, carefully slipped inside, and quickly shut the window before dashing toward the bathroom upstairs. Qin Ge had been sent to Long County by Qin Ge for 2 reasons. First, there were acquaintances here, and second, to allow him to experience an extraordinary life. It was said that Qin Ge had sustained serious injuries during a mission and was saved by a local individual, resulting in an unlikely friendship between 2 people of vastly differing statuses. This individual was Su Cheng, the head of the household where Qin Ge was currently residing. 10 minutes later, feeling refreshed, Qin Ge emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, exuberantly exclaiming and humming a cheerful tune, thoroughly at ease. "What on earth are you making such noise about in the middle of the night?" A melodious female voice, laced with displeasure, came from the adjacent room. Qin Ge was not surprised. He pushed open the door that had been left ajar and stepped inside. A girl, clad in Pikachu pajamas and sitting cross-legged on the bed with her back to him, was engrossed in her computer, the room enveloped in darkness. In the dead of night, you stealthily indulge in your computer, unafraid of worsening your myopia. With that, Qin Ge casually flicked on the light. After all, she was already wearing glasses, so it mattered little. The girl nonchalantly remarked, clicking the mouse haphazardly. Qin Ge glanced over to see that it was that game, the one that had become quite the sensation. Now, what was it called? Elite Crossing? Battlefield Frontline? Ah, yes, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chapter 38. The graceful and elegant Su Ying. Why turn on the light? If my dad sees, it'll be disastrous, the girl said, though her tone suggested she was rather indifferent. You've been caught by Uncle Cheng dozens of times, and yet you show no sign of fear. Qin Ge settled beside the girl's bed, intrigued by her actions on the screen. The girl's appearance was quite striking, undeniably exquisite, yet for someone like Qin Ge, who had encountered many beauties, her looks were merely average. Though seated cross-legged, her exposed legs revealed a figure that was undeniably impressive. What truly captured attention was her long waist length, cherry pink hair. Indeed, cherry pink. When Qin Ge first met the girl, he assumed it was dyed, only to later discover that it was her natural color. The heavens could bear witness, as he observed Su Cheng and his wife with their jet black hair, and then gazed at Su Ying's dazzling cherry pink locks. He felt utterly bewildered. It was through a childhood visit to a hospital in Yanjing, arranged by Qin Ge at Su Cheng's request, that Qin Ge first met the graceful Su Ying. Anyone would take their daughter to the hospital upon seeing her cherry pink hair, wouldn't they? Eventually, the examination revealed that the color of Su Ying's hair was due to a benign mutation in over 100 genes affecting pigmentation. Nothing of concern. Qin Ge pondered, why couldn't he have a golden mane instead? This thought left him somewhat troubled at the time. Subsequently, Su Ying's name was officially changed from Su Qi to Su Ying, perfectly aligning with her smooth, lustrous cherry pink hair. As for her gracefulness, when Qin Ge transferred to Long County Experimental School, he was completely taken aback. On his first day, he found himself surrounded by a group of boys asking numerous questions as he entered the classroom alongside Su Ying. The cherry blossom girl, Su Ying, graceful and elegant. A true lady, warm, polite, and exuding refined charm. At that moment, Qin Ge could only think, WTF, graceful and elegant? Why not mention the rustic charm of Gotham City or the distinguished heritage of Arkham? Though he refrained from exposing Su Ying's facade, he silently mocked her for her pretentiousness. Keep pretending, he thought, smirking inwardly. Well, victory is mine. Su Ying tossed her wireless mouse aside, satisfied, and lay back, her bosom rising and falling. Qin Ge glanced over and silently compared her to Carol. Indeed, Carol was still the fiercer one. My dad is used to it. Haven't you noticed that I play PUBG without worrying about the noise anymore? Qin Ge frugged. Enjoy yourself. I'm leaving. Don't move. Su Ying called out to Qin Ge, sitting up. Oh, what is it? He asked, puzzled by her sudden interest. I just realized how well-proportioned your figure is. Su Ying gazed at Qin Ge's exposed upper body with sparkling eyes. Much like the allure of a voluptuous woman holds for a man, the reverse holds true as well. Qin Ge cast a speechless glance at Su Ying. Although his physique had not been as impressive in the past, it was still commendable. What do you want from me? He inquired. My father asked me to inform you that you need to rise early tomorrow. He intends to take us out for breakfast. Skipping breakfast is simply unacceptable, Su Ying replied. The two attended Long County Experimental School, a rather unpleasant institution, and being in their final year made the situation even more exasperating. Morning self-study commenced at 5:50 a.m., while evening study concluded at 10:40 p.m. For someone like Qin Ge, who was accustomed to starting classes at 9 a.m. and finishing his day at 3 p.m. in Yanjing, this was utterly unimaginable. He promptly declared he would not participate. Su Cheng, unable to contend with this young master, resorted to negotiations, permitting Qin Ge to arrive at school only before formal classes began in the morning and to leave at 5:50 p.m. Though still dissatisfied, this was the only compromise available. Subsequently, the exemplary student Su Ying insisted on mirroring Qin Ge's schedule. After all, my Qin Ge and I are childhood friends. A childhood bond must be honored, she exclaimed. Su Cheng, having never succeeded in persuading her otherwise, acquiesced. Thus, two of the very few students in the school who did not attend early or late study sessions were added to the list. To Qin Ge's knowledge, those who skipped these sessions were primarily academic underachievers, so it felt peculiar to have a top 5 student suddenly join their ranks. Fine, Qin Ge nodded, as he had grown accustomed to early mornings during his time in the military. Attending early self-study was no burden. Su Ying looked at Qin Ge in astonishment, seemingly pondering why he agreed so readily. It was worth noting that despite having attended for only 2 days, he typically awoke at 7:40 a.m., only to be yanked from his bed by Su Ying. By the way, your desk mate is a girl, correct? Su Ying suddenly shifted the conversation, scrutinizing Qin Ge with a sly look. Yes, Qin Ge replied casually. Do you know her? I don't know her, but I've heard from your classmates, she continued. So, what do you think? Is she pretty? She's all right, Qin Ge shrugged. Her looks are decent, but she pales in comparison to you. Upon hearing this, Su Ying pouted in displeasure, but chose not to comment further. She had known Qin Ge since childhood, and despite being in different cities, her in Yanjing and he in Long County, their bond remained strong. She was well aware of the numerous beautiful women surrounding the prominent young master. Although Su Ying herself was quite attractive, she felt dwarfed by the elite daughters of affluent families, who had grown up pampered and privileged. It feels as though she might know me. Conversing with her gives me a sense of familiarity, yet I'm certain I have never met her before, Qin Ge mused. With the multitude of women you've encountered, you still manage to remember them all? I didn't realize your memory was so remarkable, Su Ying scoffed. Of course not. Qin Ge did. However, among the women I know, none have such a dark complexion. Although her name contained the character for snow, Chu Sueki was indeed rather dark-skinned. The complexion of Chu Sueki is not particularly dark. It merely appears somewhat darker when compared to the fair-skinned girls. With a silent glance at Su Ying, I seized a handful of her delicate pink hair and playfully slapped her forehead. You should be sleeping too. Humph. Good night. Good night. Chapter 39. The general goes to school the following day. Children, let's go. Though Su Cheng had reached the age of 40, remnants of his youthful charm still lingered. At that moment, the dashing Su Cheng stood in the courtyard, car keys in hand, shouting up to the second floor. Xiaoying, Xiaohe, hurry up. Your father is waiting for you. Lu Li, Su Cheng's wife, called loudly from the staircase between the first and second floors. Where's my English book? Qin Ge. Where's my English book? Su Ying's voice echoed from upstairs. How should I know? What do you know? I know about eating. You could just die. Lu Li, listening to the commotion above, couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. After 5 more minutes, Su Ying and Qin Ge finally descended. You two have finally come down. Let's go. Lu Li glanced at the clock. It was just a little past 7, not too late. Got it, bye-bye, Mom. Su Ying waved her hand. Bye-bye, Aunt. Qin Ge followed suit. While the Su family may not be exceedingly wealthy, their living conditions were quite good. Su Cheng drove a BMW 730, which, although not impressive in Qin Ge's eyes, was considered quite a fine vehicle in Long County. Xiaohe, why are you two so slow? As Qin Ge settled into the passenger seat, Su Cheng started the car and turned to inquire. Qin Ge's nickname, Xiaohe, is rather feminine yet widely recognized. It is said that old Master Qin Benhua misread when selecting names, seeing only the beneath Qin, and thus mistakenly called her Qin He, which transformed into Xiaohe over time. Initially reluctant, Qin Ge eventually accepted that life, much like fate, was not to be resisted but rather embraced. This girl had been searching for her English book for ages, only to discover it clutched tightly in her own hand. Qin Ge found herself at a loss for words. Su Ying had been shouting for her book, rummaging through drawers. And when Qin Ge came to assist, she spotted the English book firmly gripped in Su Ying's hand. Su Ying offered an awkward smile, helpless against her own folly. Su Cheng suddenly halted, the car coming to a standstill, his brow furrowed as he gazed intently at Qin Ge. Uncle, what's wrong? Qin Ge felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Nothing. Su Cheng shook his head and resumed driving. Qin Ge looked at Su Cheng with confusion. What was going on? The aura of Xiaohe was unmistakable. It resembled that of Qin Ge. Su Cheng's gaze remained fixed ahead, yet his mind was deep in thought. This iron-willed military demeanor could not be mistaken. However, Xiaohe had never served in the military. Where could this quality have originated? Su Cheng pondered in bewilderment. Unlike innate traits such as appearance, Temperament is cultivated over time. Especially the ironclad essence of a soldier who has seen battle is simply irreplicable. With a mind full of questions, Su Chang took the two out for a meal before escorting them to school. Long County Experimental School, a remarkable institution, stands as a private high school and boasts the highest graduation rates in Long County. Typically, one would expect the finest schools in any region to exhibit unparalleled excellence. However, Long County's history tells a different tale. In the 20th century, it flourished, proudly claiming its place among the 3 premier schools in the county, basking in glory. Yet, as the century progressed, it expanded and became inundated with students, leading to a chaotic environment and a significant decline in graduation rates. In response, the experimental school adopted a model reminiscent of a prestigious exam preparation school in China, and by 2008, it experienced a resurgence, ultimately seizing the top position. Thus, Long County Experimental School solidified its reputation as the foremost educational institution in the region. Qin Ge took the time to familiarize himself with the achievements of this esteemed school, noting that it annually sends 2 or 3 talented individuals to some of the most prestigious universities in China, such as Yanjing University and Tsinghua University. For a particularly impoverished county, this could be considered commendable. Nevertheless, Qin Ge remained unconvinced of the school's superiority, attributing its reputation to its lineage. Even if one were to score poorly on the college entrance examination, if Qin Ge were willing, he could still gain admission to Yanjing or Tsinghua. While the principle of equality is espoused, disparities in status are ever present, unless true communism is realized. With one black and one white backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Ge walked alongside Su Ying as they entered the school. Within the campus, several students were diligently cleaning, while others, carrying trash bins, made their way to the refuse area. Groups of second-year students engaged in light-hearted conversations. And observing this scene, Qin Ge, who had spent several years in a military environment, found himself somewhat enamored by the ambience. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. However, as a major, was it truly appropriate for him to be attending high school here? Qin Ge couldn't help but mutter to himself. "What did you say?" Su Ying inquired with curiosity. "Nothing," Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. "Let's go." Upon arriving at school, Su Ying donned her disguise, transforming into a graceful and elegant figure. Qin Ge was assigned to Class 3, while Su Ying was in Class 1, both located on the 5th floor of the senior building. The senior grade comprised 4 classes, 2 experimental and 2 regular. Class 1 and Class 2 were the experimental classes, while Class 3 and Class 4 were ordinary. Long County is situated in the northern part of Anhui Province, which is administratively referred to as Wan. The northern region of Wan predominantly focuses on science subjects, while the southern region divides its emphasis equally between science and liberal arts. Qin Ge's school, in the senior year, consists of 24 classes, 4 specialized and 20 in the sciences, which is rather daunting. The total number of students in the 4 specialized classes does not exceed 400, while the science classes surpass 2,000, an intimidating figure indeed. After parting ways with Su Ying, Qin Ge entered his classroom. As was customary, his arrival captured the attention of all present. Arriving at approximately 7:50, the classroom was typically silent, and he entered without altering his expression, casually carrying his backpack as he took a seat next to a girl in the second row. Qin Ge's considerable height allowed him to occupy the second row, thanks in part to his desk mate, Chu Sweki, who had no other partner, leaving him with no choice but to occupy the second row for the first time in his life. However, sitting so close to the podium posed its own challenges. "Don't worry, they won't mention me," Chu Sweki remarked with a smile, as Qin Ge lazily rested his head on the desk. Qin Ge greatly appreciated Chu Sweki's demeanor. When he declined, she obediently acquiesced. Such was his nature. He abhorred hesitation and would only refuse if he truly did not require something. Maintaining his pride while enduring hardship was a lesson imparted by his father, Qin Ge. As he lay sprawled across his desk, Chu Sweki sat nearby, diligently completing her homework. Most of the class was engaged in their studies, while only the older boys at the back were dozing off. Among those who neither slept nor studied, Qin Ge was a solitary figure. His thoughts, however, delved deep into the system. "System, do make a sound. Beep. Were you not in hibernation? It is late summer. Thank you. Then shall I call it summer slumber? I can arrange for the host to sleep eternally. Then let that be forgotten. What brings you here? Why does it feel like this broken system is becoming increasingly relatable?" He shook his head to dispel such chaotic thoughts. "How can I commence training to swiftly attain Captain America's physique?" Qin Ge inquired. "The training regimen has been tailored to the host's current circumstances and available time. The host may review it at any moment." "Oh, how considerate." Qin Ge joyfully opened the training plan prepared by the system and skimmed through it. Why does this training seem rather mundane? He asked, eyeing the training details with suspicion. Run 3 kilometers, perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 30 pull-ups. While these tasks may be daunting for the average person, they are exceedingly easy for you, the system explained. At the appropriate time, this system will provide suitable weights to ensure you experience the joy of exercise. For some reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. The morning classes passed in a haze of idle chatter between Qin Ge and the system. Though he was already in his 3rd year of high school, Qin Ge displayed none of the expected diligence. Education was meant to pave the way to a brighter future, yet truth be told, his starting point was leagues ahead of others. Many would toil their entire lives without reaching the level at which Qin Ge began. Moreover, with the infinite template system now at his disposal, it hardly mattered if he was illiterate. His life had veered away from that of an ordinary person the moment he acquired the system. His destiny was destined to be extraordinary. Qin Ge, let us go eat. A chubby classmate, Li Shuai, approached and poked him. He was known as one of the more handsome boys among the heavier set. He was one of the few in class whose name Qin Ge could recall. No, I'm going with Su Ying, Qin Ge replied with a smile. All right. It seems my charm cannot compete with that of beauty, Li Shuai chuckled, his eyes nearly disappearing as he grinned. Ha, give it up. With Qin Ge having a girl by his side, do we even stand a chance? Another boy smirked, winking at Qin Ge, leaving him speechless. Previously, Qin Ge had been a reckless youth, yet his temperament was amiable. Within just 2 days of arriving, he had already befriended the boys. Qin Ge, Su Ying is looking for you. A girl poked her head through the door, calling out loudly. I'm coming. Responding to the clamor of the crowd, Qin Ge vacated her seat. Meanwhile, Chu Sueki, who remained seated, fixed her gaze on the retreating figures of Qin Ge and Su Ying. Chu Sueki, I have something to discuss with you. At that moment, a figure obstructed her line of sight. Chu Sueki calmly raised her head to regard the newcomer. He was a boy of modest stature, yet reasonably pleasing to the eye, exuding an amiable demeanor. We have nothing to discuss, she replied, her tone unyielding, leaving the boy visibly distressed. What have I done wrong? Could you please enlighten me? I truly like you, and parting ways like this leaves me utterly disheartened. He lamented, his face a mask of sorrow. A subtle shift occurred in Chu Sueki's expression, not the softness he had anticipated, but rather an unmistakable disdain. You are well aware of your own actions. I prefer not to elaborate to spare you the embarrassment with someone else. Her voice, though cool, carried enough volume to draw the attention of several students who lingered in the classroom. Chu Sueki and Wang Yuqing were a publicly acknowledged couple, reportedly dating since the 2nd year of middle school. However, during the summer break before their 2nd year of high school, Chu Sueki abruptly called for a separation, dissolving what was once a celebrated relationship. Initially, the onlookers speculated that Chu Sueki had simply lost interest, especially since subtle hints had been dropped her way without any rebuttal from her. Yet, it appeared there might be more beneath the surface. Wang Yuqing's expression shifted. How could she possibly know? He forced a smile. Sueki, what are you implying? Please address me by my name, Chu Sueki interjected, her tone sharp. And as for your actions, I am fully aware. Do not presume upon our past to overreach. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to a particular corner of the classroom. Wang Yuqing's complexion paled. She truly knew. How could that be? Aside from him and her, how could a third party be privy to such knowledge? Please step aside. I have a meal to attend to, Chu Sueki declared, rising from her seat. Unconsciously, Wang Yuqing stepped aside. Chu Sueki did not spare him a glance, as she murmured, "Tana, let's go eat." A girl, belatedly realizing the situation, hurriedly followed Chu Sueki. Wang Yuqing shook his head in resignation, casting a glance at the girl in the corner. Wow, Sueki, you are simply magnificent. Exclaimed no. Her admiration evident as she linked arms with Chu Sueki. It's nothing much, Chu Sueki replied with a gentle smile. But what did Wang Yuqing do that compelled you to resolve to break up with him? No incurred the curiosity. Nothing significant. He merely cheated, Chu Sueki stated casually. In any case, our relationship would not have endured, even without his infidelity. No blinked in surprise. Sister, is it really acceptable to speak so lightly of being cheated on? Actually, I owe him a debt of gratitude. Chu Sueki's lips curled into a slight smile. Had it not been for this incident, perhaps my future would have been entwined with him. Chapter 41. The exasperating training system. Qin Ge and Su Ying sat across from one another in the cafeteria, dining together. This dilapidated school only offered communal dining, devoid of any self-funded cafeteria options. This realization left Qin Ge in a state of despair. In a life of luxury, where every meal had never dipped below 1,000 yuan, how could the young Master Qin ever have encountered such a situation? On the very first day, he resorted to fasting. Then, a call from Qin Ge came through, and Qin Ge complied obediently. However, his consumption remained minimal, for the taste was genuinely unbearable. Yet, having endured countless hardships over the years in the military camp, what hardship had he not faced? He had even eaten plain water with large steam buns. Would he still be bothered by this? The dining hall arranged tables by class, accommodating several individuals at each. As a newcomer, Qin Ge was assigned a table on his own. Su Ying, on the other hand, would prepare her meals at her designated table and then come over to dine with Qin Ge. Are you planning to go to the gym? Su Ying asked, taking a bite of her large steamed bun, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Qin Ge. Yes, Qin Ge nodded. These muscles of mine were not earned through slumber. The training program is far more effective in a gym equipped with proper apparatus. Indeed, Su Jing used, tilting her head thoughtfully. There's one at Dongguan, after school. I could have my father take us there. Though, the membership card seems rather expensive. That's not an issue. I still have some money, Qin Ge reassured her. Although Qin Ge had frozen his bank card, the funds generously provided by his friends in Yanjing were more than sufficient for indulgence in Long County. I nearly forgot you were quite wealthy, Su Ying chuckled. Qin Ye frugit. Long County, Dongguan. Indeed. Su Qing nodded, glancing at Qin Ge as he drove away. After changing out of that hideously unattractive school uniform, Su Ying radiated an aura of youthfulness. Her long, bare legs and beautiful cherry pink hair captivated the attention of those around her. However, standing beside her was the tall figure of Qin Ge, clad merely in a shirt, which deterred many would-be suitors. Is the name of this gym for real? Qin Ge remarked, his lips twitching at the sight of the enormous sign before him, as he exchanged glances with Su Ying. Strong Fitness Club. Simple and straightforward. Su Ying replied, somewhat bemused by the name. I only know of this place. I've heard it's quite good. Could the owner not have put a bit more thought into the naming? Qin Ge sighed, shaking his head. Never mind. Let us go. Despite its peculiar name, Qin Ge assessed the gym with the discerning eye of someone used to Yanjing's facilities and found it relatively decent. It offered an array of activities, and the annual membership fee was merely 5,000, which left him astonished for quite some time. Memberships in Yanjing often exceeded 10,000, and the exclusive club frequented by him and his wealthy peers could reach as high as 100,000. This gym, in comparison to those in Yanjing, was not lacking at all, especially with its surprisingly low annual fee. Was it truly a difference in rent and location? He also procured a one-year membership card for Su Ying and bought 2 sets of gym attire for himself. After donning his gear, he prepared to commence his training. Ideally, there would have been a fitness instructor present, as improper training could easily lead to injury. However, upon seeing Qin Ge's physique, which was even more perfect than his own, the instructor discreetly excused himself. This one is seasoned. No coach is necessary, he concluded. As for Su Ying, he told her to enjoy herself and not to bother him. System, let us begin. Qin Ge, clad in shorts and a tank top, stood on the treadmill at home, connecting with the system. All right, the system instructed. Please modify the settings on the treadmill to the following specifications. Qin Ge glanced at the screen, swiftly adjusting the data. Just as he took his first step, his legs suddenly felt heavy, as though laden with lead. Qin Ge was not surprised. This was likely the weight the system had mentioned. He focused his thoughts and began his training with unwavering concentration. Meanwhile, Su Ying, after a brief session, settled in the resting area, observing others swimming in the pool. The gym was truly not her scene. She preferred to occasionally admire the muscular men from afar. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a figure in the corner. The person resembled someone from their school. Su Ying approached the girl in the corner. Qin Ge lay on a recliner, struggling to lift weights with great effort. A 100-pound barbell was not particularly challenging for him. However, the system had imposed additional weight on his arms, making the task exceedingly arduous. Each lift was a struggle. His legs were now utterly fatigued, and the system seemed intent on pushing him to his limits. After a brief respite to regain some strength, he was directed to lift weights again. System, how many more do I have to do? Qin Ge inquired, dividing a sliver of his attention. Almost done, don't rush, came the system's dismissive tone, which was evident to anyone listening. I can barely hold on, he exclaimed. Persevere. Endurance is victory. Once you reach the pinnacle of the Captain America template, you will possess over a ton of arm strength, more than 3 tons of leg power, a 100-meter dash in 6 seconds and 32 milliseconds, and a jumping ability exceeding 3 meters. So, to advance, keep pushing yourself. With a flushed face, Qin Ge lifted the barbell once more. On the other side, Su Ying approached the girl jogging on the treadmill. You must be a student from the lab, she remarked. In such a small place as Long County, it was obvious that anyone who mentioned the lab was likely to be her. The girl with pink hair could only be Su Ying. You are Su Ying? The girl halted the treadmill, stepping off while wiping her sweat with a towel. Yes, hello. Hello. I am Chu Xiaodao from Class 4. As Chu Xiaodao approached, Suing finally got a clear view of her face. She was taken aback by how beautiful she was. How had she never heard of such a stunning girl? Chu Xiaodao was indeed very attractive, surpassing Suing, whom Qin Ge regarded as exquisite. Her figure was equally commendable. If there was any aspect in which she fell short of Suing, it was perhaps her hair, color, and legs. Su Ying's long legs were truly remarkable. Did you just transfer here? Suing asked curiously. Yes, I just transferred last week. Chu Xiaodao was also assessing Suing. She had heard of the Sakura girl on her very first day at the lab. Do you also enjoy working out, Suing? Chu Xiaodao inquired, her lovely eyes resting on Suing. Not particularly, Suing replied, sticking out her tongue. Her adorable demeanor, sure to provoke admiration from the male students at school. Just call me by my name. All right, you can call me by my name too, Suing. Chu Xiaodao smai. Sure. Suing squinted and nodded slightly. Are you with someone else? Chu Xiaodao inquit. Yes, I'm with Qin Ge, Suing replied candidly, as they shared the journey to and from school daily, a fact well known among their classmates. Are you two dating? Chu Xiaodao asked, her face slightly flushed. No, our families are close friends. He stays at my house, Suing explained. She harbored no romantic intentions toward Qin Ge, nor did he towards her. Otherwise, two such carefree individuals would undoubtedly reveal some signs. I see. Chu Xiaodao nodded, having heard of the transfer student Qin Ge. Being from the same academic circle and living across the street, any noteworthy happenings would be swiftly known to her. Do you enjoy working out? Suing asked. Yes. This gym belongs to my family. I've been here since childhood, and my interest naturally developed, Chu Xiaodao replied with a smile. Suing paused for a moment, then laughed. I didn't realize this was your family's establishment. She restrained the urge to inquire about the peculiar name. My dad was quite thin, while my mom preferred a strong partner, so my dad opened a gym and named it Strong. He worked out every day, and after he won my mom's heart and I was born, he never changed the name as a sort of tribute. Chu Xiaodao seemed to sense Su Ying's hesitation and spoke up. I understand. Suing nodded in realization. Then your father must be quite strong now. Well, he is still rather skinny. Chu Xiaodao chuckled. Just then, Qin Ge's voice called out, Xiaoying, let us go. Qin Ge approached, a towel draped around his neck, glistening with sweat. Who is this? He asked. This is Chu Xiaodao, also from the lab, Class 4, Suing introduced. Hello, Qin Ge said, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he regarded Chu Xiaodao, a rare beauty indeed. Hello, Chu Xiaodao assessed Qin Ge, having seen many fit men in the gym. But the iron-like muscles of Qin Ge were a sight she had only encountered online, often altered. Witnessing such a striking example in person was a first for her. We should be off, Xiaoying, Qin Ge said, offering Chu Xiaodao an apologetic smile. Oh, oldait, Sujing nadif. Goodbye, Chu Xiaodao. Bye. Chu Xiaodao replied as Qin Ge waved to her, leaving with Suing. Qin Ge, Sujing, Chu Xiaodao murmured softly. He seems like a rather interesting person. After taking a shower and changing clothes at the gym, the two departed without hailing a taxi, opting to walk home instead. As they strolled, Qin Ge engaged in light conversation with Su Ying while observing the changes in his template. Name, Qin Ge. Title, the most indulgent scion of the Huan nation. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lineage, human. Special ability, shield 50/50. Skills, indulgence LV5, firearms LV5, combat LV5. Leadership LV5, driving LV4, max level LV5, overall combat power 81, maximum 100 evaluation. Hey, it's 10. Keep striving, young man. The century is beckoning to you. Status, not loadable. Load template. Captain America template. As Qin Ge gazed at this template that finally ceased to mock him, an unexpected wave of emotion surged within him, almost bringing him to tears. However, this training surprisingly resulted in a slight improvement. In other words, I would soon catch up with that old fellow, Qin Ge. With this thought, an immense vitality surged within Qin Ge's weary body. A group of figures suddenly entered the periphery of Qin Ge's vision. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a narrow path for adversaries. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Ge's mouth as he observed 7 young men swaggering toward him and Suing, each with cigarettes in hand, sporting vibrant hair colors, and vociferously engaging in conversation while strutting as if they owned the street. Indeed, this was the very group that had once left Qin Ge bloodied and battered. Xiaoying, stay back, Qin Ge said, licking his slightly parched lips as he addressed Suing. What are you planning to do? Suing glanced from Qin Ge to the approaching group, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Teach them a lesson. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ge propelled himself forward. The 7 ruffians had yet to realize what was happening when the first of them was sent flying. With a combat prowess rated at 81, Qin Ge found it exceedingly effortless to deal with these societal miscreants, who barely maintained a semblance of normalcy. In under 10 seconds, all 7 were sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. The entire incident transpired so swiftly that bystanders were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Qin Ge stood amidst the fallen, relishing the sight, before quietly retrieving his phone to call the police. To dare strike at Qin Ge, the great master, was one thing, but to reappear before him was a stroke of ill fortune. Let us go. He waved at Su Ying, stepping over one of the moaning individuals sprawled on the ground. Why did you suddenly make a move? Su Ying inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on Qin Ge, though she did not exhibit much fear. Please, who do you think Qin Ge is? The most notorious scion of Huagua. Back in Yanjing, I was embroiled in fights daily, showing none of the restraint expected from someone of my lineage. If I can act, I certainly won't waste words. She had long since grown accustomed to his ways. That group ambushed me last night, Qin Ge nonchalantly remarked. Oh, that indeed spells misfortune for them, Su Ying observed sympathetically as she looked at the men on the ground. To provoke this master, even a high-ranking official from Huibei would struggle to save you. It was a harsh reality, but there was little one could do about it. One was the sole heir of a prominent military family in Huagua, while the other was a mere street thug. Any wise individual would know whom to support. Aside from the police call, Qin Ge had also contacted a few acquaintances in Huibei. Well, Reed, he understood deeply that one's mobile phone should not only contain contacts of influential figures in the capital, but also those from local regions. Otherwise, by the time you manage to connect with someone in the capital, the layers of calls might leave you in dire straits. Reality demanded that one be prepared for all eventualities, although those acquaintances might not hold significant sway in the upper echelons of Yanjing. They were indeed formidable figures within the confines of Huibei. With that call, these ruffians would find it impossible to escape the confines of the police station, and some might even end up behind bars. Chapter 43. The notion of being a hero turns out you're quite the fighter. I always knew you often got into brawls, but I never imagined you were this formidable. On the journey home, Su Ying gazed at Qin Ge in astonishment. You have no idea how many things there are. Qin Ge chuckled with a hint of arrogance. Su Ying pouted in dissatisfaction. However, your prowess in combat is not without its drawbacks. As successors of socialism, we should not always resort to fighting. You truly are a bore. Qin Ge rolled his eyes. But you are correct. Constant brawling is indeed undesirable. It was those ruffians who provoked me first. This was true upon arriving in Long County. Qin Ge had maintained a low profile, not seeking trouble. The local delinquents instigated the conflict, and Qin Ge, unwilling to be a victim, retaliated. I'm aware, which is why I refrained from mentioning it, Su Ying replied, narrowing her eyes. I saw how swiftly you took them down, even faster than those soldiers on television. Soldiers? Qin Ge scoffed, displaying a sense of disdain. Those portrayed on television are mere fabrications. None are that inept. Yet, they're still impressive, you know? Su Ying countered. With their skills, I could single-handedly take on 5. Qin Ge retorted dismissively. Are you elevated to the heavens just because I complimented you? Su Ying expressed her disapproval. I was merely stating a fact, Qin Ge said while scratching his nose. You are truly repulsive. Keep your distance. Su Ying glared at Qin Ge, who was now indulging in an unsightly habit. As if you're any better, he remarked, flicking the collected remnants with a flourish. Disgusting. Ha, women. Oomph. Big pig hoof. Spicy chicken feet. Qin big pig head. Pink pig head. Get lost. The remnants of the setting sun draped over the two, casting elongated shadows that mirrored the length of their friendship, enduring and profound. Later that night, in Qin Ge's room, the Su family resided in a quaint 2-story villa, spanning over 200 square meters. If such a property were in Yanjing, it would undoubtedly start at a price in the millions. Yet in Long County, it was said that Su Chang had purchased it a decade ago for a mere $40,000. I say, system, you mentioned that my world lacks extraordinary powers, correct? Qin Ge lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Indeed, the primary world of the host possesses no ascended life forms. However, there are numerous ascended weapons. This Qin Ge understood. Missiles, armored vehicles, nuclear bombs, all classified as ascended weaponry. The most formidable hydrogen bomb, as the system indicated, belonged to the 3rd tier of top-tier weaponry. It was indeed ironic that non-ascended life forms wielded 3rd-tier weapons. Do you believe I am suited to be a superhero, like those in the movies? Qin Ge suddenly inquired. Memories of the American superhero blockbusters and the time-honored spirit of chivalry from his homeland flooded his mind as he contemplated the extraordinary powers he sought. Host, are you certain? The system's tone shifted to one of gravity, leaving Qin Ge somewhat taken aback. You must understand, superheroes do not enjoy the glamorous life it appears they do. Their sacrifices for justice are immeasurable. Humanity is forgetful. Today, your sacrifices may evoke much sentiment, but in time, they will fade into oblivion. If your sole desire is merely to seek attention, thinking being a superhero is a splendid notion. I would advise against such aspirations. Heroes are never born from mere trends. The system spoke at length, with a solemn tone. Qin Ge listened intently, absorbing every word. Previously, Qin Ge existed within a greenhouse, a sanctuary constructed from the residual glories of his ancestors. He had not lived in the realm of reality. However, within the dimension of Captain Marvel, he witnessed the true world, a place devoid of abundant tolerance and beauty. It is selfish, dark, and fearsome. Yet, within his heart, Qin Ge still yearned for goodness and light. He rose from his bed and turned to gaze out the window. The radiant moonlight illuminated the pitch-black night, and after dawn, the sun would dispel the darkness, ushering in the light of day. System, I wish to give it a try, Qin Ge murmured as he observed the silvery beams of moonlight outside. The system fell silent for a moment. I will support you wholeheartedly. Thank you. Indeed, a uniform is essential for a man destined to become a superhero. Qin Ge envisioned guarding the light from the darkness, concealed in the shadows, quietly protecting every smile. While the idea was admirable, its execution proved challenging. Despite the system's assistance, Qin Ge struggled for a long time to design his own uniform. How about a black and white theme? Predominantly black, accented with white, taking on a bat-like appearance? Qin Ge rested his right arm on his left, stroking his chin as he spoke. A dazzling virtual image materialized before him, showcasing a sleek bat-themed suit. Very cool. This is it, Qin Ge exclaimed, his eyes bright with excitement. Apologies, host, but this uniform has been utilized in another dimension. We cannot infringe upon others' copyrights. The system replied calmly. Qin Ge opened his mouth in surprise. All right, then let's change it. Keep the color scheme, but arrange it like a stealth suit. The image shifted, revealing a black and white stealth outfit. Let's replace all the white with black. The scene transformed again. Add some patterns, you decide, but use white. The image changed once more. Make the eye openings of the hood flatter, mimicking that Spider-Man suit. The visual shifted again. After a lengthy process of alterations, Qin Ge finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Overall, it looked quite impressive, though something seemed amiss. He pondered aloud, stroking his chin. It lacks your unique logo. The system suggested. All right, Qin Ge exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Let us add A on the chest and see how it looks. The image morphed again. Not bad. Black for the base and white for the letters. Perfect. Qin Ge gazed at the freshly minted uniform, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Chapter 44. Shadow, 3 days later. On the rooftop of the Su family residence stood a figure clad in a predominantly black ensemble, with white patterns extending from the neck to the feet. A harmonious blend of black and white that evoked a unique, intriguing sensation. The mask featured moon-like pupils in a lighter hue, while the rest remained black. At the chest, a circular eye logo adorned the uniform. The entire outfit exuded an aura of mystery. This figure, of course, was Qin Ge. Under the operation of the system, the uniform was successfully crafted within 3 days, eliminating the possibility of anyone discovering the true identity. With technology that surpasses the main world by countless centuries, discovering the system would be exceedingly difficult. Are you prepared? The voice of the system resonated in his ear. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ge exhaled, feeling an unusual tension that he had never experienced even during his first battle. It was still possible to retreat now. Host, once you truly embark on this path, it will be challenging to relinquish this heavy burden of responsibility. You need not shoulder this weight. You're under no obligation. However, should you choose to bear it, retreating now would render your previous efforts futile, leaving you with a heavy psychological burden. Have you truly made your decision? The system inquired once more. Qin Ge exhaled again. Contemplating, he recalled a saying favored by Xiaoying, which many viewed as moral coercion, yet he found it quite agreeable. With great power comes great responsibility. While he could not speak for others, he possessed the ability and a fervent desire to contribute something meaningful to this world. Thus, he resolved, let us begin. Very well, the system affirmed. Target location confirmed. Yin City, southern province of Huagua, coordinates XXXX. Establishing satellite connection. Satellite connected successfully, preparing for transmission. In the vastness of outer space, a concealed satellite in orbit suddenly flickered, seemingly receiving a command. The intricate and complex mechanisms aboard began to move, antennas merging as a brilliant beam of light descended. Yet in the instant it shot forth, it vanished without a trace. In Long County, a white beam enveloped Qin Ge, and as the light dissipated, he too vanished from his original position. On the rooftop of a department store in Yun City, the white light flashed, revealing Qin Ge on the terrace. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he mused, "System, have I truly arrived in the southern province?" "Indeed," came the response. Astonished, Qin Ge whispered in disbelief, feeling as though he had traversed a great distance in the blink of an eye. "What is the objective of this mission?" He inquired further. On the third floor of the adjacent building, two groups of drug dealers are engaged in a transaction. In the room next to theirs, 3 hostages are being held. There are a total of. A virtual screen materialized before Qin Ge, displaying a cascade of data. Based on the analysis of the above data, a planned simulation is underway. Prioritize the optimal plan for the hostages. The plan is as follows. The host will use a heavy sniper rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds to eliminate 2 drug dealers inside the hostage room, followed by neutralizing the remaining dealers in the adjacent room. "Heavy sniper rifle," Qin Ge murmured. He retrieved a case resembling a cello from the system's space and approached the edge of the terrace, opening it. A brand new Brat heavy sniper rifle came into view. Swiftly assembling it, Qin Ge positioned himself at the terrace's edge to begin calibrating the weapon. With the assistance of the system, he quickly pinpointed the locations of the 2 drug dealers in the next room. Even with walls obstructing the line of sight, the system's scanning capabilities proved insurmountable. The Brat rifle, loaded with armor-piercing ammunition, could effortlessly breach the wall. The only potential flaw lay in its immense power. Even if it pierced the wall and eliminated the drug dealer, any hostages behind him would be at grave risk of death. "Please, host, adhere strictly to the system's directives when firing." "Understood." Qin Ge fixed his gaze on the sniper scope, staring at the unseen wall, apprehensive about the possibility of mistakenly injuring a hostage. Seconds turned into minutes. Qin Ge resembled a patient hunter, silently awaiting the opportune moment. "Fire." At the instant he heard the system's command, Qin Ge squeezed the trigger with unwavering focus. After pulling the trigger, the sniper scope shifted slightly, and within less than half a second, he swiftly fired a second shot. The deafening gunfire erupted, igniting chaos in the block, the sharp detonations drowning out the preceding sounds. "Oh!" A piercing scream resonated as the crowd frantically scattered. To those accustomed to a peaceful era, gunfire was nothing short of a symbol of catastrophe, and the neighborhood erupted into pandemonium. 2 were dispatched. Qin Ge exhaled in relief, grateful for his accuracy. Thanks to the system-modified Brat, capable of rapid, successive firing, he quickly relocated, observing the red dots appearing in the adjacent room through the scope. Citizens had already reported the incident, with police expected to arrive in 6 minutes. That would suffice. Qin Ge's gaze hardened as he regarded the red dots, his finger repeatedly pulling the trigger, the gunfire once again slicing through the darkened night. Ding ding, ding ding. Police vehicles sealed off the area, officers erecting barriers to keep the citizens at bay. On the 3rd floor of the bar, forensic experts and detectives were busily transporting bodies, taking photographs, and gathering evidence. "Captain Zhao, we found this bullet at the scene." A relatively attractive female officer hurried to a solemn-faced man and handed him a bullet encased in a bag. Zhao Tianyi accepted the bullet, and upon closer inspection, his expression grew even graver. Recently transferred from the military to serve as the head of the criminal police team in Yun City, he was no stranger to this type of bullet. This is an armor-piercing round, a heavy sniper's armor-piercing bullet. Against such ammunition, even tanks seem as fragile as paper. Zhao Tianyi stated solemnly. "Heavy sniper's armor-piercing bullet?" The female officer looked at Zhao Tianyi in astonishment. How did the perpetrator manage to smuggle this in? In Huahua, firearms are strictly prohibited. Obtaining even handgun ammunition is exceedingly difficult. Unclear. However, it is certain that the assailant possesses exceptional physical capability. Not everyone can wield a heavy sniper rifle. "Captain Zhao, this was found in the adjacent room." A young detective approached, offering Zhao Tianyi a paper resembling a flyer. On the white surface, a dark figure was prominently printed. Chapter 45, Shadow Monarch. "What is this?" the female officer inquired, perplexed. "A message left by the perpetrator," Zhao Tianyi asserted. All those deceased were drug dealers, and none of the hostages were harmed. Clearly, he was saving them. This is something he deliberately left behind. But why would he do that? The female officer asked, bewildered. "That remains uncertain for now," Zhao Tianyi replied, shaking his head. "I wish to meet the hostages and inquire about certain matters," Zhao Tianyi remarked, gazing at the woman before him. Indeed. So, you only saw a tall man in a black uniform return to untie you, leaving behind this note before departing? Yes. He was quite tall, well-built, yet rather aloof. He ignored me when I attempted to converse with him, she replied. Very well. Thank you for your cooperation, Zhao said. It is my duty, she responded. Once the hostages had been taken away, Zhao Tianyi leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples in distress. Captain Zhao, have you made any discoveries? Inguia the officer Suro, approaching with a cup of coffee. Thank you, he acknowledged, accepting the beverage. No significant findings. The individual remains enigmatic. The testimonies from the 3 hostages bear little distinction. I sense his manner resembles that of the enigmatic superheroes portrayed in American cinema, Sue murmured. How could that be? Zhao chuckled. Our world is devoid of supernatural forces. True enough. Let us continue our search and see if we can uncover any clues, she affirmed. For the following week, Qin Ge traversed across the territory of China, relentlessly combating drug traffickers with singular determination. His focus was unambiguous. His target was the drug dealers. Initially, the police managed to contain the information, but soon, Qin Ge created a series of significant disturbances, such as obliterating a warehouse with dozens of high-explosive grenades. The commotion was too substantial to conceal, and thus the name of Shadow resonated throughout China, igniting a fervor online. Enthusiasts on the internet bestowed upon Qin Ge a moniker, for he left the character Shadow in his wake after each operation, leading to the rapid spread of the title Shadow Hero. Not entirely satisfied with this designation, Qin Ge requested the system to amend it to Shadow King. His friends concurred that Shadow King had a more appealing ring, and the name swiftly took hold. The moniker Shadow King surged across Chinese cyberspace, with the exploits of this real-life superhero dedicated to dismantling drug trafficking, capturing the public's imagination. The 20th century heralded an information age, where the velocity of information dissemination was unparalleled. Consequently, the presence of this superhero in the real world caused an exponential rise in popularity. Having indulged in numerous superhero films, the emergence of a genuine superhero provided a newfound focus for a previously unfocused belief. In stark contrast to the near-universal acclaim from the masses, the Chinese police took the matter with utmost seriousness. The Central Police Department selected officers from various regions where the Shadow King had been cited to form a special task force, led by Zhao Tianyi, the first to encounter the Shadow King and a seasoned veteran in law enforcement. In the conference room of the Central Police Department in Yanjing, many attendees were present, each an elite representative from the regions where the Shadow King had made appearances. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, it is highly probable that the Shadow King is of Chinese descent, Zhao Tianyi declared, standing before a large screen. A photograph materialized on the screen behind him, depicting the Shadow King with his back to the camera, descending from a height. The pose elicited glances of intrigue among the officers present, many of whom hailed from military backgrounds. Qin Ge had engaged in numerous operations, and given the density of the population in China, it was inevitable that he would be captured on camera. This particular image had circulated widely online. Since his debut, the Shadow Emperor has wielded an array of formidable weaponry, including the Brat sniper rifle, the AWM sniper, and high-explosive grenades. It is widely acknowledged that acquiring such armaments is exceedingly challenging, even in the relatively lax gun control environment of the United States. This raises an intriguing question. From where did the Shadow Emperor procure these weapons? Is he a solitary individual, or does he have the backing of a formidable organization? Moreover, another perplexing issue arises. Within a mere span of a week, the Shadow Emperor has surfaced in 7 distinct locations, from a northernmost province of Heixing to the southernmost province of Haishan. He traversed this vast distance in just a few days. Such speed rivals that of the latest military aircraft, leading us to ponder whether the Shadow Emperor is a singular entity or a collective. The most pressing inquiry, however, pertains to his ultimate objective. Is his mission solely to combat drug traffickers, or does he harbor ulterior motives? Should the former be true, we might consider collaboration and support. However, if the latter holds, we must prepare ourselves adequately. These are my thoughts on the Shadow Emperor, Zhao Tianyi concluded, bowing to the assembly. Applause erupted. I have an objection. A man raised his hand. Please speak. The man in police uniform stood up. Even if it is to combat drug traffickers, he has taken lives, which contravenes our nation's laws. If we consider collaboration, what will we do when numerous imitators emerge in the future? Zhao Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed not considered this perspective. It is not that I oppose the Shadow Emperor. On the contrary, I comprehend his actions. However, understanding does not equate to endorsement. In our country, only law enforcers are entitled to take the lives of wrongdoers. Others lack the authority to do so. Captain Lu's point is well taken. This is something I had overlooked, Zhao Tianyi acknowledged with a nod. Yet, if we recklessly pursue the Shadow Emperor, will it not dishearten those citizens who wish to uphold justice? Another police officer interjected. We need not necessarily apprehend the Shadow Emperor. Acting like the foolish officers depicted in films will only diminish our standing in the eyes of the public, Lu explained. Are we to emulate the misguided actions of those officers from the movies? That is preposterous. Our nation is socialist. The people are paramount. If we disregard public sentiment and pursue the Shadow Emperor, the ones most discontented will be those oppressed by drug traffickers. Inciting public outrage in a country, such as ours, is a most perilous endeavor. I see now. I have been enlightened. Furthermore, one last question. A poised female officer stood up. How do we locate the Shadow Emperor? We have no means of predicting his next whereabouts, and by the time we arrive, he will have long departed. To date, we cannot ascertain how the Shadow Emperor eludes us. There are no traces of any vehicles at the scene, and aerial vehicles would surely attract attention, yet none have. This remains a conundrum. This will require us to conduct our own investigations. Understood. Chapter 46. The Imaginative Class Teacher, Long County Experimental School, Senior Class 3. Qin Ge, startled awake from his slumber at his desk. Qin Ge lifted his head to meet the stern gaze of his teacher. You consistently doze off during class, and all your teachers have expressed their concerns to me. Are you here to learn or merely to sleep? Qin Ge, how dare you smile? Get out. Qin Ge quickly suppressed his smile and left the classroom with his book in hand, feeling quite defeated. Standing at the door, he couldn't help but yawn. The system's voice echoed in his mind. You must adapt, for once you have chosen this path, you must be prepared to bear its burdens. Understood, Qin Ge nodded. The road he chose, he would traverse even on his knees. Yet, recalling his lifelong lack of perseverance, he felt a twinge of insecurity. I wonder how long I can maintain this effort. System, have my recent endeavors yielded any results? Qin Ge inquired. Yes, the effects are quite remarkable. Previously, 90% of drug transactions in Huagua occurred under the cover of night. However, thanks to your extensive efforts, nighttime drug dealings have significantly diminished, reaching a historic low across the nation. Qin Ge nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, employing lethal force to combat crime proved an effective strategy. Unlike the police, who must adhere to extensive protocols after apprehending drug dealers, granting them opportunities to evade justice, Qin Ge acted decisively, eliminating threats on the spot without hesitation. In a sense, his intimidation factor far surpassed that of law enforcement, largely due to his elusive nature. Just last night, he was in the northern provinces, and now he appeared in the southern provinces. Who could withstand such a swift transition? It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Keep striving, host. Qin Ge yawned again. Yet fatigue still enveloped him. The school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher emerged, casting a glare at Qin Ge. Come here. Qin Ge obediently followed the teacher out. In the classroom, a girl leaned over to Su Ying, who was solving a math problem, and said, Qin Ge has been summoned to the teacher's office. Su Ying's reputation, bolstered by her academic prowess, meant that many were familiar with Qin Ge. I wonder what it's about. Perhaps you should check? Here, take a look at our history assignment. The girl handed a stack of papers to Su Ying. Thank you. Su Ying accepted the papers without hesitation and left. In the comprehensive science office, Qin Ge towered over the homeroom teacher, who was less than 175 meters tall, prompting the teacher to sit down. It's nothing. Qin Ge offered an awkward smile. Nothing? You think sleeping is acceptable? Do you realize you're in your senior year? The teacher frowned. Time is fleeting, and yet you continue to sleep through class. What do you intend to achieve? Do you come from a wealthy family? If not, why aren't you studying diligently? You must be related to Su Ying. Just look at her grades compared to yours. Do you not feel any shame? Gomin, Su Ying entered, holding the stack of assignments. Upon seeing the familiar shade of cherry blossom pink, Qin Ge couldn't suppress a smile. Su Ying, perfect timing. Come here. The homeroom teacher, who also taught politics, recognized Su Ying. Mr. Li. Su Ying approached Qin Ge, casting a sidelong glance at him, which he readily interpreted. What is your situation? Su Ying's large, watery eyes fluttered slightly, her lips curling into a subtle smile, conveying the message, hurry and bribe me. Qin Ge's mouth twitched as he nodded slightly in response. Ahem. The homeroom teacher, noticing the two disregarding his presence while exchanging glances, could not help but clear his throat to assert his existence. Qin Ge and Su Ying promptly composed themselves, adopting a serious demeanor. Su Ying, what is your relationship with Qin Ge? I notice you both arrive and depart from school together. The homeroom teacher's tone softened unconsciously when addressing Su Ying, an attractive girl with outstanding academic performance. We are family friends. He is currently residing at my home, Su-Ying replied candidly. However, this statement did not sit well with others. The brilliant and beautiful Su-Ying was well known among teachers and students alike. Every school has a few students from affluent backgrounds, and principals usually inform teachers in advance to prepare for their presence. Su-Ying was one such student. The Su family was considered wealthy in Long County, and Su-Chung was a prominent figure in the area. As his only daughter, Su-Ying was undoubtedly cherished by her father. Now, with Su-Ying mentioning that Qin Ge and her family were family friends and that he lived with her, it naturally sparked speculation. Qin Ge hailed from Yanjing, and it was conceivable that he was indeed a local. Why would he leave Yanjing to come to Long County and reside with Su-Ying if not for her? The notion of family friends often conjures images of arranged marriages or childhood betrothals in television dramas. The recent exchange of glances between Qin Ge and Su-Ying had not gone unnoticed. This implied that Qin Ge and Su-Ying might indeed be engaged, or, at the very least, have a fiancé-fiancé relationship. Such a possibility was not far-fetched. With this thought, the homeroom teacher's gaze towards the two shifted, especially regarding Qin Ge. He claimed he had no wealth. Observing Qin Ge's exhaustion, the teacher mused whether he was under undue stress. With over 6 months until the college entrance examination, we can afford to wait until graduation for certain matters. Relationships are not something to rush, the teacher said earnestly. Qin Ge and Su-Ying, neither of whom were simpletons, quickly grasped the implications of the teacher's words. Teacher, we are merely friends, Qin Ge replied with a hint of exasperation. I understand. The teacher waved his hand dismissively. You don't know anything. Just look at Su-Ying's grades compared to yours. You cannot earn money at the moment. How will you support yourself and your family in the future? The teacher admonished with heartfelt concern. Should I inform him that my family's wealth could sustain me for 3 lifetimes? Enough. I won't say more. You may leave now. Goodbye. Teacher, Su-Ying said politely. Goodbye. Teacher, Qin Ge echoed. What on earth is going on? What does that look mean? How could I possibly be interested in you, you pink pig head? Qin Ge lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. What did you say? With a sweet smile gracing her face, Su-Ying turned her head to glance at Qin Ge, her eyes betraying a palpable hostility. Don't even think about threatening me. You didn't assist me earlier, thus our agreement is null and void. Qin Ge, arms crossed, regarded Su-Ying with a smirk. You lack integrity. Su-Ying's beautifully shaped brows knitted together as she looked up at Qin Ge, visibly annoyed. What do you do about it? Qin Ge replied, his face adorned with a mischievous grin as he looked down at her. You are indeed shameless. Likewise, Su-Ying shot back, her gaze locked with Qin Ge's, their noses barely half a meter apart. A sudden cough interrupted their standoff, prompting both to turn their heads. Their homeroom teacher had emerged from the office at some point, a sly smile on his face as he observed the two. There was little he could say about these wealthy scions. Behave yourselves at school, he remarked before departing like a gust of wind. Did he misunderstand again? Qin Ge remarked. Exasperated. It's blatantly obvious. You fool. Su-Ying rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Qin Ge scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Upon returning to the classroom, as soon as Qin Ge sat down, the class bell rang. Someone knocked your books over. I picked them up for you, came the gentle voice of Chu Sweki. Huh? Qin Ge looked at Chu Sweki in disbelief. Did my books fall? He examined the neatly arranged books that looked exactly as they had before. Falling? Qin Ge was quite sensitive about his belongings and could immediately discern if anyone had touched them. If the books had fallen, how could they possibly be restored to their original order? I have an excellent memory, and you arranged them systematically. I remembered. Chu Sweki seemed to sense Qin Ge's confusion and explained. Oh, I see. Qin Ge feigned understanding, though he remained somewhat puzzled. He would have the time to pay attention to how their desk mate arranged their books. He decided to attribute it to Chu Sweki's idle curiosity. Shaking his head, Qin Ge settled his head on the desk, ready to embark on yet another round of dreams. Indeed, he was quite shameless. The class passed as Qin Ge succumbed to slumber, while teacher Chun chose to ignore his habitual napping, adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. When the bell rang, Qin Ge opened his eyes just in time. Could you bring me a bottle of water? He asked, pulling 10 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Chu Sweki. She nodded, rising to leave. Qin Ge disregarded the gaze that seemed to fixate on him and shifted his arm to continue his nap. Sweki dislikes those who lack ambition. This Qin Ge is even lazier than I was. There's no way she could like him. He had been observing Qin Ge for several days, and the latter's routine was alarmingly predictable. Sleeping, using the restroom, sleeping, eating, sleeping, and finally going home. Good grief, he resembles a pig. Besides sleeping, he merely ate. And after eating, he slept again. If Chu Sweki were to develop feelings for him, it would truly be a miracle. With that thought, Wang Yuqing ceased to focus on Qin Ge any further. The drowsy Qin Ge was roused from his slumber and through his hazy eyes. He recognized the approaching figure as Chu Sweki. "I bought you coffee. Here's your change." Chu Sweki placed a bottle of latte coffee on Qin Ge's desk, along with 6 yuan in change. "Thank you," Qin Ge mumbled, groggily accepting the beverage and taking a sip after removing the lid. Suddenly, he felt a surge of alertness. However, a sense of confusion washed over him. He had requested her to bring a bottle of water, but he had not specified what kind. It was rather unusual for anyone to bring coffee unless explicitly asked. Moreover, it was his favorite latte. Qin Ge was certain that since arriving at this school, he had never indulged in a latte. He was still unsure of where the school shop was located. Was this mere coincidence? He furrowed his brow as he observed Chu Sweki, who had already settled down to study. Chu Sweki's academic performance was commendable within Class 3, although she did not stand out among the entire grade. Nevertheless, she had consistently ranked within the top 10 of her class. In contrast, Qin Ge had placed 312th in the entrance examination, ranking 70 in his class, which comprised over 300 students. His class was quite remarkable, being predominantly female, with Class 3 being particularly exceptional. Out of 100 students, there were merely 24 boys, the remaining 76 being girls. Was it merely a coincidence? Shaking his head, Qin Ge took another sip of coffee, smacking his lips before resting his head down again. Why ponder so much? Sleep was paramount. His well-being was at stake. As Qin Ge buried his head in the crook of his arm, Chu Sweki paused in her work, glancing at him before averting her gaze. Her eyes lingered on the latte, resting atop her book, a flicker of frustration passing through her dark eyes. She felt a twinge of urgency. Chu Sweki rubbed her temples in distress. She had not been anxious at first, but encountering him on the way to lunch had stirred her worry. After all, he was the ultimate boss. After the day's classes concluded, Qin Ge still felt lethargic. Yawning, he shouldered his bag and departed the school alongside Suing. What a coincidence! Suing was the first to spot Chu Xiaodao, waving cheerfully at her. Qin Ge followed her gaze, noting that despite the unflattering school uniform, Chu Xiaotao's curvaceous figure and delicate features radiated a youthful charm, proving that beautiful individuals looked good in anything. Chapter 48. The Rising Chu Sweki. Hello, Qin Ge greeted dully. Raising a hand. You still seem out of sorts, Chu Xiaotao remarked, observing Qin Ge's evident fatigue. Who knows what he was up to last night? He looks perpetually tired. Suing commented without holding back. Having witnessed Su Ying's contrasting demeanor at school, Chu Xiaodao was not particularly surprised. She regarded Qin Ge with a peculiar expression, clearly misinterpreting his situation. You make it sound as if I were engaged in some inappropriate activities at night, Qin Ge replied wearily, rolling his eyes. Enough of this. Let us hurry along. I still need to work out. Are you sure your condition is up to par? Chu Xiaodao frowned, concerned. Since Qin Ge had obtained a membership at her family's fitness center, they had become acquainted through their daily encounters, evolving their relationship into a friendship. However, Qin Ge's persistent fatigue was concerning. It's fine. Exercise brings me joy. Nonetheless, overextending oneself is quite unhealthy. Chu Xiaodao shook her head. Although Qin Ge indeed exudes vitality during each workout, such excessive exertion is not advisable. Very well, I shall be mindful. Let us proceed. Nodding in agreement, Qin Ge and Suing walked side by side out of the school. At that moment, a figure caught the corner of Qin Ge's half-closed eyes. Was that Chu Sweki? Dressed in her own clothes and carrying a backpack, Chu Sweki ambled from the direction of the dormitory towards the school gate. Wasn't she a boarding student? Just half an hour ago, in the senior year comprehensive office, she had requested leave. The homeroom teacher frowned at the sight of Chu Sweki standing before him. His feet that had been resting on the desk, now firmly planted on the ground. What do you need leave for? He inquired. I am feeling unwell and wish to go for an drip, Chu Sweki replied. This wretched school resembles a prison. Without a valid reason, one cannot hope to leave. Thus, the most effective method is to feign illness. What is wrong? What do you feel unwell? The homeroom teacher regarded this diligent student, who consistently excelled in her studies, with fondness. He had always appreciated her compliance, so he did not suspect any pretense in her sudden request for leave. I have some stomach pain. You know how it is at the school infirmary, she explained. The teacher nodded. The infirmary was notoriously inadequate. A cold that could be cured with a few days of foretreatment outside might linger for a week within the confines of the school. All right, I will call your mother and have her come pick you up, he said, assenting. Chu Sweki was a boarding student, as were 99% of the students at Long County Experimental School. The day students were a rare breed, averaging only 2 or 3 per class. My parents are in Chang'an. I will go to my uncle's house for a while, Chu Sweki added. All right, I had forgotten, the teacher recalled. Recognizing that although Chu Sweki's registration was in Long County, she had grown up in Chang'an, having only recently arrived. That is fine. Do you feel comfortable going alone? No problem. I am quite familiar with Long County, she assured him. The teacher nodded, not overly concerned, as the local security had been exceptional lately, almost to the point of being able to leave doors unlocked at night. Hardly anyone dared to cause trouble, and Chu Sweki had no significant personal issues. He promptly signed her leave request, leading to the current scene. Qin Ge. Chu Sweki called out upon seeing the trio. You've taken leave? Qin Ge approached her, curiosity evident in his voice. Yes, Chu Sweki replied with a smile, and although she was not conventionally beautiful, her smile was truly captivating. Just out for a stroll, she added. Hello, I am Su Ying. Su Ying stepped forward, beaming as she addressed Chu Sweki. Hello, I am Chu Sweki, she responded, glancing at the girl with the distinctive cherry blossom pink hair, offering a gentle smile in return. Observing this exchange, Qin Ge felt an odd discomfort. Why did this scene seem so peculiar? In reality, when unfamiliar classmates encountered each other, they typically exchanged no more than a few words, if that, perhaps just a shy smile. Hello, I am Chu Xiaodao. Chu Xiaodao chimed in, eager to join the conversation. Hello, Chu Sweki looked up at her, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. Chu Xiaodao did not notice, but Qin Ge, who had been silently observing the three, caught the subtle interaction. Did these two know each other? Qin Ge pondered in confusion. We are from the same lineage. Perhaps we even share a familial bond, considering how small Long County is. Chu Xiaodao remarked with a smile. My family is from Hujing. What about yours? Chu Sweki Ingui? Really? My family is also from Hujing. Chu Xiaodao looked at Chu Sweki in astonishment. Could it be that we are indeed relatives? There are only the Chu families residing in Hujing Town within Long County. As long as one's household registration is from Long County, their family origin must also be Hujing. Su Ying chimed in with a cheerful grin. That makes sense. Chu Xiaodao not that. However, that is indeed a twist of fate. Would you care to join us for some fun? Qin Ge and I are heading to the gym, and Su Ying is coming along as well. Would you like to join us? Faced with Chu Xiaodao's enthusiastic invitation, Chu Sweki nodded. Sure, let us go. Chu Xiaodao clapped her hands and, with a familiar ease, linked her arm with Chu Sweki's. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Sweki refrained from pulling away, her gaze complex as she looked at Chu Xiaodao. You remain as endearing as ever, she thought. Well, for Qin Ge, having one more person or one less makes little difference. Once aboard Chu Xiaodao's father's Land Rover, Qin Ge promptly fell asleep. This scene was nothing new for Chu Xiaodao, her father, and Su Ying. However, Chu Sweki gazed at Qin Ge with curiosity, seemingly perplexed by how he could be so exhausted. Chu Sweki, Su Ying called out. What is the matter? Does this guy also sleep during class? Su Ying yischer dorts in he. Yes, he sleeps soundly, only waking during meals and when class is dismissed. Is that so? Su Ying's large eyes blinked in surprise. So, what on earth does this fellow do late at night? In this situation, Su Ying chose to overlook the implications. When has the distinguished young master of the Qin family ever been reduced to manual labor? That would be unrealistic unless he possessed some peculiar hobby. Thus, it must be for some other reason. Speaking of, are you not curious about Su Ying's transformation? Just as Su Ying was lost in thought, Chu Xiaodao spoke up. Chu Sweki was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh no, I've overlooked something again. Chapter 49, concerning Qin Ge's communication. Fortunately, Chu Xiaodao merely mentioned it in passing. I was quite astonished the first time I witnessed the stark contrast between Su Ying's demeanor in and out of school. You seem quite unfazed. Have you seen this before? Chu Sweki shook her head, expressing her own surprise. I too was taken aback, she confessed. Chu Xiaodao blinked her eyes. You're surprised as well? I couldn't tell. To this, Chu Sweki could only respond with a wry smile. By the way, is it truly acceptable for you both to discuss me, right in front of me? Su Ying's voice came through, tinged with exasperation. Don't mind us. Chu Xiaodao laughed, affectionately ruffling Su Ying's soft pink hair, which felt as delightful as ever. Chu Sweki observed Su Ying's smooth, lustrous pink locks, and then glanced at her own, shaking her head inwardly. There is still much work to be done. Hualong Supermarket. Sucheng has established 2 large supermarkets, with Hualong Supermarket being the largest in Long County. Although the emergence of the department store has impacted the market, the effect has been minimal. In the office, Sucheng opened a notebook on his desk, accessing a communication message. Suddenly, a video call page popped up. Long time no see, Lao Qin, Sucheng said with a smile. Long time no see, a Chung, came to reply. A deep and calm male voice resonated. A face appeared on the screen. It was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, with a square jaw and features that bore a faint resemblance to Qin Ge. Though he was somewhat more handsome, even through the screen, one could sense an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him, a quality often attributed to those in power. Suddenly reaching out to me, was there an issue at hand? What trouble had that scoundrel caused this time? Qin Ge inquired, glancing at Su Cheng on the screen. No. Su Cheng replayed. Xiao has been quite well behaved, causing no trouble. He only sent those ruffians to prison because they provoked him first. Qin Ge nodded, already aware of this matter. Given its limited relevance to Qin Ge, he chose to disregard it. This time, I wanted to ask you, has Xiao He served in the military? Su Cheng questioned. Serve in the military? Qin Ge looked at Su Cheng, perplexed. No, you know your sister-in-law. She would never permit Xiao He to join the army. Upon hearing sister-in-law, Su Cheng's lips twitched. Qin Ge's wife, Qin Ge's mother, was a seasoned, doting mother, fiercely protective of her son. Mu Minkong, the daughter of the Mu family in Yanjing, was formidable indeed. Having enlisted at the age of 10, she was a force to be reckoned with, instilling fear in the hearts of the young men of her generation, except for Qin Ge. Although the details of how Qin Ge won her heart remain a mystery. Ever since marrying him, this once dominant figure in Yanjing had become quiet. However, the older generation would never forget this powerhouse. Born into a military family, it was expected that Qin Ge would be sent to the barracks at the age of 10 to train for the eventual inheritance of the family legacy. Yet, Mu Mingkong vehemently opposed this, often clashing with Qin Ge, and then taking her grievances out on Qin Benhua, making the entire Qin household her battleground. The usually gentle and elegant matriarch of the Qin family erupted in fury whenever the topic of her son's military service arose. Qin Ge was left with no choice. Mu Mingkong was not merely a decorative figure. Aside from her status as the Mu family's heiress, she was a legitimate officer in the military. Most importantly, Qin Ge loved her dearly. Later, when Qin Ge had a confrontation with the third son of the Li family, Qin Ge felt an opportunity had arisen. If you dare to send Xiao He to the barracks, I will divorce you. That left Qin Ge stunned. While fearless in the face of danger, he was terrified of losing his loved ones, especially the woman he cherished. Thus, he decided against it. Ultimately, Qin Ge appeared in Long County. If you're not planning to send Xiao He to the front lines, your sister-in-law wouldn't oppose it so vehemently, Su Cheng remarked, exasperated. Years ago, this issue had caused quite a stir in Yanjing. In truth, Mu Mingkong did not entirely oppose Qin Ge serving in the military. There was nothing inherently wrong with it. However, the problem lay in Qin Ge's insistence on sending Qin Ge to the front lines. That was intolerable. It was acceptable for their son to endure hardships in the barracks, but to send him to the front lines? Unthinkable. My son either does not enlist, or if he does, he must go to the front lines. My father and I fought our way out from the front lines. Why should he not? Qin Ge expressed his displeasure. Your mother is not named Mu Mingkong, Su Cheng remarked. Qin Ge's lips twitched as he gazed at Su Cheng in silence. Ah Cheng, you have turned bad, he replied with a chuckle. Observing Qin Ge's predicament brought Su Cheng a sense of delight. So, Qin Ge did not enlist? He inquired. Indeed. Qin Ge nodded. Your sister-in-law forbade him from going to the front lines, so I decided to prevent him from entering the military altogether. Lest people say that Qin Ge's son is merely gilding himself in the army. That seems peculiar, Su Cheng murmured. What do you mean? The aura I sense from Xiao He is akin to what I perceive in you, a fierce spirit only forged through battle and bloodshed. Qin Ge, sitting upright on the other end of the screen, fixed his gaze intently. Ah Cheng, can you be certain? Almost without a doubt. However, you mentioned that Xiao He has neither served in the military nor left Yanjing, which seems contradictory. Su Cheng furrowed his brow. I am aware of the situation and will handle it, Qin Ge stated gravely. Very well. Su Cheng nodded. As the temporary guardian of Qin Ge, he felt obligated to report on Qin Ge's recent activities. Let's leave it at that. Agreed. At the East Sea, in the command room of the Huaguan Navy base, Qin Ge stared at the black screen of his laptop, his eyes flickering. Before long, the communication was established. Qin Lauda, how fortunate you are to find time to contact me. A languid voice emerged from the video, displaying only an empty chair, devoid of its occupant. What are you up to? Qin Ge asked, puzzled. Looking for a lighter. My craving for a smoke has hit hard, came the reply, accompanied by rustling from beneath the table. Where on earth is my lighter? Qin Ge's lips twitched slightly at the antics of this fool. No worries, Qin Lauda. Carry on speaking. I can't hear you. I shall send you some information. You need to probe this individual, Qin Ge instructed. Are you jesting, Qin Lauda? I haven't dared to engage in this line of work for many years. A head emerged from beneath the table, revealing the previously encountered security guard. Chapter 50. Probing. Are you kidding me, Qin Lauda? I haven't dared to tread this path for years. The security guard stood, lifting his uniform to reveal a prominent beer belly. Look at this belly. Do you think I'm suitable for such tasks? He pointed at his greasy midsection. Qin Ge stared at the bulging mass on the guard's abdomen, utterly bewildered. What has this fellow gone through over the years? Why is he ballooned like a pig? Where did those abs from years past go? You're the only one in Long County. Spare me the chatter. I have sent you the information. Find an opportunity to probe him. Qin Ge concluded, abruptly ending the call, leaving no room for the security guard to refuse. Damn it, that rascal. The guard muttered angrily. Yet his fingers obediently clicked open the information sent by Qin Ge. His eyes fell upon a photograph of Qin Ge. This guy looks familiar. As his gaze shifted downward to the other details, he froze upon seeing the section on parents. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed after Qin Ge hung up, as he silently counted until the 4th second when the communication rang again. Qin Ge stifled a laugh and answered the call. Oh, my dear brother, are you trying to kill me? The screen connected, and the face of the security guard was nearly pressed against the camera, lamenting with tears and snot. Keep your distance. Boss Qin, do you realize this is tantamount to murder? You want me to probe Qin Ge, and your family member will surely tear me apart. The security guard lamented with a sorrowful expression. Why do you have so much to say? I will help you hold back Ming Kong when the time comes. Qin Ge replied. Can you really stop her? The security guard cast a doubtful glance at Qin Ge, his expression one of disbelief. Get lost. I absolutely cannot do this. Boss, why must you have me test Qin Ge? If I push too hard, Sister Ming Kong will definitely butcher me. I refuse, absolutely refuse. The security guard's resolve was unwavering. Qin Ge rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. His wife's fierce protective nature was notorious. Very few dared to provoke Qin Ge. I will genuinely assist you in holding her back. If something unexpected arises with Qin Ge, I need to understand his situation. Qin Ge stated, his demeanor turning increasingly serious. Is it truly that crucial? The security guard, noting Qin Ge's gravity, ceased his playful antics. Yes. I need you to gauge his current capabilities. This is my sole request of you. I understand, boss. The security guard nodded. Good. A month's time is neither long nor short. I can be patient. I await your favorable news. I guarantee the task will be completed, sir. Qin Ge's lips curled into a smile as he nodded in acknowledgement. At the fitness club, Qin Ge sat resting in a chair, with Chu Sueki beside him, handing him a bottle of water. Thank you, Qin Ge said as he accepted the bottle, twisting off the cap and taking a sip. Nearby, Suing noticed Chu Sueki sitting next to Qin Ge and smirked, pulling Chu Xiaodao away to the side. Chu Xiaodao looked at the two with curiosity. Having heard they were former desk mates. You feel very familiar to me. Have we met before? Qin Ge casually placed the water bottle aside and turned to Chu Sueki, inquiring. No, we haven't. Our first meeting was when you transferred to our school. Chu Sueki replied with a smile, shaking her head. I see. Qin Ge nodded. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. Why do you suddenly ask this? Chu Sueki questioned. Qin Ge glanced at her. Has no one ever told you that you are not adept at lying? Huh? You know the order of my textbooks? You are aware of my preference for latte coffee, and you are unfazed by Su Ying's personality changes. You claim to have memorized the arrangement of textbooks and randomly purchased a beverage, yet you seem surprised without exhibiting it. If your gaze were not so evasive when you lie, perhaps I might believe you. Qin Ge chuckled lightly. Chu Sueki opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Was her flaw so glaring? Though our acquaintance is brief, I can tell you are not a scheming girl. It is evident that you are deliberately concealing something. Qin Ge perceived Chu Sueki as possessing a commendable character. She was neither as exuberant as Chu Xiaodao nor as gentle as Su Ying had been at school, but rather embodied the tranquility typical of an ordinary girl. Logically, given their recent introduction, she had no need to deceive him. Apologies. But Chu Sueki still did not reveal anything significant. It matters not, for whether you choose to speak is your prerogative. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively. In the future, do refrain from deceiving me. Although it may seem trivial, it is best left unsaid. Very well. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Qin Ge remained quiet, and so did Chu Sueki, both sitting in uncomfortable stillness. An awkward tension began to permeate the air. What on earth are these two doing? Su Ying, observing from behind, felt a growing impatience. Qin Ge, you blockhead, hurry up. Chu Xiaotao glanced at Su Ying with amusement. Are you truly so eager for Qin Ge to find a girlfriend? Chu Sueki possesses a delightful character, far superior to the group of superficial individuals he previously associated with. Once he has a girlfriend, those people will no longer cling to him, Su Ying remarked. Why don't you take the initiative? Chu Xiaodao replied with a cheerful smile. Me? Su Ying scoffed. There's no chemistry between us. We've known each other since childhood, over a decade now, yet there's never been any spark. He feels nothing for me, and I feel nothing for him. It's rather peculiar. Perhaps you merely lack the right circumstances, Chu Xiaodao suggested with a smile. perhaps, Sujin concedeth, not wanting to dismiss the possibility entirely. However, I must say, Xiaotao, you are quite charming. Suing appraised Chu Xiaotao, suddenly adding, at present, I harbor no romantic thoughts regarding Qin Ge, but who knows what the future holds. Should I truly develop feelings for that fellow, you must lend your assistance. Chu Xiaotao joked. Of course, Su Ying replied with a grin, waving her hand. All right, it's time to leave. Qin Ge glanced at the time, stood up, and announced. Seeing this, Chu Sueki also rose to her feet. Where are you headed? Qin Ge inquired of Chu Sueki. No need. Chu Sueki shook her head. Qin Ge did not press further, nodding as he departed with Su Ying. Did you know Qin Ge before? Chapter 51, The Spider-Man Trilogy. No, we were not acquainted prior. Chu Sueki replied, shaking her head. In front of Chu Xiaotao, Chu Sueki always felt a psychological pressure. Is that so? Chu Xiaotao approached, smiling warmly at Chu Sueki. Chu Sueki felt a heaviness in her heart, her expression shifting slightly. Just as Chu Sueki anticipated further conversation, Chu Xiaotao refrained from continuing, merely assisting in tidying up Chu Sueki's belongings. Please be careful on your way, Chu Xiaotao said with a smile. Chu Sueki opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Farewell. Farewell. With a touch of bewilderment, Chu Sueki slung her backpack over her shoulder and left the gym, while Chu Xiaotao watched her retreating figure, her beautiful eyes blinking thoughtfully. What secrets might this girl be concealing? Something related to Qin Ge, and perhaps to me? In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. Qin Ge carelessly tossed the monthly exam report onto his desk and lay down on his bed, preparing to sleep. During this time, his outings had diminished from nightly excursions to every 2 or 3 days. It wasn't that he wished to cease, but rather that the drug dealers had become more cunning. The Shadow Monarch's active hours were from 10 in the evening until 5 in the morning, a conclusion drawn by many through analyzing the Shadow Monarch's activity data. If the public could reach such a conclusion, how could these drug dealers be any less astute? They are not foolish. If they cannot match your strength, they will still find ways to evade you. Although trading during the day carries its own risks, it pales in comparison to the dangers of nighttime trades, where one might unexpectedly be obliterated by an unknown explosive. Consequently, Qin Ge's workload has significantly diminished. However, the intensity of training remains high, leaving him feeling fatigued. As the cooldown period concludes, the host is presented with the choice to initiate a second dimensional traversal, either to commence or to delay. Suddenly, Qin Ge sprang up from his bed. At this moment, he had ascended to the ranks of the initiated. Although he occupied the lowest tier, he was nonetheless a member of this echelon. According to the system, in a one-on-one scenario, no one on Earth could surpass him. Yet, when faced with extraordinary powers, Qin Ge still felt inadequately equipped. Thus, his yearning for dimensional travel grew stronger. Before him, the interface for dimensional traversal materialized. Qin Ge paused. This time, something seemed peculiar. From left to right, the first 3 covers were interconnected, featuring a figure clad in a red and blue uniform, resembling a spider. Clearly, this was the protagonist. This must be Spider-Man, as the system had previously mentioned this superhero during the uniform design phase. Glancing at the titles, he noted Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3. Well, it was indeed Spider-Man. But why were there 3? Next, his gaze fell upon another set of 3 covers, which bore a dark, somber tone. He immediately recognized the protagonist from his earlier uniform design encounters. Wasn't this the individual known as Batman? He scrutinized the titles below. Batman, The Mystery of the Shadow. Batman, The Dark Knight. Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. These titles certainly exuded a more commanding presence than those of Spider-Man, yet there were still 3. Finally, he turned his attention to the right, where only 2 covers appeared, resembling the earlier Spider-Man designs. Upon inspecting the titles, he found The Amazing Spider-Man 1, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. System, could you elucidate the distinction between the 2 Spider-Men? He inquired. The Spider-Man trilogy and The Amazing Spider-Man exist in different dimensions. The specifics are left for the host to explore, the system replied. Here we go again. The system's invincible method, leaving the host to navigate the unknown. Explore? What should I explore? Perhaps Spider-Man. Having learned from his previous experiences, Qin Ge was reluctant to make hasty assumptions. The deceptive nature of these covers was far too great to rely on certainty. It was all a matter of luck. Which Spider-Man should he choose? The first one. Very well. Initiating dimensional traversal to the Spider-Man trilogy. Opening spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel activated with a hum. A familiar force enveloped him, and time momentarily came to a standstill. A dark tunnel appeared before Qin Ge. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. As his surroundings blurred, Qin Ge transitioned from his room to a sunlit street. where everything around him was frozen in time. Dimension name, Spider-Man Trilogy Dimension Synopsis. Peter Parker is merely an ordinary high school student in America. However, after being bitten by a genetically altered spider that escaped from a museum, Peter's life was irrevocably transformed. He transformed into a creature akin to a spider, endowed with an array of extraordinary abilities inherent to these arachnids, from emitting incredibly strong webs from his fingertips to scaling walls with ease. Peter was elated and began to exploit his newfound powers for financial gain. However, following the tragic murder of his beloved uncle by a criminal he had inadvertently allowed to escape, Peter vowed to utilize his abilities to combat crime. In the face of new challenges, Peter grappled with the duality of his existence, striving to balance the gifts that also felt like a curse. As he navigated the complexities of being both a superhero and an ordinary high school student, he found that those once close to him began to drift away. While his feelings for Mary Jane intensified, his relationship with Harry Osborn grew increasingly complicated as Harry vowed to avenge his father's death at the hands of Spider-Man. Even Aunt May began to harbor suspicions about her nephew. After enduring numerous trials, Spider-Man emerged as a revered symbol of justice, ultimately winning the heart of his beloved. Yet, beneath the glow of his heroism, Spider-Man wrestled with his own demons. His guilt over releasing a thief, which led to the death of his dear uncle, weighed heavily upon him. As life seemed to flow smoothly, Parker grew increasingly reckless. When he finally apprehended the thief, he callously watched him fall to his death from a height, only to later discover that he had punished the wrong individual. The true culprit was Sandman. After ruthlessly ending Sandman's life, the darkness within Parker began to consume him, leading Spider-Man to transform into the malevolent Venom. Wretchedly, Parker remained oblivious to his own transformation. How would he ultimately extricate himself from this malevolence? Chapter 52. Peter Parker's Cowardice Dimension. Task 1. Save Ben Parker and ensure Spider-Man understands responsibility. Task Reward. Random Ability Template. Task Failure. Mandatory exit from this dimension. Dimension Task 2. Kill the Green Goblin or save him. Task Reward. Random Limited Time Template. Task Failure. Weakness for 3 weeks. Completion of Tasks 1 and 2 will allow departure from this dimension, with Task 3 being optional. Numerous hidden tasks await discovery. The host is encouraged to explore. Wishing the host a successful mission and prosperous fortune. Current timeline. Peter Parker has just entered his senior year of high school. Current identity of the host. A freshman at Columbia University. Current location. Outside the school gates. The countdown for the time freeze is set to 5 seconds. The host is advised to prepare. 5 seconds pass swiftly. An unseen force stirs, initiating the operations. Observing the world around him come to life, Qin Ge looked up to see the school's nameplate. Each visit to this dimension granted him an automatic mastery of English, much to the relief of Qin Ge, who had previously struggled with the language. As he walked toward the school, recalling the newly acquired memories, he pondered the 3 tasks and their descriptions. It was evident that this Spider-Man trilogy narrates the journey of Peter Parker, an ordinary high school student, as he metamorphoses into a superhero capable of bearing great responsibility amidst a series of moral dilemmas. The antagonist of the first installment was not overtly clear, lacking any obvious hints. However, given that the second installment revealed that Harry Osborn's father had died and Harry blamed Spider-Man, one might wonder if the boss of the third installment would indeed be Harry's father. The antagonist in the second installment remained rather obscure, scarcely mentioned at all. Is the foe in the third part a manifestation of Peter's inner darkness? Qin Ge rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. The synopsis of this trilogy predominantly revolves around the psychological dilemmas faced by Peter, with the adversaries receiving scant attention. This left Qin Ge somewhat at a loss. Harry Osborn and Mary Jane, who appear repeatedly, are presumably the male and female leads, respectively. Qin Ge stroked his chin in contemplation. "Hey," the gatekeeper of the school called out, interrupting Qin Ge's musings. "Are you a student here?" he inquired, eyeing Qin Ge. "No, I'm here to find someone," Qin Ge replied. "Then please register." "All right." Qin Ge nodded and proceeded to the gatekeeper's office to sign in. After registering, the gatekeeper allowed him entry. The ease of the process made Qin Ge involuntarily compare it to the dreadful Dragon County Experimental School, which was so extreme that even parents were prohibited from visiting their children. There was no need to summon parents unless absolutely necessary. It was harsher than a prison, which at least permitted visitation. Shaking his head, Qin Ge stepped into the school. "How am I supposed to find Peter Parker?" He sighed, surveying the bustling crowd. "Wow, that girl is stunning," a bystander exclaimed. "Don't even think about it. She's Felicia's girlfriend," another onlooker chimed in. Qin Ge looked up to see a red-haired girl making her way toward the classroom, her long, fair legs and fierce demeanor catching his eye. She was indeed attractive, but not extraordinarily so. Qin Ge was not the type to be rendered speechless by a beautiful woman. Perhaps today would be an exception, he mused with a wry smile. Mary Jane, laden with her backpack and preparing to attend class, suddenly found her path obstructed by a tall figure. She looked up at Qin Ge, questioning, "Who are you?" "Hello, Mary Jane. I'm looking for Peter Parker. Do you know where he is?" Qin Ge cut straight to the chase, wasting no words. He held no interest in the leading lady of this Spider-Man trilogy. "Sorry," she replied. Qin Ge smiled. "All right, lead the way." With a guide, he successfully located Peter Parker. Upon seeing Peter, Qin Ge was momentarily speechless. He really is just an ordinary high school student, he thought, noting Peter's slight frame, evasive gaze, and timid demeanor. "Is this truly Spider-Man? Do we know each other?" Peter asked, looking apprehensively at Qin Ge's exposed muscles, his voice barely above a whisper. He thought this man appeared even more robust than Felicia's boyfriend. Could he be here to cause trouble? "We didn't know each other before, but we do now," Qin Ge replied, suppressing his thoughts and grinning. "I have long admired your name." "What?" Peter gazed at Qin Ge in confusion. "Long admire my name? Am I famous? Why wasn't I aware of this?" "Columbia University." Peter's eyes widened. "Do you know Dr. Otto? The one researching nuclear fusion?" "Ah, Dr. Otto." Qin Ge mentally searched through his recollections and realized he was indeed a student of that very individual. "I am a student of Dr. Otto," Qin Ge remarked with a smile. "Really? It seems that Peter, as penned by Dr. Otto, has found his niche," he babbled away enthusiastically. Yet, despite the smile on his face, Qin Ge felt utterly overwhelmed within. Who could elucidate what he was saying? Nuclear fusion? Tritium? Particle collisions? What on earth is that? "I'm a science student." "Ahem, do not fret, host," the system chimed in. "Just read as instructed." A secondary virtual screen materialized between Qin Ge and Peter, filled with phrases. Each character, each word was familiar to Qin Ge, yet when strung together, they left him bewildered. Nevertheless, he complied with the system's directive and recited the text. As Peter listened, his eyes gleamed brighter, and the admiration shone through his blue eyes, concealed behind black-rimmed glasses. Chapter 53. Gwen Stacy. "Mr. Qin, your insights are truly profound. You must be a genius," Peter exclaimed with delight and admiration. "Oh, it's nothing much," Qin Ge replied with a somewhat awkward smile. "Hey, system, what exactly did you have me read?" "Just a superficial understanding of nuclear fusion equations. However, within the context of this world as technological level, the knowledge you just articulated is likely second only to that of the individual known as Dr. Otto. He can comprehend that? Of course, he is a genius. No one ever informed me that Spider-Man was also a prodigy in the sciences." Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang. "Apologies, I must attend class now," Peter said apologetically upon hearing the bell. "All right, off you go," Qin Ge nodded, watching Peter depart. He scratched his head, sifting through the memories provided by the system, and realized that he seemed to still be a student of a certain Dr. Connors. Never mind. A university professor wouldn't stir up much trouble. Shaking his head, Qin Ge turned to leave. As night descended, Qin Ge, clad in his superhero attire, perched on the edge of a rooftop overlooking Times Square. "System, is the crime rate in New York really this high?" he asked, extending a finger to slide through the void, astonished by the criminal activities displayed on the virtual screen. "Indeed, compared to your homeland, Huagua, New York's crime rate is considerably elevated. The primary issue lies in the inadequacy of surveillance equipment, allowing criminals to escape with ease." "That makes sense," Qin Ge nodded. After roaming about, he discovered that this city, renowned for being at the forefront of technological innovation, lagged far behind Long County in terms of technological advancement. The technological level in this world appears quite low, though this pertains solely to conventional technology, excluding any black tech. Spider-Man's world hardly seems devoid of extraordinary powers. "Host, a lovely young lady in the McKinley district of 3rd Avenue is in a bit of trouble. If you rescue her, you may reap unexpected rewards," the system suddenly announced. What? A pledge of love? Or perhaps a delightful night of passion? Qin Ge showed no inclination to take action. The crime rate in New York is alarmingly high. He had no idea whom to save. No, nothing of the sort. Then why the incessant chatter? Qin Ge vit tutid, exasperated. The girl's father is the police chief of New York City. What? Startled, Qin Ge sprang to his feet. How opportunistic. This was merely to facilitate a more effective action, Qin Ge remarked with a roll of his eyes. Consider him, the illustrious young master of the Qin family. Even the head of the Public Security Bureau in Yanjing would find himself at a loss for words in his presence. It seemed that even the old man had little regard for him. Ahem, in any case, His decision to rescue the daughter of the police chief was certainly not motivated by her father's position. Absolutely not. Although Qin Ge held disdain for the situation, the system nonetheless provided him with coordinates. He swiftly identified his target and turned to dash into the elevator. On 3rd Avenue, in a McKinley district within a narrow alley. What do you intend to do? When asked, her voice icy as she regarded the 3 adult men who were gradually encroaching upon her. Yet, anyone could discern the underlying fear that tinged her cold demeanor. Gwen felt disheartened, having attended a party that lingered longer than expected. She had declined the host's offer for a ride, only to find herself in such dire straits shortly after stepping outside. Under the cloak of darkness, with the wind howling, one of the men sneered, "What do you think we want to do in a dim alley like this? Haha, enough of the banter. This girl looks quite enticing. It should be quite enjoyable." Another chimed in, "Yes, yes, hurry up." They cackled, "Don't come any closer. Ah, release that girl." A commanding shout froze the 3 men in their tracks, and together they turned to the alley's entrance. In pursuit of maximizing his interests, Qin Ge chose to shed his uniform. Thus, what now met the gaze of the 4 was Qin Ge's true visage. "Shall I take over?" The system teased. Qin Ge silently rolled his eyes. "You truly lack sophistication, host. Is this not a sign of desperation? Spare me the chatter. Have you not witnessed my gallant rescue? Fine. Fine, I shall proceed. Who is this reckless fool? Who granted you permission?" Qin Ge, disinterested in conversing with these nameless side characters, sprang into action. In the face of human physicality at its pinnacle, he covered the distance of less than 10 meters in an instant. 3 punches landed. Bang! The 3 men were nearly simultaneously sent crashing to the ground. To Gwen, it seemed as if the moment the man uttered his command, he appeared before her, with 3 bodies sprawled at his feet. In truth, it was not as formidable as Gwen had envisioned. The darkness obscured her vision, and her consciousness was somewhat hazy, which amplified her perception of his prowess. "Are you all right?" Qin Ge turned to Gwen and inquired. "I'm fine, thank you," Gwen replied, shaking her head. "Let's South leave this place." "All right. So, you're a student at Columbia University." Gwen's striking blue eyes met Qin Ge's, sparkling captivatingly. It must be said that Gwen was indeed beautiful, though her light golden hair was not to Qin Ge's personal taste. She was undeniably the most attractive individual he had encountered among all Westerners thus far. If he had to compare, only a newly inducted agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Captain Marvel universe could rival her beauty. Was it Hill? "Yes. My name is Qin Ge, of Chinese descent. And you?" "E.M. Gwen Stacy. I'm in my senior year of high school, and I plan to attend Columbia University." Gwen smiled. "It seems we shall be future classmates." Qin Ge returned her smile. "Greetings to you, my future junior." "Haha, hello to you, my future senior." Gwen laughed along with him. After escorting Gwen to her doorstep, Qin Ge was ready to leave. "Qin Ge," Gwen suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Qin Ge turned around, puzzled to look at her. "I have no classes tomorrow. Would you take me to explore Columbia University?" Gwen tilted her head and asked. Of course, Qin Ge initially hesitated, but soon agreed. He had no objections to spending some time with this beautiful girl. "See you tomorrow, then?" "See you tomorrow." He waved goodbye, watching as Gwen departed before turning to leave himself. "Wait a moment. Where am I staying?" Chapter 54. Norman Osborn. The next morning, Qin Ge rose from the park bench. Thanks to his superior physical condition, he avoided catching a cold. His body ached from sleeping awkwardly. Glancing up at the clock tower in the center of the park, he rubbed his growling stomach and headed toward Gwen's home. He needed to devise a way to earn some money. Inside a nearby breakfast shop, Qin Ge contentedly patted his stomach, reclining in his chair with his eyes half closed. Gwen, smiling sweetly, rested her chin on her hands as she watched him. "Are you full?" "Yes. Thank you for the treat." Qin Ge beamed, showing no signs of embarrassment for being treated by a girl, having gone without a meal since arriving in this world. He was too famished to care about appearances. When he sought out Gwen that morning, she had keenly noticed his discomfort and insisted on taking him out for breakfast. Gwen was pleasantly surprised by Qin Ge's disregard for social conventions. Her father was the chief of police, placing them among New York's elite. Most of the men she encountered placed great importance on appearances, but Qin Ge's indifference was a refreshing novelty. "Qin Ge, I really admire how you don't care about others' opinions," Gwen said with a smile. "Why bother? They won't keep me alive if I leave them. I can thrive just as well on my own." Qin Ge replied, shifting into a more comfortable position. In his main world, he hadn't paid any attention to the reviews of the Shadow Emperor. He fought not for them, but for a brighter tomorrow. A white void, a white tomorrow. He added with a cough. Gwen, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, silently thought how intriguing he was. "Let us go. Now that we're full, I'll take you to Columbia. I need to find a job this afternoon, or I might starve." Qin Ge stated as he rose. All right. At Columbia University, Qin Ge led Gwen through a route he remembered, familiarizing himself with the layout of her future school. Gwen excelled academically, easily surpassing Qin Ge. Her chances of being accepted into Columbia were high, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It was practically assured. Qin Ge estimated that he would see Gwen among the new freshmen at Columbia University next year. The environment here is truly wonderful, Gwen remarked with satisfaction. After all, it's a prestigious global institution, Qin Ge casually replied. Indeed, a prestigious global institution, Gwen mused, seemingly unfazed. Living in New York, she was surrounded by numerous elite universities. New York University, the University of Pennsylvania, Columbia University, world-renowned schools were abundant. Qin Ge stood in the post, recalling that he was indeed the president of a club at Columbia University. Why are you ignoring me, President? At that moment, a stout black boy grasped Qin Ge's shoulder, confirming his identity. Qin Ge, you are the president? Gwen exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, while the charming boy's eyes widened in admiration. Indeed, our president is a genius. He has taken on the role of president of the Physics Research Society. Even the stern Dr. Connors speaks highly of him. The pride on the boy's face seemed to reflect his own achievements. Gwen's gaze brightened as she looked at Qin Ge. The attention made Qin Ge feel a bit lightheaded. Being regarded as an academic prodigy was quite exhilarating. By the way, what is this Physics Research Society? Qin Ge pondered. The system explained, in university clubs, the identities arranged by this system often carry profound significance. This identity is intended to facilitate the host's interaction with key characters in the storyline. What does that mean? Qin Ge queried. Please explore on your own, the system replied. All right, I understand. The system, interrupted by Qin Ge, displayed an ellipsis before fading into silence. Always making me figure things out, Qin Ge muttered as he turned to the black boy. What do you need from me? Norman Osborn has arrived, Doctor. Connors wants you to come over, the boy replied. Norman Osborn? Qin Ge searched his memories about this individual. He was the chairman of Oscorp Biotechnology. Biotechnology? But I'm a science student, he thought, nodding expressionlessly. I will go right away. Good, the boy said, glancing at Gwen before departing. I'm sorry, but I have to leave, Qin Ge said apologetically to Gwen. It's all right, you go ahead. Norman Osborn is an entrepreneur and scientist. If you can earn his recognition, your future will be secured, Gwen smiled encouragingly. Thank you for your kind words, Qin Ge replied with a smile. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. Farewell. Waving, Qin Ge turned to depart. What is the relationship between Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn? Upon meeting Norman Osborn, Qin Ge found him to be a rather handsome older gentleman, appearing quite amiable. When Qin Ge arrived at the laboratory, he was conversing with Dr. Connors. How did Qin Ge recognize him? It was quite obvious. There were only 4 people in the room, 2 bodyguards, Dr. Connors, and he. Dr. Connors, Qin Ge called as he approached, interrupting their conversation. Mr. Osborn, this is Qin Ge, the American-born Chinese I mentioned to you earlier, a true genius. Dr. Connors did not hold back his praise. Hello, little genius, Norman said with a smile as he looked at Qin Ge. Good day, Mr. Osborn, Qin Ge respectfully greeted him. Dr. Connors tells me you have considerable knowledge in nuclear fusion, biological gene regeneration, and human genetics? Norman inquired. Not exactly research. I am merely learning from the experiences of those who came before, Qin Ge hastily replied. What research, old man? What are you talking about? What a fusion? And genes and whatnot? I don't quite understand, haha. Your humility is quite profound, as expected of you, my compatriots, Norman chuckled, shaking his head. I have perused some of your papers, and they are indeed impressive. You need not belittle yourself. You are undoubtedly a genius. Even Dr. Connors, who had been merely an observer, was taken aback. The busy Norman had taken the time to review the work of this promising newcomer, Qin Ge. Chapter 55, Securing Employment. Your paper on beneficial mutations of human genes contains insights from which even I have greatly benefited. You are truly a genius, Qin Ge, Norman stated earnestly. Qin Ge blinked, pondering whether the system had indeed crafted this remarkable identity for him. Mr. Osborn, you flatter me, although I am unsure of what I have written. A touch of humility is appropriate, he replied. Excessive modesty can be a form of pride, Norman remarked, shaking his head. I would like to extend an invitation for you to work at my company. Would you be interested? What? Qin Ge was not the only one stunned. Even Dr. Connors was momentarily at a loss. Norman was inviting Qin Ge to join his company? Impressive. Are you unwilling? Norman inquired, observing Qin Ge's astonishment. He held great regard for Qin Ge, believing that the depth of his paper far exceeded that of an ordinary university student, and it aligned perfectly with the focus of their company. Norman was eager to recruit him. Talented researchers are common, but true geniuses are rare. In Norman's eyes, Qin Ge was undeniably a genius. No, no. Qin Ge quickly waved his hands. I would love to. Of course I would. But I'm still a student. Is that truly permissible? I have faith in my judgment of people. Norman smiled, stepping closer to pat Qin Ge on the shoulder. Meeting Norman's gaze, Qin Ge could discern the sincerity of the invitation. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. Norman smiled back. When you leave in a while, come with me. I will take you to see the company laboratory, and you can start by shadowing Dr. Dan. All right. Qin Ge nodded eagerly, though he had no knowledge of who Dr. Dan was. He understood the importance of obedience. By the way, is there a salary? I am currently without savings, Qin Ge said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Never having imagined he would worry about finances. Norman paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! There is no need to feel shy. It's entirely natural. Dr. Connors also smiled, finding the young man quite amusing. Your salary will be paid monthly at $3,000. Since you're not yet a formal researcher, I cannot offer you more, Norman explained. That is more than sufficient. Qin Ge nodded vigorously. 3,000 was not an insubstantial amount by the standards of this world. It equated to 30,000 RMB, a considerable sum even in New York, a bustling metropolis. Truly, as the chairman of a large corporation, Norman was generous. Work diligently, Norman encouraged with a smile. I will. Qin Ge affirmed enthusiastically. Qin Ge solemnly nodded. After all, it was Norman who had aided him during his time of dire financial need, providing him with a stable job, a kindness he would never forget. Dr. Connors remained silent, merely patting Qin Ge on the shoulder. Norman's visit to Columbia was purely exploratory, hoping to uncover promising talent. As an alumnus of Columbia University, Norman held a deep affection for his alma mater, and it seemed he had stumbled upon Qin Ge, seated in the elongated Lincoln of Osborne. Qin Ge did not exhibit the curiosity or restraint regarding new experiences that Norman had anticipated. This greatly enhanced Norman's impression of him. However, the truth was that for Qin Ge, none of this was particularly novel. To speak of other matters, he had driven no fewer than 10 sports cars far more expensive than this Lincoln. Would he truly find interest in such a vehicle? Furthermore, in his previous life, Qin Ge had been a major general in the U.S. Army, enjoying an exceedingly high social status. He could maintain his composure even in the presence of the president. How much less would he be affected by a mere entrepreneur? Little did Norman know this, leading to a delightful misunderstanding. The car sped directly towards the Osborne Company laboratory, during which Norman elaborated on their current project, human development pharmaceuticals. This reminded Qin Ge of the super soldier program from his previous life. They bore similarities, though it appeared this one was even more formidable. Upon entering the laboratory, Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. Norman observed Qin Ge's reaction, noting his astonishment at encountering such an expansive laboratory for the first time. Norman was pleased with Qin Ge's response. This laboratory was an expensive investment of his. This laboratory is rather dilapidated, Qin Ge thought with a hint of resignation. Comparing it to the labs in Captain Marvel's world, even the military facilities under his command were superior to this one. By comparison, this laboratory seemed utterly inferior. This is Dr. Dan, our chief scientist for this project. He will be your mentor moving forward. When he deems you ready to participate in the research, you will officially become a research staff member, Norman introduced. Hello, Dr. Dan, Qin Ge promptly greeted. Hello, young genius, Dr. Dan responded warmly, lacking the imposing demeanor that Qin Ge had imagined. After Norman introduced you to me, I read your thesis. It was excellently written, and I welcome your addition to our team. Pay close attention and learn well. Yes, I will, Qin Ge replied respectfully. Very well, William. Please take Qin Ge to the HR department for registration as a trainee researcher. His remuneration will be calculated at the minimum standard for formal employees. Norman gestured for a man to approach. All right, follow me, William responded, and Qin Ge promptly followed. This child shows promise, Norman remarked, smiling at Dr. Dan. Haha, you know me well, Norman chuckled. Enough of that. How is the research progressing? Research is currently. Host, your mindset has shifted remarkably quickly. I had expected your attitude to be more resistant, the system interjected. As Qin Ge trailed behind William, he silently communicated with the system. Your mindset is quite commendable, host. Chapter 56, Extraterrestrial Substance. I merely foresaw this point ahead of time, Qin Ge remarked. To me, the world of Captain Marvel resembles a past life. No matter how remarkable that past may have been, it remains just that, past. I am not yet powerful enough to influence the present from a previous existence, as depicted in fantastical tales. One must possess self-awareness during moments of weakness. Prancing around like an arrogant dragon could provoke ire, and should I be struck down, where would I find solace? The system did not anticipate Qin Ge's profound insights, leaving it momentarily speechless. Following William, he registered to the Human Resources Department and secured a month's salary in advance for emergencies. With money in hand, Qin Ge felt a modicum of reassurance. After departing from Osborne Company, Norman instructed him to come by during his spare time, starting tomorrow. After all, Qin Ge's current identity is that of a student, and academia must take precedence. He rented a room in what was reputed to be a slum, the Queen's District, and spent the afternoon settling into his new abode, only finding time for a meal well into the evening. For someone like Qin Ge, who was accustomed to spending lavishly, $3,000 after deducting rent was hardly sufficient. Seated in a French restaurant, relishing steak while savoring fine red wine, he pondered ways to earn money. Robbing a gang seemed the most efficient method. However, the majority of their funds were illicit, drawing unwanted attention from law enforcement, which could lead to complications. As a newcomer, he was unaware of any money laundering operations, and the mere thought was exasperating. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider alternative strategies. As he contemplated the gray market, he speared a perfectly cut piece of steak with his fork. This moment of indulgence triggered a nostalgic reverie, reminding him of his eccentric father's peculiar behaviors. Once, during a family outing for steak, upon seeing the cutlery laid before them, Qin Ge had protested vehemently, demanding chopsticks instead. The embarrassment had nearly compelled Qin Ge to leave the table, while his mother appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such antics. Later, Qin Ge learned that Qin Ge found traditional dining too time-consuming and ultimately unsatisfying. Shaking his head, he chastised himself for such distractions, lost in thoughts of wealth. He had momentarily drifted away from reality. Truly, what an absurd situation. With a sigh of resignation, he decided not to dwell on it further. Surely, he would not resort to sneaking home through a portal just to catch a glimpse of his parents, would he? In truth, it was not an impossible endeavor. Just as Qin Ge was lost in his whimsical reverie, an ominous black substance writhed menacingly upon the ceiling above him. He continued to savor his steak, engrossed in thoughts of financial pursuits, while the dark mass remained relentless in its pursuit, with a singular target, Qin Ge. At last, after considerable effort, the black substance managed to position itself directly above Qin Ge's head. Suddenly, it released its grip on the ceiling and plummeted in a free-fall descent. Unbothered, Qin Ge decided to take a restroom break, popping a piece of steak into his mouth as he stood. Crash! The dark mass landed squarely on his chair, leaving it dazed and disoriented, utterly unprepared for Qin Ge's abrupt rise. The dark, enigmatic substance swiftly darted beneath the table at an unprecedented speed. Qin Ge blinked, sensing that something had just passed by. Approaching the chair, he leaned forward to observe. The dark liquid moved rapidly to the other side, evading his line of sight. With a flicker of his gaze, Qin Ge turned and departed. Approximately half a minute later, a small portion of the dark substance, merely 1/3 of its original volume, cautiously emerged, glancing about as if to ascertain Qin Ge's position. Suddenly, a large hand seized the diminutive mass of the dark liquid, yanking it forcefully from a table. Qin Ge watched curiously as the substance struggled within the grasp of the hand, attempting to escape. System, Access Template, Ability Template Name, Alien Symbiote Alias, Venom Special Abilities, Parasitism, Duplication, Details, Description. This is an extraterrestrial symbiote that requires a host to survive. It possesses a pronounced propensity for violence, capable of amplifying the host's violent tendencies infinitely, while simultaneously enhancing the host's abilities. The stronger the host, the more powerful the symbiote. Source, Spider-Man Trilogy Universe. A symbiote? Qin Ge mused, observing the writhing substance in his hand, which was futilely attempting to break free. How does it parasitize? Through physical contact. Then why doesn't it parasitize me? Qin Ge inquired, perplexed. The entity was right in his grasp, exhibiting only erratic movements without making an attempt to bond with him. The host's constitution is too formidable. The current symbiote is exceedingly weak and lacks the strength to forcibly bond. It can only infiltrate when the host is unconscious or mentally relaxed. Nevertheless, once the host reacts, it can still forcefully escape. However, a friendly warning, once this substance attaches, it is difficult to rid oneself of it. The exhilarating power it bestows can easily lead to addiction. Understood. Qin Ge nodded, examining its two special abilities. Chapter 57. Underground King of Fighters Parasitism. Capable of bonding with any living organism, it siphons the host's energy to sustain itself, achieving a symbiotic relationship. It significantly enhances the host's abilities, but simultaneously affects the host's mentality. The stronger the constitution, the weaker the compulsion to bond. Duplication. After bonding with the host, the symbiote can replicate the host's genes and cells, thereby mimicking the host's abilities. This duplication is rather impressive, Qin Ge remarked in astonishment. If it were to bond with Sun Wukong, could it not inherit scion blood? Theoretically feasible, yet practical scenarios remain untested and uncertain. I see, Qin Ge nodded, casually retrieving a container from the system space to confine the substance, placing it within the system's realm, intending to study it at a more opportune moment. If this entity could indeed replicate genes in such a prodigious manner, then once Qin Ge's willpower strengthened, or he found a way to dispel the violent tendencies, this symbiote would prove to be an artifact of extraordinary significance. Of course, verification would be necessary. Qin Ge harbored no intentions of allowing the symbiote to take over his being. He considered his willpower to be relatively steadfast, yet he deemed it wiser to avoid such perilous entanglements. Who could fathom the ramifications of this parasitic entity? Should he lose control, the consequences would be dire. Odin had nearly dispatched him in an instant. Objectively speaking, it was a predicament of his own making. However, at that moment, Qin Ge felt an overwhelming impulse to eliminate the three individuals before him. It was not merely a matter of capability, but rather the disparity arising from possessing immense power without the corresponding state of mind. If he were to be overtaken by the symbiote, he could hardly guarantee that he would not succumb once more to that violent state. An unsettling thought, indeed. Rationally considered, it would be prudent to steer clear of such temptations. Qin Ge paused momentarily. What was I intending to do just now? In the blink of an eye, an entire week had elapsed. Gradually, Qin Ge's life began to adopt a semblance of routine. After attending classes at school, he would venture to Oscorp, primarily to assist Dr. Octavius. Indeed, he was merely a helper, running errands to procure food and coffee for the lab staff. Yet, with the aid of the system, Qin Ge's performance remained exceptional. Upon leaving Oscorp, he would rendezvous with Ms. Gwen for dates, and the intimacy of their relationship blossomed at an astonishing pace. Although Qin Ge yearned for a more intimate encounter with Gwen, he refrained from voicing his desires, adhering to the reserved nature typical of Eastern men. As night fell, he found himself at New York's largest underground boxing arena. Dressed in a tank top and shorts, Qin Ge sat on a small stool, resting his chin in his hand. Lost in thought, this was a battleground, surrounded by an audience eager to witness the brutal spectacle. The pent-up frustrations of daily life were fervently released through the violence on display. In underground boxing, life and death hung in the balance. A single misstep could lead to severe injury. Initially, when Qin Ge arrived, few were inclined to allow him to register. Most underground boxing matches lacked featherweight divisions. Although he appeared robust, he technically fell within the featherweight category. However, when the organizer witnessed Qin Ge effortlessly lift a solid wooden desk with a single hand, he promptly approved his entry. Behold, a new challenger emerges, our Black Tiger. The announcer's fervent voice resonated through the raucous underground arena, elevating the already electric atmosphere. Our Shadow King boasts a remarkable record of 39 consecutive victories, each match a testament to his prowess. How many blows can the formidable Black Tiger withstand against our Shadow King? Knock him out, Shadow King. Finish him. The crowd erupted in excitement. Since Qin Ge had begun competing in the underground boxing scene a week prior, he had already participated in 39 matches, each one a display of his formidable strength. Moreover, given the eclectic nature of underground fighters, several who dared to threaten Qin Ge or insult his family found themselves unceremoniously dispatched to the hospital, enhancing his burgeoning reputation. Qin Ge's moniker was Shadow, a title akin to that of the Shadow King, which the audience had spontaneously coined. Shadow King? It seems fitting enough. The protagonist, Qin Ge, sat on his stool, ever contemplative. He remained utterly unfazed by the fervent excitement of the audience. His purpose for being here was straightforward: to earn money. Initially, the prize for each match was merely a few $100s, but now, Qin Ge had almost become the cornerstone of this underground boxing arena, commanding an exorbitant appearance fee. Coupled with his salary from the Osborne Company, Qin Ge found himself with ample resources for indulgence. Allow me to introduce the formidable Black Tiger. The thunderous sound reverberated through the venue, silencing the cacophony of noise as the host, mid-sentence, glanced toward Qin Ge. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Ge had already risen to his feet, his dark eyes fixed intently on the host. Enough chatter. Let us get him on stage, finish the fight, and call it a day. Oh yes, of course. The host nodded vigorously. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Black Tiger to the ring. A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height and possessing a chest as broad as a normal man's head, strode onto the stage. Thud, thud, thud. Each step of this behemoth sent tremors through the ground, exuding an aura of intimidation. I will tear you apart, little insect. The black tiger grinned, his expression menacing. Qin Ge gazed at him indifferently. You are quite confident. Of course, little insect. The black tiger sneered at Qin Ge. You are far too scrawny. Do you truly believe someone like you can be called an underground boxing champion? It's laughable. Just the last fool who spoke like you ended up in the hospital for 3 days. The whistle blew. Let the match begin. Bam, bam. Without even sparing a glance at the fallen black tiger, Qin Ge turned and walked away. The arena fell into a brief silence before erupting into deafening cheers. The colossal body of the black tiger lay sprawled on the ring, a visible crimson mark appearing on his forehead. Chapter 58. A visit to the Parker residence. Having exited the underground boxing arena, it was already nearing 9 in the evening. However, in a bustling metropolis like New York, this merely signified the commencement of nightlife. Qin Ge meandered towards his residence in the Queens neighborhood. The distance was considerable, but he had no desire to purchase a car, opting instead to walk, considering it a form of exercise. Though the journey was long, it mattered not. 10 minutes later, Qin Ge boarded the train heading to Queens. As he hummed a tune, he made his way towards his home. Mr. Qin? His steps faltered at the sound, and he turned to see Peter, carrying a bag of trash. Ah, Peter, what a surprise to find you here. A mere glance revealed that he was indeed at Peter's residence. Qin Ge had been keeping tabs on Peter for some time, so knowing where he lived was only natural. One cannot monitor without knowledge of the subject's whereabouts. Casting a glance at Peter's apartment, he noted, no changes here, and soon lost interest. However, Peter was quite intrigued. After tossing the trash bag into the bin, he jogged over to Qin Ge. What brings you here, Mr. Qin? He inquired curiously, remembering the profound inspiration he had drawn from this senior in the field of research. I live here as well, Qin Ge replied with a smile. Really? Peter exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. But I've never seen you around before. I just moved in. I see. Peter nodded. Mr. Qin, would you like to come to my home for a visit? Just as Qin Ge was about to decline, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. The primary task was to rescue Ben Parker. Although he had memorized Ben's appearance, making his acquaintance would undoubtedly be beneficial. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ge eventually acquiesced. Peter, who is this? Ben inquired, casting a curious glance at Qin Ge, who had unexpectedly appeared while he was taking out the trash. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, this is my senior, Qin Ge, currently studying at Columbia University, Peter introduced. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Qin Ge greeted with a smile. Peter's family exuded warmth, and before long, Qin Ge found himself at ease among them. Peter intends to apply to Columbia as well. I hope you will be there to guide him, Uncle Ben remarked while seated beside Qin Ge on the sofa, a smile gracing his face. Certainly, Qin Ge replied, also smiling. When Peter arrives at Columbia, I will look after him. Peter, sitting beside him, appeared somewhat shy even in his own home, and Qin Ge couldn't help but find his bashfulness amusing. I truly appreciate it. Peter is somewhat introverted, and I fear he may struggle to adapt to a new environment. It took him quite a while to adjust when he first arrived in the city, Uncle Ben noted. Uncle Ben, Peter interjected. Why delve into my past? It's quite embarrassing. Qin Ge listened, bemused. Yet it is Columbia University. It sounds as though you both have every confidence in your admission. Cough, let's not digress. Speaking of the system, Qin Ge thought. Could you assist me in cheating during the college entrance examination? A spark of inspiration surged within him. With the system's aid, gaining admission to a prestigious university should be a trivial matter, shouldn't it? If the system were willing to assist you in cheating, you could easily choose between Yin University and Tsinghua, the system responded. Qin Ge's excitement was quickly tempered by the system's next words. Regrettably, this system has no desire to assist you. Why not? As a prospective hero embarking on the path of greatness, you must lead by example. Do you not perceive the immorality in cheating? Moreover, cheating is fundamentally unfair to others. The college entrance examination in our nation is relatively equitable. Should this system assist you in cheating, where would your original intention of becoming a hero lie? Is it merely to combat crime? Being a hero entails more than just fighting criminals. It requires setting an example and demonstrating through actions what constitutes righteousness, not resorting to cheating in every examination, as you do. While I understand your perspective, Qin Ge murmured, I can still gain admission to Yin University without your assistance. System, he continued, I wish for you to help me navigate legitimate channels. While I may lack honor, should the outcome not be the same? Indeed, there is little difference. Mu Mingkong had already conferred with the president of Yin University when Qin Ge commenced his studies. Given the Qin family's standing in the nation, securing a place for the sole heir at Yin University would face no opposition. The three prominent families in our nation wield intricate and deeply entrenched power, possessing extraordinary influence throughout the land. While they may not dominate entirely, The capacity to facilitate university admissions remains within their grasp. Qin Ge sought assistance from the system to cheat his way into university, with Mu Mingkong offering to help him gain admission. Yet the outcome was ultimately the same. No help was provided. Qin Ge merely mentioned it casually, wishing to project an image of superiority. For the sensation of being an academic prodigy was undeniably exhilarating. However, since the system was unwilling to assist, he dismissed the matter. After spending some time at Peter's home, he rose to take his leave, as it was quite late. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were advanced in years and required their rest, and Qin Ge felt it would be impolite to linger further. Moreover, he had already achieved the purpose of his visit. The next step was to gradually cultivate relationships. One must savor each morsel and tread each path carefully. Such matters cannot be rushed. With his previous 6-year experience in the Captain Marvel universe, Qin Ge was unperturbed by how long he would remain this time. Upon returning to his residence in the Queen's district, he casually shed his outer garment, revealing his robust physique, and reclined upon the bed. In this world, mobile phones had yet to evolve into smartphones, and entertainment options were scarce. The days were filled with parties and excursions, none of which piqued Qin Ge's interest. If it were a nightclub, perhaps he would consider it. But an outing or a party? He scoffed at the notion. Furthermore, the entertainment activities associated with excursions in this era were dreadfully mundane, bordering on exasperating. Sleep beckoned, for he had a company experiment to attend the following day. Remembering the notification from Dr. Dan, he forewent a shower and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 59. Reflections on the protagonist's ascendancy. The comment section was rife with critiques, questioning whether this book was ghost-written, as some felt the protagonist's arrogance was forced and cringeworthy. I assure you, it is not ghost-written. I am the author. I simply failed to articulate clearly that when an ordinary person suddenly acquires immense power without a corresponding mindset, they will undoubtedly spiral out of control. This is an obvious truth, which I neglected to mention. However, it appears I was mistaken. I must address such matters in the future. If I elucidate, some will accuse me of padding the narrative, while if I remain silent, others will claim I am merely attempting to portray a virtuous facade. Since the inception of my first book, I have grown accustomed to the incessant criticism. Chapter 60. Biological experiments with human enhancement serums. The following day, at 9:40 a.m., at Osborne Company, Dr. Dan greeted Qin Ge as he entered the laboratory, carrying a bag. "Good morning," he replied, focused on calibrating experimental data. "Here, your breakfast," Qin Ge announced, presenting a 3-fish sandwich accompanied by a cheeseburger, ensuring it would be a satisfying meal. "Thank you. To set it down," Dr. Dan replied. Qin Ge placed the breakfast on a nearby table and donned the laboratory's white coat as he approached. "Doctor, what experiments are we conducting today? Is it not a human trial?" Qin Ge inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Certainly not. We must first conduct biological experiments. Only after confirming the serum stability can we proceed to human trials," Dr. Dan responded, casting a curious glance at Qin Ge. "This should be common knowledge." Qin Ge chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had overlooked this detail. "When does the experiment commence?" "At 10:30. Norman is yet to arrive," Dr. Dan remarked casually. "Please organize the recent experimental data. I tend to be rather slow." "Understood." Qin Ge nodded and turned to a rather outdated computer to begin sorting through the experimental data. As time slipped away, the clock approached 10:30 with remarkable swiftness. Norman, having arrived well in advance, glanced at the time and nodded at the laboratory personnel. The first biological experiment was about to commence. Everyone positioned themselves outside the experimental platform, while the researchers maneuvered a syringe filled with a green serum towards the small white mouse, which was firmly restrained and unable to move. The syringe effortlessly penetrated the mouse's skin, injecting the verdant concoction into its body. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Tension palpable in the air. As moments passed, the restrained mouse began to exhibit signs of agitation. Its petite frame thrashed wildly, the apparatus binding it trembling under the force of its struggle. Has it succeeded? Norman marveled at the scene. For the mouse's innate strength seemed insufficient for such a display. "It appears to be a success," Dr. Dan remarked, albeit with uncertainty. Something felt amiss. Qin Ge furrowed his brows. His physical prowess surpassed that of everyone present, and his heightened senses detected an unusual ferocity emanating from the mouse. "System, scan this mouse. Name, none title, none gender, male age, 3 years lineage, mouse special abilities, none skills, slightly skill level maxed at LV5, overall combat power, 13, maximum 100 evaluation. The experimental mouse is in a state of frenzy, yet poses minimal threat. Status, not loadable." Indeed, Qin Ge observed the still writhing mouse, his gaze flickering with concern. Something is not right. Norman detected the anomaly. Release it. Upon Norman's command, the apparatus binding the mouse was dismantled, and it immediately bolted within the confines of the transparent enclosure, crashing violently against the walls. In a short time, it sustained injuries, yet continued its reckless assault on the barriers. The expressions of all present darkened, as it was evident that this experiment had ended in failure. Proceed with the second experiment, Norman said, tempering his emotions. Experiments are inherently fraught with failure before success can be achieved. The laboratory personnel began to clear the platform and prepared a second mouse for the ensuing biological trial. System, if this human enhancement serum proves effective, can I utilize it? Qin Ge inquired. Yes, but significance may be limited. What do you mean? This serum can amplify human capabilities by several times, even if you reach your limits. It should still offer some enhancements. That is not possible. Host, you have yet to encounter an evenly matched adversary. Thus, you remain unaware of just how formidable your current abilities are in comparison to ordinary humans. For instance, a typical human would suffer grievously from a fall from a third-story window. Conversely, should you fall from a 10-story height, you would land unscathed, experiencing only a profound sense of pain. Remarkable? Qin Ge listened, bewildered, as the system elucidated. So, falling from 10 stories results in no harm? The host may have misconceptions about human limits. Human physicality is not as feeble as one might imagine, especially considering that you have already ascended in tier. The initiation signifies the extraordinary beginning. This potion, capable of significantly enhancing the human physique, can only elevate one's physical attributes to a level approaching that of the host. But it falls short of true ascension. I see. Qin Ge nodded in realization. So, I'm still quite impressive. However, this group of scientists is truly remarkable. Particularly Dr. Erkins from Captain Marvel's realm, who devised the potion that facilitates ascension. What genius! As Qin Ge was conversing with the system, the second experiment had already concluded. The second biological trial ended in yet another failure. The expressions of those present were grim. After extensive preparation, the commencement of the biological experiment culminated in disappointment. Do not lose heart. Let us continue to analyze and identify where we went awry, Norman, the leader, stated resolutely. His words somewhat lifted the somber atmosphere. Qin Ge, please head to the Human Resources Department to register. You have been officially promoted, Norman directed, looking at Qin Ge. Huh? Qin Ge was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Thank you, Chairman. It is nothing. Your abilities have proven themselves to me, Norman replied with a smile. You are a genius. Perhaps this project will ultimately be fulfilled by you. You're jesting, Chairman, Qin Ge chuckled. In truth, if I set my mind to it, I could accomplish it right now. The data on the completed human enhancement potion resides within the system, and the reasons for the current failure and its issues are well known. This is what your capabilities merit. Norman waved his hand dismissively. Now go and busy yourself. Understood. Chapter 61, Spider-Man. Little Spider, another month has passed, and Qin Ge felt as though he was on the brink of madness. He had come to save the world. Yet his sister spent her days immersed in research and scientific study, leading a completely mundane existence. What is the daily life of a shadow emperor in another realm like? Hey, how did this transform from a thrilling anime into a slice-of-life series? At Osborne Company, Dr. Dan, who was organizing experimental data, noticed Qin Ge playing Minesweeper on the computer and inquired, "Why aren't you at school today, Qin Ge? You're at an age ripe for romance. Why not seek a girlfriend?" Dr. Dan suggested. A girlfriend? Perhaps not. Qin Ge shook his head. Isn't finding someone to watch over you simply inviting discomfort? Such thoughts only indicate that you have yet to encounter your destined partner, Dr. Dan replied with a smile. Come now, doctor. You're of an age, yet still believe in love. I'm still quite young and I don't believe in it, Qin Ge said, somewhat exasperated. Don't speak too soon. Dr. Dan smirked mischievously. Indifferent, Qin Ge frugid. Upon arriving in this world, he began to liberate himself, engaging in some indescribable relationships with beautiful women. Who is Qin Ge? A proper scion, previously under the watchful eye of Mu Mingkong in Hua Country, where no one dared to devote themselves to him. Upon entering Captain Marvel's world, Qin Ge was perpetually shrouded in a cloud of life-and-death crises, his mind tense as he busied himself with schemes, leaving little room for such trivial pursuits. Yet in this new realm, Qin Ge has truly begun to embrace freedom. Despite his somewhat low emotional intelligence, his wealth compensates for it. Moreover, the news of Qin Ge joining Osborne Company as a researcher spread like wildfire, significantly enhancing his reputation. Coupled with the liberal atmosphere in Western countries, Qin Ge found himself at Columbia University as if in a realm devoid of constraints. After indulging in a little more leisure, he set down his mouse. Doctor, I'm leaving. Not playing anymore? No, I'm done. Goodbye. As Qin Ge lifted his gaze, he saw Peter burst through his front door. Habitually, he commanded the system to scan the template, revealing the following. Name, Peter Parker. Title, none. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lineage, human. Mutated spider. Special ability, mutated spider. Details, hero's heart, awakening unattained. Skills, mathematics LV3, physics LV3, max level LV5, overall combat power, 87, maximum 100. Evaluation, a freshly emerged little spider. Status, not loadable. Qin Ge's expression shifted as he watched Peter stride into his home. Is this a mutation? He inquired, examining the details of the special ability, mutated spider. Mutated spider possesses an extraordinary spider sense that can foretell danger, capable of shooting webbing from the wrists formed from the body's own energy, with a hardness comparable to steel. Claws have developed on both hands and feet, enabling him to climb any terrain barehanded. After perusing Peter's acquired special abilities, Qin Ge found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth is this ability? He is practically a human spider. Qin Ge muttered in disbelief. Spider-Man. Indeed, his powers are reminiscent of a spider. Why had Peter's overall combat power surged so rapidly? Qin Ge recalled that Peter had never previously reached the passing threshold. The mutated spider had bitten Peter, resulting in a profound transformation in his physical capabilities. This was merely a reflection of his overall combat power, which would continue to enhance over time. What is the upper limit? He pondered. Unknown, the system replied. What nonsense is this? Due to the hero's heart, Peter Parker's upper limit remains indeterminate, the system elucidated. Following this reminder from a system, Qin Ge remembered that Peter's template seemed to possess another special ability. He proceeded to investigate the hero's heart. Hero's heart, awakening unattained. This is the awareness possessed by a superhero, characterized by a commendable spirit of guardianship. When Spider-Man fights to protect, there is a chance that his strength will exceed his ability's limits. What is Peter's ability limit? Excluding the hero's heart, Qin Ge inquired. Extraordinary tier, 500. The system provided a figure. So low? Qin Ge exclaimed in astonishment. Low? The system's tone heightened. If Peter reaches his limit, don't be deceived by the fact that his overall combat power is merely 5 times yours. Even 50 of you combined would not suffice to confront him. Overall combat power is not as simplistic as arithmetic. Even if your combat power surpasses an individual, there remains a possibility of being countered. Understood. Then what does Peter's awakening unattained signify? Literally, the system responded. Peter Parker is merely an ordinary high school student with a timid disposition. Suddenly acquiring extraordinary powers does not inherently transform him into a hero. Suddenly, Qin Ge recalled the first of his 3 tasks, to rescue Ben Parker and ensure that Spider-Man comprehends his responsibilities. Understanding responsibility. Is it related to awakening the hero's heart? The Spider-Man trilogy perhaps narrates the metamorphosis of Spider-Man. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Once the hero's heart is awakened, can one transcend limitations? Is it truly without bounds? How could that be? The system seems at a loss. Are you suggesting that with an awakened hero's heart, one could vanquish a 5th-tier powerhouse? What are you thinking? Qin Ge chuckled awkwardly indeed. Ultimately, the hero's heart is merely an enhancement state, akin to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form. This unique ability is also constrained. It allows Spider-Man to unleash extraordinary strength, yet fundamentally remains within the confines of his tier. The system elucidated. How formidable is a tier truly? Could you provide an example? Although Qin Ge has grasped the hierarchical classification of the grand universe, his understanding remains rather nebulous. Regarding the might of individuals at the apex of the extraordinary tier, are you familiar with military submarines? Yes, Qin Ge nodded. Qin Ge, the commander of the Navy, naturally imparts some knowledge of the Navy to his son. However, how does this relate to the pinnacle of extraordinary power? Can one traverse a fleet? Impossible. An individual at the apex of the extraordinary tier possesses the capability to lift a submarine, which weighs over 7,000 tons from the depths of the sea. The sheer force required, considering water pressure and other factors, easily surpasses 10,000 tons. Are you certain this is merely a tier? This strength seems absurd. Qin Ge expressed incredulously. The examples I provided are all derived from top-tier data, true extraordinary individuals, not mere half measures that only achieve tier-level destructive capability. When calculating comprehensive combat power, such data is not holistically considered. If it were, the host would find the Obsidian 4 from the Marvel Universe, each capable of entering a tier. In simpler terms, comprehensive combat power is solely a reflection of offensive capability. Ancillary factors do not occupy a primary position. Yet this is overwhelmingly powerful. Qin Ge could not suppress his astonishment. If the top tier is this formidable, what about the second tier? The third tier? Qin Ge initially believed that only the fifth tier held true power, while others were merely adequate. Now, upon closer examination, he comprehended that individuals achieving balance across various data points at tier level could be deemed monstrous. What is extraordinary? This is the essence of the extraordinary. Host, you must acclimate. Having utilized Sun Wukong as a template for surpassing the fifth tier, your perspective must broaden. The system consoled. To this, Qin Ge could only respond with a bitter smile. Reflecting on it now, he could truly appreciate the immense strength of employing the Sun Wukong template. That was the power to obliterate stars. Qin Ge exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Dwelling on these thoughts was futile, since Peter has acquired his abilities. It is time to devise a plan. Very well. Qin Ge ascended to a room on the upper floor, which was filled with screens and computers, reminiscent of a command center. He activated all the computers and monitors, revealing a series of real-time surveillance feeds on the screens. The circumstances surrounding Peter's family were vividly displayed on the screens. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable, there was little that could be done. My apologies. Qin Ge expressed his regret. Addressing the system, I leave this to you. Notify me immediately of any anomalies. Understood, the system replied as Qin Ge nodded and descended the stairs. While the system often kept its lips sealed regarding plots and missions, it executed Qin Ge's directives with the precision of an extraordinarily intelligent artificial intelligence. 3 days later, as Qin Ge dined with Gwen, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Glancing at Gwen, who was engrossed in her meal, a secondary image appeared before him. It seemed Peter was searching for a car, perusing the classifieds for used vehicles. He lingered on one particular advertisement. The image froze on a promotional flyer. Qin Ge looked at the ad with mild astonishment. Seeking boxers, $3,000 for 10 minutes. Isn't this my underground boxing ring? He exclaimed. Indeed, the system confirmed. Due to the host's formidable performance, few have dared to challenge you, leading to your infrequent appearances and the audience's dissatisfaction. Thus, they have resorted to this tactic to lure challengers. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous. What is the matter? Gwen inquired, noticing his expression. Nothing. He replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Your thoughts are written all over your face, Gwen teased. Is that so? Qin Ge responded, taken aback. Just kidding. Ah. He shot Gwen a playful glare. Have you had enough to eat? Almost, she replied. Then shall we depart? All right. After tidying their belongings, they left. And Qin Ge re-established contact with the system. What is Peter doing now? Designing his costume. Ah, indeed. Every superhero's first step involves crafting their attire. Speaking of which, Spider-Man's costume is rather stylish. Peter's is only slightly less so. To be frank, host, your costume pales in comparison to Spider-Man's, the system stated. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. As evening fell, Peter entered New York's largest underground boxing arena with a sense of trepidation. Though he had completed his costume, it was not fully prepared, so he settled for a red and blue outfit. Following the staff's instructions, Peter ascended to the platform behind the curtain, awaiting his turn. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, the manager of the underground boxing venue looked at Qin Ge and asked, Are you really not participating? This fellow seems weak. The money is practically a gift. No need, Qin Ge replied, leaning against the railing, gazing at Peter's silhouette with a faint smile. It was not yet the right moment to meet Peter, and he still needed to ensure Uncle Ben's safety. Host, Ben has left home, the system's voice echoed. Keep an eye on him. I'll take my leave then, the manager remarked, and Qin Ge turned to depart. What a headstrong individual, the manager muttered, shaking his head as he, too, turned away. Bang! The dark figure landed steadily atop the building, where Qin Ge, clad in a regal uniform, crouched at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down below. Ever since he discovered that he could survive a fall from the 10th floor unscathed, Qin Ge began to embrace his newfound freedom. Ben Parker was currently in that car. Qin Ge's gaze fixated on a small sedan parked by the roadside, knowing that Uncle Ben was inside. According to the archetype of superhero films, becoming a hero often entails sacrifice, allowing the protagonist to grasp the essence of heroism. If I save Ben Parker, it could potentially alter the course of events. Thus, the latter part of my mission is to help Peter comprehend the significance of responsibility. Qin Ge pondered over the task at hand, instinctively interpreting the sparse numerical directives. System, display the conversation between Ben and Peter from this afternoon in the car. Qin Ge instructed. Understood, came the reply as surveillance footage materialized before him. Qin Ge had equipped Ben's car with a hidden camera, complete with audio. He silently observed the footage, listening intently to their dialogue. Before long, the video concluded. With great power comes great responsibility. Qin Ge mused, his eyes glimmering with insight. I believe I know how to guide Peter. Chapter 63. A moment of peril. Standing atop this four-story building, Qin Ge watched the sedan below, remaining still. His eyes, obscured beneath the mask, were unfocused, reflecting a state of emptiness. Time elapsed, moments ticking away, while foot and vehicular traffic surged below. As an international metropolis, New York remained bustling even in the night. Host, someone is approaching. System, provide his details, Qin Ge requested, dismissing the need for a template. It sufficed to breach the American Information Database. Fleming Mark, a habitual offender, a frequent visitor to prison, yet has never committed murder, the system swiftly relayed. A critically ill daughter? At this revelation, Qin Ge's eyes flickered. It seemed to fit the archetype of a typical villain. Should I act? Not yet. Qin Ge opted to wait, continuing to observe. The system appeared to want to convey something further, but ultimately fell silent. Qin Ge paid no mind, his focus unwavering. Mark hurried to the car, opening the door to carefully assist Ben out, his movements gentle as if fearing harm would come to him. Sir, I need your car. But I mean you no harm, Mark softly uttered, his demeanor somber as he hesitated. Deep down, he was a kind-hearted man, driven to crime solely for the sake of gathering funds for his daughter's treatment. But what would happen to her if he ceased his actions? Just as Mark wavered, another individual approached, clutching a backpack, his demeanor frantic, brandishing a handgun. Sartre Carradine, a robber with 3 lives lost. He is a ruthless thug, the system informed. It's you. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened, muscles taut and ready to spring into action, yet he remained poised, refraining from intervening. What are you doing? Hurry and leave. As Carradine ran, he shouted, observing that Mark remained motionless. With a hardened heart, he raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Ben. Bang! Ben fell in response. No! Mark's pupils constricted as he frantically embraced the collapsing Ben. Hurry! Carradine shouted as he climbed into Ben's car, leaving Mark behind. Mark, utterly oblivious, stared blankly at Ben, cradled in his arms. Damn it! Carradine slammed the steering wheel and started the car, abandoning Mark. Suddenly, Qin Ge appeared on the rooftop, brandishing a gun and aiming it at the vehicle. A tracking device struck the car. Having completed his task, Qin Ge leaped from the roof, removed his mask, concealed his uniform, and hurried to Ben's side. You need to go, he urged as he pulled Mark away, employing the techniques taught by the system to stabilize Ben's condition and ensure his safety. Are you letting me go? Mark asked incredulously, gazing at Qin Ge. If you don't leave now, you might never get the chance. Qin Ge replied coldly, looking up. Mark fell silent for a moment. Thank you, he murmured before turning to depart. Qin Ge shook his head, focusing intently on resuscitating Ben. Is that you, Qin Ge? Ben's consciousness began to fade, yet he recognized the figure attempting to save him. It's me. Uncle Ben, please refrain from speaking. It will exacerbate your injuries. The ambulance is on its way. Hold on. Sweat trickled down Qin Ge's forehead, yet Ben's life continued to slip away rapidly. The host's plan was to exploit the robbers to injure Ben Parker, intending to enlighten Peter upon his arrival about the significance of responsibility. As long as the host attempted to save him, Ben would not perish. The system's voice was cold, a tone it had never adopted before. However, the host overlooked a crucial detail. The robbers would fire indiscriminately. If they avoided vital areas, the host's plan could indeed succeed. But what if they targeted critical spots instead? What if they aimed directly at Ben Parker's head? Qin Ge was taken aback. He had not considered this possibility. Ding dong. The siren of the ambulance blared in his ears as he was unconsciously pulled away and boarded the vehicle. To fulfill the mission, he could have saved Uncle Ben and averted this disaster. Yet he chose to remain a bystander solely for the sake of the task. Could someone like him, who professed to be a guardian of light amidst darkness, truly call himself a hero? He was unworthy. Dazed, Qin Ge sat on a chair outside the resuscitation room. His initial aspiration was to embody a cinematic superhero, protecting the world, and he had indeed endeavored to do so. Yet, why had he resorted to using others' lives to complete his mission? The harsh sound of shoes scraping against the floor echoed in his ears. Peter soon spotted Qin Ge outside the resuscitation room and rushed over. Mr. Qin, how is my uncle? Peter asked anxiously, looking up at Peter. Qin Ge's expression was laden with guilt. I could have saved Uncle Ben, but I'm so sorry. Peter paused, gazing at Ben, who was still receiving treatment, his hands clenching involuntarily. Mr. Qin, this isn't your fault, Peter reassured him, already aware of the circumstances surrounding the incident. I share the blame as well. Qin Ge looked at Peter with confusion. I went to underground boxing matches, and they did not honor their promise of payment. That robber attacked them. I could have stopped him, but I let him go. Qin Ge was slightly taken aback. Could it be mere coincidence? Peter nodded bitterly. The person I let go was indeed the robber who shot Uncle Ben. Qin Ge's mouth opened slightly, but but he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the red light outside the operating room turned green. Chapter 64, Ben's Enlightenment Ding. The attending physician emerged from the operating room, and Qin Ge and Peter hurried to greet him. "Doctor, how's my uncle?" Peter asked anxiously. "The patient's condition has stabilized, thanks to this gentleman's timely intervention, which significantly delayed the deterioration of the patient's injuries," the attending physician said, glancing at the silent Qin Ge. "Sir, have you studied medicine?" he inquired curiously. "Yes," Qin Ge replied. The doctor noticed the concern in both of them and chose not to elaborate further. "The patient has regained consciousness. You may go in to see him, but please refrain from making loud noises." Upon hearing this, Peter could no longer contain himself and rushed into the resuscitation room. "Thank you, doctor." Qin Ge expressed his gratitude to the attending physician. "It is my duty," the doctor replied with a smile before leaving. As Qin Ge watched the doctor depart and was about to enter, he caught sight of an elderly figure approaching and quickly went to assist. "Aunt May," Qin Ge said, supporting her. "I'm here too. How's Ben?" Aunt May inquired. Her pace quickened with Qin Ge's help. "Uncle Ben is out of danger. Peter is inside with him. Let's go in as well." "All right." Upon entering the resuscitation room, they saw Ben holding Peter's hand, engaged in conversation. He paused when he noticed Qin Ge and Aunt May entering. "Are you all right, Ben?" Aunt May asked anxiously, approaching the bedside and grasping his hand. "I'm fine now," Ben replied, a smile breaking through his pale complexion. "I heard from Peter that thanks to Qin Ge's timely rescue, I might not have made it if the ambulance hadn't arrived in time." "Thank you so much, Qin Ge." "No, please don't say that." Qin Ge quickly shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. This could have all been avoided. "Qin Ge, I heard from Peter. You need not feel burdened," Ben said with a smile. Qin Ge remained silent, unable to respond. In situations like this, people instinctively choose what benefits them. We are not related. The mere thought of saving me, even without action, is enough for me. "Qin Ge, you are a good child. You need not blame yourself. Did you not intervene in time and save me?" Ben reassured him. Qin Ge continued to be silent. He could have prevented all of this from occurring rather than waiting for the aftermath to act. "Qin Ge, I know you are feeling guilty, but you must understand that many things in this world are beyond our control. What we can do is seize the moment and act within our abilities," Ben said. "Qin Ge, Peter, I am here, Uncle Ben. Both of you possess extraordinary abilities, coupled with hearts of kindness. I hope you will channel this power towards noble pursuits, upholding benevolence as you strive to do all that is within your capacity. The progress of this world is rooted in the unity and sense of responsibility of humanity. Only through mutual aid can we advance together. Those who focus solely on personal gain will never become true champions." Ben spoke earnestly to the two. "Peter, Qin Ge, remember this. With great power comes great responsibility." Qin Ge remained silent, uncertain of the impact of Ben's words, while Peter, upon hearing them, instinctively clenched his fists. He cast a glance at Ben and nodded solemnly. "I will, Uncle Ben." Ding. Dimension Task 1. Save Ben Parker and ensure Spider-Man understands responsibility. Task complete. Reward. Random ability template. Extracting ability template. Ability template extraction complete. Please check. The system's voice echoed in Qin Ge's mind, prompting a sigh of resignation. View ability template name. Vibranium double shields alias. None special abilities. Indestructible, form transformation, details, description. 2 shields forged from the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe, vibranium. Possessing the ability to switch forms. Source, Avengers. Infinity War view special abilities. Indestructible, the inherent characteristic of weapons made from vibranium, the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe. As only vibranium can shatter vibranium. The defensive capabilities of vibranium are only effective against beings of level 5 or below. Those above level 5 are not accounted for. Form transformation. Created in the vibranium nation of Wakanda, the shields can manifest in 2 forms, shield and claw. Shield form, highly defensive, capable of withstanding the majority of energy and physical attacks. Claw form. The sharp claws protruding from the top of the shield possess exceptional piercing power, disregarding most defenses. Qin Ge stared in astonishment at the 2 shields resembling oversized sunflower seeds. Vibranium? He had heard of this material in the Captain Marvel dimension, reputed for its exceptional hardness and recognized as the world's best energy conductor. But wasn't it said that only a few kilograms of it existed globally? These shields certainly appeared to exceed what could be crafted from a mere few kilograms of vibranium. Moreover, this source, the Avengers? Qin Ge recalled Fury showing him a plan that seemed to be called the Avengers. At the time, he merely chuckled and paid little heed. Now, it seemed they had truly been assembled. The vibranium double shields have been stored in the system space, the host may retrieve them at any time. Qin Ge, are you still blaming yourself? Ben inquired. Uncle Ben, Qin Ge, this matter is not your fault. Even if you possessed the ability to save me and chose not to, I would not hold it against you. However, if possible, I hope you could draw some inspiration from my ordeal. When you encounter those in need, extend a helping hand. Strive to assist others within the bounds of your ability. Qin Ge did not nod in agreement. He was lost in thought. He is neither Peter nor Ben. His level of awareness remains far from such heights. However, some of Ben's words are indeed worthy of his action, such as assisting others within his means. Perhaps this could alleviate his inner turmoil. 1. These chapters depict the transformative journey of Qin Ge's soul. As Qin Ge strives to narrate the evolution of a hero, I shall exert my utmost efforts. 2. Qin Ge purchased a shield resembling the captain's from Avengers, Infinity War. It is quite formidable. I utilized this shield to strike a tree trunk, causing it to splinter significantly, yet the shield remained unscathed. Chapter 65. Captured Mark. Qin Ge cast a glance at Peter. I shall take my leave for now. I will return tomorrow, he murmured. All right. Goodbye, Uncle Ben. Goodbye, Aunt May. Goodbye, Peter. Farewell. Upon exiting the hospital, Qin Ge's countenance darkened. System, locate Keratin. The system remained silent, yet a virtual display materialized before Qin Ge, revealing a conspicuous crimson dot against the pale blue backdrop. Qin Ge shook his hand, poised to depart, but paused. Perhaps it would be better if Peter came. In the inky darkness of the night, a shadowy figure burst forth from a narrow alley, swiftly vanishing into the night. Mark, in a state of panic, darted into a darkened passage, shortly followed by the blaring sirens of police vehicles. This way, shouted an officer as he sprinted towards the alley, with Mark hastily entering the shadows. The police car followed closely behind, illuminating the narrow passage with its headlights, rendering the alley starkly visible. Where is he? The sheriff inquired, frowning at the empty alley. I don't know. I definitely saw him come this way, responded a nearby officer, equally perplexed. Expand the search area. We must not let him escape, the sheriff declared sternly. The director places great importance on this matter. We cannot afford to be negligent. Gunfire in Times Square is indeed a grave issue. Yes, the sheriff scrutinized the alley, while his officers remained patiently nearby, awaiting his next move. As the sheriff's gaze wandered, he suddenly noticed a trash bin shrouded in shadow. He approached it with purpose. As he drew near, a foul odor assaulted his senses, causing him to grimace, yet he continued forward. Extending his left hand to lift the lid, his right hand instinctively rested on his sidearm. Upon lifting the lid, an even more pungent stench erupted forth, revealing a grotesque accumulation of refuse within the bin. The sheriff examined it closely before replacing the lid and returning to his vehicle. After a moment's contemplation, he signaled to an officer and entered the car. Departing from the scene, bang! The lid of an inconspicuous trash bin in the dim alley was cautiously lifted, and Mark emerged from within, disregarding the filth as he hastily fled. Just as Mark departed, a police officer stealthily emerged from the shadows. Target spotted. I am pursuing the target, requesting backup. The officer communicated into his radio, swiftly following Mark's trail. On the other side, outside the medical ward where I reside, a shadowy figure gradually descended from above. This silhouette grasped the edge of the window with one hand and supported itself with both arms, precariously perched on the narrow ledge. Qin Ge gently tapped on the window, rousing Peter, who was soundly asleep beside the bed. As he blinked awake, the sight of a dark figure leaning against the window sent him into a state of shock. In the dead of night, Qin Ge, clad in a uniform, was precariously positioned on the edge of a window several stories high. Peter, upon seeing a faceless figure in black, nearly lost control of his senses. Qin Ge gestured for silence and slowly opened the window. Peter's heart raced, and he instinctively stepped forward to shield himself. Qin Ge beckoned him closer, then turned to grasp the rope, using his legs to propel himself upwards towards the open space above. For Peter, the ascent was simpler. He pressed against the wall and swiftly climbed upwards. Qin Ge glanced down, gripping the rope tightly as he made his way to the rooftop. Upon reaching the roof, Peter stood firm, gazing at the peculiar man in the outlandish uniform who had been waiting. The uniform, predominantly black, featured white patterns that extended from the neck to the feet, creating a mesmerizing blend of colors. The mask bore pupils reminiscent of the moon, a pale hue amidst the darkness, and the chest displayed a circular Y-shaped logo. Peter felt an uncanny resemblance between this uniform and one he had designed. I have the location of Keratin, rasped a voice from beneath the mask. Who is Keratin? Peter asked, bewildered, glancing at Qin Ge. Forget it. This guy doesn't know who that is, Qin Ge replied. The robber who shot your uncle. You have his location. Peter's excitement surged. Yes, Qin Ge affirmed, turning to face him directly. He is currently at the sardine abandoned factory on 3rd Avenue, 6th District. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Though Peter was thrilled to learn of Carradin's whereabouts, he remained skeptical of the masked figure's intentions. You may call me the Shadow King. Qin Ge chuckled softly, his voice raspy. As for why I assist you, consider an investment. Investment? Peter looked at Qin Ge, confusion etched on his face. You will understand in due time. Remember, wield your power wisely. With that, Qin Ge raised his hand and flicked it. A sudden clap echoed as Peter instinctively caught the object that was thrown to him. A communicator. This is a communicator. If you require assistance, you can reach me through this. However, I advise you to use it sparingly. Peter gazed down at the palm-sized device, and when he looked up again, Qin Ge's figure had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Mark frantically navigated the streets, pursued relentlessly by the police. Eventually, he found himself cornered in an alley. With a grim expression, he faced the wall ahead, his fists pounding in frustration. Don't move. You're under arrest, Flynn and Mark. The police arrived promptly, brandishing their handguns at Mark, illuminating the dark alley with their flashlights. Mark sighed softly, cradled his head in his hands, and gradually crouched down. 2 officers approached and handcuffed him, escorting him towards the police vehicle. Despite having been released by Qin Ge, Mark ultimately couldn't escape the clutches of fate. Chapter 66. Dr. Otto, is it true that Mark was captured? Qin Ge remarked after hearing the system's summary of the events from the previous night. Indeed, he was killed, the system confirmed. Qin Ge was taken aback. He never imagined that the timid Peter would resort to murder. Power, like a wild beast, can lead to unimaginable consequences when it spirals out of control. The once timid Peter, empowered, had committed homicide, a realization that astonished Qin Ge. However, it was somewhat understandable. After all, his uncle had nearly been killed, and the fury within him was difficult to quell. Had it been Qin Ge, Carradin would have met a far grimmer fate. With Spider-Man now in existence, it seemed the narrative of the Spider-Man saga was about to unfold. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Qin Ge pondered his mission. Host, please be advised. This is a real world. The so-called plot is merely one of the many potential trajectories of the future, which can indeed be altered. The moment the host arrived in this world, the future began to change, the system cautioned. The system was undoubtedly the friendliest of its kind in the 20th century, even alerting the host to such matters. Truly, this system was the best. The butterfly effect? One could interpret it that way. So, does that mean the trilogy might not occur at all? Perhaps. The original world trend was the narrative of the trilogy, but upon the host's arrival, significant changes began to take form. The grand design remains unalterable, while the minor details can be changed. The unchangeable pertains to the host. However, from the perspective of the universal will, both grand and minor designs are subject to modification. You see, Qin Ge noted. How does the universal will of this world compare to that of the Marvel Universe? The Marvel Universe comprises numerous parallel universes. If you refer to the Marvel Universe you have entered, its universal will can easily surpass that of the Spider-Man universe. Qin Ge blinked in surprise. Is it really that formidable? How many exist in the Marvel Universe? Which one is the strongest? The system hesitated before responding. You will encounter him eventually. Discussing it now would not benefit you. Very well. Qin Ge did not press further, feeling he had already acquired sufficient knowledge. In this vast universe, among countless realms, how many could grasp so many cosmic secrets at their current level? Qin Ge felt quite content. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Qin Ge's phone rang. He picked it up casually. Hello, this is Qin Ge. This is Connors. Dr. Connors. Qin Ge instinctively straightened his posture, harboring great respect for the one-armed scholar who had significantly aided him in finding employment. What can I do for you, Dr. Connors? Today, Dr. Otto is hosting an open lecture, and it has been quite some time since you last attended one of his classes. You ought to go and listen. Regarding the element tritium and nuclear fusion reactions that you inquired about last time, I must admit it is not my area of expertise, Dr. Connors remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge suddenly recalled that his major was indeed Dr. Otto's physics course, while Dr. Connors' biology class was merely an elective. Spending so much time with Dr. Connors, he had nearly forgotten his primary focus was physics. I understand. I will attend, he replied. Yes, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Do not forget, Dr. Connors reminded him. Got it, Qin Ge acknowledged before hanging up the phone, rubbing his temples in frustration. It truly was a vexing matter. The host could be understood as a limited time ability template. Indeed. Then how can I proficiently master English to the current level? The system remained silent for a moment, and a holographic interface appeared before Qin Ge. The words displayed caused his expression to darken significantly. Memorize vocabulary, read textbooks, complete exercises, listen to broadcasts. Oh, for heaven's sake. Glancing at the time, Qin Ge decided it was best to ignore this nuisance. He took out his phone and requested leave from Dr. Dan before heading out. Columbia University. Open lecture on nuclear fusion reactions. Qin Ge seated himself in the second row, in the most central spot, a privilege reserved for Dr. Otto's esteemed disciples. Although he rarely attended classes, it was undeniable that his abilities marked him as one of Dr. Otto's most exceptional students. The front row was occupied by various luminaries and professors from the university. Dr. Connors sat directly in front of him. Qin Ge sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on the portly figure of Dr. Otto on stage, embodying the demeanor of a diligent student. Noticing this, Dr. Otto cast a few surreptitious glances at Qin Ge and nodded approvingly to himself. It appeared this young man had not yet abandoned his pursuit of physics. The open lecture lasted just over an hour and soon came to a close. As students began to disperse, Qin Ge stretched, feeling quite fatigued from his charade of being a model student. Qin Ge, Dr. Otto called out. Qin Ge promptly straightened his posture. What insights have you gleaned? Dr. Otto approached him, a smile gracing his features. Well, my understanding of nuclear fusion reactions has deepened. Doctor, your explanations were outstanding. I find the feasibility to be quite promising. Qin Ge nodded earnestly. I have already begun to construct practical apparatus. Theoretically, experiments could commence soon, though the specifics still depend on various factors. At this point, excitement illuminated Dr. Otto's face. Qin Ge was not surprised. Dr. Otto had devoted his life to the study of nuclear fusion, and with his dreams now within reach, how could he not feel exhilarated? However, should nuclear fusion succeed, it would birth an infinite energy source akin to that of the sun, not merely a technological marvel, but something beyond the realm of mere imagination. Even the legendary Tesseract from the Marvel Universe, a treasure of immense renown, could barely approach the concept of infinite energy. Could this nuclear fusion truly succeed? With each contemplation of this possibility, Qin Ge was often beset by unease. Chapter 67. Eavesdropping, what is the matter? Dr. Otto inquired, noticing Qin Ge's hesitant expression. Nothing much. I just wish to witness your nuclear fusion experiment soon. Doctor, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. It will happen swiftly. As soon as I secure an investor, Dr. Otto confidently replied. I wish you success at the earliest, Qin Ge said, still smiling. The following day, at Qin Ge's new residence. With the task accomplished, Qin Ge had relocated. His sister's neighborhood, the Queen's district, was a veritable mess, with poor sound insulation. The neighbors constantly quarreled, driving Qin Ge to the brink of exasperation. However, he had endured this for the sake of completing his mission, and now that it was over, he promptly moved out. Standing before the mirror in his new home, Qin Ge tried on various outfits. The military was sending representatives to assess Osborn's research progress, and Dr. Dan had instructed him to dress formally. Wait a moment, he thought. Wouldn't a casual suit suffice? With a slight pout, he tossed the garments onto the bed in frustration. How foolish. After rummaging through his belongings, he found a brown leisure suit that fit him surprisingly well. Grabbing his phone, he headed out. Qin Ge's new abode was an apartment situated on the second floor. He had met the female resident of the adjacent unit once. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, yet exuded an air of elegance, distinctly unlike an ordinary person. However, what did that matter to him? Strolling through the park in the apartment complex with his hands in his pockets, Qin Ge observed the elderly and children playing. It was the weekend, and most people were enjoying a respite. Qin Ge had intended to relax as well, but with the military personnel arriving, he had no choice. Is that a cat? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two kittens staring at each other. The sound of an orange cat meowing drew him closer. Stray cats? Qin Ge furrowed his brow, noticing their disheveled appearance, which suggested they had been out for a while. Never mind, he thought, I'll get them some cat food. The sight of the kittens reminded him of Goo Goo, stirring a sense of compassion within him. Rising, he glanced at the kittens before heading to the supermarket in the complex. Qin Ge, a girl donned in a white sun hat, a short white shirt, and an exceedingly short white skirt, complemented by white sneakers, approached him. The brightness of her attire, matched with her fair complexion, radiated a youthful vibrancy. However, this ensemble only slightly piqued Qin Ge's interest. His aesthetic sensibilities leaned towards the Eastern style, and having previously encountered the stunning Chu Xiaodao, he found her athletic attire far more appealing than Gwen's. Yet, Gwen seemed to possess a fiercer demeanor than Chu Xiaodao. Shaking his head, he pondered, what am I thinking? What brings you here? Qin Ge inquired curiously. I live here, Gwen replied matter-of-factly. But weren't you residing near Fifth Avenue? Qin Ge curiously puslid. I just moved here. She responded. What a coincidence. What brings you to this area? Gwen asked. I recently relocated here as well. Qin Ge explained. Really? Gwen exclaimed with delight. Which unit do you occupy? 2333. Qin Ge replied nonchalantly, a number that had amused him for quite some time. 23333333. Gwen's expression shifted to one of disbelief. I live in 2334. Gwen's eyes sparkled brightly, her large orbs twinkling as they fixed intently on Qin Ge, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. I need to buy cat food for the kittens. Would you care to join me? Qin Ge suggested, attempting to divert the conversation as Gwen's gaze made him feel increasingly uneasy. Sure, she replied cheerfully. How much are you planning to buy? Qin Ge inquired, bemused by the sight of Gwen wheeling a shopping cart specifically for cat food. It's convenient, Gwen replied with a smile as she pushed the cart. Whatever you like. Qin Ge shrugged. After all, he was quite affluent, and even if Gwen emptied the entire supermarket of cat food, it would scarcely dent his finances. Found it, Gwen exclaimed, trotting over to the pet supplies section, where she began inspecting a box of cat food. Qin Ge ambled over leisurely. At that moment, a young man carrying a bag approached Gwen, placing on the ground before surreptitiously kicking it behind her. Qin Ge halted in his tracks, puzzled by the scene. What was he up to? Although he couldn't discern the man's intentions, it was evident that they were nefarious. The bag obstructed Gwen's path, causing her to inadvertently step on it. My apologies, Gwen said, turning to the young man as she stumbled over the bag. No worries, he replied with a dismissive wave. Yet his demeanor struck Qin Ge as distinctly sleazy. Grabbing his bag, the young man stepped aside, producing a camera from within. Was he attempting to take clandestine photos? Silently, Qin Ge approached from behind, observing as the young man gleefully reviewed the snapshots he had just captured. Without warning, Qin Ge snatched the camera from the unsuspecting man's hands. What are you doing? The young man glared at him. What am I doing? Qin Ge deleting the photos on the camera before meeting the man's gaze. Do you want me to call the police? Or would you prefer to leave? Mind your own business. The young man replied, his tone icy. How amusing, Qin Ge chuckled, shaking his head. With a sudden motion, he crushed the camera in his grip, much to the astonishment of the young man and the onlookers nearby. Were you just threatening me? Qin Ge asked playfully, tossing the crumpled, ruined camera back at the young man. As he glanced down at the mangled device, still bearing the imprint of his fingers, cold sweat broke out across his brow. Get lost, he managed to utter. What has happened? Gwen approached, her expression hesitant. He was trying to take photos of you without your consent, Qin Ge replied casually. Gwen's complexion paled, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Did you not see it? Suddenly recollecting something, she turned to Qin Ge, querying, She shot him a disapproving glance, but chose not to pursue the matter further, though her fair neck had turned shade of crimson. Chapter 68. A setback despite the minor incident. It was of little consequence, and the two of them naturally brushed it aside. After purchasing the cat food and feeding some stray cats, Qin Ge bid farewell to Gwen. Today, military investors were scheduled to visit the Osborne company for an inspection, and as a formal researcher, Qin Ge was required to attend. He arrived early, finding several researchers already present in the laboratory. After exchanging greetings, Qin Ge settled into a position to organize his materials. Without a smartphone, the game of Minesweeper induces nausea, leaving Qin Ge with little to do but organize materials. It bears a resemblance to a lackluster student suddenly engaging in study. Perhaps it is not an awakening, but merely a consequence of fatigue from mobile gaming, leading to the boredom of scholarship. Before long, everyone had arrived, and Norman, after a brief motivational speech, allowed everyone to attend to their own tasks. Inspections required little preparation. One only needed to be observant. In simpler terms, it was akin to a leisurely stroll. The military personnel arrived punctually at the laboratory, a group of around 10 entering simultaneously, which rendered the space somewhat cramped. General Wego, you have arrived, Norman greeted with a smile, extending his right hand to the leading brigadier. On the second floor, Qin Ge paused mid-stride. His acute hearing enabled him to discern their conversation clearly, despite the distance. General Wego, how are the experimental results? Wego inquired, shaking hands with Norman. The results of the biological experiments are quite exhilarating, proving that our human enhancement serum is successful. Norman replied, have human trials commenced? Wego asked, unfazed, his tone flat. Norman's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly masked it. Not yet. The volunteers have not yet arrived. How many biological experiments have been conducted? Wego continued. Dr. Dan, how many have been successful? Wego turned to Dr. Dan, standing beside Norman, unaffected by the tension. 35 times. With 2 instances of the test subjects exhibiting violent tendencies, Dr. Dan reported candidly. Norman shot Dr. Dan a fierce glare, hastily stepping forward with a forced smile. We only failed twice. We succeeded 35 times. It's nothing to worry about, General. That is unacceptable. Norman, Wego, shook his head. I cannot gamble with the lives of my soldiers. I must be accountable for them. Come back to me when you are prepared. As Wego began to leave, he paused mid-stride. Just a reminder, you have 1 month left for funding. If, after a month, you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, we will withdraw our investment. With that, Wego departed the laboratory, flanked by military personnel. Once Wego exited, anger flickered across Norman's face. Why did you inform him? He demanded. Norman, if we force the experiments and something goes awry, the consequences could be far graver, Dr. Dan replied solemnly. Taking a deep breath, Norman glared at Dr. Dan before turning to leave. Qin Ge, endowed with the Captain America template, was akin to one injected with super soldier serum, possessing heightened senses that surpassed those of ordinary humans. He absorbed every word of their dialogue. As the month progressed, Qin Ge unconsciously rubbed his thumb and index finger together, aware that the system contained comprehensive data on the human enhancement serum. Through analysis of the existing data, the system, leveraging its remarkable computational prowess, had deduced a complete set of human enhancement serums with no adverse effects. Osborn's current creation, if utilized by the human body, carries over 90% likelihood of inciting violent tendencies, along with a significant possibility of manifesting a second personality. It is exceedingly perilous and utterly unusable. Conversely, the set in Qin Ge's possession not only maintains its enhancing properties without any diminishment, but also exists in a version devoid of side effects. Should Qin Ge desire, he could promptly refine this human enhancement serum through the system. However, the time is not yet ripe. The moment of true advantage lies in providing timely assistance. Qin Ge gazed at the industrious members of the laboratory, whispering softly. He uncorked a bottle of red wine, poured himself a glass, and stood by the window, his right hand tucked into the pocket of his suit trousers, gazing out at the vibrant, illuminated expanse of New York City by night, while gently swirling the fine crystal of his glass with his left hand. Prosperity is often accompanied by darkness. The more thoroughly the light of day shines, the more potent the forces of night become upon its descent. Qin Ge chuckled softly and took a sip of the exquisite red wine. Why do you wish to pursue this course of action? The system's voice suddenly interjected. What course? Qin Ge replied. You comprehend my meaning. This is not in keeping with your usual style, the system remarked. Indeed, I revel in controlling the overarching narrative, yet I disdain deceit. However, to be a player on the board, one cannot escape the necessity of strategy, and I am still rather inexperienced. Qin Ge possessed a keen self-awareness. His cunning was not exceptional, and his ability to strategize was predicated on having superior information. In terms of intellect and emotional quotient, he was merely slightly above the average, far from the caliber of a true sage. To become a master strategist, he needed to learn. He was experimenting with a shift in style. A scion of an influential family could never be merely a fool or a jester. Though Qin Ge exhibited the traits of a wastrel, he was not a wastrel in the truest sense. His capabilities were formidable. I aspire to be a hero, not out of whimsy. I simply do not wish to embody the kind of heroes depicted in cinematic narratives. My origins and beliefs preclude such a possibility. Yet, I find myself adrift, lacking a clear direction. Spider-Man possesses a hero's heart. He is a quintessential superhero. I can observe his actions, perhaps gleaning some inspiration. Are you prepared to explore the actions of these superheroes across various dimensions? Indeed, in the previous world, I didn't find much resonance with Carol. In comparison to a superhero, she resembled more of a warrior, a pure fighter. I felt little connection to her. Chapter 69, The Shadow Monarch's First Battle. However, this upcoming mission is distinct. If I am not mistaken, the Spider-Man trilogy chronicles Peter's journey of growth, and perhaps I can extract some insight from it. Qin Ge mused softly. The next step is to wait, Qin Ge said, his gaze deep and contemplative as he surveyed the twinkling lights of New York City, draining the last of his wine. With a swift motion, a figure darted between the rooftops of towering skyscrapers, eluding the ordinary eye, which could only catch fleeting glimpses of shadows and blurs. System, how far are we from the incident site? Qin Ge inquired, his body in motion while engaging with the system, clad in the attire of the Shadow Monarch. Every aspect of Qin Ge's appearance was enveloped in the mysterious and enigmatic uniform. The only distinction lies in the fact that Qin Ge's wrists bore 2 black shields. 300 meters ahead, Qin Ge's gaze sharpened as he accelerated once more. Lacking any equipment, not even a vehicle, he relied solely on foot. It seemed imperative to acquire a sports car. At a distance of 300 meters, outside a vast warehouse, numerous police cars were stationed, encircling the area with nearly 100 officers forming a tight perimeter. They had erected a barricade, sealing off the vicinity, each officer brandishing firearms. Vigilant towards the interior of the warehouse. In the forefront, an individual wielding a megaphone was engaged in what appeared to be negotiations. At that moment, another police vehicle arrived, accompanied by a contingent of officers. The police chief stepped out and hurried to the scene commander. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "It is challenging to breach." The commander replied with a troubled expression. "This group is an internationally renowned mercenary team known as the Graveyard, consisting of 7 individuals, all former Navy SEALs. They have undergone the most rigorous psychological training and advanced willpower conditioning, rendering our negotiators unable to communicate with them." "And the hostages?" the chief pressed. "The hostages are safe. They are merely seeking a secure exit from New York," came the response. "Have we ascertained their motives?" "Not yet. We know they visited Columbia University in the afternoon, seemingly searching for something, and then proceeded to Osborne Corporation, where they remained inactive. Had it not been for their unfortunate encounter with military inspectors while entering Osborne, they might not have revealed their presence at all." The chief nodded, acknowledging the unfortunate turn of events. "Have we contacted military personnel?" "Yes, they are en route." This is no trivial matter. The assembly of an internationally recognized mercenary team in New York, comprised exclusively of elite Navy SEAL members, is beyond the scope of law enforcement. "Press them further. I have a feeling they will not wait indefinitely," the chief remarked, gazing at the warehouse's walls. "Understood. Conceal the top, a building adjacent to the warehouse." Qin Ge retrieved a sniper rifle and aimed through the scope towards the warehouse. "System, do we have information on these 7 individuals?" he inquired, observing the thermal imaging that displayed 20 figures. The 7 standing were evidently members of the Graveyard team, while the remaining 13 were huddled on the ground, heads clasped in desperation, undoubtedly the hostages. "Please review," Qin Ge instructed, channeling a portion of his focus to swiftly peruse the profiles of the 7 individuals. "Their crimes do not warrant death," he mused silently. Although many had perished at the hands of these 7, most deserved their fate. Their selection of missions was not devoid of ethical considerations. They operated within certain boundaries. "What are the details of their current mission?" Qin Ge queried once more. These 7 were all Navy SEALs, and as a former commander of the Flying Tigers, he was acutely aware of the prowess of this elite unit. While his own combat capabilities might surpass theirs, one could never be too cautious. "Exercise prudence," he reminded himself. A holographic mission briefing materialized before Qin Ge's eyes. Task level, S task reward, $10 million task publisher. Anonymous. Upon reviewing the task sheet, Qin Ge found himself engulfed in confusion. Ever since acquiring the venom, he had merely stored it within the system's space, never having taken the time to study it. How, then, did they ascertain that the venom was in his possession? Wait, which restaurant? System, does that restaurant have surveillance? Yes. In the 20th century, how could a 5-star French restaurant in New York City possibly lack monitoring? System, can you investigate who published the task? Qin Ge inquired. No. Typically, tasks released by anonymous individuals are disseminated offline, and only those who have interacted with this individual may possess knowledge of their identity, the system explained. This presents a dilemma. Qin Ge furrowed his brow. The inability to identify the task's publisher meant someone was covertly observing him, a rather troubling revelation. System, please search online to see if you can uncover any clues. I will apprehend these 7 individuals and inquire about the situation. Understood. Qin Ge stowed his sniper rifle and rose from the rooftop. With a flick of his wrist, a glider materialized in his hand. Haven't the military personnel arrived yet? The director anxiously glanced at the ticking clock and asked. They're en route at full speed, but it will take some time. Too slow, the director retorted in dissatisfaction. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing skyward. The director and his colleagues looked up to see a dark streak swiftly gliding through the air, rapidly approaching the warehouse. What is that? The director squinted, straining to discern the figure on the glider. Do not fire. Just as Qin Ge was hurtling toward the warehouse, the mercenaries inside also detected the unexpected visitor. Bring him down. In an instant, 2 mercenaries raised their weapons, poised to pull the trigger, when a shadowy figure darted toward them. One mercenary reacted swiftly, squeezing the trigger, and bullets erupted into the shadow. Dense smoke billowed forth, obscuring everyone's vision. Everyone gathered together. The leader of the Tombstone Squad made a swift decision, rallying his team. The 7 individuals remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Chapter 70, Eerie Behavior Whoosh. The sound of air slicing through filled the ears, and the nearest mercenary immediately fired. Fiery flames bursting forth from the muzzle of his weapon. Tot. Qin Ge shielded his front with both hands, precisely deflecting the incoming bullets. Were these mercenaries not members of the Navy SEALs, he might have employed a different strategy. For ordinary individuals, even seasoned veterans, bullets tend to stray significantly from their initial targeting position after being fired. Though Qin Ge's double vibranium shields were formidable, they were not large enough to intercept every errant bullet. However, given that these individuals were retired SEAL members, the situation was markedly different. Once the bullets were discharged, the deviation from the target would not exceed the span of a hand, granting Qin Ge confidence in his ability to protect himself. The warehouse's second floor was already cramped, and before the volley of bullets could cease, Qin Ge was upon them. How terrifying it must be to confront the limits of human endurance up close. Qin Ge's fist struck the abdomen of a nearby mercenary, the ferocity of the blow instantly incapacitating the highly resilient Special Forces soldier. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ge unleashed another punch upon another mercenary. Under the command of the Tombstone, the seven were all standing, which spared Qin Ge considerable trouble. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ge had reduced the seven to merely 4 or 5, and by the time the remaining individuals reacted, only 2 were still on their feet. With both hands, Qin Ge seized the barrels of 2 firearms, bending them grotesquely with his tremendous strength. In a swift motion, he wrenched them away, rendering the Tombstone and his companion weaponless. They quickly drew daggers from their belts and charged at Qin Ge. Facing the oncoming duo, Qin Ge leisurely discarded the now useless firearms and raised his hands. Clang! Clang! The 2 daggers clashed against his vibranium shields, and Qin Ge swiftly kicked one mercenary aside. The Tombstone's eyes flickered, and he launched a hook punch that landed on Qin Ge's abdomen. The impact was significant, causing a brief disruption, but Qin Ge quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a punch aimed at the Tombstone. The shorter figure evaded the blow, unleashing a flurry of strikes toward Qin Ge's midsection. Clang! The Tombstone's fist battered against the indestructible vibranium shield, the colossal force generating a recoil that nearly rendered his arm useless. Yet, undeterred, the Tombstone's intact right hand struck Qin Ge's face with lightning speed. Bang! Taken by surprise, Qin Ge was sent sprawling to the ground. The muffled thud caused the 13 hostages to flinch, their anxious gazes fixated on Qin Ge, fearing for the fate of their would-be savior. The Tombstone, well aware of the adage about kicking a man when he is down, advanced quickly, aiming a kick at Qin Ge. Bang! The Tombstone landed on the vibranium shield, its power pushing him back. Qin Ge rose from the ground, shaking his head. Whoosh! Bang! The Tombstone's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see Qin Ge's fist crashing into his abdomen. Thud! The Tombstone collapsed heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. Qin Ge shook his hand, the vibranium shield morphing into a claw form, sharp spikes protruding from within, crafted from the same resilient material, capable of slicing through steel with ease. Qin Ge approached the incapacitated mercenaries, dismantling their equipment. The Tombstone observed this scene, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. How could this individual be so familiar with their combat style? The weaponry configuration was distinctly characteristic of the Navy SEALs. How could he know? The Tombstone pondered. Could he be one of them? Qin Ge hoisted the Tombstone with one hand, dragging him to a distance where he ensured that the hostages and remaining mercenaries could not overhear their conversation before pausing. Outside, the officers had just begun to hear gunfire from the warehouse, but soon fell silent, although they suspected that the intruder had dealt with the mercenaries. The hostages within rendered them hesitant, forcing them to wait in silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, several military vehicles approached from the distance, accompanied by a number of helicopters. The military personnel finally arrived at the scene. What is the situation inside? A fully armed squad approached the police chief, and the squad leader inquired about the status. It had been nearly 10 minutes since that individual entered, and there had been no sign of activity. They maintained constant communication to ensure these individuals could grasp the situation in real time. Prepare for action, the squad leader nodded. The reinforcements from the Navy SEALs immediately chambered their rounds, awaiting the squad leader's operational directives. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, after nearly 10 minutes of inquiry, Qin Ge managed to extract some information from the gravestone, albeit of limited utility, yet better than nothing. Dragging the gravestone to his team members, he noticed they had regained a certain degree of operational capability. However, no one took action. Their weapons were destroyed, and in close combat, they stood no chance, rendering it unnecessary. Do not harm the hostages, Qin Ge instructed, turning to leave. The gravestone remained in place, puzzled. Wasn't he there to rescue these hostages? Boom! Before the gravestone and others could ponder further, the sound of a grenade explosion erupted from the warehouse's entrance. At Qin Ge's residence, He discarded his uniform into the system space and retrieved the symbiote venom, which had been resting in the system for an extended period. The symbiote, having gone without a host for so long, was now gravely weakened, imparting to Qin Ge a sense that it might perish at any moment. Can a symbiote also die? Indeed, a symbiote is a form of life and is subject to mortality. The symbiote in the host's possession, having been detached from any biological entity for too long, had deteriorated to a critical state, with an estimated half-month before death. It cannot die. I have yet to commence my research, Qin Ge remarked with a frown. Is it sufficient to simply find a host to prolong the symbiote's life? Yes, as long as the symbiote's energy is replenished, it will not be in danger of death. However, in its currently weakened state, once it finds a host, it will voraciously absorb the host's energy to restore its frail body. Calculations indicate that in its present condition, the symbiote could drain the energy from a fully grown African elephant, leaving it a mere husk. Is it truly that formidable? Qin Ge gazed in astonishment at the nearly lifeless symbiote in the vial. This little creature possesses quite an impressive capability. Chapter 71. Refining the potion. The host need not worry. In its current state, the symbiote would find it exceedingly difficult to forcibly attach itself to an unwilling human. However, if the host wishes to sustain the life of the symbiote, they may opt for a laboratory mouse. The resistance capability of a mouse is minimal, making it an ideal candidate for the presently weakened symbiote. System, I am ready to learn English, Qin Ge remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Speaking English to himself about wanting to learn sounded peculiar, rather unpleasant. It is rare for the host to express a desire to learn English. Naturally, I shall provide my utmost support. Shall I devise a plan? Very well, proceed with the formulation. Qin Ge responded casually. Unlike the rigorous training regimen, this English learning plan was devised in less than half a minute, an astonishingly swift turnaround. A week? That seems rather rapid. Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at Zhou's English study plan. Achieving the proficiency level of a New Yorker within a week? What the hell? Though Qin Ge's English skills were abysmal, he was determined to try, ready to engage in a prolonged battle with the complexities of a language. Yet, you suggested that he could seamlessly emulate an American in just a week? How is that even feasible? The host might have forgotten that Captain America is indeed an American. The system kindly reminded. Qin Ge paused, realizing that Steve Rogers is a quintessential American. With his template loaded, his journey in mastering English commenced at a rapid pace. But why didn't you mention this sooner? You didn't ask. Why would I think to inquire about this? Why would I think to inform you of this? All right, you win. Qin Ge decided not to dwell on the matter with that individual, lifting his gaze to the ambitious plan displayed on the virtual screen, determination igniting within him. 2 weeks later, Qin Ge leaned over the laboratory table, observing clusters of dark cells magnified under the microscope. These were minuscule fragments of the venom symbiote. On the other side of the table, a sealed transparent container housed a head-sized venom symbiote, writhing energetically, occasionally colliding with the top and sides. After consuming numerous lab mice, this creature had successfully regained vitality and embarked on its escape endeavor, although the first step to breaking free had yet to be completed. It seemed the symbiote's ferocity could be controlled, Qin Ge remarked as he monitored the cellular changes. However, this half-baked attempt was rather subpar. After all, being a novice, even with external assistance, could not compare to the expertise of seasoned researchers. So, if I eliminate these ferocity factors, I could easily master venom? Theoretically, that is plausible, but the precise methodology still requires exploration. As long as there is hope, Qin Ge was not in a hurry. The properties of venom were formidable. Acquiring its power was indeed advantageous, but one must not act recklessly. What about Norman? Qin Ge shifted the conversation. The research has stalled. The military's funding deadline is in a week, and Norman is quite anxious. However, the experiment has hit a snag, and achieving a 100% success rate remains elusive. He is currently in a state of distress, the system replied. Venom is recovering well, but Qin Ge, with his robust physical constitution and resolute will, is not a host it can effortlessly inhabit. After securing venom once more, Qin Ge changed his attire and drove his newly purchased Ferrari supercar towards Osborne Corporation. Osborne Laboratory. Damn. As Qin Ge stepped into the laboratory, he immediately heard the sound of Norman slamming his fist on the table, accompanied by his furious outburst. Calm down, Norman. One cannot rush the process of research, Dr. Dan advised. No, we're out of time. We must proceed with human trials. Norman inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Dr. Dan. No, the experiments are not yet fully successful. We cannot conduct human trials. Dr. Dan promptly rejected Norman's suggestion. I am the chairman. You must heed my orders. At this moment, let us commence the human trials. I shall serve as the test subject." With those words, Norman began to remove his shirt, preparing to ascend the experimentation platform. "Mr. Osborn, please wait a moment," interjected Qin Ge. "Mr. Osborn, Dr. Dan is correct. The experiment is not yet complete. If you proceed with the human trials prematurely, it could yield dire consequences." Qin Ge stepped forward, asserting his stance. "Time is of the essence. I must act swiftly," Norman replied, holding a favorable view of Qin Ge, though this did not sway his decision. The current formula contains 3 erroneous subequations. Unless these errors are rectified, the experiment is doomed to fail, Qin Ge stated earnestly. "What do you mean?" Norman's gaze sharpened. 3 subequations are incorrect? Qin Ge proceeded to relay to Norman and Dr. Dan all the errors in the current progress of Mr. Osborn's experiment as indicated by the system. Both were leading scientists in the field of human enhancement and were intimately familiar with the formulas involved. Upon hearing Qin Ge's assertions, they quickly recognized the potential validity of his claims. "Are you able to identify the errors?" Norman suddenly contemplated a possibility. "I have developed a complete and perfected formula for human enhancement." "What?" Dr. Dan and Norman stared at Qin Ge in astonishment. "Did you just say you have formulated the complete and correct equation for the enhancement serum?" Dr. Dan exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Qin Ge's arm excitedly. "Indeed, and I have already prepared a sample. You may observe the effects, Dr. Dan, Mr. Osborn." With that, Qin Ge placed a box on the table, entered the passcode, and retrieved a test tube containing a unique green liquid. Norman, disregarding the ongoing experiment, hastily descended from the platform and approached the table to scrutinize the sample. "This is the complete formula." Qin Ge handed Dr. Dan a USB drive. Norman and Dr. Dan, engrossed in their own analysis, departed to validate the findings, leaving Qin Ge to await their return with calm anticipation. At this hour, the laboratory was deserted save for the 3 of them, as the other researchers had already left for the day. Before long, Norman and Dr. Dan reappeared from the upper floors, their faces betraying an unmistakable shock. "You are truly a genius, Qin Ge," Dr. Dan exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment. "I thought I had already overestimated you, but it seems I have underestimated you profoundly. You are a true genius, Qin Ge." Norman regarded Qin Ge with a complex expression. "You have saved Osborn." "Mr. Osborn, you just..." Qin Ge chuckled lightly. "This is merely my duty as an employee of Osborn." Norman shook his head. "From now on, call me Uncle. I shall convene a board meeting to discuss your reward." "It's nothing. Rewards are of little consequence," Qin Ge replied with a smile. His true intention was to gain Norman's trust. The rewards themselves were secondary. "Let us proceed with the human trials. I shall be the test subject," Qin Ge declared. "No," Norman shook his head. "I will do it," he insisted. "Norman, we can find volunteers." Although it has been essentially confirmed that Qin Ge's formula is entirely accurate, Dr. Dan remains reluctant to allow his friend to take any risks. "It's all right. I shall be the test subject for my project." "No further discussion is necessary," Norman interjected, cutting off Dr. Dan, and resolutely approached the experimental platform. Recognizing Norman's firm resolve, Dr. Dan ceased his attempts to dissuade him and instead called upon Qin Ge for assistance in the experiment. Qin Ge secured Norman onto the experimental rack, deactivating the instruments and enclosing him within the apparatus. Dr. Dan swiftly completed the necessary adjustments, gazing at the instrument now ready for operation. Within the container, Norman nodded at Dr. Dan, who then pressed the button to initiate the experiment. Green mist billowed forth from the top of the container, swiftly filling the entire chamber. In an instant, the green vapor permeated Norman's being, as the complete human enhancement serum rapidly transformed his physique. Qin Ge and Dr. Dan sat before the computer, intently observing the rapidly fluctuating data on the screen. Norman's various physical parameters surged dramatically with each infusion of the serum, the rate of enhancement astonishingly swift. Bound to the iron frame, Norman trembled violently. Had it not been for the sturdy metal securing him, he might have collapsed to the floor. Within mere minutes, the green mist within the container began to dissipate. Once the green vapor had been fully absorbed by Norman, Qin Ge hurried to his side, opening the container while simultaneously scanning Norman's current profile. Name: Norman Osborn. Title: None. Gender: male. Age: 38. Lineage: human. Special ability: none. Skills: biology LV5, business LV4, skill cap LV5, overall combat power 90, maximum 100. Evaluation: achieved peak state through human enhancement serum. Physical potential has been fully exhausted and cannot be further enhanced. Status: not loadable. It appears to be a success, Qin Ge mused silently as he released Norman from the iron restraints and gently patted him. "Mr. Osborn, are you all right? Mr. Osborn? Please call me Uncle." A familiar voice emerged from Norman's throat as he slowly opened his eyes, regarding Qin Ge with warmth. Qin Ge and Doctor. Dan scrutinized Norman closely. I have not been affected. There is no inclination toward violence, Norman remarked with a knowing smile, fully aware of their scrutiny. Upon confirming that Norman had indeed not been influenced by any violent tendencies, Qin Ge and Dr. Dan breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! The system's notification chimed suddenly. Dimension Task 2. Kill the Green Goblin or save the Green Goblin. Task completed. Save the Green Goblin. Task reward. Random limited time template. Task 2 has been completed. Qin Ge was taken aback by the system's announcement. Wait, how did Task 2 conclude? Kill or save the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin? If the task is completed by saving the Green Goblin, does that imply? Qin Ge's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. So, Norman is the Green Goblin? System. Please clarify. According to the original trajectory of the world, after Norman utilized an imperfect human enhancement serum, he developed an alternate personality, a violent persona. Over time, this violent persona gradually took over Norman's body, ultimately transforming him into the formidable supervillain, the Green Goblin. However, upon refining the human enhancement serum, Norman, upon usage, did not manifest a second personality, thus determining that he had saved the Green Goblin. Understanding this, Qin Ge nodded thoughtfully, observing Norman engaging in conversation with Dr. Dan about his current sensations. The Green Goblin, you say? So you present me with two choices regarding the mission, to save or to eliminate the Green Goblin. Do you wish for me to tread a path devoid of flavor? The system seeks to cultivate a host with an independent consciousness, rather than a mere puppet that blindly fulfills tasks without personal opinions or goals. Qin Ge nodded, signaling his comprehension. Let us extract the random time-limited template. Qin Ge mused inwardly. Previously, he had drawn the formidable Sun Wukong template, and now, another random limited template awaited him. What character might he draw this time? The anticipation was palpable. As the random time-limited template was being extracted, the announcement rang. Time-limited template extraction complete. Please check. Qin Ge promptly commanded, reveal the time-limited template. A vivid blue virtual display, along with the template data card, materialized before Qin Ge's eyes. He was greeted by the sight of a towering man, wielding a blade reminiscent of Guan Yu's, draped in a long coat. Most striking was the crescent-shaped, upward-curving white beard adorning the face of this imposing figure. Chapter 73, White Beard Template Name, Edward Newgate Title, the strongest in the world, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Gender, male. Age, 42, automatically adjusted to peak condition. Lineage, human. Special ability, Paramecia type, Tremor Fruit. Details, skills, armament hockey LV5, physical combat LV5, swordsmanship LV5, observation hockey LV4, conquerors hockey LV4, skills maxed at LV5, overall combat power, 10,000 evaluation, a powerhouse at the 3rd tier apex level. Capable of momentarily entering the 4th tier with full exertion, possessing the power to obliterate worlds. Status, time-limited template, duration, 24 hours. As Qin Ge gazed at the imposing figure of Edward Newgate on the screen, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped him. Qin Ge, what troubles you? Norman's voice interrupted his reverie. I was lost in thought. My apologies, Qin Ge replied with an apologetic smile, storing away the white beard template. It's nothing. I feel unprecedentedly well now. I am eager to test just how much my physical capabilities have enhanced. Would you care to join me? Norman inquired. At this moment, Norman and Dr. Dan regarded Qin Ge as an equal. From an instant Qin Ge presented the complete human enhancement serum. He had become a figure of significance to both Norman and Dr. Dan. Previously, Qin Ge was merely a genius, but genius alone requires time to mature. Now, having independently researched and developed the human enhancement serum, Qin Ge had ascended to the status of a brilliant scientist. Very well, Qin Ge affirmed. Norman and Dr. Dan did not impose any demands, bidding farewell to the two, while Qin Ge drove away from the Osborne Company. Upon arriving home, he eagerly activated the limited time template for the Whitebeard. The template materialized before him, revealing the Tremor Fruit. What exactly is a devil fruit? Devil fruits are extraordinary substances unique to the world of One Piece. Consuming one grants the eater specific supernatural abilities. There are 3 main categories of devil fruits: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Although these fruits bestow immense powers upon their consumers, they also come with the significant drawback of a fear of seawater. In other words, is it possible that I could obtain a devil fruit through the ability template in the future? Qin Ge's eyes sparkled as he spoke. That is one way to interpret it. Qin Ge's gaze ignited with fervor, This devil fruit represents an opportunity for ascension. The host is overthinking it. As Qin Ge seemed to drift into a reverie, the system promptly interjected, stating that not every devil fruit elevates the user to greatness. Even the most formidable Logia fruit, the Rumble fruit, would only grant the host a modest second-tier power. Whitebeard's extraordinary might stems from his mastery of the Tremor fruit. He embodies the pinnacle of combat strength in the One Piece universe. Furthermore, there is no such thing as the strongest devil fruit. Only the strongest user exists. That is still quite formidable, Qin Ge muttered. Achieving second-tier status merely by consuming a fruit is impressive, don't you think? Were these three types of haki? Qin Ge pointed to the three haki skills listed above: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. The three haki types are unique abilities within the One Piece universe. Armament haki enhances one's defensive and offensive capabilities, functioning as an invisible armor that can also transform into a forceful attack. Users of armament haki can strike elementalized entities. Conqueror's haki allows one to intimidate and instill fear in opponents without physical confrontation, potentially rendering weaker adversaries unconscious. Unlike observation and armament haki, Conqueror's haki is innate. It cannot be learned or inherited, as it is determined solely by one's personal destiny. This One Piece world is quite intense, Qin Ge remarked in astonishment. Compared to the host's original world, these realms are indeed formidable. Qin Ge scoffed, asserting that there is no comparison between the extraordinary and the mundane. Whitebeard is a ceiling-level powerhouse of the third tier, which implies that he is invincible below the fourth tier. That is a fair interpretation. Whitebeard's strength within the third tier is exceptionally formidable. He ranks among the top-tier powers across all realms. What does it mean that he can temporarily contend with the fourth tier? Qin Ge inquired further. Whitebeard has mastered the Tremor fruit to its utmost potential. When pushed to the brink, he can trigger seismic activity across all tectonic plates of the planet, potentially causing global earthquakes. If timed correctly, he could even shatter the planet's core, effectively triggering its destruction. The explosion of a planet is beyond the endurance of a fourth-tier powerhouse. Qin Ge blinked in astonishment. Can one really detonate a celestial body? For someone like me, who cannot even destroy a city, this is utterly inconceivable. Thus, a question arose: if Whitebeard could annihilate a planet, was Sun Wukong? It is no wonder the system claimed that Sun Wukong could reign supreme over the entire Marvel universe, with the ability to shatter stars and, when unleashed with full force, even obliterate a galaxy. This was no mere boast. I must temper my ambitions. The path of a formidable warrior is long and arduous, Qin Ge declared, shaking his head. The virtual screen before him faded, and the Whitebeard template was retracted accordingly. Reflecting on his third task in this realm, Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with determination. To grow stronger, he required character templates. Chapter 74. Matt's escape. Having perfected the human enhancement serum, a week had passed since he inadvertently completed the second task, and Norman had successfully secured further military investment. The experiment was highly successful, and General Wigo was exceedingly pleased, generously allocating substantial funds to Norman. This had left Norman beaming with joy throughout the week. However, the promised reward for Qin Ge had yet to be dispensed. While Qin Ge was indifferent, Dr. Dan persistently advocated on his behalf to Norman. With the development of the complete human enhancement serum, Qin Ge had also established himself as a pivotal figure in Oscorp's research team. Of course, the most exhilarating news was the increase in his salary. Now, Qin Ge only needed to visit the underground fighting arena once a week. His earnings from Oscorp, combined with his winnings from the underground fights, were more than sufficient for indulgence. One morning, Qin Ge received a call from Dr. Otto. "You wish for my company on your visit?" Qin Ge answered, putting the call on speaker while fixing his hair with a comb in front of the mirror. "Yes, the human enhancement serum you developed has made waves in the military. Come with me to see if we can secure some funding," Otto replied. "I see. When shall we visit the military base?" "At 2 in the afternoon." "Very well. I will meet you at school for lunch before we head over." Qin Ge did not decline. His relationship with Dr. Otto was amicable, and since Otto's research was hindered by financial constraints, he was happy to assist. "By the way, drive your car. My wife has taken mine." "Understood. Let us proceed as planned," Qin Ge concluded, ending the call. At the military base, he murmured to himself as he focused intently on his hair. Meanwhile, in New York prison, Matt cautiously extended his head, scanning his surroundings. Once assured that no one was nearby, he stealthily took steps toward freedom. Having frequented New York prison numerous times, he was well acquainted with its layout. Escaping was not a formidable challenge for him. "This time I must secure funds," he silently vowed as he moved toward the exit. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the expansive prison, reverberating in every corner. Matt's countenance shifted, his earlier caution giving way to a frantic dash towards the exit. Halt! The abruptness of his movement caught the attention of the guards, who shouted and rushed towards him, alerting reinforcements. Matt sprinted with fervor, desperately retracing his steps towards the west. Behind him, the guards fell further behind, their unfamiliarity with the terrain contrasting sharply with Matt's countless escapes. Which guard had the luxury of wandering around the prison all day? There were patrols for that, and it was hardly their concern. Although the guards gradually lost ground, Matt was acutely aware that the real danger loomed behind. The distant sound of police sirens began to swell, as officers accompanied by dogs swiftly pursued Matt in his flight. After nearly 30 minutes of relentless chase, Matt found himself cornered at the edge of cliff. "Fugitive, surrender!" shouted several officers, their firearms aimed squarely at him. Peering over the precipice, Matt observed the tumultuous waves crashing against the rocks below. A leap from such a height would surely lead to his demise. "Matt, come here! Do not retreat any further." One officer, familiar with Matt's story and the reasons behind his incarceration, stepped forward, sympathetic and unwilling to see him make another grave mistake. Matt slowly shook his head, stepping back until he stood precariously at the very edge of the cliff. He cast a deep glance at the officer before retreating once more. "No!" The officer shouted in alarm as he witnessed Matt's body plummet towards the abyss. Rushing to the cliff's edge, he peered down, but Matt was nowhere to be seen. "What a splendid vehicle you have," Dr. Otto remarked, inspecting Qin Ge's Ferrari with an appreciative smile. "Worth over 10 million. Qin Ge deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, responding, "That money would be better spent on research." Qin Ge blinked in disbelief, utterly uninterested in debating with this research enthusiast. "Doctor, how was your research progressing?" "Quite smoothly. I'm merely awaiting the crucial tritium element and funding. Once those are secured, my experiments can resume immediately," Dr. Otto replied confidently. "You must calculate carefully. Any miscalculation could spell catastrophe for our city," Qin Ge said with a smile. This was no exaggeration. Nuclear fusion was akin to creating a personal sun. And should Dr. Otto err in his calculations, the resulting artificial sun could spiral out of control, unleashing unimaginable disasters. If left unchecked, it could potentially annihilate all of New York. "That's reassuring," Qin Ge remarked, opting not to delve deeper. He had not participated in the project and lacked the necessary data to conduct any calculations on his own. Thus, Qin Ge was uncertain whether Dr. Otto's calculations contained errors. However, considering that Dr. Otto had devoted his life to preparing for nuclear fusion, the likelihood of mistakes seemed minimal. He, as an outsider, need not fret unnecessarily. This military base conveniently belonged to General Wigo. "Perhaps I could persuade him to assist us," Qin Ge remarked with a smile. "Regardless of the outcome, I'm deeply grateful for your help." "Qin Ge," Dr. Otto said earnestly, "it is of no concern. You are my mentor," Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. "Ha! Gratitude is still in order," Dr. Otto chuckled. "As you wish," Qin Ge smiled. "Let's first find a place to dine. We shall proceed to the base afterward." Very well, Dr. Otto had no objections to this. The two drove towards a restaurant. Chapter 75. The Gears of Fate on the outskirts of New York by the coast. Matt lay unconscious on the shoreline. After an indeterminate amount of time, his fingers twitched, and soon after, he groggily opened his eyes. He lifted his head in confusion. Surveying his surroundings, clarity swiftly dawned upon his foggy mind. Shaking his head, he stood up, disregarding his waterlogged clothes, and made his way towards the shore. At a nearby clothing store, Matt observed the shopkeeper engaged in conversation with others. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched a garment and fled. Once in the woods, he changed into the clothes and stealthily made his way towards New York City. Meanwhile, Qin Ge and Dr. Otto arrived at the military base on the outskirts of New York. This facility was a research-oriented base under General Wigo's command. Qin Ge had previously overseen several similar research bases. Before their arrival, Qin Ge had communicated with General Wigo, who recalled that during the press conference announcing the human enhancement serum, it was mentioned that the lead researcher was Qin Ge. Moreover, he was the primary author of the thesis concerning the serum, further solidifying his reputation as a young genius scientist in General Wigo's eyes. For someone of Qin Ge's caliber, General Wigo undoubtedly held a dual standard. Insiders understood that academic papers typically had no ordinal ranking unless specified otherwise. Consequently, the first author was often the principal researcher, while others merely contributed. Although the thesis on the human enhancement serum had numerous co-authors, without any special notation, Qin Ge's name stood foremost. To Wigo, who oversaw scientific research, Qin Ge's value was indisputable. Having received prior notice from Qin Ge and Dr. Otto encountered no obstacles on their way, smoothly arriving at the front of the military base's research building. After parking, the two entered the facility. Matt stumbled out of the woods. The shopkeeper had called the police, who were initially reluctant to deploy significant resources. However, given that the store was situated directly beneath a New York prison and that the fugitive Matt had leapt from the cliff above, if he were alive, this serendipitous theft could very well be attributed to him. Out of suspicion, the police meticulously searched the surrounding area. As anticipated, they discovered Matt's discarded wet clothes in the woods. The fugitive Matt was indeed alive. The authorities took this matter very seriously, deploying a substantial number of officers to conduct a thorough search for Matt's whereabouts. Despite the challenging terrain, the sheer volume of personnel led to his eventual discovery. There stood Matt on a hillside, gazing at a fenced-off area below, filled with sand and a deep pit, an ideal hiding spot in this barren landscape. Feeling trapped, Matt resembled a desert wanderer who had spotted an oasis. The brightness ahead compelled him to sprint forward. At the military base, Dr. Otto expressed his regrets. "I am afraid, Dr. Otto, we are currently channeling funds into the production of human enhancement serums and have no intention of investing in your nuclear fusion experiments at this time," Qin replied, shaking his head. "General, please reconsider. Once my fusion project is completed, it will yield infinite energy," Dr. Otto exclaimed passionately as he rose from his seat. Qin, however, remained resolute, shaking his head once more. Military funding was not limitless, it was finite, and Qin deemed it imprudent to overlook the already completed enhancement serum in favor of an uncertain fusion experiment. Moreover, even if investment were granted, the crucial tritium element was still lacking. Dr. Otto forced a smile, indicating he was unperturbed. "I have some matters to attend to. Feel free to explore your leisure. My aide will guide you away from restricted areas," Qin stated. "Very well, we shall take our leave," Qin Ge and Dr. Otto replied in unison. Once outside Qin's office, Dr. Otto sighed, clearly disheartened. "Another failure," he lamented. Qin Ge, unsure how to console him, remained silent. Meanwhile, Matt circumvented the guards, slipping through a gap in the fence. Fortunately, the fence was not electrified. Otherwise, entry would have been impossible. Standing on the fine sand, Matt surveyed his surroundings, removed his shirt, and crawled into a large sandpit, intending to wait until tomorrow to escape. With an abundance of sand, and his position being quite concealed, it was nearly impossible to notice his presence unless viewed from close range. Lying in the sandpit, Matt's head gradually grew heavy, his eyelids drooped, and he succumbed to sleep right there. "What is this?" Qin Ge inquired, halting in a laboratory, gazing at a contraption resembling a magical array. He turned to his aide for clarification. "I'm not entirely sure. It seems to pertain to nuclear explosion experiments," the aide responded, lacking expertise in the scientific field. "Nuclear explosion experiments?" Dr. Otto's interest was piqued. "May we conduct a demonstration?" "Of course," the aide replied, knowing the general held Qin Ge in high regard. Though it was not Qin Ge who requested the demonstration, the aide readily acquiesced to the request. The two followed the aide into the laboratory. "Initiate the experiment." The aide instructed several researchers. The researchers glanced at Qin Ge and Dr. Otto, who stood behind the aide, but did not question the reasoning behind their presence. They simply nodded in agreement. Qin Ge and Dr. Otto were eagerly observing the instrument that had just begun its operation on the large screen. The sand began to tremble, and Matt, who had been peacefully asleep in the sandpit, was jolted awake. He sat up abruptly, alertly surveying his surroundings. The sand quivered violently, while the four pillar-like experimental apparatuses, with the sand as their core, spun rapidly. A radioactive energy surged forth, infiltrating both the sand and Matt's body. In an instant, Matt sensed a profound shift within himself, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld his own body beginning to transform into sand under the influence of this radioactive force. Chapter 76. The birth of the Sandman. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly caught sight of a fleeting shadow on the screen. "What's wrong?" Dr. Otto inquired, having noticed Qin Ge's unusual demeanor. "It's nothing," Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. "Oh, system, was that a person just now?" Qin Ge silently questioned the system. "Yes." Matt Frank, the system promptly responded. "Matt." Qin Ge was taken aback. Hadn't he been imprisoned after he let him go? How could he possibly be here? Wait. Qin Ge recalled that this individual had a penchant for frequent incarcerations and escapes. "What a pity to die like this," Qin Ge murmured, shaking his head gently. "Who told you he is dead?" The system retorted. "Even I cannot withstand such an experiment. How can an ordinary person?" Qin Ge's words trailed off abruptly. This was an extraordinary world. Perhaps it was not impossible after all. Qin Ge's eyes glimmered with intrigue. it seemed necessary to reassess this fugitive. As night fell, a stream of sand flowed silently across the ground, advancing towards the woods. The sand came to a halt amidst the trees, continuously converging until it ultimately formed a humanoid shape. Once the transformation was complete, the sand morphed into a person, none other than Matt. He looked down at his trembling hands in disbelief. "You have become a Sandman." A sudden voice startled Matt, prompting him to quickly raise his gaze towards the source. A figure leaped down from the trees. Qin Ge stood firm, observing Matt. Upon recognizing Qin Ge, Matt's taut nerves began to relax. "Did you see that?" he asked. "Clearly." Qin Ge replied with a smile. "I understand your current state even better than you do." Name: Matt. Frank. Title: Sandman. Gender: male. Age: 32. Lineage: human. Special ability: Sandification. Details: skills: max level LV5, overall combat power 123, continuously increasing. Evaluation: a Sandman of immense potential, capable of elemental transformation, possessing immortality traits, and difficult to truly kill, with a power enhancement cap of 700. Status: not loadable. Sandification: the body is composed of sand, automatically transforming into sand upon receiving attacks, thereby rendering it immune to damage. Sensation remains unchanged, yet is exceedingly difficult to inflict substantial harm. Elemental transformation. Qin Ge pondered as he gazed at Matt before him, uncertain whether the armed color hockey from the old man template could defeat him. "What is happening to me?" Matt questioned, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of his transformation. He could only recall fleeing into that device before succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that his body had begun to transform into sand, ultimately resulting in his current ghastly form. "I surmise that the nuclear explosion experiment caused your fusion with sand, rendering your body into a being composed of sand," Qin Ge remarked. Sandmat lifted his right hand, his mind focused, and his hand morphed into sand. Transforming once more, the sand reformed into fingers. "Your current state is ill-suited for venturing outside. You should accompany me for now," Qin Ge stated. "I will assist you with your daughter's ailment. Refrain from resorting to theft, as that merely addresses the symptoms without remedying the root cause." "I am a fugitive," Matt whispered, his inherently kind nature disinclined to burden Qin Ge. "No worries. Simply remain in my home and avoid going out," Qin Ge replied with a smile. "Having such a formidable individual roaming outside is not advisable." "Very well," Matt conceded, not wishing to decline Qin Ge's offer of refuge. Qin Ge appraised Matt, flipped his hand, and retrieved a shirt from the system space, presenting it to him. "Put this on." Matt nodded, accepting the shirt without inquiring about its origin. He donned the shirt and followed Qin Ge out of the location. In the outskirts of New York, a colossal fist the size of a half-person crashed down upon Qin Ge. He barely had time to raise his dual shields in defense before being sent flying. With a resounding thud, he broke a large tree, rolling several times on the ground before his vibranium shields pierced the earth, stabilizing him. Yet before he could regain his footing, the fist struck again. Qin Ge swiftly drew his vibranium shields, performing a front somersault to evade the blow while extending his arms, the shields cutting fiercely into the sand-like arm. Sand erupted forth. Matt cried out, flinging Qin Ge away. As he regained his footing, Qin Ge surged forward, covering the distance of over 10 meters in an instant. His right hand raised high, the sharp vibranium spike thrusting mercilessly towards Matt. With a sickening sound, the immense force obliterated Matt's skull, scattering sand in all directions. Qin Ge did not pause. His right leg swung powerfully into Matt's chest, his vibranium shields darting forth as his arms moved like lightning, relentlessly hammering at Matt's chest. The sand there was continuously blasted away, only to be reformed again and again. "No more," Qin Ge finally declared, ceasing his assault and standing over Matt, his face clouded with frustration. Matt remained silent, rising from the ground as sand continuously filled the hollow in his chest. It had been over a week since Qin Ge had taken Matt away, and in his restlessness, he had engaged in numerous sparring matches with him. Although Matt's combat prowess surpassed Qin Ge's during their encounters, Qin Ge held his own. However, he found himself incapable of inflicting any meaningful harm upon Matt. He had previously experimented with water, which had shown initial effectiveness, yet Matt's formidable regenerative abilities ultimately rendered that supposed weakness ineffective. "System, how can I counter Matt's elemental transformation?" Qin Ge inquired in exasperation. Numerous methods exist, yet the host remains unable to comprehend them. Qin Ge, exasperated, merely curled his lip. He had previously inquired of the system, which had provided answers that were of no use to him, such as armed color hockey and causal weapons, things he could neither utilize nor ever hope to learn. What purpose do they serve? Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, Mate possessed a commendable character and would not become an adversary. Shaking his head, a smile broke through Mate's serious demeanor as he joined Qin Ge. Chapter 77, The Osborn Transformation, Osborn Family. Recently, Norman has been in the limelight, with the completion of the Human Enhancement Serum sending shockwaves across the globe. This super serum, which can amplify human capabilities without any prerequisite physical requirements, is nothing short of a key to humanity's evolutionary pathway. Although large-scale promotion is currently hindered by technical issues, this does not preclude future opportunities. As the pioneering force behind this development, Osborn Company's stock market performance is thriving, and its reputation has reached unprecedented heights. In fact, this year, the nomination for the Nobel Prize in Biology include Qin Ge, Norman, and Dr. Dan. Given the serum's contributions to humanity, this Nobel Prize in Biology seems almost assured. When Qin Ge first learned of this news, he was utterly bewildered. The Nobel Prize? How extraordinary! The Nobel Prize. This is indeed the Nobel Prize. As a struggling student, he had never fantasized about receiving such a nomination. Indeed, with the assistance of the system, life felt as though we're on easy mode. Meanwhile, as the captain of Osborn Company, Norman's social standing soared in tandem with the success of the Human Enhancement Serum. Osborn has now ascended to a leading position in the biological sector, and given time, it could very well become the world leader in genetic biotechnology. With the completion and launch of the Human Enhancement Serum, Osborn Company's total assets have increased at least fivefold. Once merely a notable company, it has now transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. There are scarcely 3 companies in the world capable of competing with it, and that number will only dwindle with time. As Norman reveled in the creation of Osborn, his gratitude toward Qin Ge deepened. Osborn Company, Board of Directors. I would like to discuss the rewards for Qin Ge, the lead developer of the Human Enhancement Serum, with all of you. Norman, seated at the forefront, surveyed the board members before speaking. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Speak up, he urged. The directors nodded in agreement, acknowledging Norman's sentiments. Therefore, I have decided to grant Qin Ge equity in the company, allowing him to become a shareholder of Osborn. The amount need not be excessive, but it cannot be negligible either, Norman articulated his thoughts. We each hold a limited number of shares. Who will allocate some to him? One director inquired. My proposal is for each board member to relinquish a portion of their shares to Qin Ge. This way, our individual losses will be minimal, yet collectively, we will provide him with a substantial stake. Why not, Norman? Simply transfer some of your own shares to him. Why complicate matters? Another director suggested. Norman's expression darkened as he turned to regard the speaker. This is indeed a method that not only rewards Qin Ge's shares, but also circumvents unnecessary complications. The other board members readily concurred. At that moment, Norman discerned their true intention. They sought to diminish his shares. Fury welled within him as he stood, hands bracing against the table, his cold gaze sweeping across each individual present. I propose that Norman's shares be surrendered back to the company, one board member suddenly declared. I second that. I second that. Norman's icy stare revealed the grotesque visages of these individuals. He refrained from rebuttal or comment, fully aware that he currently lacked the opportunity for a comeback and needed to bide his time. Thus, in a hasty manner, Norman, the founder of Osborn, was ousted from the board. His calm demeanor sent chills down the spines of all participants in the room. In a cafe, are you saying you've been expelled from the board? Qin Ge inquired, furrowing his brow. Norman, seated opposite him, nodded. At that moment, I even felt an urge to eliminate everyone in that conference room. Norman's eyes glinted with a frigid light. Do not act impulsively, should you resort to violence. The nature of the situation will irrevocably change, Qin Ge cautioned. Once a homicide is exposed, everything will come crashing down. Do not rush. Let us deliberate carefully, he continued, gazing at Norman. I understand, Norman softly replied, stirring his coffee with a spoon. I shall not let this matter rest easily. Osborn was established by my own hand and flourished under my stewardship. I will not permit these petty individuals to exploit this opportunity. Not all is bleak, Qin Ge smiled. At the very least, you now know whom you cannot trust. Norman offered a wry smile, acknowledging the steep price he paid for this realization. Is Harry aware of this situation? Qin Ge recalled Norman's cherished son, a good person yet perpetually oblivious to the realities of life. He remains unaware. The press conference is scheduled for next week. This meant they had a week to turn the tide. Indeed, Qin Ge confirmed, now a minor shareholder in Osborn, possessing a small stake yet qualifying for participation in the board meetings. This is the turning point. How long will you need? Norman inquired. Qin Ge pondered for a moment. Must I go? What urgency compels such a visit? Norman asked, perplexed. I must go. The matter is pressing. Qin Ge's eyes glimmered with an icy intensity. Someone seeks my life. I cannot simply disregard it. What? Norman exclaimed in astonishment. He hesitated, recalling Qin Ge's formidable physical prowess, and the words caught in his throat. Though he had enhanced his own physical abilities through a serum, he paled in comparison to Qin Ge, who possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Based on assessments, Qin Ge's physical capabilities likely approached the pinnacle of human potential. With such physicality, combined with his formidable combat skills, few in this world could inflict harm upon him. Chapter 78. Another symbiote at 3 in the afternoon, Qin Ge boarded a flight to Paris, France. In first class, he closed his eyes against the seat, mentally reviewing the data pertaining to his objectives. Name, Tage title, Underground Boxing King gender, male age, 32 bloodline, human special ability, Riot symbiote skills, boxing LV4, firearms LV3, combat LV3, max level LV5, comprehensive combat power, 95, max 100 evaluation. Possessed by a symbiote, his combat power has significantly increased, though not to a profound extent, remaining at a non-ascendant level. Status, not loadable. The Riot symbiote, Qin Ge, gazed at the term Riot in the special ability section. This was the second symbiote he had encountered. The system had mentioned that symbiotes could enhance themselves by devouring others. This individual likely intended to ingest the venom in my possession to facilitate his evolution, Qin Ge pondered. Qin Ge was not here to assist Tage in escaping the symbiote. His purpose was to take a life. System, review my template. Buzz. Name, Qin Ge title, Shadow Monarch, the prodigal of Huaguo gender, male age, 18, in another dimension. Classified, bloodline, human special ability, shielding 50-50, unyielding will details skills, indulgence LV5, firearms LV5, combat LV5, command LV5, driving LV4, max level LV5, comprehensive combat power, 100, max 100 evaluation. Human limits reached, newly ascended. Strive for the extraordinary, young one. Status, not loadable. Loading template. Captain America template, unyielding will. Qin Ge gazed perplexedly at this suddenly manifested special ability, which had not been present before. Examine the special ability, unyielding will. Unyielding will. Inactive Captain America possesses an unwavering resolve at the limits of human capability, with an indomitable spirit and steadfast will. His determination is exceptionally strong, rendering him immune to any mind-altering illusions below the 4th tier and unaffected by malevolent entities. After death, there is a high probability of transforming into a heroic spirit, becoming a formidable presence among them. Qin Ge opened his eyes, astonished. Transforming into a heroic spirit after death. That's rather impressive. And the ability to disregard any mind-manipulating illusions below the 4th tier makes him the nemesis of illusionists. How do I activate unyielding will? Qin Ge rubbed his fists together, inquiring. This was a divine skill, capable of addressing his current deficiencies in the spiritual and mental realms, especially given that he had yet to encounter the 4th and 5th tiers. Find your path, hold steadfast to your beliefs, and march forward unwaveringly. Qin Ge blinked in confusion. What on earth? Please explore your own discretion. There's no difference between saying it and not saying it, Qin Ge thought sardonically. Attention, dear passengers. The romantic city of Paris is about to arrive. Qin Ge collected his thoughts, adjusted his attire, and prepared to disembark the plane. As night descended upon the 5-star hotel where Tage resided, Qin Ge, dressed in casual attire, entered the establishment. As he passed the entrance, he discreetly left a small device in the trash bin. Approximately 3 seconds after Qin Ge's departure, the tiny device suddenly emitted a blue electric arc, and an unseen wave instantly disrupted all surveillance within the hotel. Standing in the elevator, he pressed the button for the 6th floor. The surveillance has been compromised, with an estimated repair time of 15 to 20 minutes. It is advisable to limit the host's activity to a span of 10 to 15 minutes. Tage is located in the presidential suite 701, and the direct elevator to the 7th floor is not in the public area. You must first ascend to the 6th floor and then take the stairs to the 7th. The system communicated within Qin Ge's mind. Qin Ge silently nodded in acknowledgement. Ding. The elevator doors opened on the 6th floor, and Qin Ge stepped inside, his eyes scanning the surroundings while hastening towards the stairs, turning into a corner. Within half a minute, when Qin Ge re-emerged, he was clad in the uniform of the Shadow King. Who are you? Bang! Bang! The 2 security personnel guarding the stairway were swiftly incapacitated by Qin Ge's precise strikes. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ge darted up the stairs. Someone's coming, Tage. The hoarse voice of the riot echoed in Tage's ears. Tage squinted. This individual had altered his fate, and Tage trusted riot implicitly. Thus he harbored no doubts regarding its words. Bang! The door to Tage's room was violently flung open, and Tage rose from the sofa, staring at the man who had intruded. Is it him? Qin Ge pondered within. Indeed. Buzz. Receiving an affirmative response, the vibranium dual shields materialized instantaneously on his wrists. With a swift motion, the shields transformed into claw-like forms, propelling Qin Ge towards Tage. Qin Ge's sudden acceleration was astonishingly swift, so rapid that Tage barely had time to react before Qin Ge was upon him. The right-hand vibranium shield thrust powerfully towards Tage, capable of piercing through even the toughest steel with Qin Ge's strength and the sharpness of the shield. At a critical moment, a silvery liquid surged forth from Tage's body, swiftly coalescing into a massive silvery shield that stood before him. BFF. The razor-sharp vibranium spikes, combined with Qin Ge's immense force, rent the formidable shield asunder. The left-hand vibranium shield pressed the advantage, striking like lightning towards Tage's other side. Riot employed the same tactic, lifting another silvery shield. PFF. This shield, too, was effortlessly torn apart by Qin Ge. With a powerful thrust, the vibranium dual shields broke through both massive shields and viciously pierced Tage. BFF. Scalding blood erupted from Tage's chest. Get away. Two masses of silvery liquid swiftly converged into fists, crashing into Qin Ge's abdomen and propelling him backward. Bang! Qin Ge's body slammed heavily against the wall before crumpling to the floor. A continuous stream of silvery liquid flowed from Tage, rapidly healing the wounds inflicted by Qin Ge. The silvery liquid enveloped Tage, increasing in volume. I will kill you. The silvery liquid surged ever higher, lifting Tage's form. In the name of riot. Note, this riot bears no relation to the symbiotic leader from the independent Venom film. They are not the same symbiote. Chapter 79. The Death of the Uprising, a silvery fluid substance swiftly enveloped Tage, and in an instant, a grotesque creature towering 3 meters emerged within the room. Its entire form gleamed in a metallic silver, rippling with bulging muscles. The pallid, crescent-shaped eyes consumed nearly half of its silver visage, revealing a mouth lined with jagged teeth and a long, menacing tongue. Its hands bore 10 sharp, menacing spikes that sent chills down one's spine, evoking a sense of dread. Undoubtedly, this was a terrifying monster capable of silencing a child's cries. It was yet another alien symbiotic entity in revolt. Qin Ge's expression beneath the mask grew grave as the original Tage template underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Tage title, uprising gender, male age, 32 bloodline, symbiote special ability, enhanced regeneration, mimetic transformation, details, skills, boxing LV4, firearms LV3, martial arts LV3, max skill level LV5, overall combat power, 179 evaluation. Tage compatibility with the uprising symbiote is notably low, yielding a minimal increase in combat prowess. Yet remains formidable. Status, not loadable. Qin Ge gripped the vibranium shields tightly. Even though the compatibility between Tage and the uprising was exceedingly low, the sheer combat power still far surpassed his own. He could not afford to be careless. I will devour you, insect. The raspy voice of the uprising resonated as its body quivered. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened, and the formidable combat instincts instilled by the Captain America template kicked in, as he thrust the vibranium shields forward with great force. The uprising's charge abruptly halted, veering an exceedingly strange angle before launching another assault on Qin Ge. Left with no choice, the uprising continued to evade. The claw-like form of the vibranium shields was exceedingly sharp, even with the uprising's extraordinary defensive capabilities against bullets. It could not escape being torn apart by the shields. The sharpness of a weapon could often dictate the outcome of a battle. However, there's a saying, those who hold their ground too long will inevitably falter. Faced with the uprising's comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes, Qin Ge could only endure the onslaught passively. Boom! At last, in a moment of inattention, one of the uprising's tendrils lashed out violently at Qin Ge, sending his body flying. Bang! Colliding against the wall of the hotel room. Qin Ge barely had time to catch his breath when the whistling sound of a swift attack echoed once more. He raised the vibranium shields in front of him. Boom! Qin Ge's body crashed once again against the wall. Whoosh! The uprising's right hand morphed into a deadly claw, glistening with a chilling aura. The piercing sound of air being sliced echoed as the claw lunged toward Qin Ge. Ha! Qin Ge roared, blocking the strike with the vibranium shield in his left hand. The ferocious force, even after being significantly mitigated by the shield, momentarily stilled Qin Ge's movements. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the uprising's left hand transformed instantaneously into a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the air and thrusting toward Qin Ge's abdomen with lightning speed. This sinister blade, measuring half a meter in length and 20 centimeters in width, would inflict severe damage upon Qin Ge, despite his physical prowess having reached the pinnacle of human capability. As Qin Ge's gaze flickered, his right hand waved, and a flamethrower materialized suddenly in his grasp. The chaotic entity, equally adept in its perception, noticed the weapon the instant it appeared. Qin Ge's eyes glinted fiercely as he squeezed the trigger of the flamethrower. Scorching flames erupted, unleashing a torrent of searing heat that engulfed the chaotic entity, nearly pressed against him. The symbiotic being was most terrified of extreme temperatures. Even ordinary flames could wreak havoc upon it, let alone a military-grade flamethrower. As the flames struck the chaotic entity head-on, it immediately lost its offensive capability. The intense heat caused the air to boil, and Qin Ge endured the searing sensation as he kicked the entity with force. Completely incapacitated, the chaotic creature was propelled away by his kick. After sending it flying, Qin Ge gripped the flamethrower firmly and continued to unleash flames upon the chaotic entity. With the distance now increased, the temperature surrounding Qin Ge plummeted. Although still high, it remained within tolerable limits. Casting a glance at his arm, which had been scorched black, Qin Ge's cold eyes fixed on the writhing chaotic entity and the being within it, Tej. The flamethrower had a substantial capacity. Nearly half a minute of continuous fire showed no signs of waning. In contrast, the chaotic entity, consumed by the flames, gradually diminished in its cries, evidently nearing its end. Someone is approaching, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened as he adjusted the settings, intensifying the flames. The chaotic entity fell silent, and the silvery liquid clinging to Tej began to shrink, ultimately vanishing in the inferno. At the moment of the chaotic being's demise, Tej had not even emitted a scream before being reduced to cinders by the terrifying fire. "They're all dead," the system stated. With a leap, Qin Ge shattered the window and jumped down from the upper floor. Just as he broke through the window, several security personnel rushed into the room. Despite the room being engulfed in flames, they beheld the charred remains resembling coal. On the other side, Qin Ge landed and swiftly fled the hotel, running until he reached a location at least 3 blocks away before halting. He gasped for breath, leaning against a wall, collapsing to the ground. Raising his arm, he inspected the necrotic skin at his right elbow, now blackened. The scorching heat had even temporarily severed his pain receptors. Damn, that was close, Qin Ge thought, a chill running down his spine. Had he hesitated even a moment longer before wielding the flamethrower, his fate would have been sealed. My strength in this realm is still too inadequate, Qin Ge lamented. Though he had triumphed over the chaotic entity, it was merely through discovering and exploiting its weakness that he achieved victory. He needed to devise a way to complete Task 3 quickly. The Captain America template was still insufficient. Glancing down at his necrotic skin, he removed his mask and stuffed it into his mouth. With his left hand trembling slightly, he grasped the dead skin, preparing to peel away the decayed flesh. Chapter 80, The Advancing Venom with Eyes Wide Open. Qin Ge felt an intense pain stimulating his central nervous system. Yet, his left hand persisted in peeling away the dead skin. Until this necrotic skin was removed, his body's remarkable self-healing abilities could not commence. It was essential to tear away this decayed epidermis. Initially, he had refrained from disturbing the dead skin, temporarily blocking the pain receptors, which allowed Qin Ge to endure the discomfort. However, as he tore through the necrotic layers, the nerves in his elbow reconnected, and a torrent of agony surged into his mind. Despite years of military training fortifying his willpower, he found it increasingly unbearable. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking through his uniform and dampening his clothing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qin Ge finally managed to peel away the dead skin entirely. He swiftly retrieved alcohol, gauze, and medicinal supplies from his system space. As he poured the alcohol over his arm, although the sharp, stinging sensation persisted, the cooling effect provided him with considerable relief. No pain could compare to that of removing the skin. After tending to his wounds, Qin Ge rose and changed his attire, making his way to the airport. Given Tej's societal standing, the police would not go so far as to seal all the city's exits. 3 days had elapsed since the dark incident, and during this time, Qin Ge's wounds had healed remarkably. The astonishing regenerative capacity bestowed by the Captain America template left him in awe. Typically, Such injuries would require around 2 weeks for a normal person to heal. While he was aware of Captain America's formidable healing abilities, he had not anticipated them to be this extraordinary. Have you ever considered allowing it to bond with a living organism? Norman inquired, glancing at the venom imprisoned within its cage. I would advise against that, Qin Ge replied, setting aside the reagent and meeting Norman's gaze. With venom's violent, corrosive capabilities, it could transform a benevolent individual into a thoroughgoing maniac, which was far from a trivial matter. Qin Ge spoke gravely. Is it akin to the previously imperfect human enhancement serum? Norman queried. No, it's not quite that severe. Qin Ge shook his head. The flawed enhancement serum would create an exceedingly malevolent alternate persona, whereas the symbiotic relationship with Venom, although reminiscent of an alternate identity, posed a significantly lesser threat than the enhancement serum. Norman nodded, lowering his gaze toward the Venom symbiote. The creature ceased its frenzied movements, coalescing into a mass that seemed to focus its attention on Norman. What about the symbiote? Fine, but you must exercise caution. This fellow has recently indulged on an excessive diet of lab mice, and I have fattened it up. Once it bonds with your physique, you will be unable to resist its parasitic dominance. Qin Ge had carelessly fed Venom numerous lab mice, resulting in its formidable strength, making it challenging for even Norman's enhanced physique to withstand its invasive nature. However, Qin Ge himself had nothing to fear. His peak human condition was far beyond what Venom could infest. I will be cautious, Norman replied. All right, what would you like for dinner? Qin Ge asked, pulling out a takeout menu. Anything will do, Norman replied casually. By the way, have you heard about that little spider that has been quite active lately? Do you know anything about it? The little spider? Are you referring to Spider-Man? Qin Ge responded, momentarily taken aback. Yes. It has come to my attention that your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man has been quite active lately. He is indeed an intriguing character, a rather commendable fellow. Norman holds Spider-Man in high regard. Thanks to him, the crime rate in New York City has significantly diminished. Qin Ge shook his head, realizing that Peter has indeed embarked on the path of a superhero. Let us indulge in some pizza this evening. Qin Ge glanced at the takeout menu, retrieving his phone to place an order. As he watched Norman depart, a sense of foreboding washed over him, reminiscent of the ominous signs often depicted in films. Though merely a beer bottle, the symbiote remained lethargically contained within, motionless and seemingly lifeless. Were it not for the glimmering sheen of its dark form, Norman might have mistaken it for dead. If this entity were to bond with a host, it would likely exponentially enhance their physical prowess, he mused, lifting the beer bottle and addressing the symbiote within. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds interrupted his thoughts. Norman, perplexed, set the beer bottle down and caught sight of Qin Ge's vehicle in the rearview mirror. Qin Ge maneuvered his car alongside Norman's, matching his pace. What's the matter? Norman inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Oh, nothing. I shall take my leave now, he replied. Norman, trusting, nodded and accelerated away. In a fleeting moment as they passed each other, Qin Ge discreetly tossed a small tracking device onto Norman's clothing, ensuring it adhered securely. With this task accomplished, Qin Ge drove off. Norman carelessly placed the beer bottle containing the symbiote on the table, neglecting to wash up, and soon succumbed to slumber. Within the beer bottle, the symbiote pressed itself against the glass, seemingly assessing whether Norman had truly fallen asleep. Once it confirmed he was in a deep slumber, it began to rise slowly. The bottle's cork was gradually pushed upward. The symbiote displayed cunning intelligence. Since its acquisition by Qin Ge, it had intentionally restrained its power. While it could not escape the specially designed cage, the cork of this beer bottle was no match for its strength. Chapter 81. The Green Goblin? At last, the cork was dislodged by the symbiote. Just as it began to fall, a black, fluid appendage reached out, grasping the cork to prevent it from clattering against the table and waking Norman. Suddenly, mid-motion, the symbiote halted, raising its dark form to glance at the slumbering Norman before shifting its gaze back to the beer bottle. After a brief hesitation, the symbiote divided itself, with one half swiftly darting towards the bottle. Norman lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, lost in deep sleep. With a soft thud, the symbiote carefully adhered itself to Norman's body, negative energy coursing through the contact points towards his brain. The influence of the symbiote disturbed his dreams, causing negative emotions to swell and his will to waver. As Norman's brow furrowed deeper, the symbiote gradually spread across his entire being until it enveloped him completely. Suddenly, Norman's tightly shut eyes flew open, a frenzied and brutal intent blazing within his pupils. The dawn of a new day had arrived. Qin Ge, adorned with an apron, was diligently preparing breakfast in the kitchen while Matt lounged on the sofa in the living room, sipping milk and watching the morning news. The broadcast reported a shocking incident. This morning, all members of the Osborne Corporation's board of directors were discovered murdered in their homes, with the sole survivor being the former chairman, Norman Osborn. Qin Ge's acute hearing caused her to pause mid-preparation upon hearing the news. System. Promptly retrieve all pertinent information regarding this matter and filter for valuable insights. Within mere seconds, a wealth of information related to the incident appeared before Qin Ge, meticulously curated by the system. After rapidly scanning through the details, her expression grew somber. Norman Osborn. What brings him here? Norman greeted Qin Ge with a smile. How could it possibly be me? Although I would love to take credit, I did not commit this act. Nevertheless, those who perished deserve their fate. With them out of the way, I can reclaim control of Osborn. I must extend my gratitude to the individual responsible for this. Norman's demeanor remained unchanged, his joy palpable. Qin Ge cast a wary glance at the venomous symbiote languishing quietly within a beer bottle, then scrutinized Norman. Let us examine Norman's profile, she thought to herself. Despite the symbiote's apparent stillness, Qin Ge remained uneasy. The symbiote, unlike the brutish riot, possessed an intelligence that Qin Ge sensed during her research. One could not dismiss the possibility of it plotting an escape. To be prudent, she decided to investigate further. Name: Norman Osborn. Title: Green Goblin. Gender: male. Age: 38. Lineage: human. Special ability: Venom. Symbiote skills: Biology LV5. Business LV4. Max level LV5. Overall combat power: 189. Evaluation: high compatibility with the Venom symbiote, resulting in substantial combat enhancement. Symbiotic transformation will double his combat power. Status: unloadable. Qin Ge's pupils dilated in shock. Green Goblin. The worst has indeed come to pass. With a base combat power of 189, should he undergo symbiotic transformation, Qin Ge would stand no chance against him. The only means of opposition would be a flamethrower. Yet that was difficult to control and could inadvertently lead to Norman's demise, something Qin Ge wished to avoid. I must stall for time. Her thoughts raced. Though her exterior remained composed, Norman scrutinized every nuance of her expression, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. You arrived just in time, with the board members gone. I am now the sole survivor. I plan to promote a few individuals to the board, and as for the reward I promised you, let us substitute it with shares. What do you think? That sounds acceptable, Qin Ge replied, suppressing her urge to act, maintaining an impassive facade. I will head to the company to finalize this. She had Matt hidden in her home. Previously, he had transformed into sand to avoid detection by Norman. Very well, when will you come by? Norman inquired. This afternoon would work. I need to stop by the school anyway, so I can swing by the company to sign the papers. Sounds good. Nothing much. I shall take my leave now. Well, goodbye. Qin Ge waved his hand, turning away. The smile on Norman's face faded as Qin Ge's figure disappeared behind the door. Did I arouse suspicion? No, it is unlikely. Norman cast a glance at the half-filled bottle of poison on the table, murmuring to himself. Mr. Qin, you called for me? The burly Matt entered the underground laboratory, observing Qin Ge, who was absorbed in the toxic liquid. Qin Ge lifted his gaze to meet Matt's and extended a bank card from his pocket. What is this? There are 500,000 in the account. Use it for your daughter's treatment, and if it is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me for more, Qin Ge replied. 500,000? Matt exclaimed, looking at the bank card in astonishment. This is more than enough. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The password is 6 digits. Qin Ge patted Matt on the shoulder. See to it that your child receives the necessary care. Understood. Matt nodded solemnly. There's one more thing. Qin Ge retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Matt. Is this Mr. Osborn? Matt inquired, staring at the photo of Norman, the very individual who had caused him to lie prostrate on the floor for the entire afternoon yesterday. Yes, Uncle Norman may be facing some issues, and I require you to monitor him. Your sand manipulation ability makes for an excellent surveillance tool. He will not detect your presence. Be sure to observe his actions closely and report any anomalies to me immediately. All right. Matt nodded in agreement. He would not refuse his benefactor, Qin Ge. Moreover, having transformed into Sandman, he now possessed remarkable powers bordering on immortality, with little that could threaten his life. Go forth. Chapter 82. Investment in nuclear fusion. Entrusting Norman's surveillance to Matt was a carefully considered decision by Qin Ge. The time for exposure was not yet ripe. It was imperative to keep Norman stabilized to prevent him from unleashing chaos. However, apart from Qin Ge, very few individuals he knew were capable of such a task. Spider-Man, despite his formidable abilities, was not adept at reconnaissance. After some contemplation, it seemed that only Sandman, Matt, remained. Furthermore, Matt's almost immortal sand manipulation abilities would render him largely unharmed in a confrontation with Norman. Crucially, the relationship between Qin Ge and Matt was a closely guarded secret. Norman was unaware of it, And even if Matt's identity were revealed, Norman would not suspect Qin Ge. Considering all these factors, Qin Ge ultimately resolved to have Matt keep an eye on Norman. Spider-Man's fame was soaring. In this era devoid of faith, the emergence of the superhero provided a sense of belonging for the lost. The esteem of Spider-Man had surpassed all expectations. Yet, behind the veneer of prosperity lay an inescapable darkness. Beneath the pedestal was an endless abyss. Columbia University, Dr. Otto's physics laboratory. What? Osborn intends to invest in my research. Dr. Otto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he regarded Qin Ge, who was dressed in a tailored suit, clad in a sleek black suit. Qin Ge's tall frame accentuated an undeniable charisma. Though his features may not be conventionally handsome, the aura he exuded was impossible to overlook. I am currently the second holding director of the Osborn Group, and I have conferred with Uncle Norman, who has agreed to invest in your fusion experiment. Qin Ge remarked with a smile. This was, of course, a significant achievement he had tirelessly advocated for. Now that the Osborn Company has transformed into a group, the primary focus of research has shifted to symbiotic entities. Dr. Connors, Qin Ge's mentor, has also been invited to the group as the chief scientist to conduct research. Initially, the group had no plans to fund other experiments. But it was only through Qin Ge's fervent persuasion at the board meeting that Norman relented and released a portion of the funds. That is splendid. I cannot express my gratitude enough, exclaimed Dr. Otto, his face beaming with unmistakable joy. Doctor, I must forewarn you, Qin Ge continued. The funds I secured from the group are limited. If you do not yield any results within 6 months, the group will withdraw its investment. Then I shall await your good news. Doctor, Qin Ge responded with a smile and a nod. Meanwhile, Peter swung through the air on his webbing, alighting on the rooftop of a towering building. Removing his mask, he gazed somewhat dazedly at the Spider-Man mask in his hands. Spider-Man, he murmured wistfully. He was not blinded by the flattering media coverage. After all, not all of it was favorable. Take the Daily Bugle, for instance. Peter had a clear understanding of his position. He was merely an ordinary person striving to make the world a better place, without grand ideals or a clear notion of what saving the world entailed. He simply wished to do what was within his capacity. Beep, beep, beep. Mr. Qin? Peter, where are you? Came Qin Ge's voice through the receiver. Peter instinctively glanced around. On the rooftop, he replied. Are you free lately? Qin Ge inquired, presuming from the howling wind that Peter was indeed outdoors. I've been quite busy preparing for my entrance exams. Is there something you need? That is truly unfortunate. Qin Ge lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Our group has invested in Dr. Otto's research, and I initially intended for you to accompany me to observe it. But since you're so occupied, I can make time. Peter interjected eagerly. Dr. Otto was his idol. Haha, come to my house tomorrow, and I'll take you to meet Dr. Otto, Qin Ge said, having anticipated Peter's enthusiasm. All right, bye, goodbye. After hanging up, the excitement on Peter's face remained unabated. Dr. Otto, yes. The following day, Peter arrived bright and early at Qin Ge's doorstep, ringing the doorbell. He was aware of Qin Ge's new address since moving. Although he had never been there, becoming Spider-Man had made him intimately familiar with every corner of New York. The neighborhood where Qin Ge lived was quite renowned, making it easy to locate. You truly are early, Qin Ge remarked upon opening the door, noticing Peter dressed sharply in formal attire and glancing at the clock, which read 7:30. Haha, Peter chuckled bashfully. All right, I know you're eager. Wait for me to grab the car keys, Qin Ge said with a smile. Okay. Qin Ge turned and entered the room, retrieving the car keys before locking the door with a soft click. At that moment, the door across the hallway swung open, capturing the attention of both Qin Ge and Peter. Gwen, adorned with light makeup and dressed in a patterned top and loose jeans, stepped out of her apartment. She quickly noticed the two in the corridor. Qin Ge, Gwen exclaimed, her surprise evident. Good morning, Gwen, Qin Ge greeted her warmly. Good morning. This is Peter, my friend. Qin Ge introduced him. Hello, Peter. Good morning, Gwen responded. After becoming Spider-Man, Peter's once timid demeanor had notably transformed, which was indeed a positive change. As Qin Ge pressed the button for the downward elevator, the doors promptly opened, allowing the three to step inside in succession. Are you headed to the office? Gwen inquired, noticing their suits. Yes, I'm taking Peter to participate in an experiment, Qin Ge replied casually. Gwen glanced at Peter, a look of surprise crossing her face. Where are you off to? School? Qin Ge asked. Yes. With the upcoming college entrance exams, I've been cramming and need to get there early, Gwen explained. Qin Ge nodded, acknowledging that the timing coincided with the period for college entrance exams in the United States. It seemed both of them were aiming for Columbia University, suggesting they were likely part of the same graduating class. After exchanging a few more words, the trio parted ways. Qin Ge led Peter to the underground garage, where they drove to Oscorp. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Norman had remained unusually calm. If not for Qin Ge's insights through the template revealing that he had already been parasitized by venom, Qin Ge might have doubted whether Norman had been affected at all. Is he too composed? It had been 2 weeks, and his demeanor was unchanged. Matt had monitored Norman for a fortnight without detecting any anomalies. If one were to note any differences, it might be that his meat consumption had increased. Though Matt remained silent, Qin Ge was reaching his limit. The presence of venom on Norman was far from ideal. This entity was a persistent threat, its violent attributes deeply influencing human behavior. Yet, Qin Ge had no viable solutions at hand, and could only expedite his research on the symbiote to uncover a remedy. At Oscorp, Qin Ge donned a lab coat and stood before the instruments, engrossed in his research. He and Dr. Connors served as the chief scientists on the symbiote project, maintaining a constant presence in the laboratory. System were the results of the violent factor clearance. Qin Ge inquired, observing the samples being sent for testing by the researchers. The testing duration is excessive. I cannot wait, he added. Generally, only 3% of the violent factor has been eliminated, which does not significantly impact the overall condition. The system responded. Another failure? Qin Ge frowned at the formulas displayed on the computer screen. System, can't you deduce the correct equation yet? Not yet, the system replied. Although it was powerful enough to provide Qin Ge with a complete formula directly, that was not its purpose. If Qin Ge were to become a formidable force, he could not rely on unearned rewards. It is not about the occasional failure. Every endeavor is defined by the distinction between 0 attempts and countless attempts. There's never such a thing as merely 1 or 2 tries. The system's original intent was to cultivate Qin Ge into a warrior of unwavering resolve, independent of others. This elucidates why even after loading a character template, Qin Ge must undergo training and learning to truly harness its potential. Power that is simply bestowed cannot genuinely belong to oneself, no matter how miraculous. What is not yours will never become yours. Only by thoroughly assimilating this power can it transform into one's own strength. While the limited time template is undeniably formidable, it is no surprise that after Qin Ge loaded the Sun Wukong template, he found himself plummeting into the abyss of power. The state of one's mind is an unavoidable topic. Without a mindset that matches one's power, one remains merely a puppet of strength. Those who gain immense power suddenly cannot be compared to those who ascend gradually to greatness, akin to the distinction between a sudden millionaire and a true affluent individual. A genuine wealthy person holds themselves to standards that surpass those of the average person, never lowering their expectations due to their riches. In contrast, a nouveau riche individual acquires wealth sporadically, lacking the journey of struggle, and thus harbors an inherent insecurity and fear, relying on external possessions to mask their inner turmoil. In other words, this too exemplifies a mismatch between power and mindset. Qin Ge is cognizant of this reality. Although he does not lament the absence of a meteoric rise, he understands the system's intentions. With a sigh, he resumed his research. Meanwhile, in Dr. Otto's laboratory, Peter anxiously inquired, "Doctor, do we really need to conduct the experiment now?" Dr. Otto, fixated on the tritium element in his hand, responded, "Yes, I must complete the nuclear fusion reaction promptly. I have waited for decades, and I cannot afford to wait any longer." He instructed his assistant to place the tritium carefully. "Is this the robotic arm you designed to assist with the experiment?" Peter asked, recalling Otto's previous discussions about the concept. "Indeed, they possess intellect on par with humans and are of an extraordinarily advanced artificial intelligence. Will it not pose a risk to you?" Peter queried, concerned. "I am well prepared," Dr. Otto assured as he approached the robotic arm, a smile gracing his face. The arm was affixed to his body, and as it penetrated into him, a wave of pain coursed through Dr. Otto. Peter noticed a small blue square glowing at the nape of his neck. "This is the disruptor. I can control the robotic arms through it," Dr. Otto explained, pointing to the device. Peter nodded in understanding. "All right, let us begin." The laboratory personnel retreated to a safe distance as Dr. Otto acclimated himself to the robotic arms. He approached the nuclear fusion reactor, opened the tritium container, and initiated the operation. Peter watched tensely, aware that if this experiment spiraled out of control, it would not bode well. However, reality often operates in such a manner that what one fears becomes manifest. As Dr. Otto continued his manipulations, a terrifying gravitational pull emanated from the tritium, attracting all surrounding metallic objects. The nuclear fusion reaction had spiraled out of control. "Damn it!" Qin Ge exclaimed, hastening from the symbiotic laboratory towards Dr. Otto's lab. "If the nuclear fusion reaction is not halted, the entire New York City faces grave peril. Moreover, the Osborne Group is situated on Manhattan Island, the financial heart of New York. There must be no room for error. In the chairman's office, Norman's eyes glimmered with a cold, menacing light as he listened to his secretary's report. Dismissing the secretary, Norman picked up a book from the shelf, which then slid aside, revealing a hidden door. Inside, he beheld a green combat suit and a flying apparatus. Swiftly donning the green attire and placing the demonic mask upon his head, he activated the flying device and soared out of the window. In the shadows, a small pile of sand observed the entire scene. As Norman departed, the sand continued to accumulate, gradually coalescing into a towering silhouette. Matt gazed at the slowly closing secret door with a complex expression. It turned out that Mr. Osborne was none other than the Green Goblin. Chapter 84. Dr. Octopus Peter pressed himself against the wall, terrified as the nuclear fusion reactor's pull intensified. At the forefront, Dr. Otto Octavius, closest to the reactor and equipped with mechanical arms, was the first to feel the dreadful suction. His mechanical appendages clung desperately to the outer layer of the instrument, but as the force grew ever stronger, they began to lose their grip. This cannot continue. The entire Osborne Group will be in jeopardy. Peter's eyes narrowed as he slipped into an unoccupied corner. Whoosh! Moments later, a strand of webbing landed precisely behind Dr. Octavius, and Peter, clad in his Spider-Man suit, appeared in the laboratory. Grasping the incredibly resilient webbing with all his might, he pulled outward. With Spider-Man's assistance, the pressure on Dr. Octavius, drawn towards the reactor, began to lessen. It's Spider-Man. Someone recognized Peter and exclaimed. The Spider-Man suit is easily identifiable, almost instantly recognizable. Dr. Octavius also took note of Spider-Man behind him, understanding he was being aided, and increased the output of his mechanical arms, attempting to retreat. However, human strength was still inadequate against the overwhelming force of the nuclear fusion reaction. The artificial sun's gravitational pull was becoming increasingly formidable. Even the combined strength of the mechanical arms and Peter, surpassing that of Qin Ge, struggled to withstand it. Quick, shut down the power. Peter's voice, slightly strained, echoed through the chaos. His face beneath the mask flushed crimson from exertion. Yet even so, Dr. Octavius continued inching towards the artificial sun. To make matters worse, the artificial sun was enlarging. Huh? Oh. The lead technician, upon hearing Peter's voice, hurried towards the power source. Whoosh! At that moment, a metal plate on the wall, loosened by the gravitational pull of the artificial sun, shot towards it. Peter's pupils dilated. Watch out. The speed of the metal plate was alarmingly swift, so rapid that the technician had no time to react as the plate neared. Clang! However, the anticipated splatter of blood did not occur. A shadowy figure interposed itself before the technician, its black shield deflecting the sharp metal plate. In Peter's powerful vision, a flattening phenomenon appeared at the point where the iron plate met the black shield. What manner of metal is this? Peter gazed in astonishment at the two shields wielded by the Shadow Monarch. The force with which this alloyed iron plate hurtled through the air could undoubtedly dismember a person with ease. It was flattened upon contact with the shield in the Shadow Monarch's grasp. Surely, even the hardest known alloy, titanium, could not achieve such a feat. The newcomer was none other than Qin Ge, who had just arrived. He glanced at the power source, his formidable dynamic vision capturing the metallic projectiles speeding towards him. With his vibranium dual shields, he deflected them all, casually tossing the nearby technician to a safe location before striding confidently to the power switch. With a swift motion, he turned off the power. As the energy dissipated, the artificial sun gradually diminished and faded away. Thud! Without the force of gravity, Dr. Otto collapsed to the ground. No one noticed that the square on his neck had lost its original color. Qin Ge stole a glance at Dr. Otto, nodded at Peter, and turned to leave. Thud! Doctor? Peter gazed in confusion at Dr. Otto, who had managed to rise with the support of mechanical arms. Hadn't he lost consciousness? My experiment has failed. Dr. Otto paid no heed to Spider-Man, staring vacantly at the ruins of the nuclear fusion apparatus. Is my dream truly lost? Otto murmured, his demeanor emanating a sense of bewilderment. Doctor, Peter stepped forward, wishing to say something, but he hesitated, aware that he was now in the role of Spider-Man, making it inappropriate to speak freely. Doctor, our calculations must be flawed, one technician interjected. No, my experiment was flawless. Dr. Otto's eyes suddenly hardened. It must be that the apparatus was too small. I cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the experimental device that is inadequate. I am not at fault. Dr. Otto erupted in fury, his mechanical arm seizing the technician with tremendous force, lifting him effortlessly. Doctor, calm down. Calm down. Peter, startled by Otto's sudden aggression. Quickly stepped forward. I am not mistaken. It must be the equipment that is insufficient. Dr. Otto spoke with an unsettling frenzy. Crash. The sound of an object hitting the ground resonated painfully in the current atmosphere. What was that noise? Everyone turned to look. A pumpkin? Buzz. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupted instantaneously, a violent force sweeping through the surroundings, engulfing everything in its path. The energy aftershock sent everyone sprawling to the ground. Peter fell, shaking his dizzy head, and glanced at Dr. Otto. On the ground, Otto's back was turned to Peter, but the dim square on his neck caught Peter's eye immediately. So, it was like this. The maniacal laughter of a figure echoed through the laboratory. Buzz. A green figure slowly flew in through the breach. Peter regarded this uninvited guest, adorned with a devilish mask with a heavy heart. This fellow certainly did not appear to be a harbinger of good. Why is it that such thrilling events occur without my involvement? The sinister voice of the Green Goblin echoed from beneath his mask. Who are you? Peter asked, his gaze fixed sternly upon the Green Goblin. Me? Yanjing. The Green Goblin cackled. Peter frowned. This man must be mentally deranged. It was utterly futile to converse with a lunatic. Bang! I care not if you are a god or a pest. Dare to disrupt my laboratory. Dr. Otto, supported by his mechanical arms, rose from the ground, his expression grim as he glared at the Green Goblin. I will kill you. A mechanical arm struck like lightning towards the Green Goblin, igniting the conflict. On the rooftop of the building opposite the Osborne group, Qin Ge, clad in a regal uniform, silently observed the unfolding chaos. Chapter 85. The Great Battle. Sir, a swirl of sand flew from afar, coalescing into a figure beside Qin Ge. The Green Goblin is Mr. Osborne, Matt stated gravely. I understand, Qin Ge nodded. Matt, you should go as well. Assist Spider-Man in detaining Dr. Otto and the Green Goblin. Understood, Matt replied, transforming into a torrent of sand as he surged towards the Osborne Group building. Qin Ge cast a glance at the time-limited template, quietly stationed within the system template warehouse. It is not yet time. The Green Goblin possessed a remarkably swift flying apparatus, his movements exceedingly rapid. Otto was merely an ordinary man. Even with the enhancement of mechanical arms, his dynamic vision could hardly keep pace. Yet, Otto was Peter's idol, and Peter could not stand idly by while the Green Goblin threatened his life. With his exceptional dynamic vision, Peter provided crucial assistance to Otto. You little bug, are you seeking death? The Green Goblin, finally irked by Peter's incessant provocations, unleashed several pumpkin-shaped weapons from his glider. He hurled 2 of them towards Peter. These pumpkin-shaped devices soared through the air, suddenly revealing sharp blades, hurtling directly at Peter with astonishing speed. Auto-tracking feature. Let her go. Otto's panicked voice rang out. Ha ha ha. The Green Goblin held a woman aloft. Peter focused intently and recognized her as Otto's wife. Are you begging me? The Green Goblin maneuvered his glider to the edge of the building, standing 43 stories high. Anyone falling from such a height would surely perish. I beg you do not. Otto implored without a moment's hesitation. Ha ha ha. You truly love her. Very well. The Green Goblin laughed. Here you go. With a forceful push, Otto's wife was hurled from the glider. No. Otto's eyes reddened instantaneously as Peter darted forward with great speed. Bang. A violent torrent of sand surged forth, unexpectedly toppling the Green Goblin. Within the whirlwind of dust, Otto's wife was gently cradled by the sand and carefully placed upon the adjacent building. As the dust settled, Matt's form emerged within the laboratory. Relieved to see his wife safe, both Otto and Peter exhaled in unison. Is that all you have? The Green Goblin scoffed. Matt wasted no time. His right hand transformed into a massive sandy fist, striking fiercely towards the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin, ever nimble, swiftly evaded the blow. Boom! A colossal sand fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater in the hard floor. While I am grateful to you for saving my wife, I shall not submit easily, Otto declared, as several mechanical arms shot forth from his body. Unfazed, Matt charged forward, raising his fist. The Green Goblin's eyes gleamed as he deployed pumpkin bombs from the underside of his glider, seizing 2 and hurling them towards Matt. Boom! Boom! Matt cried out in pain as half of his body was blasted away by the sudden pumpkin bombs, but his already elemental form quickly replenished itself with sand. Matt was not one to remain passive, having endured the Green Goblin's 2 pumpkin bombs. He summoned the sand from his body into a gigantic hand and struck fiercely at the Green Goblin. Peter, observing the chaotic melee among the 3, scratched his head in distress. Whom should I assist? Thud! The sand hand was enormous. In the confined space of the laboratory, the Green Goblin was decisively flattened. Boom! Seizing the advantage, Matt ignored Otto, who was attacking him, and brought his palm down on the Green Goblin once more, the tremendous force shaking the entire laboratory. Peter watched in alarm, fearing that Matt's strike might end the Green Goblin's life. Matt raised his hand again, bringing it down with great force. Underneath the mask, Norman's eyes were cold, as a black liquid surged forth from his body, enveloping him entirely, transforming his once green armor into a pitch-black shell. Thud! Matt's palm made contact, but could ascend no further. The Green Goblin pushed against the sand hand with both arms, surprisingly lifting it slightly. In the distance, Qin Ge, witnessing the battle, felt invigorated. Finally willing to make an appearance. Venom. Name, Venom title, Venom gender, male age, 38 lineage, symbiote special ability, exceptional regeneration. Gene replication, details, skill, devour LV5, skill maxed at LV5, overall combat power, for 35 status, unloadable. Disregarding the system's assessment, Qin Ge retrieved a glider from his system space and sprinted towards Oscorp Tower. So, this is the Venom that my master spoke of. Matt, in his elemental form, mused as he observed the pitch-black Green Goblin. Whoosh! A web shot out, ensnaring Otto, who was still attacking Matt. Peter pulled hard, dragging the unsuspecting Otto towards him. Don't interfere, little bug. Otto's mechanical arms slashed, severing the web, which was as strong as steel. That won't do. The four of us together is the right approach. Besides, he saved your wife. You ought to show gratitude, Peter said, crouched against the wall, looking at Otto. You talk too much, little bug. Otto's mechanical arm struck like lightning towards Peter. Boom! Peter dodged swiftly, the spot where he had stood now marred by a sizable crater. I have plenty to say, Peter replied, evading as he spoke. Otto, in a fit of rage, relentlessly commanded his mechanical arms to attack Peter, but with his spider sense and exceptional dynamic vision, Peter deftly avoided Otto's strikes. Meanwhile, Venom and the Green Goblin were locked in an intense struggle against Sandman. Matt's attributes are quite similar to those of the venomized Green Goblin, making it difficult for either to gain an upper hand in their confrontation. However, the laboratory cannot withstand their battle for long. Suddenly, a figure appears behind the venomized Green Goblin, thrusting sharp spikes deep into its body. Ah! The Goblin cries out in agony, its right hand seizing Qin Ge and hurling him away. Chapter 86. For individuals, 2 battles with a swift motion. Matt catches the thrown Qin Ge. The black liquid on the venomized Green Goblin surges violently, but Qin Ge had not held back. All the limits of human strength had been channeled into the venom, piercing through Norman's body. Spider-Man. Qin Ge shoots. Huh? Peter, momentarily bewildered by the sudden call from Shadow Emperor, glances over. Qin Ge, exasperated by Spider-Man's dazed expression, decides not to count on him any longer. Matt, keep him occupied while I figure out how to extract venom. Qin Ge instructs, turning to Matt. Understood, Matt nods, his hands transforming into sand as he strides toward the Green Goblin. The venom on the goblin rapidly repairs its wounds without the need for Norman's assistance, allowing Norman to focus solely on Matt. With several long strides, Matt approaches the Green Goblin and throws a powerful punch, a genuine sandbag blow aimed at the goblin. Naturally, the agile Green Goblin evades this strike with ease, twisting in the air to avoid the blow. Simultaneously, it hurls 2 pumpkin bombs straight at Matt. Although Matt possesses formidable attributes, including immortality, his agility pales in comparison. He finds himself unable to evade the incoming pumpkin bombs in time. Boom! Boom! 2 gaping holes are blasted into existence by the pumpkin bombs, leaving Matt's body covered in sand while the intense heat scorches dark red spots onto his skin. His face contorts in pain as the sand continuously fills in the gaps, mending his form. The Green Goblin, seizing the advantage, deploys 2 blades from its flying apparatus, rapidly charging toward the still repairing Matt. Thud! The razor-sharp blades pierce deeply into Matt's body, the tremendous force slamming him against the wall and breaking through it. As the Green Goblin carries Matt out of the laboratory, they are 40 stories high, over 100 meters above the ground. Clang! 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 Qin Ge swiftly brandishes his vibranium shields, but the mechanical arms attacking him fail to breach his impenetrable defense. What are you doing here, entangled with me? Your friend has been thrown off the edge. This is over 40 stories high, Dr. Otto remarks, perplexed by the man's unwavering focus on him. Without a word, Qin Ge remains concentrated on fending off the mechanical assaults, gradually inching closer to Otto. Is there anything I can do? Peter, lingering on the sidelines of the battle, can no longer contain himself and inquires aloud. When has New York's newly minted superhero, Spider-Man, encountered such a situation? The 4 individuals completely disregarded him. Were they truly oblivious to his presence? Was this a serious matter? Assist Matt in extracting venom from Norman's body, came the deep, husky voice of Qin Ge from beneath the mask. How do I disengage? Peter hastily inquired. Figure it out yourself, Qin Ge retorted, stepping forward as the claw-like vibranium dual shield in his right hand lunged fiercely towards the nearby Otto. Startled, Otto hastily crossed his mechanical arms before him. Zzz. The two mechanical arms that shielded him were severed in half by the razor-sharp vibranium. What in the world is this metal? Otto exclaimed in shock. Damn it. Those arms are made of titanium alloy, the hardest metal on Earth. He felt the urge to retreat. This adversary was far too formidable, and the weapon in his hand was particularly effective against mechanical limbs. He had to escape, or he would face dire consequences. Qin Ge, discerning Otto's intent to flee, recognized that the newly empowered Otto was no match for his seasoned combat experience. He advanced a step, intensifying his pressure. Otto's combat capabilities were lackluster, allowing Qin Ge to exert dominance effortlessly. Otto could not allow him to escape. Capturing him was critical to completing Mission 3. Let's not forget, Otto was a scientist, a physicist. His nuclear fusion reactor was akin to a man-made sun. If sufficiently large, it could obliterate all of New York. This meant that if Otto got away, the ensuing events would be catastrophic. With this thought in mind, Qin Ge lunged forward, preparing to incapacitate Otto and conclude the skirmish. However, Otto understood Qin Ge's intention for swift resolution and glanced at the nearby, suspended area blasted by the Green Goblin. Gritting his teeth, he sent his mechanical arms flying towards Qin Ge. Qin Ge's eyes flashed as he swung his vibranium dual shields with unwavering force, instantly severing the two mechanical arms. Otto screamed, yet he was not slow to act. The remaining 6 mechanical arms clung to the wall, propelling him downward. You shall not escape, Qin Ge scoffed, swiftly racing to the edge and leaping after him. Meanwhile, on the ground, Matt and the Green Goblin were engaged in a relentless battle. Pumpkin bombs raining down like a storm upon Matt. His colossal form, now towering over 10 meters, was riddled with numerous cavities from the explosions. Yet around these voids, sand continuously surged to fill the gaps. Seizing the opportunity, the Green Goblin launched another pumpkin bomb, this time aimed directly at Matt's mouth. Swoosh! A web shot forth, precisely intercepting the incoming pumpkin bomb and sending it upward. Boom! Matt. With a thud, Peter landed on Matt's towering shoulder, experiencing the perspective of a giant. Quickly devising a tactical plan, Peter whispered into Matt's ear. All right, Matt replied, his inherently straightforward nature making him disinterested in strategizing. He merely followed along with the plan laid out for him. Since Peter already had a plan, he lent his full support. Let us act, Matt roared, as the sand from the entire block surged chaotically towards him, coalescing around his figure, and his height shot up dramatically. 15 meters, 16 meters, 17 meters. Chapter 87. Escape. Matt's body ascended until it reached around 20 meters, towering over the green menace of venom. Spider-Man gazed in awe at the now gargantuan Sandman, astonished by his colossal stature. Spider-Man, take action. Matt's thunderous voice boomed, startling Peter to the point of pain, yet he swiftly leaped forward towards the green fiend. Matt, too, charged ahead. Holy moly! Can someone explain what is happening? Onlookers were taken aback by Matt's resemblance to a kaiju. Mom, is that a monster? A small boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, inquiring. However, his mother was equally entranced. The Daily Bugle. This is terrifying. Hurry, get the layout ready. And print it urgently, exclaimed the editor-in-chief, J. Jonah Jameson, as he puffed on his cigar, observing the rampaging Sandman and the others. What should the headline be? First we need to name these characters. That giant made of sand shall be called Sandman, and the one with the hand. Let us call him Mr. Strange. Sir, the name Mr. Strange is already taken, his black subordinate reminded him. All right, those 4 freaks, Jameson recalled. Sir, they're superheroes, not freaks. The subordinate replied with discontent. Sir, he was green. Green is quite environmentally friendly, Jameson mumbled. Let us call him Green Goblin then. Hopefully, he can protect the environment. Jameson's mind raced as he formulated the headline. Spider-Man and the Sandman invade New York, while the Green Goblin strives to thwart them. Sir, it's evident that the Green Goblin is the one endangering New York, the subordinate responded, exasperated at Jameson's bias against Spider-Man. Set the layout, Jameson commanded, slapping the table. I would like to, but sir, the title is too long. Then let us go with Evil Spider-Man versus Green Goblin. A clash of villains. Sandman has made you forget. Jameson raised his hand, envisioning the newspaper layout before him. A clash of villains. Spider-Man and Sandman versus the Green Goblin. Understood, the subordinate replied. despondently exiting the editor's office. At that moment, a white figure beside the black subordinate spoke up. "Who are you?" Jameson instinctively sensed something amiss and moved closer to the door. "If I were you, I would leave just yet, considering your wife and child are in my possession." Jameson halted, his expression darkening as he glared at the figure. "What do you want?" "I want nothing. Just to remind you that I've heard you enjoy defaming others. To prevent you from losing your way in the future due to your slander, I thought it wise to have a little chat," the man in black casually remarked, resting his right hand on Jameson's desk, gently twisting it. The solid wooden table was forcefully pried open at one corner. Cold sweat cascaded down Jameson's brow. No, I wouldn't do such a thing. Though he was acerbic when it came to the lives of his family, he dared not be caustic. "I hope you could deliver, otherwise, I shall return. Remember, I am known as the Shadow King." "What?" The bewildered white subordinate gazed at his leader, perplexed. "What did you just say? A superhero? It sounds so incongruous coming from your lips." "Get lost." The subordinate, filled with astonishment, turned and left to carry on with his tasks. This fellow, Qin Ge, shook his head and pursued the fleeing Otto ahead. No matter how much he tried to shake off Qin Ge, Otto felt increasingly anxious, resorting to running while brainstorming for a solution. Upon spotting a sewer pipe on the ground, Otto realized his opportunity had arrived. Boom! Otto descended from the sky, startling the surrounding pedestrians into scattering. Ignoring the others, he swiftly opened the manhole cover and slipped inside. Boom! Just seconds after Otto entered, Qin Ge arrived at the spot. Watching Otto disappear into the sewer pipe, Qin Ge's expression darkened. The complexity of New York's sewer system rivaled that of the roads in Huawei's mountainous cities. With Otto having entered, there was no way for him to pursue further. Undeterred, Qin Ge followed suit. 5 minutes later, boom! Qin Ge's fist struck the sewer pipe, causing it to explode, water gushing forth. His face was so grim it seemed as if it could drip water. It was time for him to escape. Boom! The Green Goblin, long evading capture, finally found an opportunity as Matt struck him with a punch. Standing at 20 meters tall, the size of Matt's fist was formidable. The punch landed squarely on the Green Goblin wrapped in venom, sending him reeling. Without needing to be told, Peter swung on web lines, swiftly arriving before the venomous Green Goblin, unleashing a torrent of webbing to ensnare him. The venomous Green Goblin struggled frantically, but to no avail. The webbing, as strong as steel, was beyond his capacity to escape. Boom! Peter's fist collided with the face of the Green Goblin encased in venom, causing the black liquid to tremble. Effective. Seeing this, Peter was elated and struck again. Matt approached, standing by to observe Peter's actions. How immense was Peter's strength! Each punch resonated, causing the venom clinging to Norman to quiver. At last, the black liquid trembled once more, revealing the dark figure of the Green Goblin. Peter was overjoyed. Whoosh! The webbing precisely ensnared the venom-encased Green Goblin, pulling with all its might. Chapter 88, Venom Sandman. Peter gripped the webbing, exerting all his strength in an effort to pull outward, and to his astonishment, the Green Goblin within the venom was gradually being drawn out. Venom desperately clung to the Green Goblin, resulting in a stalemate with Spider-Man. Observing the standoff, Matt shrank his arm and reached out to assist Spider-Man. Sensing trouble, Venom extended 2 arms formed from the black liquid and hurled several pumpkin bombs at the now vulnerable Spider-Man. Peter was taken aback, yet his hands remained steadfastly gripping the web, pulling the Green Goblin outward. Boom! A colossal hand intercepted the pumpkin bomb, but the immense force shattered that very hand into fragments. Whoosh! A streak of dark light flashed by. A painful wail emanated from Venom's mouth. The Shadow King? Peter's eyes recognized the vibranium double shield embedded in Venom's back. Bang! A figure appeared beside Peter, grasping the web. The Green Goblin, already struggling against Peter's monstrous strength, was now further challenged by Qin Ge, resulting in the two of them forcibly extracting a significant portion of its body. Venom screamed sharply, its tendrils seizing a flying machine and hurling it violently at Qin Ge and Peter. All the pumpkin bombs aboard the flying machine launched simultaneously, and dozens of pumpkin bombs were no trifling matter. Qin Ge and Peter's expressions changed instantaneously. At that moment, a yellow-brown silhouette shielded the two. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted around Matt, who gritted his teeth in agony, refraining from uttering a sound. Now it's our chance, Qin Ge shouted, and Peter, responding promptly, exerted force as the two synchronized their strength, forcibly pulling the Green Goblin out. As Norman was extracted from Venom's form, the brutal thoughts that had consumed his mind vanished without a trace. Reflecting on his previous actions, Norman found himself momentarily stunned in place. The shrieking venom, having lost its host, suddenly lunged towards Matt. With his body riddled with explosive wounds, Matt was caught off guard by Venom's sudden leap and was unexpectedly enveloped by it. All of this unfolded before Qin Ge's eyes. This is bad, Qin Ge thought to himself, ready to charge forward. Matt, now severely injured and his mind muddled by the explosions, presented an ideal opportunity for Venom to parasitize him. The black, viscous substance swiftly infiltrated Matt's body, occupying it in an instant. Matt, Qin Ge rushed to Matt's side, gravely observing the rapid healing of Matt's wounds. Mister, get out of him, Matt, Qin Ge urged with a serious tone. The combination of Venom and the Green Goblin rendered them nearly powerless. If another Venom-like creature emerged, they would truly be outmatched. I can't do it, Matt surprisingly rejected Qin Ge. Sir, it claims it can cure my daughter. Didn't I pay you? Qin Ge frowned. That is not possible. Matt shook his head, a look of sorrow crossing his face. Modern medicine can only delay my daughter's illness. It cannot cure it. But Venom it can. Get it out, Matt. We'll find a way. Qin Ge insisted, gripping the vibranium double shield. You know I'm a biologist. I will heal your daughter. I'm sorry. Matt shook his head, his body transforming into swirling sand, ascending into the sky. We can't let Venom escape, Qin Ge shouted, launching the vibranium shield. Knowing Matt well, he understood that despite Matt currently being in sand form, any harm directed at him would compel him to revert to his human shape immediately. As anticipated, the two claw-shaped vibranium shields struck the empty floating sand, causing Matt's form to coalesce in the air before plummeting downwards. Thud! Matt's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Peter cast a glance at the Green Goblin and rushed onto the battlefield. Qin Ge raised his hand to catch the two vibranium shields and charged toward Matt. Thud! A massive and sturdy sand shield intercepted the thrust of the vibranium dual shields. Please, let me go, sir. I do not wish to engage with you, Matt earnestly implored. Although Venom could influence a person's mind, it required time to take effect. Matt, being inherently good-natured, could not be transformed into a malevolent supervillain in such a brief span. It was precisely for this reason that Venom promised to cure Matt's daughter rather than compelling him to fight directly. Matt could not bring himself to harm his savior. Leave Venom behind, Matt. He is far too dangerous. He must not be allowed to escape. Qin Ge spoke na graviton. Matt remained silently bowed, lost in thought. After a long pause, he murmured, I'm sorry. Qin Ge's gaze turned icy. Then I shall have to extract him myself. Whoosh! The claw-shaped vibranium dual shields lunged fiercely toward Matt. Matt remained silent, raising the sand shield formed by his hands to continuously deflect Qin Ge's onslaught. Whoosh! A strand of white silk shot in from afar, ensnaring Matt's face and obscuring his vision. The battle-hardened Qin Ge seized this opportunity, lunging forward with explosive speed. As his vibranium dual shields mercilessly crushed Matt's skull. Though Matt could elementalize, his corporeal form retained the solidity of a normal human, if not more resilient. The impact that shattered Matt's head was akin to that of a normal person's, albeit one resulted in a spray of brain matter and shattered bones while the other stirred up a cloud of sand. Qin Ge understood that such tactics would not significantly trouble Matt. Thus, he persisted, ceaselessly striking at Matt's chest, causing a series of sandy craters to erupt. Peter swung in on a web line, emulating Qin Ge, and unleashed a series of punches upon Matt. Roar! The voice of Venom erupted from within Matt, as the black liquid swiftly cascaded across his surface. Finally willing to emerge, Qin Ge's eyes glinted as his movements quickened. In an instant, the black fluid enveloped Matt entirely. A palm the size of a fan struck Qin Ge with tremendous force, sending him careening through the air. Boom! As he slammed to the ground, Qin Ge felt the unbearable weight of life pressing down upon his internal organs. It hurt tremendously before Peter could fully process Qin Ge's sudden impact. The same overwhelming force struck him, and he too was flung away. Chapter 89. 1 against 3 Thud. Having assessed the situation, Qin Ge turned and sprinted toward Osborne Tower. He regarded the Venom Sandman gravely as his mind raced, strategizing. Thud! He reached out to catch Peter, who had been thrown by the Venom Sandman. As he studied their adversary, his thoughts whirling with urgency. Name, Venom title, Venom gender, male age, 32 bloodline, human special abilities, sandification, enhanced regeneration, details, skills, max level LV5, overall combat power, 523, continuously rising evaluation. The sand entity transformed by Venom is exceedingly formidable. It is advised that the host refrain from engaging in combat with it. Status, not loadable. Glancing back at the recently steadied Peter. Name, Peter Parker title, Spider-Man gender, male age, 19 bloodline, human, mutated spider special abilities, mutated spider details, hero's heart awakened, skills, mathematics LV3, physics LV3, max level LV5, overall combat power, 216. Status, not loadable. Name, Qin Ge title, Shadow King. The most indulgent of Huagua gender, male age, 18, frozen in another dimension, bloodline, human special abilities, shielding 50-50 skills, indulgence LV5, firearms LV5, combat LV5, command LV5, driving LV4, max level LV5, overall combat power, 100, maximum 100 evaluation, the limits of human capacity, just stepping into the threshold. Strive for the extraordinary, young man. Status, not loadable. Loading template. Captain America template, not enough, Qin Ge lamented, realizing that even combined, their combat power did not surpass that of the Venom Sand entity. Furthermore, combat power is not as simply calculable as mere addition. Qin Ge's expression shifted as he conjured a heavy machine gun into his hands. Rat-a-tat-tat. Blazing tongues of fire erupted from the muzzle. Bullets unleashed at a breakneck speed towards the Venom Sand entity. In an instant, it struck the creature. Ah! A cry of agony escaped the Venom Sand entity as its black, fluid form writhed, striding forward towards Qin Ge. With a flourish of his left hand, Qin Ge brandished another heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage from both sides simultaneously. This spectacle was witnessed by the citizens of New York, who were captivated by the unfolding battle. Those knowledgeable in military affairs were left in utter bewilderment. The very figures that had only existed in cinematic portrayals, wielding machine guns in combat, were indeed real, and shockingly, he wielded two. How heavy is a heavy machine gun? For an ordinary person, lifting one is a struggle, let alone engaging in battle with two. However, upon observing the combatants, one could only come to terms with the absurdity. None of them were ordinary. The overwhelming firepower suppressed the Venom Sand entity. Though it possessed an almost immortal quality, the sensation of bullets striking its form was undeniably real. Enduring excruciating pain, the Venom Sand entity charged towards Qin Ge, delivering a devastating punch. With both hands occupied by the heavy machine guns, Qin Ge had no means of evading. As the entity's fist approached, the hearts of all witnesses were in their throats. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a strand of spider silk tethered to Qin Ge's back, and with immense force, it yanked him upward. Boom! The Venom Sand entity's fist smashed into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Rescued by Peter, the heavy machine gun wielded by Qin Ge, suspended in midair, showed no signs of ceasing its relentless barrage, unleashing a torrent of steel. Whoosh! Rat-a-tat-tat! Boom! The pumpkin bomb detonated with a thunderous explosion upon the visage of the Sandman. Whoosh! The aircraft traced a flawless arc through the sky, diving down, piloted by Norman in his green devil guise, who hurled two pumpkin bombs at the Sandman. Boom! Boom! Two more resounding blasts engulfed the Sandman in searing flames. Norman gradually maneuvered the aircraft to land beside Qin Ge. Is it over? Norman inquired, gazing at the Sandman enveloped in fire. Not yet, Qin Ge replied, his eyes fixed below. Peter gently lowered Qin Ge away from the Sandman. Thud! A backflip brought him to a steady landing beside Qin Ge. Qin Ge regarded the newly awakened hero, realizing that their victory in this battle relied solely on him. However, a shadow of concern crossed Qin Ge's face. Within his line of sight, the combat power metric of the Sandman was inexplicably rising. Sir, please do not impede me any further. Matt's figure emerged as the flames dissipated. What if I refuse? Qin Ge narrowed his eyes. You are no match for me. Matt replied with resignation. Some tasks are known to be impossible, yet one must still undertake them. Qin Ge stated solemnly. Matt silently observed Qin Ge. I understand. Whoosh! Matt's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared right before Qin Ge. Such speed, Qin Ge's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, slamming him into the ground. Boom! A human-shaped crater was created as Matt forcefully pressed Qin Ge into the earth. Despite Qin Ge's formidable physique, he succumbed to unconsciousness after that blow. By the time Norman and Peter regained their wits, Qin Ge had already been rendered unconscious, imprinted into the ground. You bastard! Norman roared, launching a punch. Thud! Matt caught Norman's punch, and with his left hand formed into a fist, he struck Norman's abdomen with force. Norman's eyes widened. Thud! His body collapsed weakly to the ground. Unconscious. Whoosh! Huh! Matt slightly tilted his head, evading the web at such close range. Before Peter could process the shock, a flurry of punches rained down upon him. Taken by surprise, Peter was thoroughly dazed by the relentless barrage. Thud! Another punch from Matt landed brutally on Peter's head, flipping him over and rendering him unconscious as well. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Glancing back at the crater where Qin Ge lay unconscious, Matt's expression filled with profound remorse, which was soon replaced by determination. He turned resolutely to depart. At that moment, his combat power ultimately settled at 899. Chapter 90, Alliance. Qin Ge groaned, slowly opening his eyes. The pristine white ceiling captured Qin Ge's attention, while the pungent scent of disinfectant lingered in his nostrils. Without needing to look around, he instinctively knew where he was. "You're awake?" Hearing the voice, Qin Ge finally noticed another person present in the room. "Gwen?" he exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at her seated beside the bed. "What are you doing here?" "I watched the live broadcast of your battle with the Sandman. After you fell unconscious, many came to see you, and I harnessed my father's power to get in," Gwen explained succinctly. "I never anticipated that you were a superhero." Qin Ge chuckled, gazing at her with amusement. "Well, it's not that remarkable. The doctor mentioned that your recovery ability is several times that of an average person. The Sandman didn't inflict serious harm, and you should recuperate in no time," she reassured him. "I know," Qin Ge replied, fully aware of his physical state. He understood that he had already recovered significantly. Sitting up in bed, he heard Gwen caution, "Don't move around too much. The doctor only said it would be a short while." As she spoke, Qin Ge had already begun to remove his shirt. Gwen, accustomed to the more liberal attitudes of American culture, found herself momentarily speechless upon witnessing his impressive physique. Qin Ge was a quintessential example of someone who looked lean in clothes but muscular without them. His figure was commendable, and with modifications reminiscent of Captain America. His bodily proportions were nothing short of flawless. The only aspect that fell short of perfection was perhaps his face. While not unattractive, it could hardly be described as handsome. However, Qin Ge had never relied on his looks for favor. Such matters were of little consequence to him. "Could you hand me my clothes?" he requested, extending his hand and gesturing towards the garments on the other bed. "Huh? Oh," Gwen nodded, retrieving the clothes and passing them to him. "Thank you," Qin Ge replied, taking the clothing but not putting it on immediately. Instead, he looked at Gwen. "I'll step outside," she said, immediately grasping his intention. "All right," she responded, watching her leave before beginning to change. 3 days later, in the East Pacific, on a deserted island several dozen nautical miles from New York, Otto carefully placed the final component into the apparatus. After adjusting it and confirming its operational capability, he nodded in satisfaction. This device resembled the nuclear fusion reactor once housed in Osborne Tower, albeit this one was the size of several buses, while the previous was merely the size of a small car. All that remained was the crucial tritium element. Otto gazed up at the colossal nuclear fusion reactor, contemplating its significance. Suddenly, the sound of shifting sand filled the air as a figure began to materialize before him. The Sandman. Otto regarded the newcomer with caution. Having heard tales of this individual's formidable prowess, "I mean no harm," came the voice of Matt, clad in a leather jacket. His demeanor was markedly different from the first time Otto had encountered him. The previous Matt had exuded earnestness and simplicity, whereas the current one radiated a sense of defiance, cunning, and danger. Was this a result of the Venom symbiote's influence? Otto was well aware of Osborn's current research focus. It was rumored that those possessed by the Venom symbiote underwent significant personality shifts. Judging by the evidence before him, that seemed to hold true. "What do you want?" Otto inquired coldly. "My daughter has been relocated, and I am unaware of her exact whereabouts. I find myself in a precarious position, as I cannot single-handedly threaten all of New York. While Matt is undoubtedly formidable, he would still find himself beleaguered in the face of tanks and artillery. Moreover, threatening the entirety of New York implies that nuclear weapons could be unleashed upon him at any moment. Although Matt possesses confidence, it is unreasonable for him to believe he could withstand such city-level annihilation. What do you propose to do?" Otto inquired, furrowing his brow. "I will procure tritium for you to complete your experiment, and in return, you will assist me in creating a controllable artificial sun. I will use this to coerce them into surrendering my daughter." Matt articulated his plan. Indeed, Venom could potentially cure his daughter. This was not a falsehood. However, it necessitated contact with her. With her having been relocated, the prospect of treatment seemed futile. The creation of an artificial sun required tritium, and I am uncertain whether Osborn's supply is sufficient for 2 nuclear fusion reaction experiments. As you have witnessed, my new apparatus demands a considerable amount of tritium." Otto candidly confessed. A smile crept across Matt's face. "You should be grateful for your candor. I have conducted thorough research and am well aware of the tritium quantities necessary for your experiments. Had you just deceived me, I would not hesitate to turn you over to the authorities, Matt beamed. Otto's expression darkened. Are you testing me? Are we not all flawed individuals? Is it not reasonable to assess one another? Matt chuckled. Oomph. Otto scoffed, yet he refrained from further comment. I have investigated and found that Osborn possesses ample tritium, sufficient for 2 experiments. However, they are a troublesome lot. While I'm not intimidated by them, I could easily be discovered in my hideout. Therefore, I require you to divert their attention while I procure the tritium, Matt proposed. Divert their attention? All of them? Otto hesitated. No, just 2 of the 3 will suffice. Matt clarified. Having all 3 present would undoubtedly complicate matters, especially with the additional presence of Osborn's associates. However, if only 1 or 2 remained, the challenges would diminish significantly. The difference between 3 and 2 is substantial. Very well, Otto nodded. This arrangement was mutually beneficial, and he had no reason to refuse. As for how to attract their attention, that was quite simple. What do superheroes do? They protect the public and their property. Therefore, a bank heist would suffice. Let me decide it then. You will draw their attention while I seize the tritium, Matt affirmed with satisfaction. Agreed. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, Otto remarked with a slight grin. In the desolate expanse of this forsaken island, 2 formidable supervillains reached a consensus. Chapter 91. Relocation Osborn Tower. What do you need tritium for? Norman inquired, perplexed, as he handed the container of tritium to Qin Ge. Dr. Otto will not relent. Completing the nuclear fusion reaction is his utmost ambition, and he shall not rest until it is achieved. He will undoubtedly come to claim the tritium, Qin Ge replied solemnly. How can you be so certain? Norman furrowed his brow. This is merely a conjecture with considerable probability. I cannot assert that he will definitely come. However, we must be prepared. Given Dr. Otto's capabilities, should he conduct another nuclear fusion experiment, the destructive power will undoubtedly surpass that of the last. Qin Ge remarked. Norman nodded, acknowledging that although they did not confront the nuclear fusion reaction directly last time, the disturbances it caused throughout the Osborn Tower were undeniably alarming. There is also the worst-case scenario of Matt joining forces with Dr. Otto. As Qin Ge spoke, a wave of headache washed over him. One Matt was already a significant challenge. If he were to ally with Otto, the situation would indeed become dire. Perhaps we should return Matt's daughter to him? Norman suggested. The initial proposal to secretly relocate Matt's daughter was indeed Qin Ge's idea. Very well, Norman conceded with a sigh. But what about Otto? His situation is far more manageable than Matt's. He is not under control, but rather influenced by his obsession with nuclear fusion, exacerbated by his highly advanced mechanical arm. I will attempt to persuade him. He is not easily swayed. Norman shook his head, expressing his skepticism. We must at least try, especially since we have an ace up our sleeve. Qin Ge smiled. Norman, too, thought of this individual. Indeed, if there were anything other than nuclear fusion that could sway Otto, it would likely be her. It's up to you then. Norman was not inclined to partake in the planning, as he was far less adept in this regard than Qin Ge. Qin Ge nodded, placing the tritium element into the system's space. Leaving it here was the safest option. Unless Qin Ge permitted it, no one could access it. By the way, have the remaining symbiotes of venom been dealt with? Yes, according to the information you provided, they were eradicated using a flamethrower. How is a flamethrower on your aircraft equipped? This tool is a formidable asset against Matt. Both the original Matt and Venom harbor an intense fear of flames, especially Venom, as high temperatures are essentially the bane of symbiotes. What about Peter? How do we notify him? I will find him shortly. Very well. In this world, there are always 2 distinct groups of students. Their academic performance remains steadfast and impervious to external influences. One group comprises the academic prodigies, while the other consists of the underachievers, regardless of the difficulty of the examination or any occurrences leading up to it. As long as there are no significant incidents involving important individuals, the levels of these 2 groups remain consistent. Prodigies consistently rank at the top, while underachievers invariably occupy the lower tiers. Their performance is independent of the exam itself. These 2 groups exist beyond the constraints of the usual metrics. Clearly, Peter belongs to the former. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the radio in Peter's pocket emitted a sound. He swiftly darted into an alley, retrieved the radio, and turned up the volume to discern the voice emanating from it. Glancing around at the empty surroundings, Peter quickly shed his clothing, and before long, he transformed from an ordinary high school student into the superhero Spider-Man, a figure that instills fear in the hearts of criminals throughout New York City. 2nd Avenue, Citibank. Otto clutched a burlap sack, stuffing it with bundles of dollars. Behind him, the police fired incessantly. Yet it remained a mystery whether it was due to their incompetence or some arcane force, but none managed to strike Otto. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through echoed as a mechanical arm responded, and through its palm-mounted monitor, Otto glimpsed the approaching Spider-Man. At last, he has arrived. Otto prepared to smirk at Peter, while his left hand, which had been resting in his pocket, pressed a button. At that moment, Matt, situated across from Oscorp Tower, transformed into a torrent of sand, surging towards the building. "Dr. Otto, please cease your actions," Peter exclaimed, perched on the ceiling, observing Otto's silhouette. Having battled before, Peter understood that Otto's 8 mechanical arms perceived the same realities he did. Have the 2 mechanical arms, severed by Mr. Qin, been repaired? Peter pondered silently, gazing at the 8 mechanical appendages. "Come assist me, Peter," Otto beckoned, raising his right hand in invitation. "So, there's no room for negotiation?" Whoosh! The mechanical arm lunged forward, slicing through the air towards Peter. Anticipating the move, Peter swiftly evaded. Boom! The ceiling where Peter had been standing was instantly obliterated, creating a gaping hole. Peter landed on the ground, warily watching Otto. Otto advanced a step, his 8 mechanical arms swirling menacingly. The battle was imminent. Chapter 92. Clash with Venom and Sandman. Oscorp Tower. Matt transformed into sand and soared towards Oscorp Tower. Long ago, Qin had established a formidable defense. So the moment Matt arrived, he was swiftly detected by the vigilant guards. "The Sandman has arrived, alert!" The first guard to spot Matt shouted, simultaneously warning his comrades and triggering the building's alarm system. In the office, Qin stood, gazing out the window. "At last, Matt. I've awaited your arrival for quite some time." The torrent of sand wreaked havoc, and any guard who came into contact with it was swiftly knocked to the ground. None could withstand its might. Mercenaries and guards unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire upon Matt, fiery tongues of heat raining down upon him, momentarily subduing the swirling sand. However, as Matt transformed back into human form, he remained utterly unfazed, striding forward with confidence, his arms morphing into colossal hands of sand, relentlessly striking down the guards before him. Even as bullets from the armed guards and mercenaries struck him, Matt paid them no heed. These bullets posed no threat to him. Before the armed guards and mercenaries, Matt ignored their presence, advancing step by step. Some guards, terrified, began to retreat, exclaiming, "This monster is too fearsome." "Stay calm." The head of security shouted, "Proceed as planned." Hearing their superior's command, the guards and mercenaries sprang into action. Matt observed with intrigue as these ants scurried about. In Qin's office, Norman approached, a hint of hesitation on his face as he inquired, "Is it feasible? Even if it seems impossible, a memorable lesson will be imparted." A subtle smile graced Qin Ge's lips. "Let's prepare," he urged. "All right," Norman nodded in agreement. Several guards swiftly brought forth dozens of high-pressure water guns. And upon seeing them, Matt's expression shifted dramatically. "Spray." With the security chief's command, a torrent of powerful water erupted from the high-pressure guns. Designed specifically for firefighting, these guns possessed immense force. Even Qin Ge would be toppled if struck directly, let alone Matt, who was merely a mound of sand. Water would obliterate sand. The high-pressure streams struck Matt with unerring precision, enveloping him in a deluge of terrifying pressure. The once humanoid form of Matt was swiftly cloaked in gray, the hue of mud. Matt cried out in agony as his body, now solidified into a cement-like state, succumbed to the relentless spray, crashing to the ground in a cascade. Venom, buzz, dark tendrils surged from within Matt, encasing him in an instant. Boom! The black filaments coalesced into a massive shield, deflecting the onslaught of the high-pressure water guns. Ignoring the threat from behind, the Venom Sandman advanced, a torrent of sand and black strands sweeping through the crowd, toppling everyone in its path. Drip, 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 boom. The enhanced pumpkin bomb detonated with the ferocity of a high-explosive grenade. At such close range, its destructive power was immense. A normal person would be reduced to mere fragments at this proximity. However, he was the Venom Sandman. "I will kill you." As the flames dissipated, only the half-head of the Venom Sandman remained, sand continuously spilling from the hollow right side, reconstituting his visage. Suddenly, Qin Ge appeared behind the Venom Sandman. His vibranium dual shields plunged fiercely into the creature's back. The venom-laced tips of shields pierced into Matt, with the potent toxin coursing through him. This venom was potent enough that even the sandified Matt could not wholly resist it. Qin Ge deduced that venom would not allow harm to come to Matt, not out of affection, but pure self-interest. Should Matt fall, venom, without a host, would not survive the predatory gaze of Qin Ge and Norman. Thus, it was imperative for venom to expend its energy to heal Matt. The Venom Sandman seized Qin Ge from behind, violently slamming him toward the ground. Whoosh! Norman activated his flying gear, rapidly approaching the Venom Sandman and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Qin Ge landed hard, the tremendous force momentarily disorienting him. Yet he retained his fighting spirit, quickly rising to join Norman in the fray against the Venom Sandman. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed in rapid succession as the three figures intertwined in battle. To the remaining guards and mercenaries under Osborn, this appeared to be a contest of equals, instilling a flicker of hope for victory. Yet, only Qin Ge and Norman understood that they were merely holding on by a thread. In a moment of hesitation, the Venom Sandman refrained from unleashing his prowess in large-scale combat, instead maintaining his humanoid form. Nevertheless, even as a duo, they found themselves at a disadvantage against their adversary, with time slipping away to their detriment. With a resounding thud, Qin Ge was forced back by a powerful punch from the Venom Sandman. Shaking his hands, he felt little impact thanks to the formidable, shock-absorbing capabilities of his vibranium dual shields. Suddenly, Norman descended beside Qin Ge in a flying apparatus. "We must drive him back swiftly," Norman urged in a grave tone. Qin Ge nodded in agreement, retracting his shields and revealing a flame-thrower in his palm. With determination, Qin Ge lunged forward, brandishing the flame-thrower at the Venom Sandman. Norman activated his flying device, diving ahead and momentarily surpassing Qin Ge, flames erupting from the apparatus. Startled, the Venom Sandman swiftly evaded. In that instant, Qin Ge closed the distance. Seeking death, the Venom Sandman intoned with a glint of malice in his eyes, as swirling sand coalesced into a fist, striking fiercely at Qin Ge. With a swift motion, Qin Ge squeezed the trigger of the flamethrower. This weapon, derived from Captain Marvel's world, possessed a power far beyond what this era could fathom. The Venom Sandman was engulfed in searing flames, the intense heat spreading across his form like a relentless parasite. Qin Ge did not release the trigger. The scorching fire continued to pour upon the Venom Sandman. Chapter 93. The threat, a piercing scream, echoed as the Venom Sandman could no longer endure, transforming into a torrent of sand and retreating into the distance. "Cease fire, Norman." "He has fled," Qin Ge declared, releasing the trigger of the flame-thrower and addressing Norman beside him. Norman complied, halting the flame output from his apparatus. "Should we pursue?" he inquired. "Not necessary," Qin Ge replied with a shake of his head. At that moment, a voice from the system resonated. "The communicator for the host is ringing for Peter." "Where's Peter now?" "Second Avenue, Citibank." "Useless," Otto grumbled as he observed the retreating clouds of sand, fully aware that Matt had failed. Casting a glance at Peter, who had just stowed away his communicator, he noted Peter's dire condition, marked by numerous bloodied wounds on his face and body, his Spider-Man suit tattered. In stark contrast, Otto bore not a single scratch. "This boy must have summoned assistance. Perhaps I can extract tritium from him," Otto mused, his eyes glinting with ambition. After notifying Qin Ge, Peter utilized his wall-crawling abilities to perch upon the wall, keeping a vigilant watch over Otto. "You are about to face calamity, Dr. Otto," Peter warned. "Is that so?" "I believe the one facing calamity is you," Otto retorted as his four mechanical arms scuttled across the ground like a crab, propelling his body swiftly closer to Peter. Unwilling to underestimate the threat, Peter extended his right hand, releasing a burst of webbing, and swiftly ascended. Boom! Otto would not let Peter escape so easily and pursued him without hesitation. Peter navigated skillfully between the towering buildings, utilizing his webbing, while Otto closely pursued him with his mechanical arms. Their positions continually shifted, unbeknownst to them, drawing nearer to the train tracks. Meanwhile, Qin Ge hurriedly drove towards Peter's location. With the aid of the system's tracking capabilities, Qin Ge was able to keep a constant watch on Peter's whereabouts. Upon arrival, he swiftly parked the car and dashed forward. Suddenly, Otto's mechanical arm pivoted sharply, causing his figure to vanish amidst the skyscrapers. Where'd he go? Peter crouched against the wall, gazing perplexedly at the empty space behind him. Buzz! The spider sense issued a sudden alert. Boom! In an instant, several mechanical arms broke through the wall behind Peter, but thanks to his spider sense, he narrowly evaded the unexpected onslaught. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, Peter shot out a strand of webbing, regaining control of his body. Whoosh! A shadow materialized before Peter, and a sharp mechanical arm lunged fiercely towards him. This is bad, Peter thought, quickly sidestepping. Boom! As he dodged the mechanical arm's assault, he remained intensely focused, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to his demise. Another strike came forth. Peter bent low, barely evading the blow. Boom! Another mechanical arm appeared like a specter at his waist, delivering a powerful strike. Whoosh! Peter's body was propelled backward at high speed. Crash! He collided forcefully with a bus. Crack! Two mechanical arms lifted a small car, and Otto approached Peter, hefting the vehicle menacingly. Clang! A figure appeared before Peter, just in time. The car crashing against the vibranium shields, the immense force only causing Qin Ge to stagger back a couple of steps. Boom! With its momentum spent, the car fell to the ground. Mr. Qin, I'm fine, be careful. Qin Ge raised his vibranium shields. Clang! The tremendous force immediately pushed him back, and another mechanical arm shot towards him, leaving Qin Ge no choice but to evade. Ding-dong! The sound of an approaching train resonated in the air, and Otto's expression shifted slightly as he abandoned his attack, sprinting to the side. Has he given up? Peter questioned, watching Otto flee. Something feels off. Qin Ge fruvnid. Otto would not relent without acquiring the tritium. Beep, beep, beep. The train approached from the distance, and a smirk crept onto Otto's face as he leaped atop the train. This is bad. Qin Ge quickly realized Otto's intentions. Peter, get me up there, stop him. Huh? Oh. Although Peter was still somewhat dazed, he complied without hesitation. Clang! As Qin Ge and Peter landed on the train, they immediately spotted Otto moving toward the front. Stop him, Peter! As he spoke, Qin Ge retrieved a sniper rifle from the system's space, aiming it at Otto. He had no intention of killing Otto. The man was merely under some influence, which is why he had refrained from using the sniper rifle until now. However, the moment had become critical. Qin Ge would not kill him, but he would incapacitate him. Upon hearing Qin Ge's words, Peter raised his hand and unleashed a web, which accurately ensnared one of Otto's mechanical arms, momentarily halting his advance with tremendous force. However, Otto swiftly severed the web with another mechanical arm, its strength akin to steel. Just then, Qin Ge pulled the trigger. A cry of agony escaped Otto's lips as Qin Ge's shot struck his left leg, the high-caliber sniper bullet instantly crippling it. Otto, media scientist, had never endured such excruciating pain before. The intense, piercing torment nearly overwhelmed him. Yet the ambitions that burned in his heart propelled him onward towards the front of the train. Qin Ge's expression turned cold as he aimed at Otto once more. Bang! Otto's right leg was pierced with a resounding impact, rendering both of his legs utterly incapacitated. The devastating power of the sniper bullets had severely diminished any possibility of recovery. Nevertheless, Otto had reached the front of the train. With a swift motion, his mechanical arm pierced through the train car as if it were mere tofu, yanking the conductor aside and seizing the speed control lever. Otto, do not force my hand, Qin Ge declared, locking onto Otto's head through the scope. Hand over the tritium, or I will condemn everyone aboard this train to their doom. Enduring the excruciating pain, Otto replied coldly, you wouldn't dare. Try me, Qin Ge retorted, his gaze unwavering upon Otto, who mirrored his intensity. I do not have the tritium on me, Otto stated, and Qin Ge shook his head in response. Chapter 94. The heart of a hero. Qin Ge fell into silence, contemplating whether to relinquish the tritium to Otto or to prioritize the greater good by withholding it. Surrendering it would endanger all of New York. Peter stood behind Qin Ge, refraining from speaking. He understood that Qin Ge was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Damn it! Qin Ge slammed his fist against the train, unable to ignore the lives at stake. Reluctantly, he set aside his sniper rifle, retrieved the tritium, and tossed it to Otto. Otto caught it eagerly, a smile spreading across his face as he recognized the precious element. Then, with a sinister command, he shouted, die. The mechanical arm gripping the speed control lever suddenly thrust the speed to its maximum, then yanked it abruptly. You bastard! Qin Ge quickly raised his sniper rifle and aimed at Otto. Bang! The abrupt acceleration and the hasty shot lacked systematic guidance, failing to hit Otto. Otto deftly maneuvered his mechanical arm away. What do we do now? Peter approached with a worried tone, observing the train now reaching its top speed. Qin Ge's face darkened, a grim expression settling upon him. His mind raced, yet he could not conceive a solution. Should I resort to the Whitebeard template? Qin Ge pondered. The Whitebeard template was temporary. Once used, it would be gone. With Matt missing and Otto escaping, employing the Whitebeard template now might prove futile. Even with its formidable observation hockey, finding Otto would not guarantee the recovery of Matt. Moreover, would it not be a tremendous waste to expend such a valuable resource in this situation? Qin Ge was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Although he aspired to be a superhero, transforming his thoughts into the mindset of one proved to be quite challenging. He habitually approached problems from a self-serving perspective, which was quite vexing. While Qin Ge pondered, Peter, noticing his prolonged silence, gritted his teeth. and leapt forward. Qin Ge's eyes widened as he approached Peter. Peter landed at the front of the train, gazing down at the rapidly approaching tracks, took a deep breath, and jumped. Clang, clang, clang. Peter's formidable physical prowess could not withstand the train's relentless momentum, and the tremendous impact shattered the tracks beneath him. Thud! Peter leaped back onto the train, brushing off his right leg, a sharp pain radiating from his heel. He glanced back at Qin Ge, who remained silently watching him. Peter nodded at Qin Ge, and with a swift motion, 2 strands of webbing shot from his hands, anchoring onto the buildings flanking the train tracks. However, despite Peter's firm grip, the violent force of the train instantly severed the webbing. Passengers near the front of the train looked on anxiously at the figure standing at the forefront, Spider-Man. Peter ripped off his mask and tossed it onto the train, finding it difficult to breathe. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands, continuously releasing strands of webbing, each as strong as steel. Gripping the webbing tightly, he roared with all his might. Oh! Peter's muscles bulged as he strained against the webbing. His pale cheeks flushed from the exertion. As the strands snapped one by one, Qin Ge, standing at the front of the train, sighed softly. It was still insufficient. He prepared to contact the system. Oh! Stop! Peter shouted. And to the astonished gazes of Qin Ge and the passengers aboard the train's speed began to decrease gradually. How could a mere extraordinary being like Peter withstand such a terrifying force? Name: Peter Parker, alias Spider-Man. Gender: male. Age: 18. Lineage: human. Mutated spider special abilities: mutated spider. Details: heroic heart, awakened skills, mathematics LV3, physics LV3, max level LV5, overall combat power 500. Evaluation: superhero Spider-Man. Status: not loadable. The heroic heart has awakened. Qin Ge lifted his gaze, observing the slender yet imposing figure of Peter, momentarily lost in thought. The train's speed decreased dramatically, plummeting steadily. Qin Ge sighed and jumped down to stand beside Peter, witnessing his severely torn muscles. Gripping the webbing firmly, he unleashed a tremendous force. The passengers on the train watched in silence as the 2 figures valiantly resisted the rampaging train. Finally, with a crack, the train came to a halt. Qin Ge looked at Peter, who smiled broadly at him before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Qin Ge swiftly embraced Peter, gazing upon his youthful visage with a soft sigh. System: examine the heart of a hero. Heart of a hero. Awaken. This is the enlightenment possessed by a superhero, characterized by a commendable spirit of guardianship. When Spider-Man battles to protect, his strength has a chance to transcend its limits. Peter Parker, 2000, time elapsed, body weakened. With a complex expression, Qin Ge regarded Peter. His actions profoundly moved her. Perhaps this is the very essence I yearn to learn. Qin Ge murmured softly, carefully lifting Peter into her arms. She glanced back at the concerned passengers aboard the train who were watching Peter, nodded slightly to them, and turned to leave. At Qin Ge's home, she gently covered Peter with a blanket and quietly exited the room. How is Peter? Norman inquired, rising from the sofa as he saw Qin Ge emerge. Severe muscle tears in all limbs, with varying degrees of strain throughout his body. However, Peter possesses formidable regenerative abilities. He should be back to normal in a few hours, Qin Ge replied. That's a relief, Norman exhaled, having just learned that Peter had heroically halted a speeding train. He was still in shock, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the impact. Otto has taken the tritium. We must locate him swiftly. He is certain to utilize it to recreate a nuclear fusion reactor, and we must thwart him. Qin Ge shifted the conversation. Indeed, but how do we find him? Norman queried, his gaze intent. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled. Chapter 95. Preparations for battle. Utilize our resources to track them down. Contact the government. I am confident they will not remain idle while 2 supervillains wreak havoc, Qin Ge said with a smile. Norman nodded in agreement. I will reach out to them immediately. Yes, we need to ascertain their location as soon as possible. The tritium Otto stole is substantial, thus the corresponding nuclear fusion reactor will also be significant. The only places in New York City capable of housing such a large apparatus without detection are the coastal areas. Qin Ge rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Thus, we need only investigate the coastal regions, Norman concluded. Precisely, Qin Ge affirmed. I will contact the government right away. Very well. On a deserted island outside New York City, Otto disembarked from a speedboat, clutching a container filled with tritium as he hastened onto the shore. Upon reaching his base, he placed the tritium down and commenced the construction of a massive nuclear fusion reactor. A swirling dust storm coalesced before Otto, materializing into the form of Matt, who stood firmly in place. Did you acquire the tritium? Matt asked, astonished. Otto cast a sidelong glance at Matt, gesturing toward the container of tritium on the table nearby, yet remained silent. Matt's expression turned awkward. He had confidently assured that he could procure the tritium, only to ultimately fall short. Although Otto said nothing, Matt felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment within. They discovered my vulnerabilities and assaulted me with a high-pressure water gun. Matt, attempted to defend myself, striving to demonstrate that I was not without effort. It's all right, Otto shook his head. At least I acquired tritium. The outcome is satisfactory. At this juncture, Matt's formidable strength was still required, and Otto had no intention of severing ties with him. Without Matt, he would struggle against Qin Ge, not to mention the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. To break ties with Matt now would be an unwise decision. Is there anything you need me to do? Matt inquired, seeking to atone for his shortcomings through alternative means. Understood. Matt also recognized that mankind's advanced weaponry, particularly missiles, was beyond their capacity to withstand. With that, Matt transformed into a whirlwind of dust and flew away. Meanwhile, Norman, a titan in the realm of biology and the creator of human enhancement serums, as well as the chairman of Oscorp, easily contacted the President of the United States. After recounting the events, he successfully garnered military support. With the military backing, the situation became significantly more manageable. Norman instructed the troops to conduct a thorough search along the coastal areas of New York City, hoping to locate the concealed Otto and Matt. However, despite a large-scale sweep of the coastal regions, no trace of Otto and Matt was found. On the rooftop of Oscorp Tower, Norman furrowed his brow. It's strange. He wouldn't hide in another city, would he? Beside him, Qin Ge wore a perplexed expression. Where could Otto and Matt be hiding? It's astonishing that the military has not located them. Frankly, this was something Qin Ge had never anticipated. He believed that even if Matt and Otto were adept at concealment, evading the military's search was improbable. Yet, the evidence suggested otherwise. Are you certain that all coastal areas have been searched? I even dispatched personnel to the sewers of the coastal regions. Given that they had reached this point in conversation, it indicated that the two were indeed no longer in the coastal areas. Where could they be? Qin Ge pondered, furrowing his brow and gazing into the distant sky. If I were Otto, where would I hide? His mind raced, endeavoring to uncover overlooked clues. Norman also frowned. These two individuals posed a threat that needed to be resolved swiftly. The artificially created sun from a nuclear fusion reactor the size of half a room nearly obliterated the entire Oscorp Tower. If left unchecked, it could even impact Manhattan Island. What if a nuclear fusion reactor the size of a 3-story building were to be constructed? Such a creation would undoubtedly endanger all of New York. Otto's obsession was to complete the nuclear fusion reaction. He did not wish to annihilate New York. Matt merely sought to heal his daughter, who had been secretly relocated by the military, leaving him unaware of her current whereabouts. In his quest to find her, it was evidently unrealistic to rely solely on his efforts, and the military's covert actions would not remain hidden from Matt. Thus, how could they be compelled to relinquish his daughter willingly? Qin Ge simulated the events in his mind. Relying solely on brute force to storm the military is impractical. Although Matt possesses an incredibly formidable ability to defy death, he cannot withstand weaponry of missile caliber. Thus, this approach is unfeasible. Otto's strength is not remarkable. Matt's alliance with him cannot be attributed to Otto's prowess. Matt has come to Osborn for the element tritium, which led Qin Ge to a sudden revelation. He sensed he had grasped the crux of the matter. Matt is assisting Otto in the creation of a nuclear fusion reactor, aiming for Otto to manufacture an artificial sun. Otto's fusion formula is flawed, not due to the equipment, but rather because of his understanding. I have discussed this with Matt, and he is aware of it. Thus, his intention becomes clear. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with insight. Otto is blinded by his obsessions, unable to see his own limitations. Yet Matt, fully aware, still chooses to aid Otto, indicating his desire for Otto to create an artificial sun as a means to threaten all of New York. This revelation ties everything together. Qin Ge exhaled deeply. By collaborating with Otto to conduct fusion experiments, they could potentially forge a colossal artificial sun capable of endangering New York, which Matt could use as leverage to compel the military to release hostages. However, Matt remains oblivious to the fact that once an artificial sun is formed, it cannot be extinguished. In other words, he does not realize that the artificial sun is uncontrollable. As the military approached, Matt and Otto reached an accord. Qin Ge stroked his chin thoughtfully. If they opted to menace New York, the location was evident. His gaze flickered with a peculiar light as he turned towards the east. The only place capable of directly threatening New York, yet outside the city limits, was the remote island. Are you heading to the island? Qin Ge asked, somewhat astonished, as he regarded the aged general at the forefront. He surmised that Otto and Matt must have informed the military about their plans regarding the island. The military's execution capabilities are unquestionable, and they promptly dispatched a reconnaissance team disguised as fishermen for exploration. However, the team lost contact shortly after reaching the island. The fact that a 7-member reconnaissance team could lose communication in such a brief span, without sending any information, speaks volumes. Just as Qin Ge and Norman prepared to depart, they were intercepted by Major General Bernie Ebers, who was overseeing the situation. Ebers informed Qin Ge that the military would proceed first. You and Mr. Osborne should hold back for now. You are our primary combatants. The military will take the lead, Ebers stated. Very well, Qin Ge contemplated before agreeing. Do not bring large weaponry. The artificial sun is unstable and missiles could detonate it. If that happens, its explosion would rival that of a nuclear bomb, albeit a pollution-free one. Ebers' pupils dilated in shock. Can you be certain? This is Neuest. What is a nuclear bomb? It is humanity's most advanced strategic weapon, and only those who have witnessed its detonation can fathom its true terror. Although Ebers has never seen one, he understands that should such a weapon explode near New York, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe. I'm certain. Ebers furrowed his brow, contemplating the impossibility of employing missiles. What about tanks? Tanks could indeed be utilized. Provided they do not strike the core directly, the issue is manageable. Very well. Ebers nodded. Is Spider-Man all right? There is no significant problem. Though he may not participate in this battle, Qin Ge shrugged in response. You may bring along flamethrowers and high-pressure water guns. These 2 items could exert a tremendous influence on Matt. Flamethrowers are somewhat difficult to procure, but high-pressure water guns are more feasible. Do your utmost to acquire them. They will enhance your chances of success. Indeed, I shall instruct someone to prepare them, and we shall depart once ready. Ebers nodded decisively, exhibiting no hesitation. He is a seasoned veteran, a true warrior who has risen from the heap of the fallen. Unlike generals like Wiggo, who emerged in peacetime, General Ebers shares a similar background with Qin Ge. Both have forged their achievements through valiant feats during wartime. Such warriors are often the epitome of iron-blooded soldiers. Do you think they can succeed? Norman approached, expressing a hint of skepticism. No, Qin Ge shook his head. Without the use of powerful missiles, inflicting substantial harm on Matt with current technological capabilities is quite challenging. But aren't their high-pressure water guns and flamethrowers? Norman inquired, perplexed. The Venom symbiote can evolve. With Matt's integration, I suspect he may have adapted to high-pressure water guns. As for the flamethrower, the models manufactured with present technology possess limited power and will have minimal impact on Venom. While it is true that Venom fears high temperatures, it is not paralyzed by mere flames. Captain Marvel's technological prowess is remarkably advanced. The flamethrower I possess is a product of cutting-edge science, generating exceedingly high temperatures. Nonetheless, even the comparatively feeble Riot was only defeated after prolonged exposure to flames. Venom, being stronger than Riot, would pose an even greater challenge to eliminate. Given the current state of technology in this world, I estimate that inflicting any significant impact would be commendable. Then why would you send them? Norman questioned, puzzled. The military is merely a facade. We are positioned outside New York City, on a deserted island. Naval vessels encircle the island in a converging formation. Matt slowly lowered the binoculars, his expression revealing no signs of distress. Upon spotting the 7 fully armed fishermen, he realized the gravity of the situation. He never anticipated that Qin Ge and Norman would summon the military, nor did he expect such a formidable force to converge upon him. True, he is strong, yet Qin Ge, Norman, and Peter are not his equals. However, he possesses self-awareness. Faced with such an army, Matt is acutely aware that he is no match for them. In the face of such an adversary, he considers it wiser to remain cautious. Nevertheless, casting a glance at Otto, who remained focused on constructing the nuclear fusion reactor, he felt a flicker of reassurance. If he can stall for half an hour, recalling Otto's earlier words, the nuclear fusion reactor will require 30 more minutes to complete. Once the reactor is finished and the tritium is infused, a synthetic sun will be rapidly formed, and, at that point, they shall have no reason to fear the military. The life and death of all New York rests upon their thoughts. It appears that the instruments are yet to be completed. Meanwhile, on the flagship, Qin Ge has also set aside his telescope. Shall we launch a full-scale assault? Norman, clad in the Green Goblin's attire, displayed an eager expression. It seems necessary indeed. Qin Ge had not anticipated that they had not yet resolved the issue with the instruments. He had been fully prepared to confront a freshly forged artificial sun upon his arrival. Now it appears that the proceedings have not even begun. General, instruct your soldiers to hold Matt at bay, while Uncle Norman and I seek an opportunity to destroy this apparatus. You could trust us with this task. Albers nodded solemnly. Qin Ge acknowledged Albers with a nod, opting not to don the Shadow Monarch's uniform, but instead changing into combat attire suitable for battle. The vibranium dual shields were firmly secured at his wrists as he exchanged glances with Norman, both surveying the distant, deserted island. The warship gradually approached the island, yet it remained uninhabited. The soldiers boarded the yachts, moving towards the sandy shores. Where are the Sandmen? Albers questioned, puzzled. Over there, Qin Ge indicated towards the island. Where? Albers followed Qin Ge's gesture, bewilderment evident on his face. It's clearly empty. Qin Ge refrained from further commentary, for Albers had already deduced Matt's whereabouts. As the soldiers disembarked, at the moment the first batch set foot on the sandy beach, the sand surged violently, a cacophony of dust erupting into monumental waves that instantaneously toppled all the landing troops. Chapter 97. The battle commences at Qin Ge's residence. Peter groaned as he opened his eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? It was not a hospital. Rather, it appeared to be a bedroom. He recalled being cradled by Qin Ge before losing consciousness. This must be Qin Ge's new home. Peter, you're awake? Aunt May entered from the outer room. Aunt May, Peter called out to her. Qin Ge mentioned that your recovery is progressing well, though you remain quite weak. Are you hungry? I saved a sandwich for you. Aunt May regarded Peter with concern. A little, Peter replied, patting his stomach. Get up and eat. Aunt May encouraged gently. All right, Peter nodded, rising from the bed. He surveyed the grandeur of Qin Ge's living room, which was vast, rivaling the total area of their own home. Truly, one could say that he was indeed the second largest shareholder of Osborne. Here you go. Aunt May brought forth the sandwich and a glass of milk, placing them before Peter. Thank you, he replied. Aunt May, where have Mr. Qin and Mr. Osborne gone? Not seeing Qin Ge and Norman around, Peter couldn't help but inquire. They have gone to attend to necessary matters. Aunt May smiled gently, her smile reserved yet penetrating. Peter felt an inexplicable sense of unease under her gaze. Aunt May, what about Uncle Ben? Ben is at home. Qin Ge called us, asking us to come here to take care of you. It was my duty to check on you. Aunt May explained. Peter nodded in understanding. Peter, I do not know what transpired with you, but you must remember the words your Uncle Ben once shared with you. Aunt May spoke earnestly. Peter silently savored his sandwich, sensing that Aunt May might have discerned something. This era yearns for heroes, individuals willing to uphold the banner of responsibility. The adage with great power comes great responsibility is far from mere rhetoric. It embodies the consciousness befitting a true hero. Peter, you may not realize it, but such individuals exist in every corner of the globe. While their abilities may not rival those of the superhuman, they steadfastly safeguard what they hold dear. Some wait in the rain all day, merely to catch a glimpse of the heroes who once risked everything to save them. Love is reciprocal. Heroes bestow upon the people a reassuring love, and in return, the people offer their profound admiration. Peter lifted his gaze to meet Aunt May's encouraging eyes. Peter, you are a thoughtful child. You know well what is right and what is wrong, she said softly, a smile gracing her face. I understand, Aunt May, Peter replied quietly. Well, finish your meal and attend to your responsibilities, she urged. Yes. Outside New York City, on a desolate island, chaos ensued. Be careful, P.S. to the left. General Albers observed the soldiers on the beach, restrained by Matt, his expression grim. Beside him, Qin Ge and Norman had yet to depart, while Matt single-handedly held the beach, leaving them unable to land. Team 3, take the high-pressure water guns and advance. The rest of you, provide suppressive fire. Be cautious not to hit our own, Albers commanded, his demeanor stern. Understood. Firefighters leaped from the warship on his speedboats, the high-pressure water guns connected to the vessels. Notably, these boats carried substantial instruments. These colossal black devices siphoned seawater, feeding it into the water guns. Before even reaching the shore, the soldiers aboard the warship indiscriminately opened fire into the swirling sand, attempting to attack Matt and cover the landing of Team 3. High-pressure water guns? Matt observed with a cold chuckle, opting not to thwart their landing, but instead focusing on dispatching the soldiers already on the beach. Boom! As the firefighters approached the shore, jets of high-pressure water erupted from their guns, spraying into the cloud of sand. The immense black devices voraciously drew in seawater, providing an unending supply for the water guns. Shall we proceed? Norman inquired of Qin Ge. Indeed, Qin Ge nodded, boarding Norman's craft. General, this is in your hands now. Rest assured. All right. The craft ascended slowly, with Qin Ge saluting Albers. Bang! The vehicle surged forth, racing into the distance. On the beach, boom! The high-pressure jets struck Matt, who had once melded into the sand, gradually taking on a tangible form. Its working continue. The soldiers engaged in battle witnessed this transformation. Their morale revitalized as they maintained the current rhythm and continued to unleash jets of water. Albers on the flagship also felt invigorated by the sight. Under the onslaught of the high-pressure jets, Matt's form coalesced into a giant towering dozens of meters high. However, unlike the previous encounter in the city, Matt now radiated a dark, grayish hue. As the sand transformed into silt, the venomous creature grew even more formidable. With unbridled arrogance, the voice of the venomous sand giant echoed like thunder in the ears. Boom! The venomous sand giant raised its colossal fist and struck the ground with tremendous force, sending a terrifying shockwave that uprooted all the soldiers standing nearby. The massive hand came crashing down, reducing several unsuspecting soldiers to mere pulp. In the midst of this chaos, the towering figure of the venomous sand giant navigated the battlefield as if it were unchallenged. No soldier could stand against it. The machine guns unleashed a barrage of bullets, yet they merely bounced off the venomous sand giant, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Some bullets failed to penetrate its defenses at all. Bang! Eber's fist slammed down on the command platform. His face darkened with fury, almost dripping with resentment. Had this creature evolved? These were his soldiers. Watching them perish one by one, Ebers felt his heart bleed. Matt had seemingly lost his fear of water, a development he had never anticipated. Meanwhile, Qin Ge stood at the rear of the aircraft, observing the transformation of the venomous sand giant with an expression of grim anticipation. Norman, we need to accelerate, Qin Ge remarked, having noticed the considerable loss of soldiers. They had to act swiftly. Understood, Norman nodded, increasing the aircraft's power. Boom! The thrusters roared to life, propelling them forward with sudden speed. At that moment, the venomous sand giant also detected their presence. Chapter 98, Fierce Collision. Damn it! The venomous sand giant was alarmed. This was the critical moment, and they must not disturb Otto. Stop them. Without hesitation, the soldiers instinctively rushed toward the venomous sand giant, determined to obstruct its advance with their bodies. Yet, this effort proved futile. The extraordinary life form was beyond the reach of mere mortals. No weapon could threaten the extraordinary, and regardless of how many soldiers approached, the outcome remained unchanged. The tremors produced by the massive form of the venomous sand giant were impossible to ignore. Name, venomous sand giant. Title, Venom. Gender, male. Age, 32. Bloodline, human. Special abilities, sandification, superior regeneration. Details, skills, max level LV5, comprehensive combat power, 978, continuously rising. Evaluation. The symbiotic entity of the sand and venom possesses second-tier potential. When combined, it could potentially transcend its limits to become a second-tier life form. Status, not loadable. Is it approaching a ceiling level of combat power? Qin Ge pondered, casting a wary glance at the approaching instrument, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. Whoosh! Careful! Qin Ge instinctively reacted, gripping Norman's waist and pulling him sharply, causing the aircraft to veer to the side with Norman's movement. Just as they shifted, a long spear crafted from silt whizzed past, the sharpness of the spearhead slicing through the air, producing a jarring sound. Norman, still shaken, glanced at the spear only to realize that the silt spear had altered its trajectory and was charging at them once more. Shit, Norman muttered darkly, maneuvering the aircraft with reckless agility. Fortunately, the craft was remarkably flexible, and the muddy spear found it challenging to strike them, even slightly. However, a shadow loomed overhead, enveloping Qin Ge and Norman. The venomous sand creature emitted a shrill, piercing roar, but Qin Ge remained unfazed, steadfastly squeezing the trigger. At that moment, the soldiers behind them surged forward. Stop, Dr. Otto! Qin Ge shouted, recognizing their arrival. The soldiers promptly understood and began to encircle Otto. Otto, you are surrounded. Cease your work immediately and raise your hands. The squad leader aimed his rifle at Otto. Otto disregarded the encirclement, seemingly unfazed by his precarious situation, continuing to load the nuclear fusion device. Repeat. Otto, you are surrounded. No more nonsense, fire. Iber's voice crackled through the earpiece. With the general's command, all soldiers encircling Otto brazenly pulled the triggers of their weapons. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire erupted, aimed squarely at Otto. Suddenly, a mass of black liquid surged forth from Otto's body, instantly transforming into a colossal shield that stood before him. All the bullets struck the massive black shield, none reaching Otto. What? Qin Ge's eyes widened at the sight. System, check Otto's profile. Name, Otto. Gender, male. Age, 34. Bloodline, human. Special ability, enhanced regeneration, details, skills, max level LV5, overall combat power, 123, continuously rising, status, not loadable. A symbiotic entity of venom? Truly astonishing. Bang! Before Qin Ge could finish his thought, an overwhelming force slammed into him, sending him flying. The aircraft and Norman were also caught in the impact, sent hurtling away. Boom! Qin Ge and Norman crashed heavily to the ground, although he was momentarily taken aback. The vibranium shield managed to absorb some of the force. Qin Ge shook his head, quickly regaining his footing. However, Norman fared worse, feeling as though his body had been shattered, intense pain radiating from every part of him, with the aircraft reduced to scrap metal beneath the blow. The flame-wreathed, venomous sand creature approached, and Qin Ge eyed it warily. The creature raised its right hand and brought it down with great force. "Huh!" Qin Ge shouted, raising both hands. Boom! The instant the creature's palm met Qin Ge's hands, the tremendous force pressed him down into the ground. Below his shins, he sank into the earth, his eyes wide with fury, his face flushed as he struggled against the creature's immense pressure. The venomous sand creature was astonished to find it could not press down any further. Qin Ge, through sheer strength, was somehow resisting this terrifying force. Qin Ge, cough, cough, cough. Norman struggled to rise from the ground, gazing with concern at Qin Ge, who was gritting his teeth against the formidable pressure exerted by the Venom Sandman. Qin Ge, devoid of the capacity for conversation, was wholly focused on resisting the terrifying force emanating from the creature. One glance at his physique revealed the immense strain he was enduring. With all his might, Qin Ge pressed against the Venom Sandman's hand, a peculiar energy coursing through him, striving to break its limits, only to be thwarted by that very force, what the system referred to as the boundary. The upper limit of the Captain America template was set at 100, and as long as Qin Ge retained this template, he could not genuinely surpass that threshold. However, he was currently unable to unload the Captain America template. The fact that Qin Ge, a novice in the realm of the extraordinary, could withstand the ferocious assault of the Venom Sandman was fundamentally due to the Captain America's bug-level abilities. The shield was 50-50. Although the vibranium dual shield was not the original vibranium shield, it could similarly activate this extraordinary capability. Without the superpower of the 50-50 shield, Qin Ge would have been no match for the Venom Sandman. Clenching his teeth, Qin Ge linked his mind with the system, a sense of urgency igniting within him. "You leave me no choice." Just as he was about to command the system to utilize the white beard template, he suddenly heard a sound emanating from the sky. Though invisible, his years in the military instantly allowed him to recognize its identity. A missile. Chapter 99, Bombardment. 3 minutes earlier, Abors gazed grimly at the images projected by the drone. From this perspective, it appeared that the Venom Sandman had fatally struck both Qin Ge and Norman. Meanwhile, other soldiers were still firing at Otto, but were thwarted by the symbiotic offspring of Venom, though they had yet to surrender. "General, it is time to deploy the missiles." The chief of staff approached Abors, speaking in a serious tone. "Wait a moment," Abors replied, his eyes fixed on the screen. These were his soldiers, and he would not abandon a single one. "General, if we delay any longer, the fusion reactor will complete its process, and the missiles will become unusable." The chief of staff pointed at the screen, where it was evident even to the untrained eye that the nuclear fusion reactor was nearing completion. "Just a little longer. Just a little longer." "General, I am the Supreme Commander, Colonel." Abors turned to glare at the chief of staff. "Understood." The chief of staff responded reluctantly. "General, the captain of the 7th Squad requests permission to bombard with missiles." At that moment, a voice from the communicator broke through. Abors clenched his fists tightly. In the footage from the drone, the remaining soldiers were engaged in a desperate struggle against Otto's mechanical arm, which was shielded by Venom, rendering any approach impossible. The mechanical arm was immensely powerful and virtually indestructible. The soldiers stood no chance. Boom! The mechanical arm slammed into the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air, as soldiers fell one after another under Abors' watchful gaze. Taking a deep breath, Abors commanded fire. Bang! As the Supreme Commander, General Abors, issued his command, several missiles soared into the sky from the warship, targeting the nuclear fusion reactor located in the heart of the remote island. The Sandman, noticing the missiles, underwent a drastic change in expression. 10 minutes. He lifted his gaze towards the missiles hurtling through the sky, taking a deep breath. Boom! The Sandman's body erupted violently. A cloud of sand and dust exploding into the air, waves of sand swiftly enveloping the sky. Seeing this, Norman rushed forward to pull Qin Ge from the ground. "Don't worry about me. I just need a moment to rest." "Hurry and stop Otto," Qin Ge urged, pointing at Otto. "Understood." Norman nodded. cautiously placing Qin Ge on the ground before swiftly heading towards Otto. Overestimating yourself, Otto sneered, unleashing four mechanical arms to charge at Norman. Oof. As Norman pivoted to evade the straight-on assault of one mechanical arm, he seized another arm, lifting his right foot to deliver a powerful kick. Bang! A loud crash resonated as the third mechanical arm was forcefully kicked away. With his right hand gripping the second arm, he exerted tremendous force, while his left hand grasped yet another mechanical arm, stabilizing himself as he summoned all his strength. The sudden surge of power yanked Otto away from the experimental platform. Bravo! Qin Ge, who had been intently observing the battle, couldn't help but cheer for Norman upon witnessing this. Bastard! Otto glared furiously at Norman, sending the remaining 6 mechanical arms hurtling towards him. Having been enhanced by a body-strengthening serum, Norman had already begun to learn combat techniques from humans. Although he could not match Qin Ge's prowess, he was certainly no match for Otto, a scientist utterly ignorant of martial arts. Even with mechanical arms, time was no ally to Otto against Qin Ge. At that moment, boom! A thunderous roar erupted from above, followed by another explosive sound accompanied by Matt's anguished cries. A shock wave cascaded downwards, toppling Qin Ge and the others to the ground. Otto disregarded everything, scrambling to his feet and hastening towards the nuclear fusion reactor to continue his setup. Qin Ge lay on the ground, shaking his head to clear the dizziness brought on by the shock wave. Boom! Another deafening explosion occurred, and as Qin Ge struggled to regain his footing, he stumbled and fell once more. Matt, above, was racked with pain from the relentless barrage of explosions. Even with his immortality, he found it challenging to withstand such strategic weaponry deployed by humans. Are we done yet? Matt's voice rang out again. Qin Ge shook his head, gazing at the nearly completed device, and advanced towards Otto. A black, viscous substance enveloped Otto's body, even covering his mechanical arms. Otto swung his mechanical arms with great force, attempting to crush Qin Ge. Get away from me! Qin Ge roared, driving his sharp vibranium dual shields fiercely into the mechanical arm. With a sound akin to piercing flesh, the black substance was shredded by the claw-like forms of the shields, penetrating deeply. The momentum did not wane, breaking the entire mechanical arm. Whoosh! Several mechanical arms shot forth towards him. Qin Ge, startled, executed a roll to evade the attack. However, this maneuver distanced him further from the nuclear fusion reactor. Boom! 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 At that moment, several missiles rained down from the sky, wreaking havoc and causing chaos. The black barrier overhead began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. A thunderous roar resounded as the violent missiles once again engulfed the Venom Sandman, dissolving the black curtain entirely, scattering dark dust like a tempest across the sky. Dead? Norman furrowed his brow, gazing at the swirling dust. Had that nearly immortal being truly perished so easily? It felt implausible. As Otto completed the final components of the device, he swiftly activated it. This is bad. Qin Ge gasped in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. Otto's eyes gleamed with fervor as his mechanical arm positioned a container filled with abundant tritium before the apparatus. Just as Otto maneuvered the mechanical arm to insert the tritium into the machine, whoosh! A white shadow suddenly descended upon the container, snatching the tritium away, which was then caught by the figure that spun mid-air before landing on the ground. Chapter 100. The Sand Cascade. Spider-Man. Otto's furious roar echoed throughout the scene. Peter! Qin Ge and Norman exclaimed in astonishment as the newcomer arrived. None other than Peter, racing in at full speed. Just in time, Peter remarked with a smile. Perfect timing. Qin Ge replied, grinning. Whoosh! Peter's spider sense ignited instinctively, deeply ingrained within him. He reacted instantly, executing a somersault as the mechanical arm lunged at him, but missed entirely. As Peter landed, he aimed a stream of webbing at the mechanical arm, pulling with all his might, which yanked Otto towards him with tremendous force. The remaining mechanical arm plunged into the ground, resisting the powerful pull from Peter. Spider-Man, I will kill you, Otto bellowed, his dark mechanical arm propelling him swiftly towards Peter. Mr. Qin, Peter shouted, tossing the tritium towards Qin Ge. Qin Ge leaped into the air, reaching for the tritium. Seeing this, Otto's mechanical arm surged forward to intercept the airborne tritium. Whoosh! Whoosh! Peter swiftly shot 2 steel-like strands of webbing at Otto, simultaneously exerting force to bring the leaping Otto crashing down. Just as Qin Ge was about to grasp the tritium, an immense force struck his waist. Bang! A fist slammed into Qin Ge's side, propelling him away like a cannonball. Immediately, the black quicksand converged, forming into a sinister sand creature. Venom Sandman Matt. Qin Ge! Norman exclaimed, retrieving 2 pumpkin bombs from his pocket and hurling them at Matt the moment he materialized. As Matt caught the tritium element, he barely had time to react before 2 searing flames surged towards him, engulfing him instantly. Boom! Boom! The sound echoed as layers of quicksand rushed toward the nuclear fusion reactor. Qin Ge opened his eyes, the excruciating pain in his waist rendering him immobile. Damn it! Qin Ge gazed at the swirling dust ahead, quickly noticing the rapid flow of sand heading toward the nuclear fusion apparatus, along with the tritium within it. Stop it! Qin Ge shouted. Otto swung his mechanical arm, flinging Peter aside, and nearly simultaneously reached the nuclear fusion device. The sand transformed into a colossal hand, seizing the tritium element, prying open the container, and allowing the tritium to pour into the reactor. At that moment, Otto deftly struck the control panel, activating the machine. The towering structure, 3 stories high, roared to life as the tritium, under the reactor's influence, unleashed an infinite gravitational force, pulling all metallic objects on the deserted island into a frenzy. Norman's body trembled as, despite his robust physique, he found himself being drawn toward the immense force. Norman, Peter exclaimed in alarm, shooting 2 strands of webbing to ensnare Norman, preventing him from being pulled into the reactor. Qin Ge struggled to rise, but Matt's weight was too oppressive, even for his body at its utmost limits. Meanwhile, beyond the island, the ocean surged. Has the nuclear fusion reactor been activated? A grim-faced Ebers observed the last footage transmitted by the drone. In the footage, the reactor was indeed operational. Cease the missile bombardment, Ebers immediately commanded, as continued attacks would pose a threat to New York. Upon Ebers' order, the warships halted their missile strikes. The drone lost its effectiveness before the artificial sun powered by the tritium, capturing only the final scenes. From here on, it is in your hands, heroes of the world. Norman, quickly remove your gear. Peter's face beneath the mask flushed crimson as the artificial sun expanded, the gravitational force escalating exponentially. Without hesitation, Norman swiftly removed his equipment. As it detached from his body, it was swiftly whisked away by the overwhelming gravity. Thud! Exhausted, Peter sat on the ground, panting heavily. With the equipment gone, Norman was no longer affected by the artificial sun's pull. This is not a solution. Though Qin Ge lacked the strength to stand, his mind remained acutely aware. Otto's mechanical arm, shielded by Venom's protection, negated the gravitational pull, allowing him to move freely under the artificial sun's influence. Haha, let us celebrate. This is a monumental moment. Otto laughed maniacally as the cave, housing the nuclear fusion reactor, trembled violently. Pieces of metal being ripped away and consumed by the artificial sun, which continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a colossal entity with a diameter of several dozen meters. Dr. Otto, wake up! Can you control such a nuclear fusion reaction? Peter shouted anxiously. How could I possibly lose control? This is my invention. I possess greater mastery over it than anyone else. Otto scoffed disdainfully, manipulating the mechanical arm toward Peter. Instantly, Peter and Norman grew alert. I shall usher in a new era and become a figure of great renown. My name will be etched in the annals of history. However, before that, I must overcome some obstacles. Matt. The sand swirled and coalesced beside Otto, forming the image of Matt. Eliminate them, Otto commanded coldly. Very well, Matt nodded, transforming into a whirlwind of sand that surged toward Peter and Norman. The black sand, propelled by Matt's full force, rose like a massive ocean, towering high, akin to tumultuous waves, crashing violently toward Peter and Norman. A towering wall of sand, dozens of meters high, was beyond the capability of either Peter or Norman to evade. The two stood transfixed, watching the oncoming deluge. The sandstorm crashed down. Peter threw himself onto Norman, hoping to shield him and grant him a chance at survival. Suddenly, an invisible wave of air surged forth, confronting the torrential cascade of sand, halting the impending disaster. Chapter 101. In Matt's eyes flickered a glimmer of confusion, which soon morphed into astonishment. The barrier that had intercepted the sandstorm began to tremble, the vibrations subtle yet immensely powerful. In that fleeting moment, the once unassailable torrent of sand collapsed like a dam breached, unraveling in an instant. A ferocious force erupted, shattering wave after wave of the sandstorm. The shockwave reverberated into the distance. Peter and Norman, bewildered, raised their gazes after a long moment of not feeling the sandstorm's assault. The scene before them left them utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the soldiers watching from satellite broadcasts were equally stunned. The once mighty sandstorm now lay scattered on the ground. The area around the nuclear fusion reactor piled high with sand, reaching nearly a meter. In stark contrast, There was not a single grain of sand in their vicinity. Amidst this tableau, a figure stood before them, serving as a demarcation line. Ahead lay the remnants of the sandstorm, while behind flourished vibrant flora. The tall silhouette stood erect, with broad shoulders seemingly capable of supporting the heavens. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura of profound tranquility, as though his presence alone rendered the world devoid of peril. Mr. Qin? Peter and Norman recognized that back, yet their familiarity bred hesitation in Peter. Ha ha ha! Qin Ge laughed heartily, his laughter peculiar yet exuberant, radiating an aura of unparalleled confidence. Leave this to me. You two may step back for now. Qin Ge turned to face Peter and Norman, his left hand striking the air as if it were tangible, sending forth a gentle force that lifted Peter and Norman. With another strike, this soft power enveloped them, instantly transporting them away. In mere seconds, the two found themselves aboard the mothership. What is this? Ebers and the group of soldier officers stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of Peter and Norman, utterly at a loss. Gulalala, General Ebers, please take your men and leave. I shall handle this. Qin Ge's voice wafted through the air. Ebers instantly recognized it as Qin Ge's. Are you all right? He inquired. All right? Gulalala, I'm the strongest man in the world. Feeling the surging power within him and the formidable abilities granted by the devil fruit, Qin Ge gazed at Otto and Matt, as well as the artificial sun looming behind them, his eyes brimming with confidence. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Shadow Emperor. Gender, male. Age, 18 years, frozen in the mission realm. Bloodline, human. Special ability, Paramecia type. Tremor fruit. Details, skills, armament hockey LV5. Physical arts LV5, swordsmanship LV5, observation hockey LV4, conquerors hockey LV4, skills max level LV5, overall combat power 10,000 evaluation. Utilizing the Whitebeard template, you have become a veritable third-tier powerhouse. Unleash your potential and let the world witness the might of the strongest. Status, limited time template, duration 24 hours. Who are you? Matt asked warily, sensing an overwhelming aura of death emanating from Qin Ge. He realized that this individual had the capability to utterly annihilate him. I'm Qin Ge, he replied, stepping forward as a black liquid surged up his arms. Unlike the black of the venomous substance, this was a different kind of dark matter. Armament hockey, hardened. An unmatched aura erupted forth, as ferocious as a volcanic eruption, casting a terrifying presence across the island. In an instant, the entire deserted island was enveloped, causing all creatures, save for Matt, to succumb to unconsciousness. Although Matt remained awake, his mental state was exceedingly fatigued, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. This was the oppressive nature of Conqueror's hockey among the three types. Any weaker beings caught in its eruption faced only the paths of unconsciousness or death. A flicker of helplessness crossed Qin Ge's eyes. The Whitebeard template was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing the combat limits of this world. In the previous Marvel universe, after utilizing the Sun Wukong template, he still had 4 fifth-tier elites to contend with. Yet now, only a barely first-tier peak Matt remained. Meanwhile, he stood as the strongest of the third tier. Matt's gaze sharpened. He could not afford to be passive. Channeling his full strength, the earth trembled, and particles of sand began to float, a cloud of dust swirling through every corner of the air. Too weak, Qin Ge made no unnecessary movements, merely raising his right hand and suddenly clenching it toward Matt's direction. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated from the palm of Qin Ge, followed by a horrifying scene. Centered around Matt, the surrounding air violently compressed everything. Whatever came into contact with this air pressure was instantaneously obliterated. Matt was no exception. As the moment the air pressure struck, he was shattered by this terrifying force. Yet, Qin Ge refrained from delivering a fatal blow, and Matt, having been shattered, gradually began to recover. Approaching Matt, Qin Ge effortlessly lifted him with one hand. The characteristic of the armament hockey activated upon contact with the elemental entity. Qin Ge raised his right hand and struck Matt with a resounding clap. A burst of black matter was instantly expelled by the formidable power of the shock fruit. Venom, devoid of any desire to confront, turned and fled. Qin Ge unleashed a powerful punch. The air trembled violently, and a series of shock waves surged towards Venom, reaching a frenzied peak. With a splintering sound, Venom's body shattered like glass. Glancing at the unconscious Matt, Qin Ge deemed it time to conclude this encounter. He shook his head and turned his gaze toward the artificial sun, which had expanded to the size of half a football field, radiating a dazzling brilliance in the night. Undeniably conspicuous. With Matt in tow, Qin Ge casually tossed him aside, propelled by the power of the shock fruit, then turned his attention to Otto on the ground. I know you are awake. Qin Ge said calmly. The feigning Otto rose from the ground, gazing at Qin Ge with a complex expression. Behind him, there was nothing. 8 mechanical arms had vanished without a trace. Moreover, with Qin Ge's observation haki, he sensed that the toxic entities within Otto had perished alongside their mother. Chapter 102. The World's Strongest. This meant that Otto was now a lucid and normal individual. It is too late, Otto said, staring vacantly at the ever-expanding artificial sun, resembling the true sun, as nuclear fusion reactions created a corona-like structure around it. Everything is not yet final. How can you claim it is too late? Qin Ge shot him a sidelong glance. It has already expanded to a nuclear level. If it were to explode now, its power would rival that of a hydrogen bomb created through nuclear fusion. Otto shook his head. You cannot stop it. Originally, submerging it in the ocean would have sufficed. But now everything is far too late, he sighed. No, not yet. Otto looked up at Qin Ge, who remained fixated on the continuously expanding artificial sun. With me here, New York will be safe. A moment of bewilderment washed over Otto, as if this man could truly achieve it. Yet, Otto knew it was impossible. You need not attempt it, Dr. Otto. You once taught me. Qin Ge interrupted, turning to face Otto. Science is a wondrous endeavor, until the final moment. One can never predict the outcome. Just like this artificial sun, until the end, one cannot know how it will unfold. Otto gazed at Qin Ge with a complex expression. Leave this to me. Qin Ge struck the air, causing Otto's body to tremble. Otto silently regarded Qin Ge, who smiled in return. Wish you success. Otto finally said after a prolonged silence. I will succeed. Qin Ge replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. I'm the strongest man in the world. Satellite broadcast image. Due to the immense gravitational pull of the artificial sun, the rooftop was drawn in, creating a vast void in the sky, allowing satellites to easily observe the current state of the deserted island. Only Qin Ge remained. The military command center was filled with personnel, each soldier anxiously gazing at the large screen. This was a battle destined to remain unknown to the public. The psychological impact of an explosion with the power of a hydrogen bomb on the populace was simply too great to be disclosed in real time. However, as those fighting on the front lines, they had the right to know. Yet, even with this knowledge, they were powerless to intervene. Forced to watch as Qin Ge faced this colossal entity, comparable to a hydrogen bomb, alone. Go for it, Qin Ge exclaimed. Fixing his gaze on a now significantly expanded artificial sun, his fists gradually clenching. The pinnacle power of the white beard template was unleashed without reservation. Let me see what you've got. Qin Ge laughed heartily, raising his fist to shoulder level. His willpower, bolstered by the infusion of the Captain America template, had become tremendously formidable. Although he still struggled to fully harness this third-tier strength, it was no longer as uncontrollable as before. However, he did feel some residual effects, such as adopting Whitebeard's catchphrase. Wasn't it supposed to be my son? Ahem, I digress. With arms raised, fists tightly clenched, Qin Ge suddenly struck backward. The air behind him shattered like glass as his fists moved, leaving cracks in their wake. The violent force of the earthquake surged forth, churning the ocean behind him into a tumultuous frenzy. An astonishing scene unfolded. Towering waves, hundreds of meters high, erupted behind Qin Ge, the sea roiling violently under such intense agitation, obscuring the sky. The massive 100-meter wave surged forward with unrelenting ferocity. The frigid seawater crashed against the artificial sun, and its searing heat instantly vaporized the water. However, this was not merely a bucket or a tank of seawater, but a colossal wave hundreds of meters high. The massive waves, carrying seemingly endless volumes of water, pounded upon the artificial sun, submerging its scorching surface. The torrents summoned by Qin Ge were terrifying. This already diminutive deserted island stood no chance against the onslaught of such monumental waves, and in the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the sea. Gazing at the artificial sun enveloped by water, Qin Ge raised his right hand once more, aiming directly at it for another strike. Boom! The sheer ferocity of the force, compounded by the earthquake, became dreadfully formidable. In an instant, the distance from Qin Ge to the artificial sun, already sufficient to obliterate a skyscraper, was amplified to an unfathomable level of power. Boom! This seismic punch crashed down upon the artificial sun, unleashing an overwhelming force that nearly dismantled the structurally stable entity, shattering the surrounding seawater, instruments, and trees into fragments. Let's see how tough you really are, Qin Ge declared, ready for another assault. Qin Ge raised his right hand. An luminous white circle appeared in the palm of his hand. With a sudden grip, the white circle shattered, and his right fist surged forward with tremendous force. An astonishing might emanated from his fist, a power that could be deemed invincible, surging with unrestrained ferocity. One by one, white circles materialized along the trajectory of Qin Ge's fist as it struck towards the artificial sun. The shockwave generated by his punch obliterated each white circle it encountered, amplifying the explosive force with each shattering. One after another, an indeterminate number of white circles were traversed until Qin Ge's shockwave finally reached the artificial sun. At last, unmatched power was unleashed upon the artificial sun. This time, the sun could no longer withstand the onslaught and erupted violently. Yet, the force of the punch, after shattering the artificial sun, did not diminish. The surrounding seawater was violently dispersed, revealing the desolate island beneath. The punch landed with a ferocious impact on the island. The hundreds of miles of the island were instantly fragmented into pieces smaller than a person, sinking into the depths of the ocean. The artificial sun was torn asunder, releasing the energy contained within at that very moment. Prepared for this, Qin Ge unleashed two more punches. A familiar 100-meter tidal wave surged forth once again, enveloping the tumultuous remnants of the artificial sun and transferring the explosive energy into the sea, allowing the mighty ocean to consume it. As the 100-meter wave gradually receded, tranquility returned. Only one figure remained, standing in the air, gazing down upon the world. That figure was the strongest in the world. With the power reminiscent of Whitebeard at his zenith, he could theoretically traverse the air for brief moments by distorting the atmosphere. Chapter 103. Return gazing at the 5 human enhancement potions quietly stored in the system space. Qin Ge observed the stillness of everything, still enveloped in the night of the real world, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Ding! Would you like to draw a random character template? Draw. Qin Ge watched with anticipation, having reached a stalemate at the extraordinary level, the upper limit of the template. According to the system, Captain America would experience his first transformation upon wielding Thor's hammer for the first time, thereafter breaking through to the next tier. However, Qin Ge's template was that of the original Captain America, not the transformed version. On his own, he could not manage it. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, was the pinnacle artifact of the 3rd tier, allowing Captain America to transform easily, yet Qin Ge had no means to procure a 3rd-tier artifact for his own transformation. Hence, if he wished to grow stronger, he must earnestly draw character templates. Character template extraction in progress. Character template extraction completed. Would you like to view? View. Qin Ge exclaimed eagerly. Name, Arthur. Title, King of the Seas. Gender, male. Age, 28. Bloodline, human Atlantean. Royal, special abilities, blessing of the ocean, deep sea physique. Kingly presence, details, skills, diving LV5, combat LV5, leadership LV4, driving LV4, max level LV5, overall combat power, 1000 evaluation. One of the best templates of the 1st tier. You have struck luck, young man. Status, ready for deployment. King of the Seas? Qin Ge stared in astonishment at the disheveled, middle-aged man displayed on the system screen. This man was merely 28? To Qin Ge, he appeared to be at least 82. However, it was remarkable that this individual possessed 3 extraordinary abilities, which was indeed terrifying. With some experience under his belt, Qin Ge could not help but acknowledge the immense utility of such special powers, truly explosive in their effectiveness. Upon examining the 3 extraordinary abilities, he discovered, blessing of the ocean, Arthur's father was a man of the land, while his mother was the queen of the Atlanteans, a race from the ocean. He serves as a bridge between land and sea, capable of being embraced by both realms. As the finest warrior of the ocean, Arthur embodies the dual traits of both land and sea, thereby receiving the ocean's blessing. His abilities are significantly amplified in the water, with a maximum potential of 1500. With a father from the land and a mother as the Queen of Atlantis, this is the quintessential protagonist, Qin Ge remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Nonetheless, this special ability was indeed impressive. The potential for enhancement in the ocean was substantial, and the limit had boldly transcended the 1st tier, reaching the mid-2nd tier. Remarkably powerful. Deep sea physique. The royal lineage of Atlantis possesses the remarkable ability to thrive both in the ocean and on land, due to Atlantis's submersion beneath the waves. And endowed by the power of the mother box, Atlanteans have been gifted with bodies of steel, capable of withstanding the crushing depths of the sea, while also possessing the ability to see in darkness. Excellent. Another robust and refined special ability. Qin Ge nodded in satisfaction. Can this steel body withstand bullets? Perhaps a grenade exploding in your face might hurt. Qin Ge's eyes widened. Was his luck truly at its peak? Majesty of the King. Arthur possesses the ability to converse with marine life, a gift bestowed upon him by the ocean. This unique power grants him the qualification to become the sovereign of the sea. Qin Ge. While the third ability might seem less impactful than the previous two at first glance, upon closer examination, it revealed itself to be equally potent. The ability to communicate with oceanic creatures is not a gift afforded to just anyone, and the concluding phrase, the qualification to become the ocean sovereign, was particularly striking. The ocean. Over 70% of Earth's surface is covered by water. Mastering the ocean is tantamount to mastering the planet itself. To Qin Ge. This third ability appeared even more practical than the first two. Without further ado, he urged, "Load it for me." Loading character template. Character template loaded. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Qin Ge silently counted, and as the 4th second ticked by, an agonizing sensation surged from the depths of his being. Although the Captain America template had been replaced, the steely resolve he had cultivated remained intact, allowing him to endure the searing pain that coursed through every cell of his body. Gritting his teeth, he bore the intense agony. Fortunately, the pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. With a thud, Qin Ge collapsed to the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat. Time stood still. Yet he lay sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog. The pain was excruciating. The pain this time was incomparably more intense than before. I demand an explanation from the system. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the Captain America template is not as formidable as the Aquaman template. Thus, the suffering during the loading process is not as pronounced. Second, although Captain America possesses great strength, he remains fundamentally human. In contrast, Aquaman, while still a human, belongs to a branch akin to Whitebeard, thus deviating from the norm of humanity. During the loading process, the host's body underwent transformation as well. In other words, the system's voice took on a mocking tone. The host is no longer an ordinary human. Qin Ge found himself devoid of the strength even to twitch his lips, and could only silently beseech the system to present his template. Name: Qin Ge. Title: Shadow Emperor. The foremost dandy of Hua country. Gender: male. Age: 18. Bloodline: human Atlantean. Royal. Special abilities: Blessing of the Ocean, unawakened. Deep sea physique, King's Presence, unawakened skills: Indulgence LV5. Firearms LV5, Combat LV5, Command LV5, Diving LV5, Driving LV4, Skills maxed at LV5, Comprehensive Combat Power, 300, Maximum 1000 Evaluation, Target Level 2, Onward, Young Man. Status: Unable to load. Loading template: Aquaman template. Well, the suffering wasn't in vain. My combat power soared to 300, which brought Qin Ge a measure of satisfaction. No wonder he had just felt a surge of power coursing through his limbs. This was the reason. However, what does it mean that only one of the 3 special abilities has awakened? Chapter 104. We are Avengers. 4,000 words. Chapter 103. Disturbance above the head of Tai Sui system. Explain this to me. Qin Ge held back his exasperation and demanded, why can't the host possess a modicum of self-awareness regarding the lack of awakened abilities? The blessing of the ocean is due to Arthur being a child of both ocean and land, the mightiest warrior of the sea. And you? Your physique has been transformed by this system, making you a child of both realms as well. But can you truly be considered the ocean's most formidable warrior? The system did not conceal its sarcasm in the slightest. After hearing this, Qin Ge found himself at a loss for words. His combat power of 300 seemed rather inadequate. What about the King's presence? Qin Ge was particularly concerned about this skill, which appeared to be a game-changer. Please take time to carefully read the description of King's presence. King's presence. Arthur possesses the ability to converse with marine life, a power bestowed upon him by the sea, making him unique. This grants Arthur the qualification to be the master of the ocean. Wait, unique? Qin Ge suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Ahem. Just as the host suspects, this is indeed the reason. What should Qin Ge do if he feels like crying? The kind of crying that cannot be soothed. However, the host should not despair. If he is fortunate enough to enter Aquaman's world and come into contact with the Mother Box, there is still a chance to awaken the King's presence. The system reassured. Was a Mother Box a 4th-tier treasure? Oh, upon hearing about a high-tier treasure, Qin Ge lost interest in asking further. What was the point of inquiring if he could even obtain it? Show me the training plan for the Aquaman template. The virtual interface of the system materialized before Qin Ge, and upon viewing it, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Are you serious? He inquired. Indeed. This is the most expedient way for the host to reach the pinnacle of the Sea King template, the system replied, its tone laced with a discernible hint of schadenfreude. Qin Ge gazed at the training regimen before him, tears welling in his eyes. Having a deep-sea constitution doesn't seem to be of any help, does it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The suspension of time was lifted. A hum resonated as unseen forces surged forth, and everything resumed its course. Qin Ge cast a glance at the monthly exam results from several years prior, shaking his head in resignation. Although it was a matter of today, to him, it felt like an eternity had passed. Forget it, time for sleep. He shook his head, preparing to retire for the night, when he suddenly halted mid-motion. In the dead of night, what was going on? Qin Ge pursed his lips and approached the window, opening it to peer down below. At that moment, a man clad in black tactical gear with a backpack slung over his shoulder stood frozen, staring up at Qin Ge, who had suddenly opened the window. Brother, it's the middle of the night. What brings you to my home? Qin Ge chuckled, directing a glance at the shadowy figure before tossing him a template for inspection. Name, Lu Fei. Title, Bone Dragon. Gender, male. Age, 29. Bloodline, human. Special ability, none. Skills, firearms LV5, hand-to-hand combat LV5, command LV4. Driving LV4, max skill level LV5. Overall combat power, 75, maximum 100 evaluation. A lone warrior in the host world. His strength is commendable within this realm. Status, unloadable. Intrigued, Qin Ge scrutinized Lu Fei with newfound interest. A title? A combat power of 75 serves as a threshold. Those who exceed it are elite among elites. Although not entirely clear on the specifics, Qin Ge was aware that his grandfather, Qin Benhua, commanded an army special forces unit known as the Dragon Rising Special Forces. Within this elite assembly, every individual was a paragon of excellence. In terms of the system's combat power, even the weakest member of the Dragon Rising unit boasted a score of 75. With a swift motion, Qin Ge leaped from the window, startling Lu Fei considerably. Brother, this is the second floor. Thud. Qin Ge landed gracefully on the ground, beckoning Lu Fei with a gesture. Did he realize that I was targeting him? As Lu Fei marveled at Qin Ge's agility, he continued to ponder. Thud. Lu Fei followed suit, landing firmly before Qin Ge. What do you want with me? Qin Ge interrupted Lu Fei's impending speech with his query. Did you indeed deduce that I am your target? Liu Fei squinted, scrutinizing Qin Ge. It was then that he recognized the undeniable aura emanating from this son of a high-ranking officer. A soldier, an unequivocal soldier. Moreover, one who had faced the trials of blood and fire. I am here to kill you, Lu Fei intoned in a lowered voice. His hand deftly moving to reveal a handgun, now aimed squarely at Qin Ge. And you think you can accomplish that? Qin Ge scoffed, dismissing the weapon in Lu Fei's grasp with an air of disdain. What emboldens him to disregard firearms from a distance of 6 meters? Is it mere bravado? Or does he possess unwavering confidence? Or perhaps there are others lurking nearby? Lu Fei's mind raced, contemplating various scenarios. To his astonishment, he remained completely focused. Qin Ge observed Lu Fei in disbelief. This individual was not only deep in thought, but also maintaining a keen awareness of his surroundings. Such concentration is not something ordinary individuals can achieve. Nevertheless, it matters little. Although you cannot intimidate me, I advise against firing your weapon. We are in Huagua. Once a shot is fired, there will be no escape for you, Qin Ge stated. This is merely a small county. If I wish to flee, no one can stop me, Lu Fei replied in a low voice. Who sent you? Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? Lu Fei tightened his grip on the handgun, aiming it at Qin Ge. It seemed evident that someone had sent him to test my mettle. Perhaps my recent changes had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. Qin Ge narrowed his eyes, contemplating. If he were a genuine assassin, he would not engage in such idle chatter. Never mind, I shall subdue him first. With that thought, Qin Ge ceased speaking and sprang into action. Lu Fei's pupils dilated in shock. How swift! With a swift motion, Qin Ge seized the handgun, disassembling it in less than half a second, before delivering a powerful punch to Lu Fei's abdomen. The force was perfectly calibrated. Any more would have rendered Lu Fei unconscious, while any less would not have incapacitated him entirely. Now it was just right. Bam! Lu Fei, stunned, gazed at Qin Ge as he collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain in his abdomen rendering him powerless. Who are you truly? System, explain this to me. Qin Ge demanded, suppressing his bewilderment. Why must a host's mind remain devoid of insight when awakening? The blessing of the ocean is bestowed upon Arthur, the child of both sea and land, the mightiest warrior of the ocean. And you? Your physique has been modified by this system. While you may also be considered a child of the ocean and land, can you truly be deemed the ocean's greatest warrior? The system's sarcasm was unrestrained. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge found himself at a loss for words. His combat strength of 300 seemed woefully inadequate. What the King's aura? Qin Ge was more concerned about the King's aura ability, which appeared to be an overpowered skill. Please provide a detailed description of the King's aura. King's aura. Arthur possesses the ability to converse with marine life, a power gifted by the sea, marking him as unique. This grants Arthur the right to become the sovereign of the ocean. Wait, unique? An ominous feeling washed over Qin Ge. Indeed, as you suspected, this is precisely the reason, the system confirmed. What should I do if I feel like crying? The kind of crying that cannot be soothed. However, do not lose heart. Should you be fortunate enough to enter the realm of the Sea King and come into contact with the Mother Box, there is still a chance to awaken the King's aura. The system reassured him. What was a Mother Box? A fourth-tier treasure. Oh. Upon hearing that it was a high-tier treasure, Qin Ge lost interest in pursuing further inquiries. What was the point of asking if he could not obtain himself? Show me the training plan for the Sea King template. A virtual display from the system promptly appeared before Qin Ge. After reviewing it, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Are you serious? Absolutely. This is the fastest method for the host to reach the pinnacle of the Sea King template. The system's voice betrays a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Ge gazed at the training program before him, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. How could one with a deep-sea physique not excel? 5, 4, 3, 2. The suspension of time was lifted. Buzz. An invisible force surged forth, and everything resumed its operations. Qin Ge glanced at the monthly exam report from several years ago, shaking his head in resignation. Although it was a matter of today, to Qin Ge, it felt as though it had transpired years ago. Forget it, time to sleep. Just as he was about to retire to bed, he suddenly halted. What could be happening in the middle of the night? Qin Ge pursed his lips and approached the window, opening it to look down below. At that moment, a man clad in a black stealth suit, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, stared vacantly at Qin Ge, who had suddenly appeared at the window. Brother, what brings you to my home at this hour? Qin Ge chuckled, questioning the figure in black, before tossing him a template to examine. Name, Lu Fei. Title, Bone Dragon. Gender, male. Age, 29. Bloodline, human. Special ability, none. Skills, firearm LV5, combat LV5, command LV4, driving LV4, max skill LV5, overall combat power, 75, maximum 100. Evaluation, a solitary powerhouse in the host world, possesses considerable strength therein. Status, not loadable. Intriguing. Qin Ge's interest was piqued as he scrutinized Lu Fei with keen curiosity. A title? A combat power of 75 serves as a threshold, with those above it being the elite among special forces. Although Qin Ge was not entirely clear on the specifics, he knew that his grandfather, Qin Benoit, commanded an army special forces unit known as the Dragon Rising Special Forces. These were the creme de la creme of elite soldiers, and even the weakest among them boasted a combat power of 75. Without hesitation, Qin Ge rolled over and leaped out the window, startling Lu Fei considerably. Brother, this is the second floor. Thud. Qin Ge landed deftly on the ground, beckoning to Lu Fei above. Did he realize that I am targeting him? Lu Fei, astonished by Qin Ge's agility, continued to ponder. Thud. Lu Fei followed suit, landing before Qin Ge. What do you want with me? Qin Ge interrupted Lu Fei, who was about to speak. Did he truly know I was after him? Liu Fei squinted, scrutinizing Qin Ge. And only then did he recognize that the son of the old commander was indeed formidable. The air of authority surrounding him was unmistakable. He was undoubtedly a soldier who had witnessed the trials of blood and fire. I am here to kill you, Lu Fei declared in a low voice, his hand moving to his waist, where a gun swiftly materialized, aimed directly at Qin Ge. Is that so? Qin Ge dismissed Lu Fei's firearm with a scoff. What audacity allowed him to disregard a weapon from 6 meters away? Was it mere bravado? Or did he possess a strategy? Or perhaps there were others concealed nearby? Lu Fei's mind raced through various scenarios. Remarkably, he remained undistracted. Qin Ge gazed in astonishment at Lu Fei, who was not only deep in thought, but also paying keen attention to him. Such focus was a rarity among ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Although you cannot harm me, I advise you against drawing your weapon. This is Huagua, and should you choose to fire, escape will be impossible, Qin Ge remarked. This is merely a small county. If I wish to flee, no one can stop me, Lu Fei replied in a low voice. Who sent you? Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? Lu Fei tightened his grip on the handgun, aiming it at Qin Ge. It appeared that someone had dispatched him to probe my intentions. Perhaps my recent changes had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives, Qin Ge pondered, narrowing his eyes. If he were indeed an assassin, there would be no room for such idle chatter. Forget it. I shall subdue him first. With that thought, Qin Ge ceased his dialogue and launched into action. Lu Fei's pupils constricted in shock at his speed. Crack. In less than half a second, Qin Ge disarmed Lu Fei, swiftly dismantling the gun and delivering a punch to his abdomen. The force was meticulously calibrated. Too much would render Lu Fei unconscious. while too little would allow him to retain combat capability. Now it was just right. Thud. Lu Fei, astonished, collapsed to the ground, the intense pain radiating from his abdomen, leaving him weak and incapacitated. Who exactly are you? Chapter 106. The method of reviving spiritual energy. Who are you? Lu Fei exclaimed in horror, staring at Qin Ge. Was such speed truly attainable by a human? Even the so-called strongest human, Qin Ge, could not possibly achieve it. System. Provide me with his information. The system swiftly infiltrated Huagua's database, automatically filtering all relevant data regarding Lu Fei. Qin Ge's eyes scanned the pages, rapidly absorbing the information. I fear I am on the brink of exposure. My transformations have been so drastic that those with keen perception could discern them. Moreover, as time passes, my strength continues to grow. I must devise a reasonable explanation for these extraordinary abilities. As his mind raced, a wild idea began to take shape. The system had previously stated that this world lacked extraordinary powers. If that were the case, perhaps this method could be viable. If successful, it would provide a framework for all my future transformations. Resolute, Qin Ge turned his attention to Lu Fei on the ground, removing the mask from his face. Huh? This individual seems rather familiar. Qin Ge mused, scrutinizing Lu Fei, feeling as though he had encountered him before. Never mind. He took out his smartphone and snapped a photo, pretending to fiddle with it for a moment before setting a ringtone. Half a minute later, the sound echoed through the air. Lu Fei observed all of this intently, eager to discover Qin Ge's intentions. Qin Ge's voice was calm, yet it sent shivers down Lu Fei's spine. How could this be? All personnel data from the Dragon Rising Special Forces is classified at the highest level. Even a regiment-level officer, unless they belong to the Central Combat District, has no right to access such information. Yet this old chief's son managed to obtain it via a text message in less than half a minute. If it weren't for the knowledge that the old leader would not lend a helping hand, he would suspect that Qin Ge had provided the information to Qin Ge. Who on earth are you? Lu Fei asked in astonishment as he gazed at Qin Ge. Qin Ge slowly set down his phone. Contact your superior. Tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon at the Strong Fitness Club, I have matters to discuss with him. Be punctual. After speaking, Qin Ge disregarded Lu Fei and approached the building. With a powerful leap, he sprang directly from the ground to the second floor. This extraordinary display of inhuman agility left Lu Fei once again astounded. Once he regained some composure, Lu Fei shakily picked himself up, retrieved the firearm that Qin Ge had dismantled, and departed from the scene. Inside the room, Qin Ge sat on the bed, his expression fluctuating as he examined the information just conveyed by the system. Lu Fei was a soldier brought by Qin Ge, and this probing task was also assigned by Qin Ge. The system had intercepted video calls between Sioux City and Qin Ge, as well as between Qin Ge and Lu Fei. Host, the game you wish to play is quite grand, and not everyone can control such a board. A single misstep could provoke a worldwide siege, the system cautioned. I understand. However, the changes occurring within me must be explained. Otherwise, I cannot pass my father-esque scrutiny. Very well. System, how can I facilitate the revival of spiritual energy? Qin Ge. This was a crucial link in his nebulous plan. There are numerous methods to revive spiritual energy, but currently, only 3 are suitable for Earth. Which 3? Qin Ge asked eagerly. The first method involves a 6th-tier supreme being forcefully altering the spiritual veins of Earth, reviving the deceased veins, and fundamentally transforming the spiritual environment of the planet. If I were a 6th-tier supreme being, would I still need to fabricate lies here? Qin Ge responded with an eye roll, exasperated. If he were such a powerful figure, he wouldn't have to tread so carefully. Truly absurd. The second method requires the host to communicate with the cosmic will of this universe, persuading it to allocate resources towards Earth. The cosmic will of each universe is at least a 6th-tier being. If you can convince it, reviving the spiritual energy of a planet would be a simple task. This indeed sounds plausible, Qin Ge mused, stroking his chin. However, persuading the cosmic will pose as a challenge, as does establishing contact with it. That is something the host must resolve independently. Just as I suspected, it's a trap. And what is the third method? Merging with a universe that possesses extraordinary power, thus complementing each other's strengths. Qin Ge listened, feeling that this seemed even more difficult than the previous 2. Merging 2 universes? Why not just ascend to the heavens? Universe, merging, and annexation are common occurrences in the grand cosmos. There are only 3 pathways to strengthen a universe: collective enhancement of its beings leading to ascension, universe merging, and universe annexation. There is no 4th option. The host world is at the lowest tier in the grand cosmos. Only universe merging is feasible. Annexation is out of the question and would lead to a tragic demise. How can I facilitate a universe merging in my current state? Qin Ge said, his lips twitching. Only when the host becomes powerful enough to surpass the 5th tier could an attempt at universe merging be considered. Damn it. After all this talk, it seems I must reach beyond the 5th tier to put into action. Having just reached the 2nd tier, he wonders how long it will take to attain the 5th. After a lengthy discussion that felt utterly pointless, Qin Ge shook his head. You can log off now. I need to ponder how to deceive my father. The system, though rendered speechless, obediently logged off, or rather, vanished. This lad is truly formidable. I barely had time to react before I was thrust into this bizarre power dynamic. Lu Fei lamented as he lay on the ground. After a brief respite, the chill of the floor seeped into his body, prompting him to rise and approach his computer. Moments later, Qin Ge's visage materialized on the screen. So, have you gathered any insights? Qin Ge inquired. Boss, is it possible that your son has been possessed? Lu Fei's serious expression left Qin Ge utterly bewildered. Possession? What does that entail? What is wrong with Qin Ge? Well, it seems that isn't the case, Lu Fei replied casually. Boss, I have some rather unfortunate news to share. What news? Speak, Qin Ge urged, straightening in his seat to focus intently on Lu Fei. As your father, you may find it difficult to contend with your son.